Pick Six with Mully and Haugh starts now.
A Blackhawks rebuild that began a year ago by trading away Kirby Dach and Alex DeBrincat really culminates today with the expected drafting of Conor Bedard with the #1 pick.
Me and Danielson were talking about, I don't think we're going to sleep at all tonight. We'll probably be pretty wound up. But no, I mean, it's just super exciting that, how close it is and, just kind of be here with friends and family. And, I don't know, it's hard to kind of have words for it. So we'll see kind of what happens tomorrow. But it's a very exciting kind of week.
What's the right tone for the occasion, which essentially occurred due to the organization's failure and futility? Can the kid save hockey in Chicago?
That's a lot to put on one guy's shoulders. That's a lot to expect from Conor Bedard. And yet that is the expectation. And it's only because of how far the Blackhawks have fallen that you have the expectation that somebody like this can lift them up and elevate everybody around him on the ice and lift the spirits of every Blackhawk fan off of it. This enthusiasm is seen in how quickly the season tickets were sold after they won the draft lottery. This impact will be obvious to anyone the first time they see him on the ice. So you started the process a year ago by unloading and you wondered, what are they doing? Well, this is why they did it. It doesn't always work out this way. There were times along the way where you question the wisdom and they didn't say all the right things and it didn't hit all the right notes. But here you are on the brink of something very special. I said it's very much a big part of the rebuild, but it does feel more like a rebirth. Hockey is back in Chicago. Thank you, Conor Bedard. I hope you slept well last night because you need your rest. To carry a hockey team and a franchise the way you're going to be asked to carry it, you're going to need all the energy and your strength.
I'm with you, David. I believe he could save hockey in Chicago. I mean, he's supposed to be the face of the league, not alone the Blackhawks right now. This man's been comped to Sidney Crosby and Connor McDavid right now, which Connor McDavid just won the MVP. You got Sidney Crosby out here winning Stanley Cups. So, I mean, the expectations is high right now. I mean, everybody's excited. I remember, David, you were just saying after the show yesterday, you can't even get a Conor Bedard jersey right now. So that should show you how big it is out here.
I want to match Gabe jersey for jersey today, and I couldn't even find a Bedard jersey.
Make sure when you find it, just give me one too. Okay, I'll Venmo you. I'm going to say right now that the tone should be one of rejuvenation, one of optimism for the Chicago Blackhawks. That is the tone right now, despite the organizational failures. I think, when you're looking at the grand scheme of, professional sports, you're not going to compete for a championship year in and year out. So when you're thinking about a cycle, where we are at for the Chicago Blackhawks, this feels right. So despite the organizational failure, you can chalk that up to, a period of time that is post-championship run where you're dealing with that lull, where you're trying to rebuild, where you're trying to recreate your organization. And then you get the opportunity and the luxury to have a guy like Conor Bedard. So can he save hockey in Chicago? Absolutely. That's without question. It's just a matter of what height can he reach. And I think that's what a lot of people are going to be interested in seeing. Can he live up to it? We do understand there's a lot of pressure on guys when they come out the first pick and they're asked to save a franchise at that young age. But hopefully he's built for it, and hopefully he can be the correct piece to lead the Blackhawks back into relevancy.
These are concerns and questions that people are asking.
Blackhawks general manager Kyle Davidson has 9 picks among the first 99 in tonight's NHL draft, including the 1st, the 19th, and 4 in the second round.
Anytime that you're in a position to add significant talent to the organization, that's the exciting part of this, and that's the point of what we're trying to do, is add talent, and you need draft currency to do that, and we've got it. And so it's very exciting to start capitalizing on some of the assets we've banked.
After drafting Conor Bedard, do you think Davidson is more likely to, 1, package the picks to move up in the first round, 2, package the picks in a trade for a veteran, or 3, stand pat and reload the system with prospects in a deep draft?
I think it's going to be like a combination of 1 and 2, but for the sake of the question, I'm going to say it is number 2. Package the picks in a trade for a veteran. I mean, you can get quality young guys. We know this. But you do have to have some sort of balance when constructing a roster. And you do have Conor Bedard. You still going to have other picks to address certain needs. But if you can bring in somebody to just calm the situation, a veteran that's been there, someone that wants to be a part of the organization and the rebuild that is in its current construct, then I think bringing in a veteran or two in that space is going to be a good thing. Blackhawks, with their money situation, with their draft pick situation, I think they still can put together a good roster. And I just don't think, I'm not necessarily sure a ton of young guys is the correct thing to do in the present, especially with someone like Conor Bedard.
I'm going to go with one. They already kind of got the veteran right now when they got Haugh. So I'm like, they don't probably need that right now. So with that being said, I'm definitely going to go with one. I would like, this is a loaded draft right now. And if it's loaded like this, I would get into that top 10. If they can move up and get there. And I just want to add this in. We could add a fourth. I also saw something where they said the Blackhawks could even load up some of these picks and trade back into the first round again and maybe get a third first round pick. So that is something that I saw as well.
Whoa.
It's a lot of money floating around.
They got a lot of picks. They got so many picks they could do it.
You're right. I mean, when you have 9 of the first 99, that's 10% of, it's very close to that. That blows my mind, though. I never really considered option 4. That's why it's probably not in the question. Well done, Brandon Fryer.
Right.
I think, though, if I'm Kyle Davidson, I don't want to get too greedy, and I don't want to feel like I'm pushing my luck. I've got to feel like I am the luckiest executive in Chicago in all of pro sports tonight. I'm taking Bedard. I might be just settling there, listening to offers for 19, wondering what I need to do, and then maybe just taking the best player available and taking my talent and accumulating all of that tomorrow when you have the rest of the draft and you get all those other picks. I don't know that I want to try to get too cute, but maybe that is getting 3 first-round draft picks is a fascinating possibility, especially in a draft that's supposedly very deep. I can't tell you who the ideal person is for them at 19. This isn't like the NFL draft where we spend months breaking down prospects and we can tell you the difference between 19 and 17 and they're 40 times. So I do believe, though, they're in a great position. I do also think you're right about adding veterans. There's still $10 million. They need to spend like $10 million to get to the salary floor, let alone have the money under the cap. They took a step in that direction on Tuesday by signing Nick Foligno, who they got in the Taylor Hall trade, at least his rights, to a 1-year, $4 million contract. They're getting closer to that. They need more veterans, but I think you can find those guys in free agency rather than trading away your draft capital.
Well, okay, next question.
What were your overall impressions of how the White Sox handled facing Shohei Otani, who is as easy to respect as he is to fear?
Yeah, we were talking about that. He throws 100 pitches basically, and comes out of the game and then hits another home run. What he's doing is pretty incredible. So, to see it with your own eyes, it's pretty incredible to watch.
When you look at Otani, do you think Sox killer, future Cub, or something else entirely?
I think best player in baseball. I think the epitome of class. I think historically good. I may, if somebody references Babe Ruth, may think of him as well because he also was a pitcher/slugger. I think of a guy last night that is a White Sox killer. 2 more home runs while he pitched, the first time he's ever done that. Stop making history against the White Sox. Stop hitting fastballs to the moon. And I think future Cub. Because I'm not going to give that one up. We have seen time and again, Chicago baseball fans, why he is worth every penny somebody's going to invest in him. It is a pipe dream. It is unrealistic, and it is unlikely. But until it is impossible, it's possible. So, future Cub I see as well, because he is a game changer for whoever he's playing for next year. And he hurt the White Sox last night. He's the reason they lost. And it probably will be the same guy who makes them lose at least one of the next 2 games.
I mean, it's nice to dream, David, about the future Cub aspect of it. But he's definitely a White Sox killer. I tell you that. I mean, they said he'd even have, so far this season, not great in the pitching aspect, not like a Cy Young type of season. And then here he goes, 10 Ks against the White Sox. And then batting against them, according to StatMuse right now, he's batting .306, 37 hits, 15 homers, 33 RBIs, 27 runs in 33 games against the White Sox in his career.
Oh my God.
I mean, like, come on. That man's a White Sox killer right now. He's the best player in baseball, and it's just everything that you could ever want.
The difference between Otani and Bigfoot is that you've actually seen Otani. But they're both legends in the same thing. I mean, it's unreal what he is doing. The first home run was a pitch. Kopech threw a fastball right down the middle, like literally right in the middle of the plate, and Shohei made him pay. The second one was an off-speed pitch that was outside that it was like he was just trying to make contact, and he was just so powerful that it went out.
Beckham made up a word.
What'd he say?
He back-footed that ball.
Yeah, he back-footed the ball.
He made up a word because he's run out of things to say about Otani.
It's unreal. You know, Dylan Cease can have 10 strikeouts, but did he go up to the plate and knock 2 homers? No, absolutely not. And if he did, you'd probably be thinking that Dylan Cease is the greatest human being on this planet Earth. And that's what you get when you see Shohei Otani. But is he a Sox killer? I think I'm too much of a fan to admit anyone is. Is he, I mentioned what he is, the equivalent of Bigfoot, but is he a future Cub? If you're willing to say he's a future Cub, well, hell, screw it. He's a future White Sox too. Why not just say that since we're playing this pipe dream game?
Because they've never paid $100 million for a free agent ever.
Hey, if you can say it and say it's a pipe dream, I can equally say it and say it's a pipe dream too. Why not? White Sox, Shohei Otani. Next year, you never know.
There's a lot of question marks within that.
What do you think the Cubs' plans are for left-handed hitter Jared Young, the minor leaguer called up as Miles Mastroboni finally was sent down? Young has played 28 games at first base this year, so could he be an option after Sunday's defensive lapses by Trey Mancini, or E3 for short?
Alex, be nice.
I know.
Sorry about that. Went rogue on that one.
I wonder who wrote that. The reality is this, right? I mean, the expectation was that Matt Mervis was going to be that guy. And it's unfortunate that hasn't panned out. I think that has to be mentioned while we're talking about this transaction. But Jared Young, as you mentioned over there, Alex, 28 games at first, but did play 12 in left field. So I think the idea here is that it's just another guy that can help your team. That's what the Cubs brass has been doing from the very beginning, bringing up guys like Christopher Morel, Matt Mervis, Mastroboni, which was thought to be the same thing, and you're getting it from Jared Young. I mean, you know he has power. He's hit 13 homers in 52 games. He's slashing some good numbers, 326, 426, and 605. The most impressive thing, 29 walks and 210 plate appearances. You get a guy that's patient, a guy that, you know, obviously is good with pitch selection, but I don't know. I wonder if it worries Cubs fans that they should be happy that they have enough people to bring up to try to, you know, fix this in different ways with different players. That's a luxury that the White Sox do not have. So that's good. But again, it's just a matter of whether or not it'll work out. But hey, whatever. You got however many guys you got left in the minors, keep bringing them up, whatever, to get the Cubs into first place in the NL Central.
There's 2 things that I thought about. The first one I thought about when I saw this move happen was Dustin, because he's so excited probably right now that Mastroboni is probably sitting down right now, because he's been saying this for the longest that he wants him sitting down. So I thought about him on that one. And then I thought about poor Matt Mervis again. Just like, is he ever going to get a chance again to come back up? I thought about him too, and I'm just sad for him. But overall, like the Cubs, like farm system, as Gabe was talking about, I mean, it's loaded. We were just talking about the futures game with the Murray kid. Like, I didn't expect this kid to be brought up, and now he's up there too. I mean, their system is just loaded. I mean, man, the Cubs are doing it, something.
Brandon Fryer is a White Sox fan, but he does have the bleeding heart of a Cub fan.
He's influenced by Dustin. That's why it's unfortunate. They're in the same room.
Matt Mervis had every chance to succeed. I kind of feel bad for him too, because he's a fine professional, but if he was doing enough to warrant the promotion, he'd be back. It wouldn't be Jared Young. I hope we see Jared Young. Let's face it, I think a lot of these conversations, a lot of the speculation is because of what we saw Sunday in London. Trey Mancini did not get it done defensively. So he earned sort of the moniker E3 Mancini. That's what happens when you make those kind of mistakes. He owned it, and I think you respect the heck out of him as a professional. Trey Mancini's one of the most high-character guys in that clubhouse, but I would keep him away from first base. He was DH last night. That's the right spot for him. Jared Young, I'm very curious. I'm most curious because of what Nico Horner had to say about him on the afternoon show. Maybe we can hear a clip of that later, talking about how he's one of his best friends, Horner's best friends in the organization.
Oh, wow.
How he's a guy that you're going to know his presence because he's so positive and because he can hit. Now, if he can hit and he doesn't boot ground balls, he'll find some time at first base. I don't know about left field. And let's face it, the biggest thing about this one, Brandon's right. Master Boney is off the menu. Finally.
It's an interesting question.
According to MLB attendance figures released Tuesday, the White Sox dropped 22% this year from 24,704 a night last season to 20,107 this year. It's the worst attendance drop in the American League. The Cubs grew 3%, averaging 33,133, which is good for 10th in Major League Baseball. What is your reaction to such numbers?
Well, I say this about the Cubs, not surprised because they did have a strong April, and even though the weather wasn't typically, it isn't always what you want it to be in Chicago in April and May, the fact that their attendance has shown growth reflects the fact that they've been interesting to watch. And it is Wrigley Field, and there's a lot of reasons to go to Clark and Addison. Another one opened up yesterday, the Sports Book, which looks pretty majestic and amazing. And we'll get to people who have been to that yesterday, went on the opening night, maybe if they want to talk about what they saw. As for the White Sox, this has been a story that's way too redundant and repeated, but it is there, and I think it's obvious to understand what's going on. The White Sox have become polarizing. They are not terribly likable. The promises that were implied by hiring Pedro Grifol and being this team that did everything right, the try-hard guys, the guys that were going to change the game again, hasn't happened. And I think that's disappointing, and it's reflected in this attendance drop. I'm not going to pile on Sox fans for not supporting their team and not getting Luis Robert more all-star votes. I think I understand the frustration because it's palpable, whether it's in this studio on a daily basis or on the South Side or throughout Chicago. Sox fans are fed up, and I get it.
I mean, this was before, these stats right here was before the Red Sox game. Now, I was at, like I told you yesterday, David, I was at Sunday's game. And when I was there, one thing I noticed, it was a lot of Red Sox fans. A lot of Red Sox fans there. To me, it just shows this Sox fans are smart. They're tired of this right now, and they're fed up. And good. They should be. Like, look at that offseason. That offseason that they did was pathetic. And then they keep losing. It's the same team over and over. So I see. And another thing, you're a big market team. And then on top of that, you got one of the worst attendance drops. And then you got another team like the A's right now who's trying to sell their team. You're worse than them. That should tell you something right there.
Brandon's hot, and I like it because I agree with them. My first reaction to those numbers, good. Simply good. I think that a lot of times, you know, we as fans understand that if you do not put butts in the seats, then that is what causes some sort of an uproar in upper management where they try to figure out what's going on. And I think, you know, in Chicago, teams like the Bears, the Bulls, the Cubs, the stadiums are packed regardless of the outcome and regardless of what the record is of the organization. But that doesn't hold true for the Chicago White Sox. When they are playing well, they get attendance. When they are playing bad, fans do not show up. So this is an indication of what's been happening over the last couple of years. As you mentioned, the frustration is it's there for every fan, myself included. I've disassociated myself with the team. I am not emotionally invested in them, despite the fact that I am wearing a Birmingham Barons jersey.
You're wearing a Birmingham Barons jersey.
It's because I'm wearing Jordans too, and so I got a Jordan jersey.
Because you're a fan. You did that. You have not divorced yourself from anything.
It's not a White Sox jersey.
Okay, that's true.
But emotionally, I've tried to separate myself so that way I'm not emotionally invested in this team and I don't get caught up in the hoopla. I just let them do their thing. And I think a lot of fans are doing the same thing, which is why the attendance is where it is.
There's hoopla?
Yeah.
Where is there hoopla surrounding the White Sox?
There's
no hoopla.
We got to get that as a cut and play that a bunch of times. All right, that's my statement right there.
Pick six.
With NBA free agency days away and the Bulls appearing like a team that plans to be aggressive, with hoop savant Gabe in the house, what are the names of a couple of players you hope AK pursues or is likely to approach?
Now, I'm no salary cap guru, nor do I claim to be. So when I say names, it is just my fandom coming out, not necessarily anything backed with.
But you watch a lot of
numbers.
NBA.
Of course, but I do have names.
And you know who's out there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
I think Fred VanVleet for me is number one, top priority. Figure out a way to get him here. I don't know how you're going to do it, but that is exactly what the Bulls need. a guy that can score and replace a guy like DeMar DeRozan when you move on from him, a guy that can get you 15 assists, someone that has local ties. Rockford still will claim them, still has local ties, and someone that'll care and would want to be on this franchise. And I think he'd love to pair up with a guy like Zach LaVine and Vooch, barring them still being here. But here's some other names for you. Guys that could play the wing, knock down some three-pointers, and play some defense. Jeremy Grant from the Portland Trailblazers, unrestricted free agent.
Okay.
Loved him when he was with the Pistons.
Yeah.
Thought he could be a guy that can complement this team well and play hard. Also, he seemed like a Bulls killer, and maybe that's why he's just floating to the top of my brain. PJ Washington. Stretch four, tall guy. Seems like he's always hitting threes against the Bulls, but that's what you need. Someone that can be that type of player if it's not going to be a point guard. AK said it best after the draft. Judge him after free agency. Well, that got me excited, and I can't wait to see what that looks like, and hopefully it includes some of the names that I just mentioned right there.
I love those names you mentioned. Grant and PJ. I mean, you stole two of mine right there.
Oh, damn.
I mean, but they need a point guard so bad, and it's going to be hard to find a point guard in this market that can help this team if they're going to run this team back. I mean, I've heard trade rumors of maybe Dejounte Murray. Atlanta's trying to still be under that luxury tax.
Are they going to keep unloading, you think?
I mean, the GM is saying that they need to be under that luxury tax.
That would be terrific.
So if they get him, I mean, that's perfect. He's friends with Zach. You play with DeMar. That could be a good one. He can, pass. He can distribute the offense. I like him. And this is just, David, you're going to get mad at me, but this is just a homer in me. And like I said, Chicago does this every year. I would like Derrick Rose to join the Bulls. Like every year.
Do not laugh, Alex. Do not laugh at that.
Derrick Rose. Every year the Bulls get a Chicago player like Derrick Rose. Let him be that one.
I know why you're saying Derrick Rose. I know they need a point guard. My fear in that is that he's such a symbol of the past. It would hard to get past that idea that every time that he goes into the game, you're going to hear MVP chants. And it's going to be somebody that you look at, and whatever you're dissatisfied with about the direction of the franchise is going to be muted by this sentimental attachment to number one. And so I do think that it could be one of those things that maybe the front office looks at as not a bad basketball. It's not a terrible basketball move. They do have a need, but it also would be, to me, I would wonder if there was some ulterior motive in bringing Derrick Rose back to kind of deflect some of the criticism that may be appropriate because you got a team going in circles.
And then you're going to have Kobe White starting over Derrick Rose. It's going to be weird.
That would be kind of weird.
That'd be kind of weird.
Because that's an obvious thing at this stage of his career. Of course you would start Kobe White over Derrick Rose.
Right.
But the question exists because of Derrick Rose's place and his legacy in town. I don't want somebody coming here with a legacy. I want somebody coming here with a jump shot. Somebody who can hit a three.
That's harsh.
I'm just saying.
No, you're being real.
I'm
But that's
just
harsh.
saying.
That's harsh.
So, is Seth Curry off the table?
Not yet, right?
Is that somebody who, is a shooter for hire? And I'm going to tell you, I love Van Vliet because of the Rockford connection, because of he's going to be expensive. You might have to sign and trade. I can tell you there's somebody in Portland, Toronto, one of their athletic writers for The Athletic, not athletic writers, probably out of shape, but I think that he has talked about the sign and trade possibilities with the Bulls and Van Vliet. So that's a possibility. And look, I know that get laughed at every time I bring it up. Max Strus is going to be a free agent. Max Strus is a local guy. You want me to push a local story? I'm pushing Max Strus. Strus on the loose.
No.
At the United Center. Why not? Why not, Gabe? They need shooting. They need size. He's underrated defensively.
I think it's going to be a point where you end up overpaying for him.
You could.
And I just don't
Fair
want
enough.
the Bulls to be in that situation where they end up overpaying for him. And then he comes over here and he doesn't have that chip on his shoulder like he did in Miami. And then he's, subpar
We're going to revisit
three-point
this.
shooter.
We're going to revisit this.
I like this.
Brandon triggered me. He knew that he would, too. But we need to get to the extra point. We've got a lot to talk about with the extra point because NASCAR's in town. I think everybody's noticed NASCAR's in town. Yesterday, it was hard to see all the road closures because it was a smoky haze, but NASCAR's in town. We're going to talk about it next on the extra point. It's Mully and Haugh. Gabe Ramirez in for Mully. Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Where is there hoopla surrounding the White Sox? There's no hoopla.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons.
You guys have talked about this on the show many times in the last couple of months. And I can confirm that not many people have this piece of baseball memorabilia. that you guys have talked about a lot here and there over the last couple of months. There was a certain giveaway in Oakland.
Come on!
Yes!
No way!
I emailed the Oakland A's PR department and asked, do you guys happen to have any extra Tony Kemp Poster Day giveaways? And sure enough, a month later, they mailed it in.
Get out of here!
Let's go. Put that thing up.
We're putting
So-
it right here,
right up there. Yeah.
Here is the official Tony Kemp Poster Day giveaway poster for everyone watching on Twitch.
Holy crap!
It is the official
That's it.
Tony Kemp poster that you guys have been marveling at
Yes.
and was promoted right behind home plate when the Cubs were playing in Oakland back in April.
I love this.
And it's emblematic. Really, and Tony Kemp is a terrific guy, a former Cub.
Yeah.
And a good player, good guy, adorable family. But the fact that that's the giveaway is emblematic of what is what is going to be remembered as one of the worst teams in baseball history. There you go. Now
Our
it's
guy,
official.
Tony Kemp.
Yep.
Right here for you.
Now all we need is the next goal is to get him at some point in studio to sign it.
Also, make sure you go to twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score, because what Connor O'Donnell is doing is a split screen, sometimes with Dan, sometimes with, well, it has to only be Dan, but it's split screen with Dan and the Tony Kemp poster instead of Lawrence. There it is.
Yeah.
I think the Tony Kemp poster should always be on the screen on Twitch. It should just be always up there.
I think that it should be like the Florio head.
That's it.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
that's
Where it's our screensaver?
Yeah, it should be bouncing up and around, and people be like, oh, when it almost makes it to the corner, and then it doesn't quite make it to the corner. That's what it should be.
Series Loop 121 Saturday, how would you describe your interest in the weekend's events? And can you have any conversation about NASCAR's arrival in Chicago without mentioning traffic?
I don't think it's possible. I think that everybody who is in the city, when you mention NASCAR, I think that you could do this mental exercise. Try it today. Mention NASCAR to somebody, whether it's at work, at home, on the L, and see how long it takes before traffic is mentioned. My guess is it's not going to get longer than 30 seconds.
That's why I'm taking the L, because of the traffic.
Exactly. See? There you go. So I understand that is going to be an inherent conflict and a distraction, intrusion that people are going to resent out of habit. And that's okay. I'm going to be transparent. I'm honest. And I'm curious. I am honestly curious about
what part of it?
The race itself. How it's going to be handled, this road race in downtown Chicago, these streets that are not made for racing. These are this is not a road race environment, and they have turned it into some place that's going to be one of the biggest spectacles of the NASCAR season. How are they going to pull it off, Gabe? I'm curious about safety. I'm curious about the fan safety and how close they're going to be. I want to know how much people can see from the buildings downtown. People who live in the South Loop, I have had conversations with friends who are wondering what they're going to be able to watch and internalize this. So there is a huge part of me that's curious about how they're going to pull it off. I don't care who wins. I don't know how to break it down. I'm not going to tell you about drafting and trading paint and all kinds of things. I have covered the Brickyard 400, but I am far from an auto racing guy. I am no gearhead, but I am curious about this weekend.
I'm curious to just see how the race is going to be. Like we pass it when we head to work. I pass it all the time, and I'm just worried. I'm looking at the stands. I am worried about the safety. I feel like that's a sharp corner to turn. I'm very intrigued to see how it really looks. So I'm probably going to watch it just to see how it looks. I'm also, if this air quality was a little bit better, I was going to go to it was a NASCAR event.
Put on a mask.
Yeah,
you'll be fine.
It's an event. Bubba Wallace is throwing a block party on the South Side. So I was thinking of going to that. But I don't know about this air quality out here in the streets. So I don't know about that. But besides that, very low interest. I'm just intrigued, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I think that, when you're talking about genuine interest in the race itself, not really. Am I going to watch a little bit of it to see what it looks like in my city? That's going to be really cool. I think that's what I'm excited about. You can't watch it from our building. They sent out that email. You saw that?
I saw that email.
They're like, don't go upstairs on the rooftop. You can't see it. You're like, oh, damn.
Are we sure that's true, or they just want to keep people off the 11th floor?
There's going to be people up there regardless drinking. That's what we do know.
If I could get into the 11th floor on Saturday, I might try.
Yeah. But I do want to mirror you guys' sentiment, which is safety. Just because you see accidents like that happen, where a car jumps a thing and goes into the crowd. Chicago's very are they going to keep it authentic since it's in Chicago and maybe leave a random pothole on the course somewhere? that would be cool. But as for the 12-turn, 2.2 mile course, I do that every day, guys. Right here when I leave the building, lower whacker, right onto the 290. That's like a 10-turn, 2 mile little stretch right there.
Lower whacker is a great little thing to maneuver, and once you know it, you to brag about knowing it, right? Yeah. You got to let everybody know. Lower whacker. That was a kid. Yeah,
Uber driver. Hey, you want to learn a little secret?
Yeah, here you go.
Make a left right here. Go here.
But I like the idea of the inherent Chicago traffic problems or transportation problems, like having the pothole to avoid.
Pothole to avoid. You need like a teen flash mob that just shows up on Michigan Avenue, stops the race. Everybody, they start jumping on cars. It's like, you need certain things like that. Real Chicago stuff.
Who's going to steal the catalytic converter?
Yeah, right. And the pit stop.
I hope these things I hope it goes smooth. Don't you want just a smooth event?
It will. It will. The organizers are great. Everyone that's been helping from the city of Chicago is going to be great. That's why they came to Chicago. We're a world-class city. We do not play games. And we are going to make sure that when we are on the world stage, we are going to come correct. And it's going to be a phenomenal
I'd
event.
love that confidence. I have to say, though, passing it every day, I started to wonder until I saw a very well-done story on NBC5 last night during the local news. I started to wonder if they were going to get it done, Gabe. I mean, deadlines spur action, and there's been a lot of activity lately because the deadline is bearing down on them. And up until a couple days ago, I started to wonder, all right, what's this going to look like?
Dave, here's the thing. All they got to do is just pull up to a Home Depot.
So cool about this.
Look, pull up to a Home Depot, holler at some of my primos, get them in the car, and they'll knock that whole thing out in 48 hours. I'll tell you right now. You have to have that level of confidence. It's NASCAR. It's Chicago. It's the 4th of July weekend. I mean, this is what happens here. We get things done. And I see no issues with it whatsoever.
Okay. I think that I hope that you're right. I am curious about what they can learn from maybe Saturday to Sunday, the Xfinity race on Saturday, and the big one on Sunday. I wonder if there will be things that they learn, that they improve, whether it's logistics. And I think it's all about the logistics and maybe about the course itself. Gabe, they're going to go over 100 miles per hour and then having to turn at a place where you shouldn't be going that fast when you turn.
Been there, done that.
You have not. You have not.
Been there, done that. Roosevelt and Columbus. Got to make the right to hit the 290. Been there, done that. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. It's going to be fun. That's going to be fun to watch.
630 says Formula One races in the streets of many international cities. I get it, but that's a circuit that is designed, and cars that are typically designed to have those kind of races, correct?
I will say, too, that when you see the track, it's not very wide. And you think about, 20 cars or whatever that number is going to be, trying to get through there. It's going to be something you want to watch on TV just so you can see the city in the background. You can see how they're going to navigate through that.
We can talk more about it later. I'm glad you're confident. I am trying to be as positive about it. I am very curious. So hopefully everything goes off without a hitch. NASCAR in town all weekend long, and then the dismantling. How long will that take?
They should leave the track up. Just so that way, right? Brandon, like you're on your way home, you just want to get one little lap. That's it. Everybody gets one lap.
I think that'd be fun.
That would be a lot of fun.
I'd do it.
That was the extra point. He is Gabe Ramirez. He's in for Mully today. We're going to talk to Joe Ostrowski when we come back. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein.
And I'm Lawrence Holmes.
The Bernstein and Holmes Show, middays 10 to 2 on The Score.
On today's show, we're going to talk a little bit of football.
What the hell was that Sports Minute?
Wait, what do you mean?
We went to break. Okay, listen.
This is Sean Morash with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Has an NBA Finals game ever looked easier for a player than it did for Nikola Jokic last night? He became just the second player ever to record a triple-double in his NBA Finals debut, the other being Jason Kidd. In fact, Jokic's performance was so good, the game and his play was actually boring. If Sunday night is more of the same, it may be time to call the Baja Men and ask, who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
Oi. Doesn't someone listen to that and be like,
no.
Nope.
So
back in the room and spend another 30 seconds
I was
writing
telling
a thing.
Ray, how many radio stations did that just run on across the country?
Probably like 50.
Look, my rule is simple. Just don't make people dumber.
Who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
But what does it have to do with brooms?
And then
you don't let brooms out.
And everybody barks when they sweep, right?
I don't get it.
And it's boring.
He said it's Friday. I'm getting out of here.
He sure did.
Yes, he did.
He sure did. He was like,
who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
He high-fived someone after that, too. I promise you that. He's in the WFAN studios, and he's like, I nailed it. High-five someone and left it.
Yeah.
We showed it to Brandon Fryer from Mully and Haugh Show, and he said, yeah, he felt good about that.
He did.
He felt good about that.
Yep.
On
Objectively.
a level of 0 to Feinstein, where does this rank? It's not quite fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice.
I'm John
Feinstein, who's also a really nice
Fool
man.
me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I'm John Feinstein. Who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
It's not an inadvertent self-own. It's just a total non sequitur. I love. Remember when Abaticola was doing the fake sports minutes?
Well, he did. What was it? Jim Beige?
That was McCaffrey.
Hold on, can we do the fake one of these fake sports minutes real quick?
It's one in the vault?
Yeah,
Yeah, one
do
from
it.
Brendan McCaffrey, it looks
This
like.
is
Okay,
the
this
Jim
might be.
Beige, I think.
Jim Beige is different. Okay.
Titletown tingles tonight as a trophy traverses the tundra back to Green Bay and its rightful owners, the Packers. 13 years before, a man named Brett, with an arm like a jet, brought home the bacon in Dairyland. But now the Packers win by Aaron out the football. The man he replaced probably watched the game in Louisiana so far, or rather so far away. I could see Joe Montana, John Elway, or Tom Brady asking Mr. Rogers, "Won't you be my neighbor?" with a championship and Super Bowl MVP. Rogers' passes burst out of his hand in Dallas with the precision of an assassin. They tore through the Steelers' secondary like a bullet through a president's cranial cavity. Only we didn't need the Zapruder film to realize that this was no conspiracy. Rodgers took inspiration this week from a former Packers quarterback, but it's probably not the one you're all thinking about. No, Rodgers went back a few decades to a star, a Bart that didn't have a cow in Super Bowl I. 45 years of Super Bowl history wrapped up in 2 quarterbacks. The story comes full circle. Aaron Rodgers, the new leader of the pack.
Scoreboard update.
It's too good. It was too
Who
good.
let the brooms out?
Early odds. Every Saturday morning, Joe brings it, and he joins us now on the Busey Bank Score Hotline, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Good morning, Joe. How are you?
Good morning, guys. I know, David, you're very excited about tonight with Conor Bedard, and I was just chuckling to myself knowing we'd be talking this morning. I don't know if you saw this. Bedard has signed on to endorse Lululemon.
Thank you. I did see that. There's not a better spokesperson that I could have chosen for Lululemon than Conor Bedard.
Dave already has a couple of pants in his cart already from the website.
I'm all over that, Joe. Thank you for noticing.
Yes, good. I mean, it's a great moment, and we've talked about it since we found out that the Blackhawks had that one pick for tonight. The odds aren't even posted because we all know what's going to happen. Last week's NBA draft, Wemby was still posted. It was crazy odds, like minus 20,000, but they were still willing to post it. As far as tonight, there are some sports books that are actually taking number 2 and number 3 off the board because Anaheim expected to go with Fantilli and Columbus with Carlson. Those are such heavy favorites. But after the Haugh move, we actually did see some movement at BetMGM on the cup odds. They go from 200 to 1 down to 90 to 1. None of us expect them to be in that conversation this year, but once we get closer to the season, it will be interesting once moves are made what the over-under on the point total for the season will be. But going to be a huge story tonight, and something I'm interested in, odds we do not have yet. You guys are making that comparison, Vic, Bedard, who's going to make a bigger impact right away. Well, we do have the Rookie of the Year odds for Wemby, and they are minus 200. The competition Scoot, Chet Holmgren for this year, Brandon Miller. I wonder how close the odds are going to be. Is Bedard going to be a bigger favorite than Wembanyama to take the Calder Trophy? I think he probably should be because the Spurs are talking about bringing Wemby slowly.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at Wembanyama, I mean, it was crazy. Didn't somebody put up like $400,000 to win $2,000 on that Wembanyama pick? I mean, that's wild. You probably would have done the same thing for Conor Bedard just to make a couple extra free dollars there, Joe.
They won't post it for us.
They won't post it for us. But going back to the NBA and looking at that Rookie of the Year standings, I tend to think I'm leaning Scoot Henderson when it comes to Rookie of the Year. I think there could be a possibility that Dame Lillard does get moved, and in the event that he does, he's going to be there, given an opportunity to take a ton of shots. Is that somebody that you would look at first, or are you looking at Brandon Miller to be that guy behind Wembanyama?
Yeah, you can also bet on Wemby or the field. There's also that available, and I would look to the field just based off the price. And I think you're right. As far as opportunity, it's probably going to be Scoot. And in most years, we all know that he probably would have been the number 1 overall pick. And with Holmgren, there's a lot of excitement, actually, for a long shot bet around the Oklahoma City Thunder. And they have a number of good young players. They're not going to lean on him as much. And I don't know that the workload is going to be there for Holmgren to win that award. And then, humans are voting on this. So are they going to give it to Brandon Miller? I would lean no. So I think you're going along the right lines there with Scoot. And most of the time, it is a player top 4 pick. It is a top 4 pick that ends up taking the NBA Rookie of the Year.
Okay, Joe, it's called the Grant Park 220. It is the NASCAR race in town. It has dominated a lot of conversations downtown Chicago for the last week or so, and obviously everybody knows about the race. I don't think a lot of people know who's going to be in the race, who's going to win the race.
I know. As we get closer and closer, I'm getting intrigued. Now, am I going to bet on it? Maybe if I talk to somebody who knows a lot more about it than I do, which would be basically anyone. But I do have the odds here. Chase Elliott is 5 to 1, and he's your favorite. Martin Truex Jr., he's the second favorite at plus 650. Tyler Reddick, also plus 650. Kyle Larson, plus 750. And yeah, do you think there are going to be props posted? I only saw stuff on the winner, but crashes, don't we expect it to be pretty high compared to most weeks? I think
please no.
That's where the intrigue is for a lot of people, right?
I think when you're looking at that, that's exactly what everybody's going to be watching for. Like, at what point in the course, and then people are going to be pointing to it saying, have I been there before? Have I been on that corner before? I got to watch that. I got to watch that turn. You're seeing some of these other long shots, Joe. I mean, me, I'm a big fan of long odds. We know who the favorites are. Is there any names that are popping up? Because me, I'm a guy it's like fantasy football. In the 5th, 6th round, I'm just drafting the guy that I used to play video games with back in the day. So is there a case like that where maybe a bigger name like a Kyle Busch or a Denny Hamlin, somebody else that might be favored, or might be some good long shot odds?
Yeah, if we look down, honestly, well, There's I don't know how the season's going. Brad Keselowski is 65-1 if you want to go there. Bubba Wallace 80-1 if you want to get interested there. And there are also other ways to go. You don't have to just go winner. You can do stuff like top 3, top 5, or top 10 in the race if you're not sure that the driver you're going to go with is going to win it outright, because that is very difficult to do.
All right, Joe, let's look at baseball. NL Central jumbled up. The Reds got hot, cooled off against the Braves. The Brewers seem to be waking up a little bit. The Cubs, I do worry and wonder what effect that Sunday loss after having a 4-0 lead to the Cardinals in London is going to have. We saw last night a little bit sluggishness. What do the NL Central odds look like right now?
Yeah, I'm curious about that as well. But I believe the Cardinals won last night, so it didn't impact them. But we just don't have history, right? We don't really know how this is going to hurt teams, if it does at all, if it's going to be something that lingers with all the travel. Right now, the Cubs 3.5 games back, Brewers a half game back of Cincinnati, but Milwaukee is still the favorite at plus 110. Now, the second favorite is your leader, Cincinnati, plus 275. The Cubs are sitting there at plus 325. Pirates have fallen way off over the last couple of weeks. They're 30-1. I think that's going to continue. And Cardinals plus 750. Guys, I actually like the Cubs. It's just kind of figuring out when we believe that they're going to make their move. They have the easiest remaining schedule. The run differential is the best in the division. I think they're going to change course now. There was a lot of conversation for a while about them moving guys like Stroman, and I don't expect that to be the case. And Milwaukee, what are they going to do? If they fall a few games back, are they going to trade some of the pitchers that many people expected them to? There is a bit of a luck factor, something I don't know that it's going to continue with the Brewers. They are 13-4 in one-run games this season. The MLB average is at 11-11. Now, that will be tough to continue at that pace. And, the Reds, I just don't trust the pitching. It's exciting. They're a talking point every day. People are checking out nationally. What are they doing? But in the end, I do expect the Cubs to be in this race all the way. And you can find them at plus 325 BetMGM. Some places have it 4-1. I think that's a pretty good bet.
Joe, when you're looking at the division, you're right. I mean, the amount of runs that the Cincinnati Reds have given up, it's something to look at, especially with Cubs being at plus 320, and you want to make some money on your team. I'm looking tonight, White Sox, Angels. I feel like I hope to God that Shohei Otani's not playing after, pitching and hitting 2 homers versus the White Sox. You got Lucas Giolito on the bump, a guy that's been, had a topsy-turvy season going against the Jaime Batia. Is this the game? The Sox are plus money right here. Is this the game that we can win some cash on our Chicago White Sox?
Yeah, and Otani has really good history against Giolito, just like every White Sox pitcher, right?
He's playing.
Yeah,
sorry, Dave, he's playing.
I mean, that's a pipe dream. Sorry.
Got a crack nail yesterday, guys. Maybe, you never know. Maybe it hurts today.
I mean, Otani is just, if you bet on anything with Otani, you won it last night. He goes over on the strikeouts, which was 7.5. He goes over on the outs recorded. He hits a home run, total bases. He goes over on that, but I'm not feeling as optimistic about backing the White Sox tonight. Not saying it's not going to happen, but I'm interested in this Cubs-Phillies game. The Phillies are slight favorites, but I think it's pretty notable because, okay, let's see if maybe some sort of jet lag, if that was there last night, if that wears off. But you've got Nola, who's been great against the Cubs. The Cubs hitting only 180 against him, a 228 on base. And then on the other side, you've got Smiley, who's been pretty bad against the Phillies. 80 at-bat sample size. They're hitting 312 with a 374 on base. So I was surprised. I thought the Phillies would be a bigger favorite with that advantage that they seem to have with Nola in there.
Great stuff, Joe. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys.
Joe Ostrowski, the host of BetQL Daily, talking about the odds of the Grant Park 220, a little bit of everything, and the Cubs tonight with Nola versus Smiley, and that's right here on The Score. Pregame begins at 6:30 with the first pitch at 7:05 on The Score and the Xfinity Cubs radio network. Hey, it's draft day. It's draft day in Chicago. It's down in Nashville. The Blackhawks are going to take Conor Bedard with the number 1 overall pick. Who else in Chicago has taken players with the number 1 overall pick historically? How have those worked out? And also, I want to get back to your debate early in the show, Gabe. Who is going to have the bigger impact on his respective league? Victor Wembanyama or Conor Bedard? We'll talk about it next. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Nico Horner.
Swinging a line drive, right center field. That's going to be a base hit. Cubs win the ball game.
If it is a shift or if it's a ruse, if it's some sort of a real kind of eye-opening moment, oh, they're not going to play ball, we got to get out of this, or is it sort of a movement to try to gain leverage that you don't have right now over whether or not your taxes are going up?
Well, that's a good question. I think a couple things. Number one, I think it would be naive to think that the Bears didn't anticipate this, or it would be naive if the Bears didn't anticipate this. They could not have started this process without the understanding that, number one, it is the largest in Illinois history, as they have reminded us. And by the way, the key part of that sentence is Illinois. You are in a state where you know you're going to encounter these kind of things.
Yes.
These political roadblocks don't have to be. They're obstacles, but you can get around them. You need somebody who understands the landscape. And that is who Kevin Warren is supposed to be. So I think it would be naive to think that this wasn't going to happen somewhere. Maybe not in Naperville specifically, but along the way, there was going to have to be some sort of leverage ploy.
Yeah.
Like this by the Bears. And maybe that's all this is. I don't know where this goes next. It does open the door to other municipalities. We heard from the Rockford, Dave Vella, a representative, a Democrat from Rockford, wants to jump on, and he said, hey, we'll take the Bears. We'll get in the mix. I don't know if you want to do that if you're the Bears, because then how much time are you wasting that could be directed in trying to get a deal struck so you don't have this tax assessment that you can't live with.
Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS with a K, the number 4, kids.
Can I ask you what you think of Conor Bedard?
Yeah, great player, great person. I think everyone's seen how he's handled himself in the lead up to this draft. Obviously, a lot of attention, and thought he's shown a maturity beyond his year, 17 years old, but you'd never know it based on how he's handled things.
Welcome back. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Gabe Ramirez in for Mully today. That was the voice of Kyle Davidson, the Blackhawks general manager, who will wake up this morning, if he's not already up, probably working out, and thanking his lucky stars for the ability to draft Conor Bedard tonight in Nashville. It is draft day, NHL draft day. The first round takes place. The Hawks have the first and the 19th pick. We know what they're doing with the number 1 pick. We'll figure out what they're doing with the 19th pick later. Really, it's not as important or newsworthy. But, Gabe, this is an opportunity for the Hawks to change everything about their organization. They stumbled on this good fortune. They won the draft lottery. And now, tonight begins the rest of the story. This is the first day of the rest of your life, Hawks fans.
When you look at the Chicago Blackhawks, Dave, and you see, them securing a talent like Conor Bedard, in the NBA, you get a guy and you just put, 2 people around him, and then all of a sudden you're a championship contender if he's that good. When you look at Conor Bedard and you talk about, what he can mean to this franchise, like how much further away, how many other pieces, I should say, right, are important and significant in order to make you a contender? You have a Conor Bedard. Is that 4 more guys that are good? Is it 8 more guys that are good, or is it 1 or 2 more guys?
It's a great question because it goes into roster construction, and it forces us to kind of examine the differences or look at the differences between a basketball roster and an NHL roster and how quickly you can get to where you want to go. I think that when you're talking about the Stanley Cup champion, it's the toughest. Arguably, it's the toughest trophy in sports
I like
to
that
win.
you put that in front. Yeah,
because I know that's an Eddie Olczyk thing, and hockey fans nod their heads, and everyone else looks like, "Man, what are you talking about?" I mean, if you ever watched the MLB playoffs,
NFL's one game and one game only.
Yeah, so I think that you need a goaltender that's elite, standing on his head, as they say. You need at least 4 or 5 defensemen that are going to be able to create this wall in front and be a really good, sound defensive fundamental team. And you need at least 3 lines that you can rotate and score and be dangerous. So
that's a tough task.
You're a ways away still, even with Bedard.
And it's interesting because the assumption is when you bring a guy like Conor Bedard in that, the impact will be immediate. But then when you're looking at what that impact looks like, well, clearly it's not one that then propels your team to the top of the NHL. It's one that allows you to begin that path towards that. And seeing and hearing from you, what that looks like, it's a lot of work for the Chicago Blackhawks.
It's a lot of work. And I think you wonder about the infrastructure in the minor leagues. Like every pro sports organization, you've got to be strong at the lowest levels and have a system where you can have these prospects, not only that you draft and have identified that talent, but developed on your watch. You go back to 2008, and this is the history portion of the program, because it's interesting to look at Chicago, not just with the Blackhawks, but there have been 9 different times where Chicago teams have drafted first overall. It was a great story in the Tribune on Sunday that the last time the Hawks did this was in 2008, and it was Patrick Kane.
Okay.
That's the most obvious comp on a night where hockey is the focus, right? So you look at the Hawks, and they're able to draft Bedard tonight, and then you apply it like, well, he can do magical things with the hockey stick, and he does things with the puck that you can't imagine how talented he is. And Patrick Kane was like that. 2008, Patrick Kane is drafted as an 18-year-old. 2010, he's celebrating a cup. That's 3 years, Gabe.
That's why I was telling you.
That's 3 seasons.
How long do I got to wait before I'm trying to beg for some playoff tickets?
Well, I wonder that, and I wonder how intelligently they will surround him with the talent and with that infrastructure and develop those players that they have drafted last year, Korchinski and some other guys, the kid from Michigan, Frankie Nazar, I think is his name. And you talk about this year, who are they going to do? What are they going to do with the 19th pick and the 9 picks they have among the top 99 available?
Would you say the roster is in a worse place right now in 2023 than it was in 2008 when it took on Patrick Kane?
I would think that's probably a safe assumption, only because we know how Duncan Keith developed. We know what became of Brent Seabrook. We know how Jonathan Taves turned out. We know about Corey Crawford. We know all of these things now in retrospect that we didn't know then. Who are those guys in the Hawks system now? Who are the future Seabrooks and Keiths and Taves even, maybe perhaps? I don't know. And then you got to get a little bit of luck with the goaltender like Niemi, who won as a rookie. So I think there's got to be things happening along the way. You have to have some puck luck. But the process begins tonight because you can start to look at the Hawks in a different way beginning around 7 o'clock tonight. That's going to be fun. So I think that Conor Bedard, there is no wrong answer here, but I think that Conor Bedard, because of where he is going to land and where they are in terms of their talent, he may have a bigger impact on the Hawks and the NHL quicker than Wembanyama has on the Spurs and the NBA. Because I do think the Spurs play in the Western Conference, which to me seems like a tougher mountain to climb in the NBA than it does in hockey, where there's a little bit more randomness, and you could imagine the Hawks in the next 3 years catching lightning in a bottle and maybe going into the playoffs and advancing.
And not only just in the Western Conference, Dave, but also playing for the San Antonio Spurs, a small market team. We, Tim Duncan and David Robinson, those are names that we grew to know and grew to respect over time. But it's not like they were the superstar that is a LeBron James or Kevin Durant in that space. So that's going to be interesting. But I think Conor Bedard will have a bigger impact on the league than a Wembanyama. I think in the NBA, just like anybody, whether it's Michael Jordan, LeBron James, you still need those first couple of years to kind of get your feet wet, understand the game, find out where you can excel, and also allow for like the top tier players to fall off a cliff. You need that too, so you can have that cycle pass through. And I feel like in hockey, a guy like Conor Bedard, I mean, there's so many players on a team, on a roster, lines, as you've mentioned. But if you can have someone that's impactful, that people want to watch, they're willing to sit through a game in order to see what can this particular player do. And I think that's where the Chicago Blackhawks find themselves with this draft pick, is that not only are there going to be more eyes in the city of Chicago trying to see what this kid is all about, what can he bring, what can he do for this team, but it's also going to be people in the NHL that love young talent, especially guys that can carry a franchise in a league.
Who will have more impact, Victor Wembanyama on the NBA or Conor Bedard on the NHL? 312-644-6767. I want to say something or ask your opinion of something that sounds a little bit crazy, but I this is what I think. Obviously you can't anticipate injuries or health, but I feel like even though it's a tougher game and a more physical sport in theory, I have less and fewer concerns about Conor Bedard encountering these kind of injuries as a rookie or early in his career than I do Wembanyama.
I mean, because he looks like a toothpick.
Well, that's why.
So it's
Is that a crazy thing to say, that you think that a hockey player who's going to be, on the ice for 20 minutes a game and going into the boards hard every single time and skating at that speed is at less risk of an injury than a 7'4" guy, 7'5" guy that's going to be towering over everyone?
Yeah, Conor Bedard's way tougher than Victor Wembanyama, just because of the sport he plays and how it operates, and he has pads on. He's used to the contact. It's like an NFL player. Can't make that comparison in that sense. And Victor Wembanyama's trying to Euro step through traffic and avoid contact, right? So a huge difference there. But you're right. I mean, guys can avoid contact. You saw like Marvin Harrison do it a lot in Indianapolis. Catch a ball, drop down immediately so he doesn't get contact. Conor Bedard's going to know how to do that as well, like Kaner did in some instances. But Wembanyama, it's hard not to think about. I mean, injuries happen at such a high rate in the NBA. So when you're looking at Wembanyama and his makeup and his lack of desire to try to bulk up, I mean, it kind of makes you think that it's inevitable that he's going to get injured at some point throughout the course of an 82 game season.
And yet you would take that risk 10 out of 10 times, 100 out of 100 times. He's going to be, and he is one of these generational talents that we speak of, and the best prospect ever.
So you think he's going to impact the NBA more than Conor Bedard is going to impact the NHL?
I don't know that I want to. I don't think I'm going to go that far because I don't know that he's going to change his team because of whether they.
In 5 years, this is a better question. Instead of year 1, year 5. Victor Wembanyama, year 5. Conor Bedard, year 5.
I think that if I were a betting man, I would say Bedard. Only because of the certainty with his health and the skill set translating. I just think that Bedard and his durability gives him a slight edge and gives me reason to think that he would be my answer.
Because what if Wembanyama ends up being like 2000s LeBron versus the Pistons and is just scoring 35 points a game in the playoffs?
That'd be wrong.
Like Luka.
I get it. But that's the risk. But Gabe, we've never seen anybody like him before, so I have a hard time making the comparison to anybody that, maybe if it's Durant, then obviously he's been able to stay healthy, to put together a Hall of Fame career and to get his ring with Golden State and to do the things that he has done that make him, what he is at this stage of his life and career. But I just find myself harder to buy into all of that because of the reservations surrounding his injury concerns.
That's your number one thing for him, huh?
Yeah,
Wemby?
It is.
Yeah, getting hurt. He can't be. He's going to be impactful. That's without a doubt. It's just a matter of at what stage of his career. Is it going to be immediate? Is he going to come in dunking on people and just pulling up from threes? Because that's what you saw from KD at Texas before he got into the league. He was scoring at a high rate. You knew what you were going to get from him. Pull up 3-pointers and such. With Wemby, it's like you hear about his defense. You hear about his ability to score different ways. But, man, I don't know. Put a Jimmy Butler on him. Like somebody, put a good defender on a Victor Wembanyama, and I'm just, but I'm sure they said that about LeBron when he was coming in the league. Yeah, I'm sure they
probably did. It's going to be one of those things that's going to be a constant point of comparison, at least here in Chicago, because I think it's an interesting debate, because last week we had the NBA draft, and tonight we have the NHL draft. I mentioned Patrick Kane. That was 2007. They had the number 1 overall pick. It was the third season later where they ended up winning the cup. But Gabe, the next year after that, Derrick Rose went to the Bulls, number 1 overall. Do you remember before that, though, being a student of Chicago sports history that you are, do you remember before Kane, before Rose, more modern examples, the last time before that a team in Chicago had the number 1 overall pick and who it was?
Eddie Curry?
No. Wasn't Curry? Curry was...
Him and Tyson Chandler wasn't like a 1-3 situation.
Curry was like the 4th pick. Tyson Chandler was like 2. Yeah.
Okay, 2 and 4 situation.
That's the Kwame Brown.
Kwame Brown.
All right, give me a year. And
1999, June 30th, 1999.
So
24 years ago.
June. It'll be
Elton Brand.
Oh yeah,
Brandon
Elton
knows.
Brand. Yeah, Elton Brand.
You don't remember Elton Brand? How could you forget Elton Brand?
Because he was here for a cup of coffee. We got rid of him too quickly.
Do you think that was the case?
Yeah, I think
he ended up playing in the NBA a long time.
I mean, looking
long
back,
time.
You look at the the Eddie Curry, Tyson. That's when that one came into play in that situation. But yeah, Elton Brand, he was nice for a little bit. Bulls can't develop anybody even since 1999. That's the problem.
You can't blame this one on AK. Yeah, Elton Brand, 1999. That was interesting. How about the Cubs? Do you remember when they had a number 1 overall pick?
Zero.
Going way back.
Give me a
I'm
year.
talking way back. 1982. June 7th, 1982.
Not alive.
I don't care how young you are.
Oh, sorry.
Stop rubbing it in.
Sorry.
Do you remember June 2nd? Now, you won't remember this, but people will of a certain age.
Mark Grace. Ryan Sandberg.
Sean Dunston.
Sean Dunston.
I could have Googled it too.
Sean Dunston.
Yeah, I Googled that one.
Did not have an agent.
Okay.
Those were the days that maybe they weren't as common as they certainly are now. Sean Dunston became the number 1 overall pick, the future Cubs shortstop. Real likable guy.
Yeah, one of my dad's favorite players.
one of the strongest arms you're ever going to find in an infielder. I mean, we talk about Christopher Morel. He's got a cannon, right?
Yeah.
He's got a cannon. Sean Dunston, my God, if you leave the relief pitcher, what would he be clocking?
Yeah. 102.
I love Sean Dunston. He swung at everything. I really think that, yeah.
Okay.
He was a number 1 overall pick in 1982. All right, you remember any White Sox number 1 overall picks? I'm not saying you have to be alive to remember. All right.
I won't make that comment anymore.
Let's say
give me a year.
Before Sean Dunston.
Okay.
Let's say 5 years before Sean Dunston.
77.
June 7th, 1977.
Couldn't even.
White Sox. Go White Sox. Come on, you're a fan, right?
Go. White Sox.
Yeah.
Still
Harold
don't
Baines.
know. Oh, my God.
Harold Baines.
Okay.
Yes. Sox owner Bill Veeck, this is according to the Tribune, scouted the 6'2",
Hall of Famer,
175-pound left-handed hitter himself. Baines lived near Veeck's former home in Maryland. And Bill Veeck scouted Harold Baines, and he became a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. That's good stuff right there. I mean, geez, it's unbelievable it's been that long since the White Sox and Cubs have had a number 1 pick.
There's only been 9 ever in Chicago sports history.
Right.
So it's and the Bears go way, way back. I know they had the one last year they traded and they get DJ Moore out of the deal, and certainly that was a move that we'll look back on, and depending on what they do with all that draft capital. But they, back in the day, that you have to go back to 1946, and that was Bob Fenimore. And then before that, it was 1940 and Tom Harmon.
So it's going to be a while before any sports teams get a number 1 pick again, is what you're saying.
You don't know that. What if the Hawks stink out loud again? They could be
No.
number 1 next year. We'll be talking about, if we're wrong about Bedard, if something happens along the way to him developing a legacy and winning all these cups.
Don't say that.
I know. I'm just saying we could have another number 1 overall pick sooner rather than later.
What team will get the next number 1 pick? What team?
That's a mean question.
White Sox.
Yeah.
White Sox.
White Sox.
I think, put another way, which Chicago sports team is the closest to being the worst in their respective league?
Yeah, White Sox, for sure. In that space.
Are they going to be bad enough, though?
Not
in Major
this
League
year.
Baseball?
I
It
see.
It
seems
is
like
not the White Sox. It is not the White Sox. Look, the White Sox are the most frustrating team in town, but you cannot look at their roster and tell me that they are the closest to being the worst team in their respective league.
So what, you think it's a blow up for the Bulls then? I mean, because it's not the Bears, right? Because they're headed in a different direction.
Okay, guys.
Oh, you think it's the Bears?
I'm sorry,
You
but
think it's the Bears?
what if the Bears proven? See, this goes back
okay.
to last week. We had a question about what's the most. How did we frame it, Brandon? What is the most overstated narrative in town?
Justin Fields over 2,800 yards passing.
I don't think we need to bring Justin Fields into the
sorry.
equation.
It was like the Bears winning the North or something like
Yeah.
that. That was the one. Yeah.
Gabe. I mean, the
Bears
question
aren't
is,
winning the North.
Who's closest to the bottom?
Okay.
It's the Bears or the Hawks right now, because they're the teams that had the 2 number 1 overall picks. And I think that with the Hawks getting Bedard and Taylor Hall and whoever's coming next in free agency, it's probably the Bears.
I do not accept that.
That's the fan in you.
I do not accept that statement. I do not agree with that statement. Come on, man. You got to think the Bears are going to at least be picking like 5 through 15. First of all, it's extremely difficult to get a number 1 pick in football. You really have to. I mean, Bears got so lucky last year to be in that position, and I just can't see it happening.
If the question is which team is the closest to drafting first overall again or next year,
it's the White Sox, because they're going to blow out their
it is
team
not
if they don't
the
make the
White
playoffs.
Sox. It's so
if
is
they don't
not
make the
White
playoffs,
Sox.
they're going to move on from some guys and try to
It is
rebuild.
the Bears. It is the Bears 10 out of 10 times.
What
Every
team is
time.
closest to rebuilding? It's the White Sox. The Bears are not close to rebuilding.
It's a different
that's the way.
question.
Well, no, because that's the way you work towards getting a number 1 pick is if you're in rebuild mode.
Okay.
So I think the White Sox are the closest.
I do not agree. I do not agree at all. I think the Sox need to rebuild, but I don't think that even as they rebuild.
So that's what I'm saying. In the midst of that rebuild, they can get there faster than a
I
Chicago
don't know if
Bears
they're going
team.
to bottom out like that. I need to think about this. You need to let people think about this. 312-644-6767. Who's the closest to the basement? Whose proximity is near the cellar and the cellar dweller in town. Who is it? Let us know. It's the Mully and Haugh Show. Gabe Ramirez in for Mully, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
I don't see it like, well, he's still out there. He's still TA. That's our guy. That's the spark that he's going to do things that aren't being measured. He's not.
That's what they're trying to ultimately do.
Keen-eyed observers on Twitch are asking if that is the Ghostbusters firehouse positioned behind you over your right shoulder.
Indeed, it is. And Chris Sims and I this morning had a lengthy discussion about whether or not grown-ass men should be playing with Legos. And if you remove the word playing and come up with a different verb, then it becomes more acceptable. But apparently studies have shown that for those of us who have a degree of stress in our lives, and these modern times do induce stress for many of us, the Lego building process helps to manage and neutralize stress. So there's the actual Seinfeld set back there, which is a Lego creation. I've got the Ghostbusters set. And I've also got a typewriter that I'm working on. I'll show you what I've done so far. This is like the first 2 steps of it. It is a major pain in the ass.
Whoa.
And I've got the rest of it. I'm going to get to it at some point and finish the typewriter. But that's what I've gotten so far. Unfinished typewriter.
That's
looks
wild.
nothing like a typewriter. I'm getting there.
Is it a working typewriter? Is it moving parts?
It's you'll punch the buttons down and the hammers will go up, and there's like a fake ribbon. I don't think it actually types, but it simulates typing.
gave up that home run to Otani, and he limited the damage. He had, I think Rengifo had that triple, and but he only gave us 4 innings, but he only gave up 2 runs. And Tukey came in and did a nice job. So, he'll walk some guys, typically a couple, 2, 3, but he just didn't have his command today.
Welcome back. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Having fun this morning. Gabe Ramirez in for Mully. That was Pedro Grifol, who had no fun last night in Anaheim. Sox 4-2 losers to the Angels. Michael Kopech, goodness sakes. I don't agree with Pedro that his command is typically there. This is a guy that struggled with command the last 6 starts. In 5 of those last 6 starts, he's failed to work beyond the 5th inning. That's not a guy with command. That's a guy with control issues.
Yeah,
he walked 7 last night, 16 over his last 12 and a third innings. That's a guy struggling right now, Gabe.
Yeah, 3 of those, to be fair, did come in the 2nd inning, where oddly enough, Yasmani Grandal had a great inning, picking off Chad Wallach and Luis Renfroe. I think that, it's tough. He does too much. He doesn't, you would want a pitcher to get on the mound and, for lack of a better word, just kind of black out and get into his zone and be able to do what he thinks he can do well. But for one reason or another, Michael Kopech seems to get in his own head, get in his own way.
He fidgets a lot.
He
looks like
pitches.
He looks like you can see his brain working.
Right.
It's like you can see him processing all this anxiety, and it's hard. It's hard to watch at times.
You would think the pitch clock would have helped him out.
The pitch clock made him tired. That's what it looked like. He's talked about it.
Yeah.
So once it's in your head. Oh, and by the way, James Fox from Future Sox and from the Sox Machine.
Good guy.
Good listener. Points this out, and I might have to tend to agree with you after remembering that MLB has a lottery system now. The White Sox have a record that is among the worst in Major League Baseball. I think it's 6th from the bottom. If they are in the lottery and they continue to plummet, and I see no reason to think that they're going to recover, they're 13 games under. Stop telling me where the Twins are in the division. I love you, Jason Benetti. I have a ton of respect. I have no interest in what's going on with the Twins and the Guardians when I'm watching the White Sox lose again. I don't think it's realistic.
Yeah.
Is that
you
wrong?
are no, you're absolutely right. So you're saying that I was correct in thinking that the White Sox.
I'm correct. You're correct in thinking that. Sorry, I got off track.
No, I got you, because it's kind of like my wife. Like, I tell my wife something, she doesn't believe me, and then someone else tells her, and then she's like, "Hey, honey, you know what? I think you were right earlier."
I think you're Gabe, honey.
Somebody else told me.
Gabe, honey, I think you were right earlier.
Thank you, babe. No problem.
Okay, the Sox might be closest to the bottom because they are going to get worse, and they're going to get more ping pong balls. The lottery may shift their way, and I don't think that 14 games under 500 is going to be the low watermark as it is now.
Yeah, I think the White Sox, just like the Cubs, are showing you exactly who they are.
Yes.
Right, the Cubs are a team that is hovering right around 500. They're going to win some games they shouldn't, lose some games they shouldn't, and the White Sox are exactly who they are as well. A team that's going to be, a number of games below 500 because their inconsistency and inability for their players to reach their potential and play up to what we think as fans they should be playing at.
Let's go out to the phone lines. A lot of people want to weigh in on this topic. Jamie is in Lincoln Park. Jamie, welcome to Mully and Haugh.
Good morning, guys. Big fans. Listen every morning. I am a Bears homer. I kind of looked at this a different way. Who's closest to a championship? And to be honest, it's not easy with this group, but I really believe the Cubs have the youngest, best core going to head that way. So I'm on the Cubs as being near the top. And now with Bedard there, generational talent, I'm on that side. But how you have the Bears near the bottom, I'm glad I just heard you change your opinion. Justin Fields will change your mind this year, and I want to say between the Sox and the Bulls, both Reinsdorf, they're going to be fighting because I believe the Bulls are in line for a fire sale here pretty soon.
They could be, Jamie. That's a good point about the Bulls. They're kind of stuck in NBA purgatory. We'll figure out if they can get out of it depending on free agency. Just a last point about the Bears before we get to another phone call. I want to believe that they are going to be a team that is a legit NFC North contender. I don't believe that right now, Gabe, because I still think they have too many issues on their defensive front.
Yeah, you and I are on the same page when it comes to that. My least favorite conversation around Chicago is, Bears are going to have a top 10 offense. Justin Fields is going to throw for over 3,500 yards. Like that one throws me off and they're like, well, why are you hating on Justin Fields? I'm not hating. I simply just want Justin Fields and the Bears to be better than they were last year, to continue to get better. What I don't want to put is expectations on the squad to be in the playoffs and for Justin Fields to be an all-pro quarterback.
Gabe, honey, I agree with you.
See? It's working already. This is great.
Matt is in Evergreen Park. Matt, welcome to Mully and Haugh.
David, Gabe, how are you guys?
Good.
So the question's who's closer to getting a number 1 overall. David, you're right. On paper, it's the Bears because they're coming off a 3-14 record. But really, it should be the White Sox because you guys were just saying this team, they're not winning this division, and they shouldn't even be playing for a division title. You're playing for a World Series. So I don't see the point of just retooling and reloading or whatever Rick wants to do, but they need to burn this thing down and start over, preferably with him and Kenny gone.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate the phone call. There's a lot of that sentiment out there as well. If you're going to start over, fine, start over. But you want to rebuild, find a new architect.
Yeah, and you can keep guys like Luis Robert Jr., right? I mean, there are pieces there, right, that you want to be a part of the next round.
2.
Yeah.
There are 2 pieces there.
Dylan Cease as well.
Yeah. Okay, that's it. It's not that long. It's not that long of a list, Gabe.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm okay with the Sox moving on from some of their players and just like coming to a realization that this ain't working. I'm okay with that, and I think a lot of people are as well. We just want to see it happen. We as Sox fans want to see it happen.
That's what we want to see happen with the White Sox. We are seeing something special tonight with the Blackhawks. They are going to draft Conor Bedard. The team is in Nashville. That's where it's going down. That's where Chris Chelios is, and we'll talk to him next on the Mully and Haugh Show. Gabe Ramirez in for Mully, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Then I talked to Mike Talkman, who I was excited to talk to Mike.
Well, JD, I think you nicknamed him the Palatine Pounder.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
well, that's exciting. So then you talked to Mike Talkman, the Palatine Pounder.
On the way into the interview, I'm thinking, man, I'm so psyched for this.
Yeah.
Palatine's own. I wonder if he was a scorehead. I wonder if he likes the Pounder. Interesting career.
Got a lot of things to talk about with him.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, okay.
Some time in New York with the Yankees.
What do you think of Topgolf?
Exactly. Where should the Bears go? Who's your favorite score host and why isn't it me? Just like all kinds of stuff.
Quarter draft.
Super excited.
I got Southport round 1.
Nice job.
Yep.
Nice value.
Then I made the decision to lead with the Pounder. Okay?
I would have done the same.
Right. Get the man's thought. He's got a nickname.
You gotta warm him up first, Speaks. Everyone knows that. You gotta just a little bit of rubbing around,
break the ice.
Yeah, loosen him up first.
Yeah,
loosen him up.
Also, my guy Sean Sears is hustling the thing about an open because we weren't sure we were going to get him. I was like, oh yeah, we get the Palatine Pounder. It's perfect.
Man, you never go in first with the Pounder.
Oh, so you played it for him? Did he hear it?
I think Tanny grabbed it.
Okay.
And Mike Talkman, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
Doing well. Thanks for having me.
You got it. Are you okay with the Palatine Pounder? Have you heard that? Are you all right with that as a possible nickname? That's from Jim DeShays.
I don't know. I don't know about that one. But,
I know. I mean, I don't know. You're not necessarily a pounder as a hitter, but it's alliteration, right? What I didn't know is if other people in Palatine would be okay with you being the official pounder of Palatine. Like there's probably somebody else who might.
Yeah. There's probably someone else that's heard that one before. It's not bad though.
Not bad.
Dude, that is not your fault.
He hated it.
That is not your fault.
You don't think so?
He did not come to play.
No.
At one point, I asked him what it was like playing in Japan last year. He played in Korea last year.
Wait. Can we just re-air this entire thing at 5 o'clock?
and not announcing who that guy, and if you'd like to announce that, who that guy is you're taking right now.
It's a good try. I think I respect the function of the draft and the ceremony of the draft and what that means for the families, the league, and for the organization. I think there's a place to announce those things, and that's on stage at the draft, and so that's what we'll do.
Welcome back. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Gabe Ramirez in for Mully today. That was Kyle Davidson down in Nashville and some of the pre-draft activities. It is draft day. The Hawks are on the clock. They will make the first overall pick tonight when the first round begins. Conor Bedard is the guy. And yet, what you heard there, Kyle Davidson being a little respectful.
Yeah. It was beautiful what he said.
Coy.
I respect
why
the
was
game.
It beautiful?
I respect the game. I respect the process. I respect the families involved. And I wanted to, that's beautiful when you're thinking about what it means, not only just to your team, but to the league itself, to the people and the path that they've taken and those that.
But everybody knows what he's going to do.
Yeah, but you respect it still.
Everybody knows what he's going to do.
I like it.
I guess.
What do you want him to come out and say? I'm taking Conor Bedard?
I think that at least yesterday, for the first time, we heard him talk about Conor Bedard. I think there was a fine line to draw, and he handles himself pretty well. Kyle Davidson is a 34-year-old general manager, 35-year-old general manager of the Chicago Blackhawks. He inherited a mess. He got the job when a lot of people had favored somebody with more experience. And when you talk about, we're doing the comparison thing. When you talk about general managers in town, I think he is the youngest, and I think he has the least experience, and he had the biggest job because he not only had to worry about building a competitive team and dismantling a roster that began in earnest a year ago when he traded Kirby Doc, when he traded Alex DeBrincat. He had to trade Patrick Kane. He had to part ways with Jonathan Toews. And he had guys like me criticizing the way he handled things publicly because at times I thought that it was a little bit, the inexperience showed. But again, here he is on the verge of making a move tonight that will bring the Hawks one step closer to that relevance you spoke of and a Stanley Cup championship in theory within the next 5 years.
Yeah, when you're thinking about GMs in Chicago sports, specifically AK and Ryan Poles and what they've had to do upon coming to their respective franchises is they needed to assess, reevaluate, and essentially clean house.
Mm-hmm.
AK did that his first year. He saw what talent he had, got rid of the majority of those guys, brought in Vooch, brought in DeMar, Alonzo. And then Ryan Poles, same thing, got rid of Roquan, got rid of Khalil Mack, Robert Quinn, moved on from those people so that way he can usher in a new regime and new talent. And I think, he's doing the same thing. He understands that he had a tough task at hand, like you said, inheriting a mess. But you got to clean house. And there's no pretty way to do it, Dave. You got to get rid of the guys that you're emotionally attached to so that way there could be a brand new narrative surrounding your franchise.
And there will be tonight, beginning around 7 o'clock when the Hawks make that number one overall pick. We're trying to connect at some point with Chris Chelios, who will be there representing the Blackhawks. He is traveling on his way to Nashville. There are other people. I wonder how big of a deal it will be in the city. People watching the draft, Blackhawk fans, it's a much smaller group, a much quieter group than it used to be. And I wonder if this is going to be something that is going to have a little bit of a buzz around town.
I think back to like NFL drafts where, they zoom in on a particular team's 6 fans that are there going crazy. And we think nothing of it because we understand the fandom of NFL franchises. But I'm trying to imagine 6 Buffalo Sabres fans sitting in Nashville going crazy for their number 12 draft pick or whatever it is. It just seems odd, but I'm sure there are other people that look at the NFL
Nashville's
the same
a pretty
way.
good hockey town.
Yeah, Nashville Predators are right.
Nashville Predators, that Bridgestone Arena in the playoffs back in the day when the Hawks were good and they were playing down there regularly or a couple years in a row during the playoffs, that was great hockey and that was tremendous theater. And that was a place where you could do some stargazing, Gabe. And if you were a country music fan like me, you might see a Carrie Underwood singing the anthem. You might bump into Tim McGraw and Faith Hill in the back of the arena. That was the fun stuff. Those were great days.
Wait,
That's a good hockey
that
time.
happened to you? You ran into these people?
Well, I ran in is way overstating it.
High fives? High fives
I did not
and
high
take a
five
shot.
Carrie.
Take a shot with Carrie.
No. Married to Mike Fisher, former Predator.
Yeah.
I would love to have, I would have been great to have high five Tim McGraw, but no, just in the same kind of vicinity.
So where would you rank like an NHL draft? We know NFL would probably sit at the top. NBA maybe up there, but like
definitely
above NBA.
The NBA is
right.
Bigger buzz, larger cultural impact, no doubt about it. It's the NFL draft and everybody else, but the everybody else begins with NFL, NBA. Then I think you're talking the NHL draft.
Just because it's top heavy, I think that would more impactful players.
MLB draft, can anyone even tell me when it is? It's coming up in the next week or so. They moved it, and certainly it doesn't have the same kind of impact because you're talking about a guy, at least with Conor Bedard. Often this happens now in the NHL. You draft a guy, if he's a generational talent, he's going to be playing. You're drafting Bedard in June. You're going to see him in October. The schedule was released yesterday. The Hawks open in Pittsburgh.
Saw that.
Against Sidney Crosby, Bedard's hero. That is a made-for-TV moment. That is marquee television.
It's going to be great. And then I saw that the Blackhawks have 25 weekend games this year, more than they've had in quite some time. So they're trying to get them on TV.
Of course.
Eyes on Bedard.
Everybody's going to want a little.
Blackhawks are making the playoffs. I'm making a statement right now.
See, now that gets you get a little carried away when you start going that direction. We're having a good discussion about which team is closest to the bottom. And I think that we're getting a lot of reaction on the phone lines and the text lines. And 773 texter. We were talking about the Bears. The Bears are closer to 12 wins than the first overall pick. Come on, David. The answer is the White Sox. I will agree with you that the answer could be the White Sox because of what James Fox pointed out about the draft lottery. I had forgotten. They could theoretically be that team, but you can't tell me the Bears are closer to 12 wins than they are to 14 losses.
The Bears are most certainly closer to 12 wins than they are 14 losses.
Really?
How many victories do you think the Bears are going to have this season?
I think it's a 7 or 8.
Right. So if you're at 8, you're closer to 12 than you are to 4 or 3 wins.
I think you're right in the middle, but I don't know that 12 wins means they're going to win the division. Are they
closer? No, not necessarily this season. I think the texter is saying closer. Over the next 5 years, probably more likely they're going to get to 12 wins.
All right.
Then they're going to fall back down.
Yeah, I think if you're talking 3 to 5 years, that's a different conversation.
Don't wish the number 1 pick on the Chicago Bears.
I'm not
anytime soon.
God,
please.
I don't want to go through that again.
No, please don't.
That was like agony.
That was terrible.
It was like once they start, because if the Bears plummet to, let's say they start 1-4, people in town are going to start talking about, Caleb Williams is right there.
Yeah. If the Bears lose the first game of the season against the Packers, I think that's when the conversations will start, especially in the manner in which they lose.
What? No. Okay. What's the conversation? What conversation are you talking about?
Bears fans are going to be pissed if the Bears lose that first game against the Packers to Jordan Love.
It's the season opener.
Doesn't matter. They'll still be upset.
They should beat Jordan Love and the Packers. The
Right.
Packers should
That's my
come back
point.
to them. But if they don't, it's still one game.
No
one
Chicago Bears fan is going to be like, we lost to Jordan Love and the Packers. Hey guys, it's just one game, and no one's going to say that. It's just one game in the season. Everyone is going to be going crazy
Gabe,
at that.
Need I remind you that the Bears won the season opener last year, right?
That's the expectation.
Against the San Francisco 49ers,
And,
right?
and most people expected it because they thought Justin Fields was better than Trey Lance.
Nobody expected that.
What?
Come on.
Trey Lance? Who believed that Trey Lance was going to come out
Nobody
the gates?
expected the Bears to beat the San Francisco 49ers in the season opener.
Check out my show, 6 p.m., 670 The Score. Talked about it at length. But that's might have been my home of heart.
Save it so you could play
Download
it back
download the Odyssey
to build
app.
your confidence when you have a bad take.
Download the Odyssey app and listen to the podcast.
Come on. No, you thought that was going to happen.
Yeah. And the reason why is because I thought Trey Lance is going to be overwhelmed in that first week. Same thing is what our hopes are for Jordan Love in week 1 versus the Packers.
Not to burst your bubble, but Mother Nature had more to do with that victory than Trey Lance.
I think regardless of the weather, Bears would have still pulled that
Mother
one out.
Nature had more to do with that victory than Justin Fields. Okay.
Well, let's hope it's not
Mother Nature got MVP votes in that game. All right.
It did, actually. That slide was pretty epic.
That was
at the very end.
That was a monsoon. It was the greatest photographic moment of the season, And also the biggest fluke.
Then it went downhill after that.
Yeah,
the rest of the season.
Yeah, then it was look away.
Let's hope the Bears don't start 1-4. Packers, Buccaneers, Kansas City is the third game.
Schedule memorized. I am all in on this hockey draft, I'm trying to get you to think hockey. Conor Bedard is going to become a Blackhawk
because
tonight.
you're saying something
and
blasphemous, like the Bears are going to get.
Bears.
Bears are the next team to get the number one pick.
Bears
out of all the major
Gabe,
sports
it's June
franchises.
28th. There's absolutely no NFL storyline.
Other than Dave Hall thinks the Bears are going to get the number one pick first before any other franchise.
Those are words that the Texans put in my mouth. I am not responsible for that kind of cynicism. Not in June. Stick around for a while. All right. You know what? We're going to talk about the White Sox. And speaking of cynical, Ozzie Guillen. You're going to want to hear what Ozzie had to say last night. You always want to hear what Ozzie had to say. He is must-watch TV. He's must-listen radio. He joins us next. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670.
So after 4 straight wins, after the Sox getting to the point where they're now 8 games under 500, are you a believer that this is a team that can win the division?
Wow. Listen, I watched this team for a long time, and they had to earn it. To us say yes, they had to earn it. To me, I don't think they are there yet. We get a little excited because this ball club, listen, they're gonna play a tough schedule. That's not tougher schedule, but they don't build this ball club just to face Minnesota, Kansas City, Detroit, and who else? The Indians. Or the whatever they call it.
Guardians.
The Guardians, the Indians. Wow. Then, they built this ball club to compete against the good one. Well, now they're going to compete against the better ball club. Now how we see how to react. But I think I say long time when even they was like 10 games behind. And I say, listen, this ball club had a better chance to win the division than play 5 games over 500. This team, the hardest thing for them is going to be over 500. And this division is so bad.
Yep.
So bad and so sad. I don't know how baseball people still have those teams in the big league when you have people paying to watch those teams. That those people have fan bases in those cities. And when you see that thing happen, you say, what's going on with this game? What happened here? But anyway, I think the White Sox have the best talents in that division, and they should win the division no matter where they was. I don't know how you start, obviously, starting that way. They're making very hard, very, very hard to give what they want to give. But I think they have a chance to win the division better than finish 500.
Chicago sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Team Hochberg. Visit their website, 56david.com. That's 56david.com.
Ozzie Guillen.
That's White Sox baseball.
White Sox pre- and post-analyst for NBC Sports Chicago.
La Pantera. My main is la Pantera. La Pantera. La Pantera. No. Pantera. La Pantera. There we go.
2005 World Series winning manager of the White Sox.
Tying run at second, 2 out. Palmeiro over the head of Jenks. Uribe charges, throws, out! And the White Sox have won the World Series. Juan Uribe with a play, charging it, throwing it, and the White Sox celebrate their first title in 88 years.
No hold bar baseball opinions.
Hold on a second. You're saying if you were the manager right now,
I'll be in jail or I'll be alcoholic. Either one.
Because of the season that's we've
Yes. I'm going to be fired by them by now.
Ozzie Guillen with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Gabe Ramirez in for Mully today. Time now to go out to our Score hotline presented by Busey Bank. Building business, growing wealth since 1868. That's where we find our guy, Ozzie Guillen. Ozzie, I hope you're not calling from jail. How you doing this morning?
Well, I'm not calling for jail. I'm calling for the golf course, baby.
Of course you are. Be careful out there. The air quality's poor, and so are the White Sox. What do you think about that last night?
Where you come from, where I come from, that's the less thing you worry about, the quality of air.
True. I think, like you said, the air quality here, you could play through it, Ozzie. Ozzie, let's talk about this game. Let's talk about this game last night. Looking at this White Sox team, Michael Kopech, 7 walks yesterday. He had 3 in the early innings and 1 inning in particular. But it seems like David and I were talking about it earlier. Like he's always in his own head instead of just getting on the mound, believing in your stuff. It seems as though he kind of gets in his own way. Is that what you're seeing too when it comes to Michael Kopech?
Wow, it's kind of hard because I love this kid. I love his arm. But he's not a kid anymore. He's 20.
Yep, he's not a kid anymore. We just lost Ozzie. He's going to reconnect with us from the golf course.
It's a great point. It's a great first point to make about Michael Kopech. And I think that you got to take the kid gloves off with a lot of these guys, Yoan Moncada, right? Holding them to a certain standard where it's no longer we hope these guys do something. It's why aren't these guys doing something?
And Ozzie, as you rejoin us, that is the thing with Michael Kopech. He's not a prospect. He's somebody that you need to be more consistent. And yet in 5 of his last 6 outings, he's not gone beyond the 5th inning. That's got to change.
Well, to be honest with you guys, he's not a kid anymore. I think this kid's got a great arm, but he's all mentally. It's a lot of mental problems with that ball club right now. I don't know why he's the reason. But this kid got great arm, but as soon as you see him throw a couple balls, you can find out right away he's not going to be on. He's flying out of the mound. He tried to throw harder. And I don't know who played worse, the White Sox or Anaheim, because he walked 7 guys, 8 guys that only scored 2 runs. The manager put a hit run when the guy couldn't find the play. It was very weird baseball game to watch. Very weird. Other son, they got bases loaded, no outs, and they can even put the ball. They can even score 1 run late in the game. That's like Otani, guys. You're talking about different. I don't know, peasants. This kid is just unbelievable, and we keep continue to pitch to him. And you take Otani and Trout out of the lineup. That lineup, I don't think the lineup is going to be good enough to do anything. And it's going to be interesting where that guy go next year, because I think he's want to win. I don't think he'll have any chance to win with that ball club.
Ozzie, you kidded about what you would be like if you were the manager of this team, and I think everybody feels a degree of kind of frustration, and you wonder how Pedro Grifol is handling this in his first year on the job. How does he approach this dilemma? I mean, it's a team that is inconsistent on the mound. They're not doing the little things defensively, and they're struggling at the plate. As a manager, what's his next move?
Well, you know what? We got different style. We got completely different style. I respect his style because, nobody can be same way. But I don't know how he's handled himself. I don't know exactly how he sleeps. He just like everything we watch him play, and you see like I don't know what can he watch, because you see like first of all before he go to the press conference, he go through the game better than Benetti and all those guys. Go through from the first inning all the way to the last what the team did. But they know they need a hit. If they can hit, they're not going to go anywhere. Okay, period. They're not going to hit. I think they go to Will. Well, last night they pitched one of the best guys. I never see him pitch. It was wow. I thought that I never see him pitch that many innings. But I don't know how Pedro handled it. A lot of different people handle different way, but I think those guys take advantage in Pedro. Be nice is one thing, and be too nice is another thing. And I think Pedro's being too nice with those guys. I know that's the way managers are right now, like make those guys happy, okay, but it doesn't work. And we always talk about how the opportunity is because they play a very bad division. Yeah, but I don't think I cannot hang into that rope anymore. No way, because the talent they have is good. I don't think it's good enough to compete. That's what they show me to right now, 80-plus games, and we still see the same stuff day in and day out.
And, I mean, that's what the job of the manager is, right, to get the best out of his players. And sometimes, you do need a cocotazo to get everybody in line, especially if they're taking advantage of you, Ozzie. And like you mentioned, maybe you might be too nice in those situations. Something that the White Sox struggle with a lot is getting on base. We've seen so many solo home runs over the last week or so. What does a solution look like to that? Instead of maybe, they got like Robert, Jimenez, Vaughn, and, sometimes Berger right there batting, 3 through 6. Is it a matter of like putting in some slap guys in between there? Is it like lineup construction to do that? Or is it just telling people like take a different approach at the plate?
Well, the approach at the plate was the wrong one. When I hear Pedro say, we had to lift the ball up, we had to hit the ball in the air. No, we had to hit the ball hard. And that good at bat. Shrink the strike zone. Swing and strike. Go there, don't act like first pitch fastball right in the middle. Swing. They go to a bat, like they don't have approach like, hey, we need to get on base, guys. Let Otani pitch or let this guy pitch to see what he has. I think, just so many bad hitting. It's just, you don't know, or I don't know how they respond to see what's the worst or what's wrong or what's the thing doesn't work for the White Sox.
There's one positive,
I have
Ozzie.
a question.
Yeah.
Why they don't move TA to the 7-8 body? Why?
Well, that's a good question. You tell me.
That, yeah.
I mean, why is he consistently at the top of the order? He's no longer the leadoff guy. You don't want him batting second. He's next. You look at his numbers over the last year, he's practically an automatic out. Why is he not batting lower in the lineup? You tell me.
They know how the guts. They're scared. Why? Okay, nothing against TA, okay? Don't take it down the wrong way, because I know players get struggled, I know players got frustrated, I know players got problems, whatever it is. Why you keep adding him second? Why is the reason why? They send the lineup down to see this is the lineup today. So I don't see why this man still batting second when he's very strong. I think they have to help him to relax a little bit more on the plate and moving down a little bit to get stuff together and start producing the way he's always been producing. You know what's funny, guys? Baseball nowadays is what you did in the last 2-3 years, not what you're doing now. Okay? Oh, he did that. Yes, a lot of people went through that. And I think they put the TA down, it's going to help him mentally and going to help the ball club about the offense they have. It's no doubt in my mind. I know by the way, I don't blame TA. They're very bad offensively. I don't blame that kid. I blame everything out. You see, I was watching Pantera's number. We know people on base. Wow, when we got people on base, everybody out don't do what they're supposed to do. And they showed last night in the last inning they couldn't get it done.
Ozzie, from talking to people around the league that there still remains some interest in Tim Anderson as the trade deadline nears. When you look at him, obviously you see the lack of production is a problem, but how much do you think it is mental? How much do you think it is physical, because he might be playing through something? He's had a shoulder. He's had a knee. He's had an assortment of injuries that might be contributing to this. So what would you tell people if they are interested in Tim Anderson as a potential trade piece?
I don't know, man, because only in Chicago we think Tim Anderson is a real deal. Only in Chicago. He can be a great player, there's no doubt in my mind. This kid can be a great player. Can he help another team? The most they play the same way he's playing right now. It's emotional. You can see his body language, all this stuff. Nobody would sign a guy like that. I don't think they can help him. But I always say, if TA change scenario, go to a team, contending team, go there, he will help because he put everything behind. I think the best thing for him is me. It's Ozzie Guillen's opinion. I think change scenarios and go from there. That's it. You know what I mean? Because in the end of the day, I think this kid can still be a great player, but I don't think batting second and all the problem he have. I don't know. You know, the only problem we have is on the field, and he's not playing good at all right now.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at Tim Anderson, Ozzie, and you saw how happy he was with Team USA, like I had never seen him smile so much when he was playing in that environment. So I could see where he would, welcome a change of scenery. When you were talking about putting him down in the lineup, I think sometimes, managers at the major league level forget that's what you do in baseball. From when these kids were playing in little league all the way up to high school, whatever. If you're playing bad at a particular moment, it's not a demotion to get put into the 7th spot in the lineup. It's just like, hey, get your mind right, be in less pressure situations, get your bat right. And then that way, once you start, getting back in that rhythm, then you've earned that right. And baseball players understand that because that's where they've lived at. You have to perform at a high level in order to earn that right to be in the top 3 spots of the lineup.
Let me tell you one thing. That happened to me with Carl Everett. You guys remember Carl Everett?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. He's always had problems with different managers in his career. Okay. I put him down 7. Carl Everett don't like it. Obviously, nobody like it. I said, then the media come to me and say, Carl Everett's not too happy because he's batting 7th. And my response was, well, if you guys think I want to hit him 7th, or Buck Club is better when he's 3rd. But check the numbers, check what he's doing, and Carl Everett, start hitting, he's going to be my bench coach. He ain't playing. That's it. That's
Tough
why
love.
they're so scared about making move and do stuff, drastic stuff to make things happen. You know what I mean? I don't get it.
All right, Ozzie. So let's talk about something positive. Luis Robert Jr. is the American League Player of the Week. He is on pace to hit more home runs than he ever has in his career. He's doing things that, he's realizing the potential that everyone thought he had when they brought him over from Cuba. Is it just a matter of him chasing less? How would you explain what he's doing well now and how he can continue that?
Well, experience, man. Experience will help him. I think he got to shrink the strike zone. When he's swinging the strike, he's one of the best players in the league. But that man can be one of the best players in the league to the worst player in the league weekly. And I think right now he's on. I think yesterday it was empty, but the swing half, he just a split a second to be another home run, another great out because he's swinging the bat very good right now. This kid, I love the way he watches. Even when he struggle, he play hard. It's tremendous in center field. He do a lot of little things. People they don't think about it. Just people think about the home runs and the bats. But this man, I think, he saved more runs in the outfield. They drive him in. The only problem he have to me right now, every time they got people on base, he struggle try to get him in. But that thing happened too with the pressure. We need to play better. We need to score some runs. Maybe that happened, but this man is a special kid. He's a very special kid. I remember Kenny Williams when he was in the minor league. He told me, Ozzie, he's one of the best talent I ever see in my life. And I'm like, oh, Kenny, drink another one. I didn't get it. And now the son, Kenny Williams, was 100% right. What a talent he has. The time's coming, and these kids, I think, are going to be a lot better and better every time he touches the field.
It's great seeing, obviously that talent on display, for the Chicago White Sox. What's unfortunate is that there are other people on this team, Ozzie, that people feel like are as talented, not equally as talented, but as talented. Like guys like Eloy Jimenez, Andrew Vaughn, Latier, as we mentioned, some things that we can expect from him. Yohan, do you think, as somebody that played in this market, right? Not even from a managerial standpoint, from a player standpoint, do you think that pressure gets to these guys? Like when you're looking at an Eloy, when you're looking at a Yohan, maybe there's a little bit more pressure on them to be like a savior for the White Sox, and that's why they haven't lived up to this expectation. Do you think it has something to do with that?
Listen, bro, to me, when you wake up and you put one foot out of the bed, that's pressure. That's pressure no matter what you do. You can be billionaire, you can be poor, you can be sick, you can be healthy. Life is a lot of pressure. How you control your pressure is a different scenario, okay? But, I don't know why you got the pressure on. You can pay good money to do something you're supposed to do, like to do. You enjoy it. People watching you. You should enjoy yourself. And move on. It's just I don't see why I play. Maybe to me it was easier because I know I can pick it. I know I can make the place a shortstop, and I did. And I know I was a good hitter. That's why I was happy every time I got a base hit. I let everybody know, hey, I'm here. I'm here first base, boys. But everybody had different approach. I played with Frank Thomas. Okay. Most pressure anybody in baseball because you got to carry us. I don't see never Frank Thomas obviously sometimes he was upset, but he not take that to his at-bat. My at-bat is my at-bat. I don't care how much pressure I'm going to get. And that's how you handle stuff. I played with Harold Baines. Harold Baines, when he was hot, he was on fire. But when he was cold, it was a lot of snow on the field. It froze. And you had to make sure you had to take one thing every day, and every at-bat is going to be pressure. Every at-bat, every play, every match, every pitch. And if you can handle pressure, you got the wrong job. Because I think you in the big league, you are for big league for a reason.
Ozzie, that's fascinating. And I think it's also related to what you mentioned earlier. When you look at the Sox team, let's look at Eloy as one of the most obvious examples. Different hitter when there's runners on base. Different hitter when there's nobody on base. And I think maybe it's with the way that he handles the pressure you speak of. Maybe he grips the bat a little tighter when there are runners on and are in scoring position. Do you think that could help explain why the Sox aren't very good with runners in scoring position?
But that's the reason. That you see yesterday. Yesterday, our explanation Pedro gave, look at Zavala. He got almost, he swing, he miss, he swing, he miss. He got great about, you strike out. Who cares about how good you look in the previous swing? But I think they have to relax. I think they have to take one day at a time. I think Pedro got to get off on them and tell him how he feels. Pedro had to show the guy how really he feels about this ball club. He didn't feel like, we got to work on it, we got to do this. I know they're going to do it. I feel for Pedro, man. I do feel for Pedro. People handle him different way. But Pedro got to let the guys know. He might do it inside. He might not do it public. But those guys got to start getting going no matter what. It's just 80-something in. We don't see any improve. And I wonder why all these people was blame Tony La Russa, counting myself, saying now. Tony never was this bad, in the division why, 15, 13 games under 500, and we killed him for 2 years. It might be now Tony was the problem. Maybe something else was the problem.
Ozzie, thanks for your time. I hope you can find your balls when you hit down the fairway with all the haze in the air.
You know what I like that? You know what I hate golf? Because when I was a player, when I hit it, somebody to pick it up. Then golf, when you hit it, you got to pick it up yourself.
Thanks, Oz. You're the best.
Have a great one.
Ozzie Guillen, NBC Sports Chicago, pre- and post-game host, World Series winning manager, one of the smartest baseball guys in town.
It's funny because, as a baseball player, especially Ozzie, he would hit to right center a lot. So I'm wondering what his golf swing looks like, if he's slicing everything or if he's going straight away.
Ozzie strikes me as the kind of golfer that just is grip it and rip it and just doesn't matter about
beer
the
in
form.
between.
Yeah.
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 Maybe.
Maybe.
I would. I don't care if it's 8 in the morning. Where's the cart person?
One thing about Ozzie, he can work. That was a late game last night, right?
Yeah.
That was a late post game. Ozzie gets up to golf.
Oh, this
He
tea time
will
was
not miss
planned.
a tee time.
Yeah, this one was planned.
Yeah, this was planned. We hear him often on the golf course, but it's worth it for his insight because what he had to say about some of the things about pressure and handling pressure, really good stuff. Ozzie always brings it.
I mean, we're fortunate as Chicago fans to have a guy who played for the team, managed the team, and is still a fan, genuinely a fan of the squad. So his perspective is unique. And, when he's talking about pressure, like he said, I love what he said. Hey, you driving to work right now. The moment you step foot out of that bed, you have to deal with that pressure as well.
I want to talk to you, Gabe Ramirez, NBA savant, about some of the Bulls offseason moves, about their strategy, about their approach. We'll do that next. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Coming up at 2 on the Parkins and Spiegel show, we have Cubs and White Sox games to react to. Kopech v. Otani, and the Cubs' first game back.
Like all these young prospects that they have on the way,
Yeah.
theoretically, air quotes, is it wrong to look at the struggles of Matt Mervis, the inconsistency of Christopher Morel, maybe Hayden Wisniewski not being as Wisnasty as I would like him to be consistently enough? Is it wrong to look at some of these the stunted growth of some of these prospects and wonder if all of that success at the minor league is going to be all that when they become major leaguers?
Well, it's a reminder, I think. I don't know that it is wrong, but it's definitely a reminder that prospects are prospects. And that, if you look at the Cubs and what they went out and did, they spent a lot of money and they changed the look of their team. But really, other than Dansby Swanson, how much has their team changed? How much better have individual players played other than Dansby Swanson? Now, you could argue Cody Bellinger, but he hasn't been there.
You can't make that argument now that he's been out a month.
He's been out too long.
He's been out too long.
And it's cost you a lot.
First base is a disappointment. Third base, Patrick Wisdom, step back. I thought he was going to be fine.
Yeah.
Thought he was going to be okay. Seiya Suzuki, stay healthy, keep it going. But again, what does he do that makes him a $17 million a year player? I don't know. You're most excited about Miguel Amaya, but long may that continue because, as we saw, Mervis had a pretty good start. Morel had a great start. Is this an illusion with Amaya? I hope not. Jan Gomes has been their most consistent. No, I don't want to say that. Dansby Swanson has been the most consistent player. Jan Gomes has been the most consistent catcher. I just don't know how much to believe in the Cubs' youth when some of those youthful players that are now at the major league level haven't lived up to expectations or are more up and down than maybe than you'd like.
put yourself in jail with this team going forward.
Welcome back. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Gabe Ramirez in for Mully today. That was Zach Lowe on the Low Post podcast talking about the Chicago Bulls free agency a couple days away. The Bulls will be active. I think I say that with a little hesitation. I assume they will be active because, Gabe, I want to tap into your basketball brain here for a second, but I heard Arturas Karnisovas talk after the draft sound like somebody who knew something that nobody else maybe knew. He's got a plan. We just don't know what it is.
I love the fact that he did say, judge me after free agency.
Exactly.
I will say that. That made me feel good as a Bulls fan.
Based on his track record?
No.
I mean.
Yeah, but listen, I think people don't give AK enough grace.
Okay.
To simply say, oh, look what you did, Zach Lowe. Oh, you're handcuffing the team. You're putting them in jail. Like, from where the Bulls were, let's think back to those years of the Bulls missing the playoffs and how bad those teams were and how quickly AK came in and at least got the Bulls to their first playoff appearance in 4 years, right? So how can you not give someone grace that accomplishes that? Then
I'll tell you in a second.
Well, then what ends up happening is, the roster that he put together, unfortunately, you suffer a devastating loss to Lonzo Ball. And then it's unfortunate that you're still holding him to to that standard of like, hey, well, why aren't you fixing this? So my big thing was, Dave, that I said, AK is in the middle of a Euro step. He did his first pivot, right? He did his first pivot, got us to the playoffs, and some stuff happened. And everyone's like, AK, out of here. Terrible job. It's like, let him do the second pivot in the Euro step.
Okay.
Let him cook a little bit more to reconstruct the roster after having to deal with a heartbreaking loss in Lonzo Ball.
I like that because it's fair and it doesn't represent an overreaction. I don't tend to like extreme overreactions. It's not black or white. There's always a little gray. I do think, though, you're right. He's in the midst of this Euro step. Let's find out if he can finish. But I also think that you can't ignore the previous possession where he threw the ball away. And you have to acknowledge that there's some concerns here, Gabe, because that's all I'm saying is I don't want to go any further than that. I'm watching cautiously as the coach that's ready to take him out of the game. But if he finishes, then I'm going to be like, yeah,
right,
great move. But because, look, you've got Patrick Williams, who is yet to develop as a number 4 overall draft pick. You've got Dalen Terry, whose biggest role last year was chief cheerleader and assistant to Benny the Bull.
Lead dancer.
Okay. You've got Julian Phillips, who you draft in the second round this year, who may or may not be a contributor. I don't know. And then you have a mixed bag of free agent additions because of Lonzo Ball, a Vooch trade that was maybe among the worst in franchise history when you look at the ledger. And I do understand why there's confidence in him to finish the Euro step in your example, but I also understand the cynicism. I really do.
I think in your example of him throwing the ball away, I think the problem was the guy wasn't in the spot. There was no Lonzo Ball there. He threw it. Unfortunately, a player wasn't there. I think that you're right. Listen, there are missteps there. You can look at the Patrick Williams draft and think, but anyone can do that in any given draft. You can look at the guys taken after and pinpoint the outlier that was successful throughout an NBA season. What we can point to is that Patrick Williams has had continued growth. That we can say for sure. We don't know what that level is going to be or where it's going to begin to plateau, but he still can contribute. I think, when you're talking about Dalen Terry, that one was tough. That one was tough because Michael Reinsdorf's kids went to Arizona, so I felt like there was something going on there. I know.
You think that was part of it?
I know a guy
I know a guy who knows a guy.
But to the last one, to the Vooch thing, right?
Yeah.
And this is something that I've had issue with a lot of people that complain about the Vooch trade. And the reason why I have issue with it is because Wendell Carter Jr., Franz Wagner, and whoever Orlando took at 11 this year doesn't then make the Bulls a number 3 seed in the Eastern Conference. And I think that that's an overstated argument where people are like, oh, the draft picks and everything he gave up. So what? You're probably an equally as good team with Vooch as you would have been with those draft picks. It wouldn't have made you so much better. You know who you want? The 5th best rebounder in the NBA that can also get you 20 points. Who wouldn't want a guy like that on their team?
Double machine.
Exactly.
At the time they made the trade, you were striving for relevance and desperate for credibility.
And you did not know you were going to add DeMar DeRozan and Lonzo Ball.
That's why. Well, and that's why I don't call it a complete and total failure and rank it among the worst ever yet. But because I understand the motivation at the time, and I think at the time, in fairness, a lot of people like myself said that's what you need to do to restore this franchise where it needs to be. That said, I'm not sure they recovered very well after the Lonzo Ball injury, and they didn't make the most out of that deal because of that. So when you look at the final ledger and you look at Jet Howard going to the Magic and finishing off that deal from Lansing to the league, then you see why history is not going to reflect very favorably on that deal.
I mean, if I hear what you're saying, and I understand the argument. I think, you re-sign Vooch, you continue to build the roster around Zach LaVine, and you at least have a core that you can build around or pivot from. I think that, losing Lonzo Ball in the middle of the season, geez, I mean, listen, I hate the narrative because people are continuously talking about it, but what AK constructed, that iteration of that team was in first place more than halfway through the season.
Mm-hmm.
It's just unfortunate, right? And then
you
the
don't
next
get
year,
that pass in pro sports, though. John Paxson didn't get it because Derrick Rose went down on April 28th, 2012.
Right, but we were able to judge him off of what he did after that, his pivot from that. And I think that's the grace.
We're still judging
and that's
AK,
why, and that's why
based
I think
on the pivot.
And I think he gets that. He should get that grace in order to be able to look at him and see what you do after that.
Because he's in the middle of the Euro step.
Yeah,
because he's from Europe.
And it's not a travel.
That's a nice. How long did you think about that one? I like that one.
I'm an old school basketball player, so when I play with young kids on Mondays and they do the Euro step, and I'm envious because I can't do it.
You can't do the Euro step.
Oh no,
could you at one point in time do the Euro step?
No, never. That was before. I was after my basketball time.
Okay.
So.
Oh, that came later. All right. So where were you though in terms of a relief factor when the Bulls on draft night did not trade Zach LaVine?
Oh, I was ecstatic. Zach LaVine's 28 years old and one of the best scorers in the NBA.
Thank you.
It's like point blank period.
Thank you. Trading him would have been
foolish.
A mistake.
You'd be searching for another Zach LaVine for the next 4 years.
You know that's not a popular sentiment. A lot of people were ready to, you got to ship him to Portland. You get the third overall pick. You got to do this or that.
No. I mean, I do love Scoot Henderson, but I think Zach LaVine is going to be a powerhouse for the next 4 years in the NBA. In that 28 to 32-year-old window where you feel like you're playing with boys and then you can score at will, he's going to continue to do that.
It's not easy to find guys who just fall out of bed and score 25.
Right.
And he could do that.
And look at the Phoenix Suns, Dave, right? When you're looking at Devin Booker. Devin Booker is not, some defensive mastermind, right? But he can score points and you can still build a team around him as a focal point, even if you bring in someone that's better like a Kevin Durant. And I think that's where the Bulls should be trying to pivot to is you have Zach LaVine. Okay, cool. Put up some other guys, even if no one is saying Zach LaVine needs to be the one. You would like him to be, but if you can bring someone else to be the one, but while still building the franchise around him here in Chicago, I think that's something that not a lot of people want because his fourth quarter woes and his turnovers, yes, I understand. But when you're looking at the grand scheme of the NBA, you still need someone like Zach LaVine that's a walking bucket.
You look at the NBA trade rumors, you look at the NBA reports, and there's all kinds of insiders speculating about this big move, that big move. It is the NBA. The offseason's full of drama. Before free agency, do you think that the Bulls are actively shopping DeMar DeRozan? Do you think that they need to do that as much as possible?
Absolutely. And I think it's more so about the fluidity of the team and how it can operate. I think Zach needs to have a couple more shots, and I think Vooch needs to have a couple more shots, whether that's in the paint, whether that is a wide open three. Those two guys, they need to be the focal point of the roster because then what it allows is, we talked about the supposed development of Patrick Williams. Pat Will needs some shots. Whether it's the mid-range, whether it's getting to the cup or another wide open three from the wing, he needs that, but it needs to be without reservation.
But Gabe, he hit every jumper in that video the team released in the corner threes that he was hitting back and forth. He hit at least 4 of them in a row.
Hey, Dalen Terry was playing good defense and he still smacked them, right? I mean, again, that's what you want. But in order for that to happen, DeMar needs to be gone.
I just thought that to express a little bit more disappointment here, because I am kind of open-minded about AK. I like a lot of what he has done. I respect him as an executive and as a decision maker. Keeps things close to the vest. I would prefer him to be a little bit more open, but we'll see how that goes. But I did not expect the Bulls to be a team that he got here in April 2020, to be at this stage of his tenure and have such of a hard time developing younger players. I think you can look at Io as a good example. That's a positive second rounder that became a rotational piece that is now valuable to you. Maybe not as valuable as you thought he might be, but Terry and Williams gives me pause about expecting much from Phillips, because you just haven't seen that development that I thought was going to be a major piece of the AK administration.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think that's one word that has eluded the Chicago Bulls, and that is development. I think they've lacked in that department. But how long does it take to develop somebody, right? I think that how often can we look at some guys that have played for the Bulls and say, hey, we might have given up on them a little too soon. And I think that we have to have realistic expectations of what the development of a player looks like. Patrick Williams, 22, 21 years old? He's a baby, right? When he's 25, 26 in 4 years and he's at its full development, playing the best physical peak, like what is he going to look like in that time? And can the Bulls be patient enough to get to that place and continue to develop him? I mean, that's something that remains to be seen. But again, I go back to my question to you, Dave. Like, what does development look like? You said since AK got here, that's only 3 years ago. Can you have significant amount of development take place in that short period of time?
You need more time. Is that what you're saying? I think you need to be a little more patient. That's fair. 60 seconds. Free agency. The Bulls need a point guard. If they're reduced to a budget issue or restrictions that we don't know about, are you deciding between Derrick Rose and Patrick Beverley, which Chicagoan would you bring back?
My heart's always going to say Derrick Rose. That's without a doubt. I just want him on the team again one more time, retire as a Bull, whether it's a one-day contract or not. But I did really like what Pat Bev brought to the team at the end of the season. He brought some normalcy. He defined roles or helped in the defining of roles. And sometimes you need a dog like that. But you need someone that could spell him a little quicker. He can't be playing, 27 to 32 minutes a game. It needs to be in that Ron Harper, 18 to 22 kind of range to help the Bulls.
He's Gabe Ramirez. He's in for Mully today. We're going to shift gears. Did you watch the Cubs last night? Were they a little sluggish? Did you see something that can't happen again? We'll talk about it next. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Going here. I just want to know, what is the appropriate level of optimism to take away from this, knowing that AK was involved in not only drafting Jokic, but Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr., and putting this team together in sticking with Mike Malone in the kinds of things that, you look at the Bulls' approach to running it back and embracing continuity. This is the Denver model. This is the way that they won, Mully. I think that I wonder what is the level of how much can you take away from it?
Listen, it's not working here, okay? Whatever happened with Lonzo Ball has sort of undermined or undercut whatever building was going on here. And unfortunately, because we've never seen that team capable of staying together, now you got DeMar DeRozan aging out a little bit. I don't know. I don't know that I take that much away from Denver's
That's a fair answer. I don't know if it's...
And you know why? Because what's happened with this team is very reminiscent of what happened with the previous team. The previous time they tried to build a team, they never got everybody on the floor at the same time.
Well, they were...
So it's almost like a curse of the Bulls.
An injury impeded the progress and killed all the dreams that they had.
Yes.
And it's interesting to look at, why did that happen in the Derrick Rose situation? Well, we don't need to revisit that. Why is this happening in the Lonzo Ball situation? It's repeating history, unfortunately. But you know what? And I know no two situations are alike, but it only just, I think, magnifies how special what the Nuggets have done, because they overcame their own catastrophic injury to a key part of their core. Jamal Murray came back from a very bad knee injury, and he's
but
an
they
NBA
managed
champion
to
today.
continue to win while the Bulls kind of became 500. I got to tell you something. I often think about history, and it just brings back a lot of memories.
Okay, that's right.
I'm sorry.
But there were some flashes of some sharpness there. Yeah, maybe it was a little rust, a little long layoff, but got to get him on track. I know he's putting a lot of work in right now.
Welcome back. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score. Gabe Ramirez in for Mully today. That was David Ross and Jamison Tyone. Cubs lost 5-1. Tyone pitched 5 innings, 7 hits, 5 earned runs, 8 strikeouts, gave up 2 homers. Gabe, I respect the fact that the Cubs have gone to the lengths they've gone to defend a veteran who's a great teammate in Jamison Tyone. But it's time. We are smack dab in the middle of this baseball season. He has been as big of a disappointment as they have. This is professional sports. He signed a $68 million contract. He is not living up to it. Not even close. And if the Cubs are a kind of team that we're going to expect, as we said yesterday, to be in the mix, to go after it and be aggressive at the deadline, win this division that's there for the taking, Jamison Tyone has got to be better now.
When you say it's time, I'm curious what that means specifically.
It means or else is implied. You've got to come up with a solution and an alternative. You can't keep trotting out somebody there every 5 days just because of the contract.
It's a lot of money, 17, 18 million a year. You've got to.
You've got to consider alternatives. Injured list for 10 days.
Okay.
Take a spin. Bullpen as a long guy.
Wow.
I don't know what it is, but this isn't working. And you've got a team that's ready to take off in theory. They've got a tough stretch. 12 more games before the All-Star break. We said they needed to stay above 500 in that division for this 13-game stretch. Jamison Tyone, the next time out, do you have any confidence that he's going to win you that game or that you're going to win that game that he's starting?
Oddly enough, I do. I know it's weird. I feel like he's the type of pitcher that, wants that chip on his shoulder to come out there, but he understands the pressure that is on him to be a pivotal piece in that rotation. He talked about it the desire to go past 5 innings, the desire to really keep his team in a position to win when he's on the bump. It's unfortunate because you did dedicate so much money to him. And then when you're looking at guys like Stroman, who are probably going to be opting out and wanting a new contract, that's the first person he's pointing to when trying to figure out how much money he wants to command in this free agent market. But, I think to your point, though, I can't see a scenario where they, don't have Jameson throwing every 5 days, but he has to be better. And it's unfortunate that, when a series of good starts happens, he can't be the guy that's like, I want to perform to the level of my counterparts.
Tonight, the Cubs back in action. Aaron Nola against Drew Smyly right here on the Score. Pre-game 6:30, first pitch 7:05 on the Score in the Xfinity Cubs radio network. And you know what? You can hear Cubs games on your smart speaker too. Just tell your device to play 670 the Score. I understand that, and every time we hear people talk about Jameson Taillon, it's with the
8 strikeouts yesterday. He's still wheeling, dealing.
Come on. He's not getting it done, and everything that people talk about it because he's a good guy, and that's not even at issue here.
Yeah.
It's that if you are serious about being a contender, if you are serious about winning the division.
But are they?
Yes.
Are they really serious about it?
Yes. Why not? Why wouldn't they be? Have you been to Wrigley Field lately? I don't know you're a Sox guy.
I know. I do love going to Wrigley. I don't think the expectations were for the Cubs to be in the playoffs this year.
They should be now.
Okay, that's fair.
You're smack dab in the middle of the season. You have every reason to believe with your starting pitching. You've got Stroman coming back from a blister, as they said, will be this weekend. We'll find out if that affects him or not. You've got Justin Steele pitching at a high level right now as one of the best young left-handers in baseball. Kyle Hendricks looks like the professor of old.
So good.
He's done with his sabbatical. He's back to showing everyone how it's done. Now you got to pick it up if you're at the back end of that rotation. Drew Smyly goes tonight. Now, he's had a pretty good year. I think he's been sneaky good. 7-4, 3.38 ERA.
Started off hot.
Jameson Taillon's never been hot.
Not once.
He's never gotten hot. And you're
Never
paying
been
him to
sparked.
be hot,
Yeah.
to get hot, and to stay hot. And he's not. And I think, Gabe, I look at alternatives, not necessarily, I'm not talking about Hayden Wesneski.
Right.
I'm not talking about Ben Brown. I'm not talking about prospects or definite maybes. I'm talking about going out of the trade deadline and getting Shane Bieber or getting Lucas Giolito or getting
Hey.
If he's on the market, you want to ask. If it's on the lot, you got to shop.
Yeah.
So if you're the Cubs, you're shopping. You're trying to get better. You're looking at this season as an opportunity. Absolutely, Gabe. Absolutely. What would prevent you from looking at this season as an opportunity as you are sitting here right now?
Because there are opportunities to make your team better by moving on from some pieces. In the long run, that is. Because if you do make the playoffs this year and you are holding on to talent, you saw what happened last year. Wilson Contreras didn't get a damn thing. And now you wish maybe a prospect or two could have came your way if you're the Chicago Cubs. And you don't want to make the same mistakes twice.
Yes. Well, it's a different scenario. Apples and oranges. I'm sorry, but this is not the Wilson Contreras part 2. Wilson Contreras last year was on a team going nowhere.
Okay. And the Cubs still didn't trade him away to get something. So that's smarts.
But you got to get over that. That's in the past. What's happening now in the present is that you're in a winnable division. You've won 11 out of 15. You still feel pretty good in a division that is anything but imposing. You got the same argument that your White Sox have, and they're 13 games under. The Cubs aren't 13 games under. They're not buried. They still have a pulse. So if you do, and you've got a team that has strong starting pitching, you need a bullpen piece, you need a power bat, you're aggressive at the deadline, you think you can get into the playoffs this year. Absolutely, Gabe. There's nothing about trading that I want to hear for prospects moving forward.
But it's not
I want to be buying, not selling.
But it's not like you're trading like a Gleyber Torres or Chapman, and because you think your World Series window is missing a piece. That's a lot different than right now, where you'd be giving up assets that you need in the short term to be a competitive team.
What assets are you talking about? You want to get rid of?
You brought up 27 guys. The Cubs brought up 27 guys that could help their team this year. Those are assets. One of them is going to be good. A couple of them are going to be good.
Do you think they're closer to trading Cody Bellinger than keeping him? And don't even start with Marcus Stroman. I'm not hearing any of that conversation. They're not trading him.
Okay.
As we sit here this morning on June 28th because they are within striking distance of the division lead. They're in a division that you can convince me is winnable for this Cub team.
Sure.
So I would be more inclined to keep the Stro show in town than send it on the road to another city.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if the record was different, then we'd be having a different type of conversation, right? Sitting a few games under 500.
I wouldn't be so adamant that
if you were 14 games under 500, you'd be okay with having the conversation about Stroman being traded.
But they're not.
No, I know that's what.
If it was sunny and blue skies outside, we wouldn't have the bad air quality in Chicago.
Okay, fair enough.
I deal in reality. You know, it's like the reality is the Cubs. It's there for the taking. So take it.
So you'd be comfortable with something like a Matt Mervis and Wisniewski, let's say, for a Shane Bieber
tomorrow.
Really?
Tomorrow? Yes.
312-644-6767. The text lines are open. Well, I'm just curious. I'm curious.
Well, I think that you are in a position with those two prospects. I mean, those two guys specifically. You're not talking about trading Pete Crow Armstrong. You're not talking about touching somebody that is one of your, top 5 to 10 prospects. I mean, not that Mervis is expendable, but if it takes somebody like that to get a piece that you feel like is going to help make you, number one, be in a position to win the division, and number two, be competitive in October, yeah, do it.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see. With the rotation that's there and the pieces that are in place, like you mentioned.
It's a good question for Carlos Pena, the Marquee Sports Network analyst and executive, while you eat what are you eating over there?
I mean, some grapes, man. I've never had cotton candy grapes, but these Fresh Farms one are pretty awesome. I got them from Jewel. Should follow them at Fresh Farms.
Cotton candy grapes.
You never had these? My thing is, you ever froze grapes?
Are they
freeze grapes?
Are they healthy for you or are they bad for you? Because
I think they have a level of sweetness, so that's where the cotton candy phrase comes from.
Okay.
But this family's been growing them for over 30 years, so you can get them at Jewel right now. Fresh Farms Fun is where you can follow them on Twitter. But I'm telling you, freeze these grapes. They're like if you have troubles with sweets and snacks late at night, you freeze some grapes, eat them. It's like a grape candy.
Are you going to be on a sugar high for the 9 o'clock hour? Is that what's going to happen next?
I'm always on what is assumed to be a sugar high. So
I assumed you were on one when you walked in here this morning at 5 a.m. Actually, you were here much earlier than that.
At 4:30.
Oh my gosh, that was good. You were early. You were ready to go, and you've been bringing it. And we're going to bring it with Carlos Pena when we come back. The Marquee Sports Network Cub analyst joins us here on Mully and Haugh Show, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein.
And I'm Lawrence Holmes.
The Bernstein and Holmes Show, middays 10 to 2 on The Score.
On today's show, we're going to talk a little bit of football. Why weren't the Bears forced to be on Hard Knocks? Mike Florio joins us at 11 o'clock to discuss. James Naveau has got a new podcast, and we're going to talk Big Ten with him.
But the reality is, he just doesn't look like a very good baseball player right now. He does not look like a guy that is going to get through the first inning of a game. He doesn't look like a guy that that can handle left-handed hitters. And I think the more I watch him pitch, the more I wonder if, had you other options, and I don't know that they have any other options, would you want to be rolling him out? Like, wouldn't he need maybe a game or two off, or maybe he's done? I don't know, but it's just rough to see him the way he's pitching right now.
I don't know if it's done. He's kind of hard. I don't have the title to say it's done because you can see some signs in few innings throwing the ball a little bit better. But I think the problem is the command is very bad. His ball is very flat, very, very flat. This guy, when he got a good cutter, a good sinker, the change is working, it can be a different pitcher. But when you throw 92, 93, flat pitch around the plate, you're going to get motor. This league, if you don't throw 90, 96, 98, you better start moving the ball. He's not doing it right now. I think he lost his confidence. I think he had to think a little bit more about how caught the ball more often and try to stay in the top of the ball and sink. I don't know too much about pitching. That's why when we're going to check out pitching, I have to be careful what I'm saying. But it seems like every time is around the plate. My guy, he don't have first of all, he don't have velocity to keep people out. That's for sure, no chance. But that's why I think it's depending how the ball move around the plate. If is how good it's gonna be. But right now, last 3-4 stars, that ball is just flat. Is just very flat, right to the plate.
D2 Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by the 2023 BMW Championship at Olympia Fields.
We've been talking about what kind of effect it has when you have to go all the way to Europe and then come back in just a matter of a few days. But the players at the clubhouse will not tell you that. You know, they're not making any excuses. I think they'll immediately point to the fact that they were not able to put together some good at-bats against Suarez. And then Marsh really took care of the Cubs offensively, really a force in the middle of the lineup right now for the Phillies.
Welcome back, Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Gabe Ramirez in for Mully today. That was the voice of Carlos Pena from the Marquee Sports Network, the Cubs analyst, who joins us now on the Score Hotline presented by Busey Bank. Building business, growing wealth since 1868. Good morning, Carlos. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen. How you guys doing? I'm doing great.
Doing well. Thank you for joining us. You were talking a little bit last night about the effect of jet lag. I think we've gotten a couple reactions from our text line and listeners about, well, you know what? Hey, the Cubs got back Sunday night. They had the day off Monday. How can you say jet lag is an issue? You've been through the grind of a 162-game schedule many years, Carlos. What effect might jet lag have on what we saw last night?
Well, you know, I immediately pointed to that, you know, simply because It exists. It's the truth. I mean, if you talk with players, throughout the league, they'll pretty much explain to you how much they dread that East Coast to West Coast swing. Well, this is precisely what just happened to the Cubs. I mean, they went as east as you could possibly go as far as baseball is concerned, even though we're trying to change that. We're trying to go east as far as we possibly can with the game. But they went all the way to London and came back in a matter of a few days, and they never even gave themselves the time to be able to get acquainted with the new time zone. So they're in between. Now, I did, as well last night, point out the fact that no Cubs player will admit to that. They're not going to make any excuses. We're not wired that way. So, as an analyst, I have to sit back and, point it out. But I don't think you get that type of comment, from any other players in the Cubs. They're like, hey, no, we just have to go out there and perform. It's just one more thing that the Cubs players have to deal with. And it takes a few days to get back and get acquainted to Central Standard Time. And it's easier said than done, even though it's not talked about enough.
Carlos, they could just blame it on the air quality. Just say it was a random day in Chicago. This is why things panned out the way they did. But in all honesty, you see a Cubs team that is a couple games under 500, a team that has battled and won some series, surprisingly to some fans, and dropped some series, surprisingly to some fans as well. What do you think is the missing component that could take this team and get them over 500 and propel them to the top of the NL Central?
It's just strategy, in my opinion. I mean, when we think and see the approach at the plate of Cubs hitters, I've always thought, okay, that could be better. The same thing goes for pitching. Sometimes we talk a lot about it, like Taillon's four-seamer is not working, or his curveball is not as sharp. I immediately go, what's your strategy up at the mound? That's what could really immediately change and be improved, and all of a sudden you're a different pitcher on the mound. Instead of worrying so much about stuff. So I think about execution, preparation, and the right strategy against whomever you're facing. Remember this, because this is a great point. The Cubs are the only team that has a positive run differential in the National League Central. And you're like, okay, so who cares? At the end of the day, they're not in first place. It's just, within a few games of first place in the Central. I think it's extremely encouraging when you look at that. Look, they're scoring more runs than they're allowing runs, right? This is a great positive sign. They haven't been able to capitalize and win games the way they would like to, and yet they're just a few games behind first place in the Central. When we're talking about the Reds, the Pirates being incredibly hot, and the Cubs haven't even come close to reaching their potential, and they're within striking distance. If I'm a player, I'm like, hey, guys, let's go. Let's get this stuff together, because even when we're not at our best, we are right there. And we have half of the season left to go. We're the real deal. We haven't even really materialized our potential this season, and we're this close to being in the lead in our division. That's very encouraging to me, and that's what I would be talking about in the clubhouse, as I'm sure some of the leaders are like Haugh and Nico Horner. That's the mentality. Swanson. That's the mentality. Hey guys, we got it. We got what it takes. Let's go get it.
I totally agree with that and totally understand everything you're saying. And Carlos, it leads me to this. So you look at this, how close the Cubs have put themselves, and you played 14 years in the majors. You had in over 1,500 games. You understand the dynamics of a roster and veterans and mixed with young players. Jameson Taillon is a high-priced free agent who's going to get every opportunity. But in the context that you just described, let's go for it. Let's give ourselves the best chance to win every single day. How do you continue to put somebody out there every fifth day that might not give you the best chance to win on that day?
Yeah, and I know why you're asking this question. I understand that the trade deadline is coming around. What are the Cubs going to do? Are the Cubs going to go try to acquire somebody else? And this is my problem with that, because I was talking specifically about Taillon yesterday, and I'm thinking, okay, what are we going to do? Like trade for another guy and come in and maybe do the job? I'm thinking to myself, no. This is a man that has great tools. Where's player development at? Where's the coaching at that we can help Taillon get back to where he needs to get back to? And can we stop looking for oh, we need to find the spin of the slider and the rise of the fastball. How about yesterday making the wrong choice of pitches to throw? Like, well, how come we're not talking about strategy? How come we always go to my swing doesn't feel right? I don't. Now looking back in my career, when I think about, hey, my swing doesn't feel right, I'm like, who cares, man? It's 162 games. You're going to go through stretches where your swing doesn't feel good. But let me tell you one thing that should be absent. It's a good approach at the plate. Do you have the right approach? So I would like the Cubs, and any team for that matter who wants to improve, instead of going immediately to stuff, or my swing doesn't feel great, how about let's focus on the right strategy? So this is the quickest way to make, a trade, right? A trade. Instead of going out and getting another player, how about we go out there and get another strategy? Now, next thing you know, someone who's already in your rotation, like Jameson Taillon, all of a sudden changes to the Taillon that we know he can be, simply because of strategy. And this is something that I've been watching very closely, but he's not elevating the fastball and throwing it up and in like he used to, and he's not spinning the off-speed pitches and tunneling off the fastball. So immediately there, why don't we go to that first and see if it works out for Taillon before we, send him away on a trade? So I'm more about finding what we have within and bringing it forth, because we have the tools necessary. The Cubs have the tools necessary to compete, to win, but it has to come from within. So no, I'm not looking to fix things, looking for another, outfielder to come in or another pitcher to come in from the outside in. How about the tools that we have now? Let's maximize them. And I know it's frustrating, but I think that is the quickest way to improvement, instead of us messing around with, another player who we don't know what they're going to bring. Yeah, it looks great on paper, but if he comes here, is he going to execute? Strategy, guys. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, and he's looking at, the Cubs organization. Obviously, they had high hopes for a guy like Jameson Taillon, and they thought that he was going to be that. And so I could see that. Changing the approach, changing the strategy could be the answer. But they do need to look internally. And they have been doing that, Carlos, with bringing up some of the younger guys. Obviously, the latest call-up, Jared Young. Obviously, you've had a ton of experience at first base. When you think back to your career and, maybe your first year coming into the league with the Rangers, playing that very first game, what was that like for you in that position? And what would you say to a guy like Jared Young making his big league debut pretty soon?
Well, I mean, he's had some experience, and getting some opportunities here and there. But let me tell you something about Young. The fact that he hits right-hander so extremely well, feels very comfortable when the ball is coming from that angle, and immediately makes the Cubs better, because that hasn't been the case for the Cubs. So to be able to get an immediate upgrade as far as that's concerned, that's going to be an improvement. As far as individually, this is what it's all about. It's getting that opportunity. Yesterday he was sitting in the dugout kind of trying to play it cool, and I joke, I'm like, hey, man, you can be excited. It's okay. You can show it, and I'm pretty sure he is just beyond himself. And this is what it's all about. Here it is. The opportunity is going to be given to him. Now it's all about materializing and seizing it. How do you do that? How do you accomplish that? Well, enjoy it, right? Enjoy the fact that you're up here. But as soon as you get between the lines, you go immediately to, process. You stick with your process. So do your homework. If I had to talk to him today, it'd be like, hey, who you're facing today. Okay, let's talk about what's your approach going to be against them, and be single-minded and totally focus on that approach and stick to the process. This is not a whimsical process. This is a well-researched. You know who you're facing. You know what his strength is. You know what they're going to pitch you. You know what you need to lay off of, and you know what pitch you need to hunt. So again, where am I going to? Approach. So even though you just got to the big leagues, it's awesome, Wrigley Field, 50,000 fans. At the end of the day, when you step into the box, it's you and the pitcher, and you go out there as a hunter, hunting a pitch. So that mentality is what a young player needs to go out there and have. Everything, you just put it on the back burner. It's all about just the process.
Talking with Carlos Pena from the Marquee Sports Network here on Mully and Haugh. Gabe Ramirez in for Mully. So, Carlos, you obviously believe there's an opportunity there for the Cubs to seize. I think that the arguments go beyond the fact that they're in a bad division. When you look at the roster, it's not perfect, but what else convinces you that this is the kind of season the Cubs can take advantage of, and this is a team that can win the division?
The first thing to say is this, like that whole, when you look at the possibility of winning this division and understand that it's actually doable, it's feasible, you can argue, yes, one of the weaker divisions in all of baseball. Okay, well, we don't care about that, right? As long as I'm the one finishing, the Cubs are the one finishing in first place, who cares about what the people say about the division? After you cross that threshold into the postseason, now it's all about who gets hot. That's the great thing about postseason baseball, is that you can go into the postseason and really ride momentum. You cannot do that in the regular season. Well, the Cubs have the luxury of being in a division that, even though they have a losing record, they're only a few games out of first place. So, if anything, that is a blessing. Now, let's go ahead and capitalize, because even though the Cubs haven't been playing up to their potential, they're within striking distance. All this is encouraging. Now, what makes me believe that the Cubs have what it takes? Well, look at that rotation. Today we got Smiley going out there. Smiley's been very, very solid, especially in Wrigley Field. Loves pitching here in Wrigley Field, so it'd be nice to for the Buck to stop with him tonight. I know they've been in a two-game slide here where they lost 2 in a row. Hey, it's time to just stop it right there and get back on that winning track. But the rotation is solid still. Smiley, we got Strosho doing a pretty good job. So rotation is there. Up the middle, we got Nico Horner, we got Swanson really holding it steady, not only defensively but with the bats. And the whole entire lineup is constructed subtly. I'm not saying that this is a powerhouse, but able to score runs, getting better with runners in scoring position. I'm talking about Nico Horner coming through in the clutch. And that's what it takes. Now, check this out. I'm solving this problem from within. And that is going to be key. When we start looking outside, that's when the Cubs will get into trouble. I think they have all the tools necessary to compete to win if they start building from within. So I'm totally confident they're able to capitalize and win this division, but they have to go now. It has to happen now. You can't sit around and wait, because it can get very, very far away quickly.
Yeah, and they gotta find some ways to score some runs, Carlos. When you're looking at this team, I mean, to make that big push, not only is it pitching, but it's also offensive production here. You talked about it earlier, the run differential, and how they're the only team in the NL with the positive one. And you got to look to certain guys, and somebody that I look to is Christopher Morel, your fellow Dominicano. I mean, when you look at him, I mean, obviously he bounces around a lot, doesn't necessarily have his position. He has looked good in center the last couple of games. Is he a guy that you look to for power in this lineup, to be someone that Rossi and the Cubs should be leaning on?
No, absolutely. He's got the potential to be a 30 home run hitter perennially. Now, I say that loosely because right now he is very raw in his approach, precisely what we've been talking about all morning about the hitters. When I look at Nico Horner, for example, and I see how advanced his approach is at the plate, how every single at-bat is a quality at-bat. He's giving you he's given himself the opportunity to succeed because of his strategy at the plate. Of course, he's got a great swing, this and that, but his mentality at the plate. Now, go ahead and have Morel have a similar approach. I know they're different hitters, but a similar approach that increases the possibility of contact for Morel. And now he's got more power than Nico Horner. Now we're looking at Nico Horner's contact rate, but Christopher Morel's power, some sort of combination there. And we're looking at a player that's going to hit you 280, get on base at a 350 clip and hit you 30 home runs and drive in 100 runs. Now, that's a player that's worth $100 million for you. So that's the way I look at this game. So Christopher Morel is one of these guys that has incredible potential. Obviously, how does that happen? How is that maximized and materialized? Okay, his approach needs to get better. Of course, Rossi needs to lean on a guy like Morel, but it cannot be trivial. It cannot be something that just happens sometimes, and other times when he's hot, he crushes. When he's not, when he's cold, he's freezing cold. No, let's look for some consistency, and consistency comes from your process and your approach and your strategy at the plate. So I sound like a broken record, but it's just looking back at my career. Now I can see why slumps happen. Now I can see where I spun my wheels, just pretty much wasting energy on the wrong stuff, focusing on mechanics instead of focusing on timing, on what pitches to look for, racing my sights, et cetera, et cetera. So really excited for Morel. This kid is special, and sky's the limit of what he can accomplish here in the big leagues.
Carlos, given your experience and focus on clearly positivity and the process and the things that I think a lot of players can't figure out in the midst of a struggle, how would you approach trying to help Seiya Suzuki get out of whatever funk he's in? Because I think realistically, you know how it works in pro sports, you expect more. Contracts imply more. I think Seiya Suzuki has been more inconsistent than people would like him to be. How would you address that?
I would love to have a conversation with him because he's the type of player that, because of that very solid swing that he's got and very sound fundamentals, you try to go out there and cover the entire plate, right? You really believe that you can sit in the middle and react everywhere. And hey, great that you have that much confidence in your skill, but now doing all this scientific study, all the research that I do as an analyst, and even more just simply because I love this stuff, right? I'm looking at the fact that we're not reactors. Like we don't react as well as we think we do. We react within the parameters that we set for ourselves. So again, I want to talk to Suzuki about, what pitch are you looking for? Oh, I look for a pitch right over the plate and I react inside. I see everything and I try to react inside. And what? You can't do this in the big leagues. You can't do that because you really cannot react when you're looking for a pitch middle away and then there's a fastball up and in that you're going to be late on. You're not Superman. Now, if you go out there and you set the right parameters, you hunt for the right pitches, and you react within that sphere or domain of competence that you set for yourself, okay, now you're going to become more consistent. So, again, where am I going to? Approach, strategy. So that's a conversation I'm going to be having. I'm going to be like, hey, first question, what are you looking for when you're at the plate? That's the first question I'm going to ask him. And whatever he responds, then we'll go from there. But what has been his situation, his issue, that because of how good he is and how good he's been throughout his career, he tries to cover the entire strike zone. That's way too much of a strain on your skill. You can really maximize your skill and make it easier for yourself, because hitting is not easy, but you can make it easier by sitting the right zones, the right speeds, eliminating half of the plate, and you look for this half or the other half, depending on who's on the mound. Race your sights depending on who's on the mound. You get what I'm saying? That's where I would go to. First question, what are you looking for?
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Smart stuff, Carlos. I really appreciate your time and your insight this morning.
Oh, man, you get me all excited. You're talking baseball, especially when you get me talking about hitting. I can talk all day. Thanks for having me, guys.
We're gonna text you later to keep the conversation going. Carlos.
Yeah, let's go, man. Let's go. Exciting
Carlos
stuff.
Pena, the Marquee Sports Network analyst on Cubs pre- and post-game. Terrific
That
job.
was really good. That was my first time talking to Carlos. That was really good.
He breaks it down, and he's a very positive thinker, and he's also very smart about his approach to hitting. And the Cubs have some guys who could probably benefit from that experience at the time.
I mean, mashing home runs, great career, icon of a player. Shout out to Carlos Pena. That was great, man.
Cubs and Phillies back at it tonight. Drew Smyly versus Aaron Nola. Pregame begins 6:30 with the first pitch at 7:05 right here on The Score and the Xfinity Cubs radio network. Also keep it right here this week on the Mully and Haugh Show. Listen through Friday for your chance to win a pair of tickets. We're going to give away a couple later today to Dierks Bentley with special guests Jordan Davis and Tyler Braden, Saturday, July 8th at the Credit Union 1 Amphitheater in Tinley Park. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. We'll give them away before the end of the show today. When we come back, speaking of Dierks Bentley, we'll go down to Nashville, or we'll talk about what's going on in Nashville tonight. This is draft day. It's a big day in Chicago. It's a huge day for the Blackhawks. We'll talk about it next. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Coming up today, Layla Rahimi is back with the Bernstein and Holmes Show.
Let's give the people what they want, all at one time.
Covering the biggest Chicago sports stories of the day.
The Cubs signed the perfect deal.
When you're observing what Justin Fields has done, you're not necessarily criticizing it. I think that there's a tendency to want to overreact to an observation or a statement that says basically he has to be more accurate or he has to throw the short ball as well as he throws the deep ball. So I guess in that context, objectively, what are you seeing and how much room does he have to grow?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, David. I mean, it is what it is, and any miss by Justin Fields out on that field is magnified, and, there's this, interior cringe, I think, that goes on with reporters and, I think everybody watching is like, okay, we want to see this guy sprout, but it just hasn't. It's some of the same stuff, like that. Dare I say the footwork is better? I think that is the case. I think that there is still some indecision from Justin Fields. I think there's a little bit of just enough hesitancy to notice the hesitancy in him, and just a tick late still. And those are some of the same things that he's been working on for a while. So I guess it's good that if the coaches see it the same way we do, and I don't know if we're going to know after today, and we certainly didn't know from the way anybody is talking about Justin Fields, coaches included, as well as the players. But I just think it's one of those things where there's enough time in this camp today and then training camp coming up and then the preseason games to tighten up some of those basic things. These aren't complicated issues, I don't think so, Haugh, as far as what he has to clean up. So I guess that's the good news. But the bad news is he's got to clean it up, and he still has not completely done that.
cornerstone moving forward. And, you don't want to assume anything, but we feel pretty darn good about the type of player we'll be able to acquire with first overall. And so ideally it is one of those cornerstone pieces with many days of success ahead, but we're not going to take anything for granted. We're going to put that player in the best situation to grow, develop, and succeed, and hopefully it all works out the way we want it to.
Welcome back. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Gabe Ramirez in for Mully today. That was the voice of Blackhawks general manager Kyle Davidson in Nashville on Tuesday. And the perfunctory part of the draft process is over, thankfully. No longer is there any pretending. No longer is there any waiting. Tonight at 6 o'clock, it's all over. The next phase of whatever comes for the Blackhawks in terms of the next era, it begins. And it's more of a renewal than a rebuild. It's both, but it's a long time coming. It's the best day for the Blackhawk organization in 8 years, since June of 2015. It's the brightest day because of what it implies for the future. And when Conor Bedard is announced tonight, a new era begins. And I think that's exciting for Blackhawk fans. And it's going to change Chicago sports because hockey is relevant again.
I'm disappointed that you don't have a Conor Bedard t-shirt.
I tried, man.
I know, jersey. Well, you went big. You went big for the jersey. Maybe like a t-shirt.
Oh, now I'm feeling really dumb because
why?
I was asking about jerseys. I was searching for jerseys. I didn't even think they'd have a jersey. I didn't think the jersey route.
Jersey.
The jersey might have been the play.
That might be the move for you.
I thought
right
I'd come in here today and have some fun. You got your Michael Jordan Birmingham Barons jersey on.
I knew I was going to be on Twitch today.
And I'm looking like I'm late for my tea time.
You look like you're going to Grimace's birthday party.
Thank you.
Oh, he's turning 52 this year, by the way.
Lavender.
It's a nice shirt. Conor Bedard, take me to this place, right? For the casual fan that's listening and they hear Conor Bedard and they hear all the hype. I guess the media question that comes out is the expectation for him to be better than Patrick Kane?
When you say that, you're asking if the Blackhawks are about to draft a player that's better than the best American-born player ever.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
And Conor Bedard is not an American-born player. He's a Canadian. But I do think that when you look at the comps, it's not an exaggeration to say that today he would be closer, or people would think that that's not an exaggeration to predict that. The projection would be that he will be every bit the NHL player that Patrick Kane has been. It is a lot to process.
Yeah.
If I'm speaking slowly,
like the generational talent, he's going to change the NHL more than Wemby. But I don't want to say if he's going to be as good as Patrick Kane.
Gabe, to say that you're drafting a player tonight that's going to be better than the best Blackhawk ever is something that before I say it, I want to be sure about it. That's why I'm talking slowly.
I know.
Okay. That's why I'm measuring my words with a scale.
And I'm looking to the left before every word.
Okay, is anybody listening?
Is Kane better than Connor McDavid or Sidney Crosby? Because if that's the case, that's who he's comped to. Like, he's projected to be the new face of the whole league.
Well, that's what I mean. So that's
beyond
why,
the Blackhawks.
That's why Gabe, the answer really. And I hate being over my skis. The answer is yes.
You don't want to say yes.
The answer is yes.
I know.
The answer is
that's
absolutely,
crazy.
Positively, unequivocally, yes. He is going to be the next great thing. And when I start talking about it, it is exciting. If you love hockey, and I am a Johnny-come-lately to the sport, I really didn't like hockey that much until my son started playing it. I started covering the Hawks back in, probably when Kaner was drafted. I started doing a few more things. The Hawks started to become a little bit more relevant. The 5 years between 2010 and 2015, covering those 3 cup runs, probably as much fun as I've ever had as a sports journalist. So this is an exciting day for hockey fans. Now, that doesn't ignore all of the pain the Hawk organization has caused and all the scandal they've had to overcome. We're not ignoring that. We're just compartmentalizing that. At some point, you do need to move on from that in a way that's responsible. And I think responsibly speaking, it's time to say Conor Bedard's arrival.
Yeah. Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
Happy NHL Draft Day.
So what's next after Conor Bedard? After the next Connor McDavid? After the guy compared to Sidney Crosby? After the next guy who's going to be better than Kane? And I love Patrick Kane.
It pains you to say that.
It kind of does.
I can tell.
It kind of does. But I think, though, so now they have the first pick. They have the 19th pick. Tonight, the Hawks could end up with 2 new players. One of them generational. One of them very, very good. It's a very deep draft. It's deep with centers. I don't know what they're looking for. I'm not going to pretend to know who makes sense at 19.
Yeah.
It could be some kid from Sweden who you can't even pronounce his name. You're going to have to Google tonight about 8:30.
That's a certainty. I will say Brandon Fryer brought up a good one earlier today, saying that the Blackhawks could trade back into the first round to get a 3rd pick within the first 30-some. And I think that that's an interesting take as well. Like if you are going to – because I guess I'm picturing the press conference, Dave, where I see, 3 young studs taken in the first round, holding jerseys, and the new iteration of the Chicago Blackhawks is here. That's what I want. So I hope they do something like that because – I got to be honest, I don't want to watch a Conor Bedard on a bad team. I want them to be at least competitive.
They won't be bad for long. If you watch Conor Bedard on a bad team, that will be next year's Chicago Blackhawks. Perhaps. I'm not even willing to concede that yet because, by the way, they do have still $6 million more to spend to get to the salary cap floor after they made the trade with the Bruins the other day. And they have free agency to approach other guys to come play with this great young rookie who's going to make everyone around him better. The one thing that Kaner did was that he made people's careers. Seriously, that's not overstating it. Look at Brandon Saad. Look at Alex DeBrincat. Frankly, you could look at Artemi Panarin, who's a gifted of a scorer as has come through here in a while, but his chemistry with Kane made him into the kind of player that helped establish himself in the NHL. Conor Bedard's effect on other teammates, the updraft, the way that he could elevate everybody's level of play, that's what you're getting too. That's what you can't ignore.
And especially in hockey, where you can, any kind of deviation from your defense where you're focusing on one player allows somebody else to step up in those positions. So yeah, Patrick Kane got a lot of people paid. A lot of paychecks were flown in different directions because of him.
And Conor Bedard's going to get a lot of people paid. The comp in the league isn't McDavid so much because in terms of a talent, I think as an attraction and as representing the league, yes. But McDavid is so fast and so dominant. I don't want to put that on him. That's not who Conor Bedard, what I've seen is maybe Austin Matthews more so. He is a natural goal scorer. He's a guy that's going to make an impact. He's got a sixth sense around the net, and his shot is already, as a 17-year-old, among the best in the NHL. So he's going to be a guy that you have to account for every shift, and he's going to make the people around him better. And that roster, people are going to want to play here. From a free agent perspective, this is the magnet that's going to attract the top talent that's on the open market. So, there's going to be a huge thing. You think that Taylor Hall is you think he's got to be thrilled about the chance to come to Chicago. This is, Nick Foligno's 35 years old. He just signed a 1-year deal, $4 million with the Hawks. He gets to be basically the security detail for Conor Bedard.
Great gig.
Well, it's a great gig at the end of your career. You played in 1,000 games. What better way to go out than to be part of something special that they feel like is building in Chicago, and something special is beginning to be rebuilt in Chicago.
I got to be honest, when you look up pictures of Conor Bedard, he looks like he belongs in a boy band as opposed to, being at the top of the NHL like totem pole. I mean, he does. He looks like he could be like in One Direction or something like that. I mean, to think that he's like the best hockey player and a generational talent that's going to change this Blackhawks organization is crazy to think. But hey, it's here nonetheless. It's going to be interesting to see what the Blackhawks do at 19 as well, and what kind of talent they have, and what kind of expectations they have for themselves with a guy like Conor Bedard.
I think they're going to be high.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be very high.
That opening day ticket is going to be crazy.
Well, it's going to be crazy, and it is opening day at the United Center. The home opener is Saturday, October 21st against, wait for it, the defending Stanley Cup champion.
Great.
The Vegas Golden Knights. How about that?
Hey.
And the Hawks have a weird schedule because if you're circling on your calendar, as I know a lot of Hawks fans will, they will begin October 10th against the Pittsburgh Penguins.
That's their home opener, right?
No, they open on the road.
Oh, they open on the road.
The home opener is October 21st.
Oh, I see.
The 5-game road trip opens the season, and they begin it in Pittsburgh against the Penguins and Sidney Crosby.
That's weird.
816. Okay, they've got a lot of texters. And first of all, I want to address 802 says, I do not need to compartmentalize and move on. That's okay. I'm not telling you have to. I'm telling you what I'm doing. I don't think you can tell fans how to fan, and I'm not doing that.
And I want to come to your defense for a second, because you did say one word in that statement that I feel like is overlooked in that text. You said responsibly. You said it's time, or it's okay to compartmentalize and move on responsibly. That was one word you said, and I think that's important when talking about that specific thing.
I hope that comes through, because it is everybody's choice. I'm just telling you what I'm choosing to do and how I'm choosing to deal with it. It doesn't have to be the same way if you choose another way. I understand. I get it. I've been here, long enough to understand the way people will look at this, and I respect that. I just think that it's hard. It's hard not to be excited if you love hockey and you see what's happening in front of you in your city, and you understand what that enthusiasm can mean to a sports town.
It's an opportunity to change the narrative on the team.
Yeah.
And feel good about it again. That's all that is.
I just can't wait for Kyle Davidson to talk about this in the present tense rather than
we got him.
It's really coy. It's kind of a game, and I understand why he can't. He's respecting the draft process, and he's respecting all of that. But, tonight he can let loose a little bit. It'd be great to look forward to. Hopefully we can connect to him at some point, either this week or next week or after the dust settles, because now the easy part, if you will, was getting to the point where they were eligible for the draft lottery. Stripping it down wasn't as easy as maybe it make it sound, but you traded away everybody. You won the lottery by chance, and now you've got to make the smart moves. Now you got to rebuild.
He's on the second leg of his Euro step. No, I'm just playing.
I do like the Euro step example. I do like that.
It's going to be fun. That's what we do know. I hope he does come on the score to talk about his draft picks. He said when the air clears, and I'm sure you're talking about the air quality outside as well.
Looks a little better. Hazy?
It looks better.
It looks a little better.
You said it felt like some dust. I just thought it was construction. Sometimes when you're driving by construction and it just gets a little dusty. That's what it felt like in the city.
Will this deter you from doing anything outside this afternoon? Would you take your kids out in this?
No, my kids will definitely not touch outside. But I will say, after work in the morning, I'm probably just going to be sleeping in the afternoon.
Okay.
Anyway.
Is it okay to run in this? Still.
Ask your wife. She thinks it's fine for you to do it. But just don't take the dog outside. That's what she said.
She didn't really want me to go either, but I could definitely not take the dog outside.
That is so funny to me. Your wife is looking at you. I'm just imagining you like in a tank top and some running shorts.
I don't run in a tank top.
And that's what I said. I'm
not
imagining
running in a tank.
And then
I don't wear a headband.
Your wife's like, hey, worst air quality in the world here in Chicago. Honey, you going for a run? Great. Hey, I think I'm going to take the dog. Don't you dare take the dog.
That's it, pretty much. Put a Scottish accent with that, and you got it down pat. Just don't take Clyde. Leave him at home. Let him breathe in good air. I'll see you in a bit.
Yeah.
Nothing I say is going to matter anyway.
If you're not back at 15.
Oh, boy. I think that, later today, we'll see. I'll have to wait to see how hazy it gets and how dangerous it becomes.
You're a healthy guy. You're going to run.
I also want to get it done before the draft starts at 6.
Yeah.
I'll be plugged in.
There are things called gyms and treadmills.
Oh, I do. I have an elliptical in the basement, but I don't really, I don't like that.
Yeah.
It's so boring.
Maybe
is there anything more boring than an elliptical for 20 minutes? I mean, really?
Just watch TV on your phone or something.
You do, and I love the music and stuff, but it's just, you're not going anywhere. It's just really challenging. All right, enough whining. We've got to get to, hey, it's a Layla Wednesday. Layla Rahimi is here. Dan and Lawrence are here, and we will do transition next. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Cubs second baseman Nico Horner.
That All-Star break really is significant, especially if you're in a place as a team where you're
Would
able
you
to
dress
add
up like
the
a mascot
deadline and have some
for
energy.
one of your children's birthdays?
I would for them.
I knew you would.
I went as Elmo to my daughter's first birthday party. I went and rented a costume from a place. It was called Big Red Suit, though. That was the character.
You were as Elmo?
I had the whole damn thing on.
I did the same thing. I've dressed up as Elmo before too.
I want pictures.
Oh, you wouldn't believe it. I had the whole suit in the car.
That's awesome.
And the parking lot at Hallis Hall, I put on just the head, and I did a little dance for Moon in the parking lot, and we were like doubled over laughing.
Did you do the voice?
No, I can't do Elmo. But I it was so funny because it was a huge hit. Only one of the kids tripped me, and I went down like 3 flights of stairs.
Why you gotta blame a kid?
No, they literally, the kid did it on purpose, and I went down. One of my daughter's cousins, he tripped me, and I went down, and I literally, like, you could hear Elmo, and it wasn't in the Elmo voice, but it was like a son of a, like there was a
Mommy,
little,
why is Elmo cussing?
Elmo went blue when he went ass over.
Did you hear what Elmo just
kettle
said?
down the. We had a townhouse at the time. It was only about 8 steps, but let me tell you something. With that dumb arse,
Elmo's clumsy.
You do anything for your kid.
Exactly.
That's the reality.
They're going to be performing Saturday, July 8th at the Credit Union 1 Amphitheater in Tinley Park. Tickets on sale at livenation.com. You can win 2 tickets right now if you call 312-540-0670, 312-540-0670 for a pair of tickets to see Dierks Bentley with special guests Jordan Davis and Tyler Braden Saturday, July 8th at the Credit Union 1 Amphitheater.
I'm gonna speak for the fans and say you got to say that phone number one more time, just because it's different than the actual hotline.
312-540-0670. Am I doing that right, FM guy?
I'm also AM guy.
I know you're AM FM. You're Mr.
I'm not
Everything.
FM till for another 11 minutes.
You're the music guy, though. You're the music guy. Gabe Ramirez in today for Mully. Like to thank him for being here. Like to thank Evan Thomas for being and keeping us on the Twitch stream all morning long. Thanks to everyone for calling, texting, and most of all, thank you for listening. And thank you to our producer, Alex Kuhn, for filling in for Dustin Rhodes.
Trade speculation, casual Sixers fans, they'll trade me for a crumble cookie.
Tobias Harris. Apparently, he got a sponsorship out of the deal.
With Crumble?
Yes. They said if he stays...
If he stays.
If he stays.
If he stays, Crumble Cookie will give everyone in Philadelphia 1 free cookie.
That's a good deal. It's expensive.
People love the Sixers.
I like the
good
peanut
cookies,
butter
too.
cookie.
Also, thank you to Brandon Fryer.
All right, Chicago! Woo! Bunch of beauties in the league work their nuts off for this trophy. Woo! No one will ever take this away from us. We're the champs.
10 years ago today, that was Corey Crawford.
Maybe we.
Wow. Thanks. It's 2013 Corey Crawford's speech celebrating the Blackhawks Stanley Cup championship over the Boston Bruins. And now it is a Layla Wednesday. Layla Rahimi.
Hi.
Lawrence Holmes. And Dan Bernstein. Hello, everybody.
What's happening? You're not running in this today.
Thank you.
Why did you do it yesterday?
Okay.
Like, I would walk for 10-minute spurts and that was it, but like, what are you doing?
Like you said, no, tell them what you said earlier, where you went outside and you said, meh, not that bad.
It didn't seem that bad. It was
like smoking a pack of cigarettes, David.
A bad pack
I don't
of cigarettes.
You
did
yesterday.
yesterday. You did yesterday.
You did yesterday when you went for your run.
And you're
Except the
doing it
difference
today.
is, according to Brant Miller, there are some particulates that might stay in your lungs indefinitely.
Well, I didn't know Brant said that. I missed you guys' 5 and 6 o'clock newscast last night.
Yeah, Brant said that. He doesn't
If
make
Brant
this
said
stuff
it,
up.
I might reconsider.
He doesn't pull this out of thin air.
It looks pretty
Brant,
soupy.
I didn't have the courage to tell Brant that I didn't wear a mask on my walk to and from work, and I should have.
Well, Layla, how can you lecture me about running in this if you're walking?
Because
in
I only did it for 10 minutes at a time, and I'm pretty sure your run is not 10 minutes, David, in shape, Haugh.
No, I'm pissed that the CPS still sent my daughter's day camp group to the Botanic Gardens to walk around for 3.5 hours.
Ain't
yesterday.
nothing botanic about that.
Yes, they did, and she felt terrible all afternoon and was miserable. So
Yeah,
they shouldn't.
that's
They
not a good
should
idea.
not, as a work condition, have had them out. They should have canceled.
Major League Baseball shouldn't have had
They shouldn't
players.
have played that game.
I was telling the guys that yesterday I was doing the 6 to 6:30 before pregame, and it was like, hey, Gabe, just be ready to do a show just in case. And I was like, oh, I'm going to do the show. There's no way they're playing the game right now. This is the worst quality, in the world. And then sure enough, Rossi's like, yeah, no big deal. We've been keeping an eye on it, and then we're going to play in it anyway.
And like, I don't care what people say. I don't know what years buildings were built, but like, it affects your indoor air. Like, even when you have the AC on, even when you're trying to recycle, like, I could smell that inside my apartment.
Dan was smelling it towards the end of the show yesterday in the studio.
Even though this building, they were thumping their chest with an email to every resident and every client here, saying that this is the highest level of air quality possible in this because of the filtration that they have.
I think every building downtown had an email to that degree yesterday.
Or like LEED certification.
Yeah, bragging about the filtration system.
But to me, it's no different than when, if I go from one climate to another, right? If I'm traveling from Houston to Denver, indoors, my workouts are two very different things.
Mm-hmm.
And that's indoors. Like, there's only so much of it you can override. You know?
How long is this going to last, are they saying?
So the model that Brant showed last night at 10 was that it was still going to be here on Thursday, that's tomorrow, but it would be lighter. But the problem is there's rain that could affect this weekend in
chocolate
many ways.
rain.
Yeah, and then that might keep it here. Like, it's hard to tell.
Wouldn't the rain get it out of the air, though?
No, not necessarily.
Oh.
It's kind of like the concept. What happened to Tay's on day? Does anybody know? Is he sitting on his stacks of millions?
He's still out here making political music.
He was doing voice work, I think.
He should.
Some stay dry and others feel the pain. Chocolate rain. A baby born will die before the sin. Chocolate rain.
Most dark line of the song.
Could this affect the race? Could this affect NASCAR?
Does it mean they got to stick around longer?
I don't know. I'm just asking. It's got to be asked. It's got to be addressed. How long is this going to stay? If we're talking about the Cubs playing in this being potentially dangerous, you're having fans going to something outdoors, downtown Chicago, which has the worst air quality in the world,
with cars going 100.
Yeah, I just asked,
burning gas.
Is anybody?
The drivers might be used to it just because of that very thing. But I don't know. This is just like the race.
You want to know how it'll affect it? It'll make it all worse. In the long run, it makes it much worse.
Well,
much worse.
Did you see you can get a 6-pack of Busch Light for $63?
What?
Yep. Those are the official prices.
At the race?
At the race.
Get out of here.
You can get a 6-pack of look at the official drink prices.
Do you think that any of the NASCAR fans pulled a Lala and buried their booze?
They wouldn't know where to find it.
Buried their booze.
Bury
in the
their
heart.
booze and wounded knee. Yeah, they wouldn't know where to find it.
I do have one or two friends who have done that.
Oh yeah.
Within the past several years, and made treasure maps.
You guys got all the texters alerting, like the Chicago Marathon training is canceled today. You can't go out with it out an N95 mask.
Just avoid it if you can.
See, David? See how you probably shouldn't be out running?
Responsible runners are telling you otherwise. You know. But I get it. You want to get your 2.7 in, like you said, 2.8.
The basement seems like a good call.
A couple jumping jacks, a couple sit-ups.
Climb some
nice
stairs,
gym here
man.
at the office.
That's
the office
true.
Gym
You could
is very nice.
You could just go hit the tread here after the show.
The 11th floor.
David, even I took it inside today.
Did you take it inside?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yesterday I ran in the morning outside, and it was a little better. It was better yesterday morning. Yeah, it was a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. So today I ran inside.
I'm not walking. I'm not even fishing. I'm not even.
Did you fish yesterday?
I didn't because it was too disgusting out.
You've been taking some pictures with some fish.
I'm doing well. Doing well. I need a little bit of time off, I think, because I've been pounding the same spots for a while. I've got some people they're starting to watch where I'm going.
You're not being watched.
People
and
following you?
I need
You want to know where the good fish are at?
You're being slowly surrounded by.
Hey, Dan, you got any more of those good smallmouth bass?
I need to change it up.
Hey, Gabe, can I give a request to B96?
Oh, man.
Escapism.
Sure.
It's hot right now.
I do love that song. That's
I did download it
out
on
of
my
our
phone.
rotation.
Yeah.
That's out of our rotation, though.
It is?
Already, yeah.
Uh-uh.
So it's like an old school song.
Weren't we supposed to talk to Gabe about something else?
Anything pop
yeah.
culture.
Gabe kind of wandered into your Dan Bernstein, Michael Kopech cornholio a little bit.
Our
this morning.
The Kopech cornholio theory.
You said Gabe said Kopech's doing too much, and I was like, well, Gabe, let me introduce you to the midday show discussion.
Whoa, yeah! Throw it hard. Fire rules.
And because he's like that.
and the fact
Are you threatening me?
The fact that it was mentioned by both the radio color analyst and the television color analyst lets me know that there are a lot of people who think that that's a problem, that he can't control his emotions on the mound.
Yeah, I think it's a problem. I think with him, everything's a problem.
I can't criticize.
It's all a problem.
It's all a problem.
Why can't you criticize?
I thought last night was
We let loose with our emotions here.
Chicago
I get it.
pitchers dueling at their own lack of confidence in their ability.
Neither one of them had command or confidence. You're right.
That was the through line for both of those performances. Guys who have good stuff who don't trust it in the zone.
You're right. Different channels, same frequency. They both were guys that were just not locked in. And the Cubs, I don't know which is more frustrating. That should have been one of our questions at Pick Six. Tyone or Kopech. Both of them are frustrating.
Both frustrating. I think, yeah, because you wanted to see good starts from both of them yesterday. So I think equally as frustrating would be the correct answer. But Dave wants Jameson Tyone out. He wants him gone from the Cubs organization.
No, I
Dude,
did say that.
there's 3.5 years left on that
I didn't
deal.
say that. I said they got to do something.
They have to go find, if they're really serious from what Rossi said to us yesterday, he believes his team can win this division. If they're serious, they got to start thinking about this and let's find some help. They need at least one more starter, a bullpen arm, and an actual third baseman.
That's all I said.
And a first baseman.
That's all
Probably.
Oh, yeah. And a first baseman, I think, until you're
Don't
confident.
mention Mervis, so you might hurt Gabe's feelings.
Not my feelings. No, not hurting my feelings.
They had to try it, and now they're trying something else, and they'll probably keep.
And then they could try it again later
Yep.
on. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, there have been a lot of players that go to the minors and fix themselves. I mean, honestly, Madrigal's a better version of himself since coming back from the minors.
Didn't he get a barrel the other day?
He did. Nicky 3 barrels.
Yep, he got his third career barrel.
Cool. How long are you guys going to spend on that today?
How many barrels?
Ask Lawrence.
How many barrels did Otani have last night?
Oh my God.
11-teen.
11-teen.
Otani had more barrels last night than Nick Madrigal has in his whole career.
Oh, gosh. What do you guys got today?
Well, we are going to cover all of it. We are going to start with some baseball. We got football with Mike Florio. We have High Noon at 11:45. Some Bears discussion. James Naveau is going to join us. He's got expertise in multiple fields at this point, so we can talk to everything he's been covering, be it the Cubs or Big Ten football, also the Blackhawks with their draft tonight. And then Russell Dorsey will join us to give us a national baseball perspective at 1:23.
Have a great show.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago.
And he went out there and he's just blowing the fastball by people and looked in complete control. And then you're going, is that is it like a sugar crash where he cornholio for the first inning and then and then he has a crash and then bad things happen. I feel
He's like in pitch count. I was like, dude, are you threatening me?
And in the first inning, like, it's money in the bank, right? And
do you have any oleo? Michael, we just want to know what pitch you're throwing. TV, what am I bungle?
Well, but that's what I worry about is that, like, he's got either an adrenaline spike or a sugar high. They went to town on Michael Kopech.
He is never not going to be Cornholio.
Oh, I didn't mean to make him Cornholio.
Yeah, you did.
Naming cities.
Howard Dean.
Howard Dean's famous scream.
And we're going to South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House.
The Chappelle version of that is one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
We're going to Cancun for spring break. We're going to go to Montreal. We're going to Vancouver. I'm going all over the world. And then I'm coming all the way to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House. Yeah!
We're going to Aurora. We're going to Naperville. We're going to Bolingbrook. Yeah! That's right, Tom Harkin.
Dan Bernstein, Lawrence Holmes, Layla Rahimi. Middays 10 until 2 on 670 The Score.
We're here. Let's go. Let's do this.
See, I said it yesterday, and look who popped up as a suitor for the Bears. Aurora.
Right.
Yeah!
There they are.
It's all crap. It's all a bunch of horse crap. It's just, it's ridiculous. Was it the mayor of Aurora who says we can bring the Bears because I look like them, but I sound like us and vote like me and look like that?
And they ran your ass right out of the primary.
And I've got all these backers who are giving me all this money. Now, do you like me? No.
Nope.
Leave.
Because of the thing.
Right. Because of
Remember that thing you were saying about how you looked?
Yeah.
It played a role.
After all that. Yeah, I look like this, but I think like them. Yeah, we don't believe you.
But let's go back to the part of what you look like. Because that's what mattered most.
It's not about how you see you with them. It's about how they see you.
Just saying.
And goodbye. And now, yeah.
And now go get the Bears.
Go get the Bears.
Go Bears!
Yeah, go get them. We are
We're trying to
broadcasting
get
live.
this building, baby. We need that money, baby. Trying to get that money.
But I
Hyundai
thought your
Studios.
sole focus was on Arlington.
We're trying to get that money.
Trying to get that money, baby.
That's
Final
not-
call. Final call, brother. Final call.
That's not what you told me a few months ago. I mean, when you were talking to me, you were like, hey, it's the sole focus. Now you're saying you want other options.
Trying to
Wait,
get
what
that
are we
money,
talking
baby.
about?
We talking about Zion or the Bears?
We're broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai
you know what?
dealers.
You don't get to be that guy on this show, sir.
I'm trying to take care of the clients.
You don't get to be the I'm gonna put the show back on the tracks guy.
Let's do some grown-up radio.
Yeah, you don't
while we're
get to
here.
be that guy after you escaped for a whole segment 2 days ago.
I went
because
to the
someone
penis
said
museum.
penis museum.
I had places to be. And if
The Icelandic
Yes.
Phallic Museum.
If you're going to send me to the Icelandic Penis Museum, I'm going there and I'm staying for a while.
Oh yeah, Layla, did you hear we got a new member of the league?
Bust out the list, studs. We got to recap the list.
Wait, what's the
This is the
member?
We've got a new team in our independent baseball league.
So
we've got to make
friends' phones.
We have to make these hats.
Welcome to the league, the Icelandic Penis Waffles.
Waffles?
Yeah,
they make waffles.
The cafe at the Penis Museum brags about their penis waffles.
And we
Too
figured
much. It's just too much to process right now.
we figured that the hats for the Icelandic penis waffles would also be perfect for bachelorette parties.
All the merch, the straws, everything.
Let it be known that I did none of that.
Good.
I'm
There's
not
nothing wrong if you did.
I'm not surprised that you didn't do any of that.
No.
I'm not surprised by that one bit. But I do think that there is an area in the market where we would be able to sell a bunch of these. And I would say that we should ground our efforts in Las Vegas for the Icelandic penis waffle.
Or Nashville.
Yes,
Home of
Nashville's a
bachelorette
good
parties.
spot.
You get Nashville's like lower rent bachelorette parties where they'll rent out like a cable car or something. Woo!
Or the one where you have to pedal.
Yeah, exactly.
The iconic tweet where the two girls were mad that the NHL or the NFL draft,
Yes.
at the time, now NHL draft, was in Nashville and all the bachelorette parties were upset.
Yes, there will be drinking of Cosmos and random saying of woo. At least my wife didn't do that. My wife just got really drunk and fell into the bushes by the condo.
I just had fun with my friends.
My doorbell rang, and it was some of her friends, and they just sort of dumped her body in the. They pretty much did it into the bushes.
Your problem.
That's exactly what they did. Like, all right, take her. I had to throw her over my shoulder, and it had snowed. It was early March, and we had weird snowstorms that year, and I had like fireman's carry over the shoulder, walk her up 2 floors, and throw her into bed. So she got the most out of it. There was no
Were there waffles later?
no squirt guns or weird hats or anything like that. I just went bowling for a couple hours and went home. I didn't really do anything.
We're too reasonable. The
Yeah,
kids
it's-
have upped the levels on this.
Yeah, it's so lame.
Something about an industrial complex,
Lame.
but I digress.
It's lame.
Did I mention everything that we're doing?
Usually isn't
Yeah, I
that
did.
attached to somebody and they're the ones making the waffles?
But they're in the league now, so now the schedule makers are getting busy putting everything together. Whether they're going to play the Brazilian Wandering Banana Spiders or the Bridgeport Toddlers, we're not sure.
I'm really
think I
curious
broke
about the
this
travel arrangements for the Brazilian Wandering Banana Spiders to go play the Icelandic Penis Waffles, because that's quite a flight, I gotta imagine.
It's all private.
Spiders will figure it out. They wander. It's what they do.
Yeah, they'll get
They'll
into
just wander
a
up there.
crate of bananas somewhere, and they just end up where they need to go. They know what they're
You
doing.
know, like all the drug busts, just like hopping a crate of bananas. That's it. I think I broke this computer finally.
Do you want to switch spots?
No.
Because then
I'll
I
get
can just
over here.
or would you like to use my laptop?
There's too
'Cause
many
I have it with-
things over there.
I have one.
Let's
I'll
see if
get
this
you.
Windows 95 laptop still has it in it.
How would you know if you broke it? It takes so long to boot up.
But
does
no,
take a long
I
time.
know. I know because I've worked on this machine long enough.
All I asked for was a console. Like just build one
And they're
of
like,
these.
"Hey, Lawrence,
over
here's a
there."
laptop
And they
with
were
8
like,
bits of RAM."
It's a laptop.
Yeah, they said they couldn't do it for some
Right.
reason.
They can't cut into it.
Why
It's
not?
like
I don't
getting
know.
Windows ready.
I guess like it's one piece and
But still configuring Windows 95?
all that
I
good
joke that it's Windows 95.
Oh, I didn't.
I don't know what version it is.
Windows 1.
Yeah,
Dude,
it
for
is
real.
so ridiculously smoky out there right now. Like so obviously smoky.
Thank you.
Happy Chinooka.
They should not have played last night.
They should
That was
have.
reckless.
And like it said, you just had a game where we talked about this in New York. Is this a typical like MLB Yankees bias? Do we really have to go there with this, like to get real meatball?
What was Philadelphia had their game canceled, right? Weren't they supposed to play a game in Philly and they were like, nope, because there was like a ground stop at the airport and everything else.
Yeah, that's when Beth was there. She came home and you could not go outside. And I know in New York, my sister went to work in Manhattan because the air in her skyscraper there was more breathable than the air at home.
That's messed up. But we're benefiting from that right now.
Yeah, but I can still, like, my eyes are still wrecked.
Yeah, it's bad. Like, I seriously had trouble sleeping last night because I could smell it through my window. And my building wasn't built it's been built since like 2005, but it just doesn't matter. Like, the stuff's coming through.
Come to my window.
Yeah, this one isn't working either. Maybe it's me. How many laptops?
What? You can use mine? I brought mine. I shouldn't have because I knew I'd be in the second position today.
You know, if there's anything I've learned working in corporate America, you have to fail to succeed.
Yeah.
So we're going to let this little laptop do its thing.
I did not have Lawrence singing Melissa Etheridge on my bingo
Well,
card.
you know what?
I
am someone who I am well versed in a lot of things.
I know.
I am not a monolith.
I didn't have it.
Or a monorail.
I didn't have the Lawrence sings Melissa Etheridge written down, so now I can check that off. Wow, look at Power
Layla,
Chair.
we got someone coming to
Look
take a
at
look at the
Power
laptop.
Chair over here.
There's nothing to look at. This doesn't have enough RAM to run any of the updates. Like, you don't need to look at it.
We
You
don't
just
do
know.
updates on the score.
Yeah,
anymore
we don't do updates anymore.
After 10.
Ozone Action Day.
It would be an ozone.
It would be.
Yum, yum, yum.
The Rangers are having ozone action.
Something's wrong with the network on this one, and I don't have time to troubleshoot it.
This is Ray,
it's okay.
by
I
the
can
way.
just show off the top of my head.
For those of you who are like, hey, where's Ray?
Where's your new tat? Show the new smiley.
Yeah, he's got the smiley face.
He has a smiley face, but it's looking in the wrong direction.
You got your mechanical arm brace off.
I got the arm brace off, and the smiley face is supposed to be looking at other people. That's the thing.
I feel like Ray is like 3 weeks away from becoming the Joker.
Potentially.
I think he's about 3 weeks away and one bad night
And
out in these streets from becoming the Joker.
Or
It's
one
a
good night.
botched plastic surgery. Like, how does this go?
It's an attitude, I think, that's going to happen. Because now he's like, I've been hurt. Like, I've been physically hurt. So there always has to be some sort of backstory with a villain. Usually there is some sort of disability or something like that pushes them over the edge. He's got the happy face tattoo. One more thing goes wrong.
You
Ray's
mean
the Joker.
Like this here fire outside situation?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I got my origin story brewing.
Yep. Environmental hazard. That's always how it goes, isn't it? I don't know, guys. I
One
just
more
hang out
computer
this
breaks, one more stupid host complaining about stuff that he has to fix.
Ray runs into a person who's really mad about Cracker Barrel getting vegan menus options.
I forgot to mention my potential superhero origin story from a couple of weeks ago.
Fisherman Man.
No, I got
Smallmouth
hit.
bass?
I got hit in the head by an angry red-winged blackbird.
Oh,
It's about time.
It's like Spider-Man.
I got too close apparently when we were at a golf outing, and I felt this boom, and I thought Jason was like hitting me in the head with his like putter cover or something, and it was a red-winged blackbird.
Oh, yeah, that's right. This texter is right on. You want to know how I got these scars? I went to the wrong hospital. See?
Let's put a smile on that face. There's any origin story. That's it. That bad hospital.
That's what I'm saying. Like, all of it is inside of the origin story.
Thanks to the Illinois Bone and Joint Institute.
That was the
Fixing me
good
up.
hospital.
It works.
Yes.
Wait a
That
second.
works.
You mean to tell me that a place that specializes in bones and joints would tell you what to do with your bones and joints?
Yeah,
and they
better
got
than-
him out of the thing. And
better than back alley Bob's pop-up hospital.
that was the first place that he went to.
Hi, Dr. Nick.
I mean,
hello, everybody.
I don't know what you got here. We ain't seen nothing like this. It looks like we got to apply some leeches.
It's time for your surgery.
I really think this has gone one update too
But you're
far.
not making. That's not a
That
joke.
actually happened. They tried to prep me for surgery. They gave me a COVID test, and then they said, "We're rolling you into surgery, sir." And I said, "What? I'm not here for that."
That is crazy.
And then they said, "Whoops, wrong room."
They did.
Yep.
Where's the mark on your knee that we're supposed to do the surgery on?
You
what?
don't need a new heart.
That is terrifying.
Give you the Jarvik 7 artificial heart prototype, like Barney Clark.
You know, they talk about the importance of checklists in hospitals, and you'd think, surely not. Like, they don't really need checklists this bad to prevent mistakes.
Yeah, they do.
But
And
yes,
don't call
they
me
do.
Shirley.
Like,
Well,
everybody does. We all need that.
When I had my hospital stay, the number of times they had to scan my wristband or confirm my birthday, or that I was who I said I was, like everything is redundant, to the point of hilariousness.
For my
Standard
colonoscopy,
operating-
that's what they did too. It's like, hey, we're gonna scan this thing, and who are you? And I'm like, I'm this guy.
I'm Batman.
I should say that next time.
I'm Buttman.
Well, he's Buttman because he's not doing the thing. But
Standard operating procedures are important. What a nerdy conversation this has become.
give me the good drugs. I'm Batman. And then make sure I have Lorna Doones afterwards and apple juice.
That sounds lovely.
It's great.
Hey, you can't beat Lorna Doone.
It's so great. Like once you're done and you're like, wait, what just happened? Well, it's been an hour. What do you mean? I was just talking to you a second ago. No, that's not how this works. Great. Can I have some Lorna Doones and some apple juice, please? Because I haven't eaten in 36 hours.
Is it as good as plain ginger ale? Only plains.
Well, I mean, ginger ale is medicine in the black community.
And in growing up with us, and no matter what it was, my mom would give us Canada Dry.
Technically, ginger does do positive things.
Yeah, but I don't
Settles
think
your
there's.
stomach.
But I don't think there's. I think not anymore. I don't. The level of ginger in ginger ale, I believe, has been
Hey, man.
lessened.
People have their devotion to certain things, like Vicks Vapor Rub.
Oh,
also
yeah.
devoted.
And
yeah.
Windex,
Windex, also a devotion thing.
7-Up. Hard to find 7-Up these days.
Is it?
Really? Yeah.
Because Sprite's dominant in the lemon lime market now.
And now
the
there's
we all live under the hegemon of
Yeah, now there's Starry. So wait,
But that was Sierra Mist.
so
Correct.
Starry replaced Sierra Mist.
I thought it replaced Sprite.
No.
Oh, hell no. There's no
Starry
replacing Sprite.
I was really offended, actually, by the potential
Starry
of that being the case.
replaced Sierra Mist, and then there were some of us who grew up with occasionally having Bubble Up. Bubble Up was the RC lemon lime. And,
Bubble Up.
And then
50-50.
there you go. Canfield's 50-50.
50-50. That's what you want.
There's only one 50-50 I know of in this house, and that is Mad Dog.
That's 2020.
I don't
Right?
know.
That's 2020,
I
but
think that's
it's
2020, yeah.
but
Well,
damn.
there's the
Does your
50-50
brain even work
on
after
division.
you drink it?
No.
Our next door neighbor
Oh,
from
there.
our old house, she would always have,
Is it Mad Dog?
she had
Yeah, it is Mad Dog
50-50
2020,
and
now that I say it out
Seagram's
loud.
7.
Yeah, that works.
She had what with Seagram's?
50 Canfield's 50-50 and Seagram's 7.
You want to know the worst combination I ever had? It was I was like,
had that Incredible Hulk.
Oh, I did have that. I enjoyed that. No, it was a Mad Dog 2020, and it was like blueberry flavored, and then I had a honey bun, and that was terrible, and I got so sick. Those two things.
Yeah, see, on my
I was young.
mayoral
I was young.
platform, honey buns are going to be outlawed for the youths
I agree.
What? The Big Texas?
and flaming hot.
No, that's like
They're
a
out.
flex.
Oh, come on! Not flaming hot.
For the youths.
Wait, do they have to pull up their pants too?
No.
Okay.
They can leave their pants down. I don't
Fine.
care.
Well, then let them have their free the
Hot
flaming
Cheetos and
hot.
If your vending machine doesn't have a honey bun, I'm not going to buy it. I just need to know it's in there. Otherwise, I don't take your vending machine seriously.
Well, how else are you going to get your trans fats, man? Because that's the Big Texas has got like all the trans fat.
That's the weakness of Kendall Gill, who's like the most in shape person. But they have to keep him away from the vending machine at NBC Sports Chicago because it does have the Big Texas, and that's his thing.
Can anybody keep Kendall Gill away from anything? I mean, that man could throw the hands.
I mean, they
you
just
can rip open the vending machine.
Well,
if he
they just
wants, right?
remind him of his fitness goals. And he's like, okay, I'm not going to go get the Big Texas.
I feel like he's fit enough that he can take on one of those things.
That discipline, that thing, that's what I don't have.
That discipline
That's why I'm sitting here talking right now.
with us, hanging out on Ozone Action Day.
Is it ozone or is
That's-
it everything else?
I mean, everything's popping like ozone.
Oh, wait, was it upper 10? Then what was Bubble Up?
Why
What-
did I think it was Mad Dog 50-50?
Wait, if
Dang
if
it, Layla.
if upper,
I mean, maybe you got a special brew.
no, if
No,
upper,
there is no such thing.
does upper 10 still exist?
What is that? Is that thing Jim Irsay was talking about with the quartiles?
No,
I believe that is exactly what he was
that's-
talking.
I
He's from
think
Chicago, so
RC
maybe.
Cola's Their lemon lime was upper 10. Then who owned Bubble
In the
Up?
upper quartile of winners, we're in the top quartile of that upper quartile.
I would buy that soda.
Hey, think
Bubble
about
Up
it.
was Dad's root beer.
Think about the last time that you went to a vending machine that had pop. You didn't see 7-Up?
Cherry 7-Up was always my fave.
You didn't see it? You didn't see no 7-Up there?
Because when I grew up, 7-Up was the way more market share than Sprite, and it was marketed as the Uncola.
Wow, the volume's all the way up on this new laptop.
And it was
Sorry, guys.
Jeffrey Holder actually did the commercials for it.
That's right.
Crisp and clean and no caffeine.
When he wasn't dealing with Strange.
Never will.
Wait, what were we supposed to talk about on this
He
show
was,
today?
he was also in Live and Let Die, right? He
Yes.
was the Yaphet Kotto's henchman. And then Yaphet Kotto blew up at the end, literally, in one of the silliest climaxes in the history of the James Bond movie.
Why you got to ruin a James Bond movie, Dan?
Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert, Yaphet Kotto gets inflated to the point that he explodes.
Like Monty Python style?
Yeah, it was bad.
Is wafer thin.
It was like Mr. Creosote. Yes, it
Do
was.
we
I still
want
can't
to
believe they did that.
talk about, it says here,
What?
Yes.
White Sox. So it says here.
Who?
Yeah.
I've never heard of them.
It says White Sox on
New
my
phone. Who dis?
on my rundown. It says White Sox, Otani, and Ozzie on TA.
Uh-huh.
I think
Go
we should.
White Sox.
Yeah, we should do all of that stuff.
And Ozzie's wardrobe last night for postgame was fantastic.
Oh, there was some great A-level trolling.
There sure was. So we're going to discuss all of that next here on The Score. So White Sox.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Cubs second baseman Nico Horner.
That All-Star break really is significant, especially if you're in a place as a team where you're able to add at the deadline and have some energy coming out of the All-Star break. We continue to take care of things on our own end as players.
Americans are playing at any time and any place they can. From driveways to airports. From parking lots to home garages. There are pickleball songs.
Yeah, let me introduce you to this thing called pickleball, where you use these paddles and then oversized pickleball.
And pickleball weddings. And a whole following of folks who say this game has changed their lives.
What was your life like before pickleball?
It was black and white before pickleball, and it was living color after pickleball.
I bet it was.
Pickleball is dividing people all over the country.
Dan, you got bad allies. You have got the worst collection of allies. Mary Carrillo, like, I can't concentrate because this pickleballing is too. A former, world-class tennis player is out here like, I can't concentrate with all this pickleballing going on. Come on, fam.
That's the worst part of it. No. No. That has to be burned.
No, these are your allies.
No, not
these are
all
the people.
of them.
These are the people that you are in bed with, sir.
I will be happy to align myself with people who don't like the noise of it, because the noise it's objectively bad. It sounds bad. It's sort of like it's Radiohead. You're like, oh, Radiohead. No, that sounds worse than pickleball. That's worse. That's worse.
Yeah,
No.
boy.
Oh, no.
Once you start playing it, it's highly enjoyable.
Oh, no. Keeps getting worse.
Could be a professional. I'ma bring a tribe back as the highlights are phenomenal.
I travel through enough neighborhoods where there are other sounds that are going on that are a lot more disturbing than having
that was
white
texted
people
yesterday.
play in pickleball.
That was texted yesterday. It said pickleball sounds are white people gunfire.
I'm told by Adam Sunzinski, who frequently is a producer on Bulls Radio, that Chuck Swirsky and Bill Wennington are big pickleball fans.
I'm not surprised by that. I don't, Mike. I don't even have to turn around. I can see you reaching for the drops.
Let's play some pickleball in Beantown.
out of it.
White Sox gave a furious comeback right there. You thought it might end differently. Unfortunately, that 0-2 pitch, just trying to put it in play, and it goes right to the shortstop. 6-4-3, ball game over. White Sox showed some good fight at the end there, but Shohei Otani was too much for the White Sox tonight.
Say that again. Which part of it was too much? The home run, the other home run, the other hit, the pitching?
Shout out to FanDuel.
What happened?
I bet the Shohei Otani home run prop last night at plus 290. And you know what's crazy?
Money in the bank.
What's crazy is like he hit the home run landed, and the money was in my account.
That's how it should be.
I was like, hey now, let's go.
That the trajectory on that first home run, I know Benetti talked about it. You're not supposed to be able to hit a baseball like an 8-iron. That had the trajectory of an 8-iron.
I'm also amazed by him with like swing playing because he's so tall. Like how he's still able to get underneath like pitches that are chest high.
Well, the second home run, and that was even like a tennis backhand.
Yeah, it was. That was.
He was already out on his front foot, and he just flicked it.
Like usually low and inside is like the happy spot for left-handed hitters.
Yep.
But with Shohei, it doesn't matter. Like you can put it like high, top of the strike zone, in the middle of the plate, or on the outside corner of the plate, and he's still like, watch this. Placatao!
Mm-hmm.
He's so fun. And yesterday, I guess, when he hit the first home run, since he was pitching, when he pitches and he hits a home run, he has a different celebration. And the celebration is just him doing this, so he doesn't have to expend any extra energy with all the high-fiving.
I saw that.
But he did the high-fiving.
Yeah, but then he did this and he did like this
right
at the top of the dugout, and then that's it.
Got to save the hands.
The high-fiving was the second home run. The first home run was...
the second one, he put the helmet on, did the thing.
Yes, but he
transferred the helmet and did the fake photo.
But the second home run, he was pretty much done with his night pitching. And he's
cracked fingernail and all.
Yeah, he's
it's a broken nail.
He's great.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news here and break up the jargon, but it's a broken nail.
Wait, this isn't a big deal?
I mean, it can be. Depends how deep the break is.
Super glue it.
But it's also a broken nail.
Yeah.
That doesn't work. You got to just cut the thing off.
Well, but it depends where it is. I mean, you can glue it if it's in the nail bed, right?
Traders know how to do that stuff.
We were mentioning
That's a whole finger.
That Nick Madrigal got barrel number 3 for his career the other night in 600 events. He now has 3 barrels.
It's been playing better.
How many barrels do you think Shohei Otani has this year?
I already know the answer to this question, so I'm not going to answer.
Oh, how many at-bats does he have?
He's had 237 bat-on-ball events.
I'm going to say at least a third.
42 barrels.
Yeah.
Last year he had 72. 2021 he had 78 barrels. He is on a pace for 84 barrels in a season.
He's in a different league. And also, can I just say this real quick? He's not the modern day Babe Ruth or the Japanese Babe Ruth. He is Shohei Otani.
Fact.
He is his own person. He is doing this in a completely different era, which I typically don't think matters in basketball, Dan, but it does here.
I think
what he is doing, regardless of how much the game has changed, he is Shohei Otani. Call him who he is.
I also think
what
that
he's done, especially already this year, winning the World Baseball Classic.
It's wild to me because, Ruth stopped pitching. And this dude he's not just like a sideshow. He went out there and dominated on the mound yesterday. He's the best offensive player in the league. And he's maybe a top 10 pitcher in the league. It's absurd. It's absolutely absurd.
And he's probably going to the Dodgers.
White Sox. Me and Dan worked out a contract for him yesterday.
Yeah, they were close, right? The Sox were close.
Right. We worked out that contract.
Right. They'll give him $200 million up front, and then there's going to be an at-bat thing where if he wants it, we don't want to just give you the $500 million Shohei. You got to earn it. Southside tough.
I mean, cool, but he'll earn it immediately.
Well, then he's not Southside tough.
So
because he's
would you even
good.
want a player who's not Southside tough? I mean, come on, guys. I mean, seriously, Shohei.
Don't forget who'll have to be the 6th caller to their special number.
That's right.
Only then will he be paid.
I'm glad you mentioned that because we not doing this right now, but at some point by the time the show ends, we've got a pair of tickets to see Dave Matthews Band on July 7th.
Are we cool with him as a city?
We discussed
Yes,
that
we talked about it
yesterday.
yesterday. I'm cool
yes,
with him.
I think we're okay. You know what I'm not okay with?
What?
2 for 38 with 10 strikeouts.
2 for 38 with 10 strikeouts. Let me see. Is this a segue to the Ozzie sound?
Yes, that's what Tim Anderson is hitting in his last 11 games. 2 for 38 with 10 strikeouts. You know where I stand on this. Injured guys shouldn't be playing baseball at the major league level. He's got 2 injuries that he's dealing with. But since he is out there and playing shortstop poorly for the White Sox right now, Ozzie suggested maybe some other things could be done.
I have a question. Yeah. Why they don't move TA to the 7-8 body? Why?
Well, that's a good question.
We
You
talked
tell
about
me.
that, yeah.
I mean, why is he consistently at the top of the order? He's no longer the leadoff guy. You don't want him batting second. He's next. You look at his numbers over the last year, he's practically an automatic out. Why is he not batting lower in the lineup? You tell me.
They don't have the gut. They don't have the guts. They're scared. Why? Okay, nothing against TA, okay? Don't take it out the wrong way. Because I know players get struggle. I know players get frustrated. I know players got problems. Whatever it is. Why you keep adding him second? Why is the reason? Why? No, no. They send the lineup down to see this is lineup today. But I don't see why this man still batting second when he's very strong. I think they have to help him to relax a little bit more on the plate and move him down a little bit to get stuff together and start producing the way he's always been producing. You know what's funny, guys? Baseball nowadays is what you did in the last 2-3 years, not what you're doing now. Okay? Oh, he did that. Yes, a lot of people went through that. And I think they put the TA down. It's going to help him mentally and going to help the ball club about the offense they have. It's not down in my mind. I know what. By the way, I don't blame TA. They're very bad offensively. I don't blame that kid. I blame everything out. And you know, I mean, you see, I was watching Pantera's number. We know people on base. Wow, when we got people on base, everybody out don't do what they're supposed to do. And they showed last night in the last inning they couldn't get it done.
So Tim Anderson is hitting 232. His OPS, league average right now is about 720 on OPS.
Oh, yeah.
His OPS is 542.
He's got career lows and everything right now. You better hope it's an injury.
No, we don't have to hope. We know. We know that we had 2 reports from the national reporters who had games a couple weeks ago. We had Tim Kirchin say that he is still hurting from his knee. And then I forgot who it was on Peacock who said the same thing the next time that they were on Peacock, right? So we know the knee still hurts, right? Then they tell us, well, we played him at second because his shoulder still hurts.
Play him on the other side of the diamond, too. That's the thing I don't understand.
How about play him on the IL?
That's the main thing.
Because he's 2 for 38 in his last 11 games with 10 strikeouts. 2 for 38. Struck out 3 times last night, going 0 for 4. Completely lost at the plate.
Okay, I want to ask you 2 questions. Here's what I don't understand. Did last year's injury lessons teach you nothing? When you decided to play players, big name players, important people to your team, lineup, defense, pitching staff, all of those people, and you still finished 500. Did that lesson not mean anything to you? Just rest them now so that way you can make that run that you wanted so badly in September. That meant nothing to you. So here you are scuffling at a division where the division leader is 500 and you don't want to rest people now in the hopes that you have something positive to put together later? Make it make sense
desperate.
for me.
They're too desperate. You want to hear something amazing? And I looked at this yesterday in the context of shortstops. I'm changing the filters on this.
Okay.
To look at this in the context of all position players in MLB. And to get Tim Anderson into the mix here, I did the cutoff at 230 at-bats.
Okay.
There are 171 major league players who would qualify for the 230 at-bat threshold. 171. Where do you think Tim Anderson ranks in WRC+?
I'm guessing he's in the 160s because, I think his team, the Elvis Andrus, is probably also in there somewhere down near the bottom. So I'm going to say Tim is at 166.
170 of 171.
That's not good, Chicago.
The only guy behind Tim Anderson in all of Major League Baseball is Gene Segura, who is at 45. Guess who's at 169?
Elvis Andrus.
Javier Baez. Weren't they on the cover of a magazine together?
I think that's right. Or maybe like the front page of the Tribune.
Yeah, there was. I remember them.
Or maybe the Tribune did like occasionally like they do like a magazine, like a.
It was some side by side, like the shortstop of the future in Chicago, or the future of shortstops is in Chicago. Well, congratulations, Javier Baez is 169 out of 171, and Tim Anderson is 170 out of 171. That's all position players in MLB.
That doesn't take the shine off of what he's done over his career. It's just that's how bad this year has been.
Yep.
Yeah, but now we're talking not just we are talking about like a year. Like now we're talking about like a calendar year.
But even his
bad Tim.
Yes, but even his numbers for being injured last season, which we all know he was because he only played roughly half the year, they still weren't this bad.
Nick, here's the thing. I do think that he would benefit from a change of scenery, but if you're trying to showcase him for that change of scenery, you're doing a terrible job of it. Because he can't hit and he can't field his position right now.
I don't know. The White Sox are building up quite the resume when it comes to playing injured players. I mean, put him on a team with some depth and let him rest and see what you get. And I bet it's a different product. But this is not it.
It's sad. It's very, very sad. Yesterday also gave us, we talked about it going into the start, that there's a tired guy that's going to start. And we have now seen throughout his starts last year and this year, when Michael Kopech gets emotional, there are problems for him, and there were problems for him last night. We will discuss next here on The Score.
I am Cornelio. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Did you know Steve Stone had a side hustle?
No.
Well, it was unique. Let me put it to you that way. I didn't do it very long because it seemed a little depressing, actually. Yeah, you got to go in the house saying, you don't look too healthy today, so let me pass this by you.
That's literally what you did in the off season?
Yeah.
So what was your pitch to people?
Well, if it's going to happen, you might as well plan ahead. Something along those lines.
So what deal were you offering these people who you were being entirely rude to?
Well, we couldn't go a 2-for-1 deal. That's never any good. So we just went, just get it now because the price of funerals were going up.
Okay.
Yeah, that was pretty much it.
So there was funeral inflation that you were trying to stave off on behalf of your future clients.
Exactly right. Yeah, it wasn't a great job, but you had to pick up a few bucks wherever you could,
How did you select your clientele? Did you go door to door?
They gave you a list of, I guess, people who've been sick recently. I don't know. It said, hey, look.
There is a 0% chance this doesn't end up on awful announcing. 0% chance. That was literally what you did in the offseason?
Yeah, that was one of them. I did a few. A welcome wagon was another one.
You were both a prepaid funeral salesman and a welcome wagon representative?
Yeah. You didn't know if you were coming or going. That was the problem.
I knew you'd love it.
Wait, but that's the best. He worked at a welcome wagon and selling prepaid funerals.
Okay, so now you know. I didn't say it until you heard it, but Steve Stone in the minor leagues sold funerals as part of his side hustle.
Now it's going to cost more next year. You might as well do it now.
Can you imagine Steve Stone in just quintessential broadcast voice, like trying to pitch funerals?
In uniform. I'd like to talk to you about your death. An email from Glenn who says, for all you kids out there, it's never too early to think about your eventual death. It's like he can combine it. He can show up with a welcome wagon.
630. Aren't you the same guy who welcomed me to this town?
Yes, well, you're very sick. You'll be dead soon. He's dressed as the... Yes, hold on a second. I have to change into my other work uniform. And he comes back with a scythe, and he's dressed as the Grim Reaper.
847 for all you young undertakers out there.
Yes.
They need to have a conversation with him and make sure that like he just locks it back in because he's got good stuff. It's like just trust your stuff, try to find it. You know, it's not always that easy, right? Start spinning a little bit out there, but just try to find the zone.
You say you're a little tired this morning, is that right?
I am tired.
Well, Michael Kopech may not be 117 or however old Flossie was back in the day. That was Flossie.
I am tired.
That's Kopech, baby.
He's so tired.
Sounds like that dude who get hit in the junk with the football in The Simpsons.
Football
in the groin.
Yes, that was my thought.
Well, she's got a little Hans Molman in her. We can only hope. But congratulations to Michael Kopech on a couple of things. Among all qualified pitchers, he is leading baseball in walks per 9 innings.
Yep. Which is a major problem.
Yes.
And has been a major problem. Our partner, Layla Rahimi, has talked about this with both Kopech and Dylan Cease.
Guess
it
what?
being one of the biggest problems that they have.
Yeah, and I got called arrogant for pointing out that Dylan Cease's walk rate was going to not win him the Cy Young last year. Because facts, it's not just a Dylan Cease and Michael Kopech problem, gentlemen.
Whose problem is it other than those two?
It's the entire pitching staff. The White Sox trail only the usual suspects of the Oakland A's and Colorado Rockies. Actually, they're tied with them for walks per 9 innings.
That's not good.
So it's the entire team, whole squad ready to walk people.
Let me ask you this. Of 65 qualified MLB pitchers, there's 65. Where do you think Michael Kopech ranks in wins above replacement? In total value, 65 current qualified MLB pitchers.
I'm guessing that he's 65.
Yep.
I'm guessing he's probably at like 63 because he can't be a positive WAR.
I gave him too many wins because I thought he was because of that streak he went on that made me real happy.
Of 65, he's 65th.
Oh, I was giving him too much credit.
He is at the very bottom of value of all qualified pitchers. Jordan Lyles of Kansas City is ahead of him.
He has some weird stat going on.
Yeah, 1-11 on the year.
No,
if you care about wins and losses.
He spent the most years on teams with losing records. Like
Jordan Lyles?
Yeah, he's like the arbiter of bad baseball. And I know Jordan. I
Like
worked
what
with him
Kevin
in
Love
Houston.
was for a while.
I gotta find. I bookmarked it. I think because it was that notable.
Yep, Jordan Lyles is at 0.1 WAR. Michael Kopech is at 0.0 WAR.
Well, it
You
says
know what your grade point average is? 0.0.
it says something to me
Double secret
that you had Gordon Beckham say this about him, and I was driving, so I heard a little bit of DJ saying the same thing about how they didn't like his body language on the mound. So you get two ex-players, like two guys that as hitters are looking for keys. And if it weren't for the Angels running themselves out of the second inning or whatever it was, this game could have gotten out of hand quickly. Because he walked 7 guys yesterday. But we've discussed it on this show how he's one of these guys that is thoughtful. Like, he's smart, he's thoughtful, and he's sometimes into himself too much. And it comes out. Like, and he, that's why we talk about him as like cornhole. Like, like you see a guy that you know wants to do well,
pitching,
and know that he has like the armament to do well. But whenever he loses track of where he's at emotionally, you see the sweat starting to pour, and you see him not have command of his fastball.
I never say like somebody wanted it more unless like Zach Levine says it, for example. There's rare exceptions where I will ascribe that to somebody. But or say something like, oh, he looked like he got affected by so and so, when it's just like a silly like blanket argument where you can't back up anything. It's just your feelings. However, after those excellent outings that Kopech had, the two best of his career, arguably, what team did he face at home on Memorial Day? The Angels. And he looked visibly rattled by having to face Shohei Otani and Mike Trout back-to-back in that lineup, and that's what broke his streak. I don't like minimizing him to this because it's not fair to any of us who hoped that he would have a better performance for his career and what we've seen even this year. But there's just not a lot to argue against it.
I just don't understand the fatigue factor of why Pedro Grifol thinks he has to take him out after 86 pitches because, well, I got the off day tomorrow and he needs all this time because
I'm tired.
And then watch him throw 102 pitches last night.
This has been the organizational stance on him. Do you think the discussion was any different the last 2 years? I joke that Kopech would throw 4 innings and people want to give him the Cy Young. It was a joke, but it's an extreme of a take that's already kind of out there with how that attitude toward him has been.
Well, it's just even the idea of him at the beginning in spring training talking about 200 innings. It's like, fam, like, I get that you're trying to be like all go, but when you've only gotten above 100 innings once in your career, maybe 150 is a more realistic, and he's on track for that. Like, he's on track for 165 innings. That's about where you need to be.
I want him to want that. I want him to want 200.
I want him to want that.
No.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I was quoting this song.
Want him to want that.
But I do. I think that that's a good thing for him. But it's not going to be easy, especially for you. That's a huge adjustment. And I'm not saying that because of sensitivities or emotions or anything like that. We've seen guys go crazy on the mound. We've seen guys grunt every other pitch or like yell at people. It doesn't affect them. I'm just saying for him, when it comes to the innings amount of work and that max effort between pitches he tends to take, then this is going to come with a huge adjustment.
Mm-hmm. And he was a guy that we identified and said pitch clock casualty.
Potential, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Because of how long it takes him to work his way into his
power
mode.
bar back up. Let's talk football.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the Jets being forced to be on Hard Knocks. And damn it, why isn't it the Bears? Mike Florio joins us next here on The Score.
I am tired.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show. 5:30 till 10 a.m.
Ozzie Guillen on Michael Kopech.
Wow, it's kind of hard because I love this kid. I love his arm. But he's not a kid anymore. To be honest with you guys, he's got a lot of mental problems.
What was it about Les Grobstein's microphone that drew you to the story so much?
The first time I ever heard it, I'm trying to think back when it was, but it was, I remember, Ross Glode was on our team back then. This is like 04, 05, somewhere in there. And someone brought it to us and brought us, I don't even know. I think it might have been Ed Farmer, to be honest with you. Because obviously somebody knew about it that had been around a little bit. And like when we heard it, we were like, this can't be real. Like, this is not real, and this has to be like an act or somebody just like pretending. And, obviously we found out it wasn't. And it just became something. I mean, I've heard that. I mean, that year alone, I probably listened to it 1,000 times. And we would turn it on in the clubhouse, loudspeakers going, especially if things weren't going well. And, kind of feeling that frustration that you could tell Lee was feeling that day. Just when you get into those moments where you just know you're up against it and you kind of, you just kind of hate everything and everyone, and you're kind of just in one of those ruts. So we would play it all the time. And then, when I found out like the backstory with like Les and who recorded it, and then, he would come in and then it was like, yeah, and then he had the recorder, and like the recorder looked like it was from like, like not 83. It looked like it was like from like 43, it was like really old looking. So it just became kind of like, Les wasn't always around with us and all stuff. So when he came in, it was kind of a special occasion, and it was clearly the topic of conversation every single time I saw the man.
It's so amazing because he loved telling stories, but there was probably no story he loved telling more than that. So the fact that you guys treated him like a celebrity or a big deal in that clubhouse, it must have meant the world to him.
I mean, I guess he was just doing his job, but I mean, it really is like, to me, like, it's like the Zapruder film and like the JFK assassination. It's like, it's such a famous piece of like evidence that this really happened. So I was always asking him questions like, now tell me, like, where were you standing? Like I really tried to have him describe the situation to me, because anybody who's ever, certainly I'm sure, managed or coached a major sports team, but players as well. I mean, you can just feel that what Lee Elia went through that day and what he was saying and all that stuff is just like, you want to do that so many times, like you want to just let loose and just let people have it. And, it's just amazing. I just listened to it again like 10 minutes ago before we got on, because I hadn't listened to it in probably about a year. And it's just amazing to me how many expressions in that 3 minutes that now are in my life permanently that I use.
85% of the bill's working. The other 15 come out here.
Yeah, exactly that one. The other day I was golfing and I get up to a shot that I hit, and it was one that I was like, okay, that could be okay. That could be, I don't know. We'll see when we get up there. And I get up to it, and it's a terrible lie. And I get up to it, and I go, this is a disheartening, bleeping situation we're in right now. And so I don't even think about it. Stuff just comes out of me when it comes to that, and as well as other guys I played with. I mentioned Ross and other guys. It's constantly something that is like intertwined in our verbiage to each other.
Listen to every game here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by the 2023 BMW Championship at Olympia Fields.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now is a man who's got a massive brain.
Mike Florio.
He used to be a lawyer, then he decided to take his talents to the internet.
NBC Sports.
I'm sorry I'm late. I was talking to Robert Kraft.
Pro Football Talk.
I wouldn't listen to some of those people out there, especially guys like Mike Florio.
Mike Florio with Bernstein, Holmes, and Rahimi on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Let's talk with Mike Florio. He joins us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Check him out on twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. And you got to warn us of especially we old people, if you're going to redesign your website and I'm going to click on here and I am old and I am set in my ways and I'm confused and I'm not sure how to work this newfangled thing you got here.
Yes. I'll do that right after I get off your lawn.
Yes, it's different, and I need time to cope with things when they are different.
Hopefully, the new website will not become the equivalent of the microwave that sat on my parents' counter flashing 12 o'clock infinitely. I think it still is out there somewhere, flashing 12 o'clock over and over and over again.
Better not step foot in front of that microwave while it's on either.
We were the last family around to have a microwave. I thought it was to make a hot dog in 60 seconds. I thought it was some sort of devil's work.
My dad accidentally put in a roast beef sandwich in a metallic wrapper from one of the local fast food restaurants to heat it up. And that was a scene. That was fun. Watching the metal react, as we quickly learned, should not be done accidentally or intentionally.
Well, it looks like the NFL intentionally wants the Jets to be on Hard Knocks. We talked about it last week, Mike, how we really wanted the NFL to force the Bears to do this. This is a dream come true because this is just going to be Aaron Rodgers either trying to escape or manipulate the cameras.
Well, it's fascinating to think of Aaron Rodgers in his first training camp with the Jets being the focal point of Hard Knocks. It's even more fascinating to think of the Jets being drafted to do it when they don't want to do it. That's never happened. There's always been a team that welcomes the assignment. The Jets clearly don't want to do it. I reported the other day the Jets are bracing to be told they're doing it. I think the NFL and NFL Films have tried every way they possibly can to persuade the Jets to do it. They've looked for other teams that would volunteer to do it. But the Jets do make the most sense of the four teams that could be pressed into service. There are other teams that maybe would be as interesting or maybe a little more interesting than the Jets, but the Jets are fascinating with Aaron Rodgers there. And I remember when the Bengals did it and James Harrison wanted nothing to do with the cameras. And anytime that the camera would show up, he'd give the finger. I mean, it would make for a more compelling show if everyone on the Jets is as uncooperative as they possibly can be and are actively fighting back against the cameras and the microphones. Although I have a feeling the league would not let that last more than an episode or two.
Oh, I absolutely love this because if there's one thing Aaron Rodgers has done, especially in the last several years, it is try to control every narrative possible. And now he's in New York. And if he's under the lights of Hard Knocks, even though Hard Knocks is still a partner of the NFL in this project, he just can't control it. And that makes me happy.
Well, and where it becomes problematic for the Jets, because one thing we've learned over the years is that the teams have final say on what makes it to air. Sometimes they make bad decisions about what they allow into the program. I think of the Browns 5 years ago when Hugh Jackson and Todd Haley got into an argument about whether or not to rest veteran players during training camp. And Hugh Jackson played the basically I drive this bus card and I'm in charge here. And I think Hugh genuinely believed it made him look good. It made the Browns look good, and it made them look like buffoons. And I think was one of the reasons why they got fired during that season. But with the Jets in control of anything about Aaron Rodgers, that's an extra layer of stress for them. Because what if they let something in there that the delicate genius would not appreciate being in there? And he finds out when he's watching it with a glass of tequila and a side of ayahuasca on a Tuesday night that there's something in there that he doesn't like how it makes him look. Who okayed this? Then there's an issue between Rodgers and the Jets. Hadn't thought about that until just now, but that's another reason for the Jets to not want it. They don't want to tiptoe through that minefield of what is or isn't going to potentially set off Aaron Rodgers.
What's going on with the selection of the NFLPA's new ED? Why is it so weird?
I think that at the core, the union believes that if the names of the finalists for the new executive director to replace DeMaurice Smith are out there, the league will in some way try to basically craft a Manchurian candidate, identify the one they want, and try to put their thumb on the process to get that person elected, because then they can have their way with the union. That overlooks one very important reality. They already have their way with the union. They don't care about this guy versus this guy. Oh, we've got 3 potential candidates. This is the one that's going to be the one that gives us everything we're looking for. The nature of the union, the nature of the relationship is such that the players are never going to take their nuclear option and miss games, miss paychecks, and the owners will gladly shut it down for a year to get what they want. That fundamental imbalance already gives the NFL anything and everything they could want. So I don't think the union realizes the league doesn't care. And I think the union is so obsessed with not letting anyone, specifically the league, know who the finalists are. They've pushed this to the point where, for those of us with inquiring minds, for those of us with natural curiosity who cover these things, who believe there should be some transparency, and frankly, I think that there is a public interest in knowing who's going to be the main person on the front line in tug of war with Roger Goodell and whoever the next commissioner may be. I think it's important we know that. The more secrecy there is, the greater the sense that somebody's up to something. Even if nobody's up to anything, this level of quiet and silence just invites speculation that somebody's trying to get by with something.
The timing on this couldn't have been better. The NFLPA just tweeted out, our board of player representatives is pleased to announce that we have elected Lloyd Howe as the newest executive director of the NFLPA.
Can I say something?
Absolutely.
I've never heard of Lloyd Howe. Now, I've been covering the NFL for 23 years. I have never heard once in my life the name Lloyd Howe in context with the NFL or anything. So again, their constitution requires that the board of player representatives, the one person per team who's elected by the players to be the voice and to give the vote on the next executive director, they're supposed to know 30 days before the vote who the candidates are. And I think they either violated that or found a way to work around it. So I got a lot of things that will keep me busy this afternoon and tomorrow, I think. So thank you for that news.
And the first thing,
this works the other way around.
The first thing I get for a Lloyd Howell is there's a Lloyd Howell who just recently stepped down as the chief financial officer of Booz Allen Hamilton. So it was announced that he would be retiring, and I presume it's the same Lloyd Howell.
Must be. Maybe he's related to Thurston Howell. I don't know, but I've never heard that name before in my entire life.
And Lovey.
I did want to ask you though, Mike.
Let me just say this. I'm sorry. Someone just texted me that Lloyd Howell's the new executive director, and I said, "Who is that?" And the response was someone who made $3 million a year to do nothing for the next 7 years.
Yeah, he's been on the board of GE Healthcare. He was executive VP, CFO, and treasurer of Booz Allen Hamilton Holding Company. He's on the board of Moody's and Integra Life Sciences, trustee at University of Pennsylvania. He has a bachelor's degree from Penn and MBA from Harvard Business School.
Oh.
It doesn't sound like Jimmy Hoffa's resume, that's for sure.
Mike, I do think it's valid in this discussion because I know that there have been times in at least the last 10 years where there was and were groups trying to get somebody other than DeMaurice Smith to be the head of the PA. So the fact that they've actually done something different is notable for a bunch of different reasons.
Oh, absolutely. And look, I'd love to know the reasons, and presumably we'll find out what the reasons are. But These are things that I think should have been out there. Again, the Constitution requires 30 days notice, and I do not believe that all 32 player representatives collectively kept their mouths shut for 30 days. I think they found a way around that provision in the Constitution, and now, boom, here's a new executive director, and we all just have to deal with it, and we'll be vetting this person in real time. We'll be finding out, as everyone else does, what Lloyd Howell is all about, who he is, why he's got the job, what set him apart from the other candidates, if we ever even know who the other candidates are. But this is I'm getting all sorts of tests. Somebody just asked me if he's related to Thurston, so I'm not the only one to have that thought. I'm not the only one who remembers Gilligan's Island, but yeah, it's a surprise to say the least.
To follow up on Dan's research, Adam Schefter just tweeted, Lloyd Howell has served as Booz Allen's chief financial officer and treasurer. He has been responsible for the firm's financial statements, capital structure, and related financial operations. He previously led the firm's civil and commercial business.
Wow, I beat Schefter to that stuff?
Yeah, you did.
Wow, look at that.
Quick fingers Bernstein over here. Mike, is Travis Kelce happy?
Well, he's happy because he's winning, and he's happy because he's in the process of launching a post-playing career that will have limitless possibilities. And he's not articulating what he wants to do when he's done. He'll have plenty of options, acting maybe, broadcasting, podcasting. He's shown that he's got the ability to make that transition. I think he's better suited than a guy like Gronk, who basically just is Gronk in various contexts. That's it. Travis Kelce has shown he's got that flexibility to appeal to a mainstream audience, but also do some fairly high-level things. But for now, he's making $14 million a year when the best receivers are making twice that. And he's reconciled it by the fact that his team is successful. But he said in this lengthy profile in Vanity Fair that we posted on earlier that, at times he feels like he's being taken advantage of. And I think it helps the Chiefs that Patrick Mahomes is being taken advantage of as well. Patrick Mahomes is grossly underpaid. Kelce is grossly underpaid. As long as they're winning, they're not going to complain about it. But it does have kind of a tenuous feel to it, that they just managed to hold it together 1 year at a time. And yes, it's kind of glaring. And yes, these guys are possibly taken advantage of. But as long as they're competing for championships, they're not going to make a big stink about it. And one thing Kelce said is, look, Tyreek Hill leaves. He gets $30 million a year, but he's not winning. We're winning. And I think that winning is the thing that allows the Chiefs to hold this together.
Mike, what's the latest on Dalvin Cook?
Well, Dalvin Cook has multiple teams that are interested in him, but there's no one interested in him in the level that he prefers, or he'd already have a contract. So I think this is just the process of everyone waiting to see what he wants and what he'll take. We know what he wants. He still wants to get close to what he was going to make, $10.4 million this year from the Vikings. The question is, what will he take and who will he take it from? He more recently started talking about trying to win a Super Bowl, which tells me that he's not going to get top dollar from a non-contender. This is more about getting reasonable money from a contender. And if he can set up a tug of war between the Dolphins and the Jets, I think that works out well for him because the Jets are definitely interested. Breece Hall is recovering from a torn ACL. Nobody knows when he's going to be 100%. It may be in his interest to not be the lead guy 1 year after tearing his ACL. But if the Jets know not only do we get Dalvin Cook, we keep him away from the Dolphins, that may get the Jets to put a little more money on the pile than they otherwise would. Maybe it gets the Dolphins to offer a little bit more than they've offered, because you get it down to a tug of war between two division rivals who are going to have a significant net gain by getting a guy that you're keeping from joining one of those teams you're competing with to win the AFC East. So I think if he plays it the right way, he could end up with a good contract from the Jets or the Dolphins, but it feels like it's coming down to those two.
Mike, thanks for the time and the information. I look forward to the full dossier on Lloyd Howell Jr. as soon as you can get it.
I will be boning up on that, and every Google search, I'm sure, will take me to stories about Thurston. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. That's Mike Florio. When we return, we talked about one pitcher for a Chicago team who is lacking in confidence, control, conviction, command. There was another one on display last night, too, if you could see him through the smoke. We'll talk about that next on The Score.
Coming up at 2 on the Parkins and Spiegel show.
You guys have talked about this on the show many times in the last couple of months. And I can confirm that not many people have this piece of baseball memorabilia that you guys have talked about a lot here and there over the last couple of months. There was a certain giveaway in Oakland.
Come on!
Yes!
No way!
I emailed the Oakland A's PR department and asked, do you guys happen to have any extra Tony Kemp poster day giveaways? And sure enough, a month later, they mailed it in.
Get out of here!
Let's go. Put that thing up.
We're putting
So-
it right here,
right up there. Yeah.
Here is the official Tony Kemp poster day giveaway poster for everyone watching on Twitch.
Holy crap!
It is the official
That's it.
Tony Kemp poster that you guys have been marveling at
Yes.
and was promoted right behind home plate when the Cubs were playing in Oakland back in April.
I love
It
this.
is, and it's emblematic. Really, and Tony Kemp is a terrific guy, a former Cub.
Yeah.
And a good player, good guy, adorable family. But the fact that that's the giveaway is emblematic of what is going to be remembered as one of the worst teams in baseball history. There you go. Now
Our
it's
guy,
official.
Tony Kemp.
Yep.
Right here for you.
Now all we need is the next goal is to get him at some point in studio to sign it.
Also, make sure you go to twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score, because what Connor O'Donnell is doing is a split screen, sometimes with Dan, sometimes with, well, it has to only be Dan, but it's split screen with Dan and the Tony Kemp poster instead of Lawrence. There it is.
Yeah.
I think the Tony Kemp poster should always be on the screen on Twitch. It should just be always up there.
I think that it should be like the Florio head.
That's it.
Yes, exactly.
Where it's our screensaver?
Yeah, it should be bouncing up and around, and people be like, oh, when it almost makes it to the corner, and then it doesn't quite make it to the corner. That's what it should be.
Bernstein and Holmes. Middays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
J-Mo's doing much better than he started and kind of found his rhythm a little bit better.
Here's the 1-1. Marsh hits one in the air, deep right field. Suzuki turns around, looks up, it's gone. 2-0 Philadelphia after the solo home run by Brandon Marsh.
Hold on, point of order before we get into our Cubs conversation. Did DA say that Otani beat the Mariners last night?
What?
This is Damon Amendolara with your Odyssey Sports Minute. Shohei Otani does things every night that still defy belief. In a 4-2 win over Seattle, Otani threw 6 1/3 of one-run baseball. He struck out 10 batters. Oh, and he also hit 2 home runs. So he's got 28 of those on the year, 13 this month. The ace of the Angels is on pace for 56 home runs. That's normal. This is Damon Amendolara.
Seattle White Sox.
Wrong.
National media.
Wrong.
Biased against the Sox again.
More disrespect.
I gotta text DA.
Is Ryan
This is
Seacrest
Damon
going to host that
Amendolara
show
with your
too?
Odyssey Sports Minute. Shohei Otani does things every night that still defied belief. In a 4-2 win over Seattle, Otani
Nope. No.
Who let the brooms out?
More disrespect for
No,
the
that
White
wasn't DA.
Sox. No one knows
Who
where
let
they
the
play.
brooms out?
No, that was Sean Morash,
Yeah,
right?
his buddy, right?
Yeah, his
Oh,
apprentice,
that's,
I believe. But yeah,
That's a
Jameson
thing.
Tyone looks to me, and this is, I'm going to delve into areas where I'm not always that comfortable, but if they're going to talk about Kopech's body language, I don't think Tyone's stuff, like the movement of the pitches, the velocity, it all looks okay, but he doesn't ever look like he thinks any pitch that he's going to throw is going to be good.
I think the problem is none of us watched his starts with the Yankees enough to have a good reference point on it. You know?
Does he always look like that? And why is his slider dropped so precipitously in velocity? At least as tracked by Fangraphs, it's dropped 5 miles an hour.
That's a lot.
It's a lot. The fastball's the same, but last year's slider was 86.2. This year is 80.9.
Was the slider his second most common pitch with New York? I wonder.
Well, now his cutter is doubled in usage from last year.
I also worry about all these guys trying to add a sweeper and what that does to the rest of their arsenal. I'm not saying that was him. I'd have to look up.
Maybe that's why it dropped.
pitch
Is
mix.
because he's that explains it. That
I
he's
think
using-
Did he add a
that's a
sweeper?
brilliant
Yes.
point by you, Layla.
Oh yeah, there's so
Brilliant.
many guys in Major League Baseball who are talking about how they've added a sweeper and what hell it has wreaked on their stuff. Like I'm surprised that this is still something that they're discussing so much. I feel the same way about the cutter. A lot of guys try to mix in a cutter and then it messes up their fastball. But is that it? Did he really just add in a sweeper and I'm just spitballing here?
that makes sense for the velocity drop. That he's going for horizontal movement instead of the gyro depth.
My concern about his stuff right now is that the fastball is taking up too much of the strike zone at too good of a part of the strike zone. And that was the home run last night to their new Jason Worth, who only hits well against the Sox and the Cubs, Brandon Marsh, last night. I got there. Just give me a minute. But yeah, I was more concerned about that. Like the fastball was like, I'm in the strike zone. I'm in the strike zone for a while. I'm like right at the height you need. Bye.
Bye.
But if that is it, take out the damn sweeper and get back to doing your thing.
I got to tell you, after talking with Ian and talking with Rossi over the last couple of days, I felt like when I was thinking about I don't bet every night. It's usually like maybe once a week or something on FanDuel. And I was sitting there going, I feel like the Cubs, taking the Phillies on the money line is the move. I just felt like you were going to get a
jet lag
tired,
game?
I felt like that was the best bet on the board, other than Otani home run last night. To just bet against the Cubs in last night's game because they're exhausted
And they're playing in an ashtray.
Yeah. That would have been a reason where if I were the
So
Cubs
true.
and I had any sort of power or sway,
Perfect time to just shut it down.
I would have been like,
Conditions.
these conditions are not conducive to us playing baseball. How about we play 2 tomorrow?
I know we have James Naveau on coming up at 12:25. He is my partner on the Cubs Talk podcast. But from what he surmised, it is that they didn't call it because of the threat of severe weather on Thursday.
Yeah, there's supposed to be some rain in the area tomorrow. So, yeah,
However,
I get it.
I do not care. At some point, being out there for hours is just bad for people.
I agree.
It's bad for everybody involved. And they admitted it. They admitted it after the fact. They admitted it before the fact.
They
and
were saying how they
didn't
were
stop them
making
from
masks
playing.
available for
Yes.
their operations people and everything else
Don't
over
be
at Wrigley Field.
Don't be penny wise and pound foolish here. And it's also putting fans in a bad spot, too, because they don't know. They're like, oh, well, if you guys are out there, then we'll be here.
Yeah, and you got tickets and you want to go to Wrigley Field. And, I mean, you probably didn't get to see it in all of its majesty yesterday because you couldn't even see the lake.
So let's do a drill down on Tyone's performance, what he is and what he isn't now as a member of the Chicago Cubs. Let's start post-game, his manager, David Ross.
Long layoff for him. You know, there were times it looked really sharp, 8 punchies and, 5 innings. It just, every mistake it seemed like he paid for today. The cutter just not getting there, the breaking ball for the homer to Marsh just looked like it, no bite to that one. So, they jumped on his mistakes, didn't miss him. Yeah, a little inconsistent for him. He wants to be better for sure, but there were some flashes of some sharpness there. Yeah, maybe it was a little rust, little long layoff, but got to get him on track. I know he's putting a lot of work in right now.
So let's ask Tyone himself why he's struggling.
I mean, my four seam at the top hasn't been as good as it has been in the past couple of years. So we've been trying to find ways in between starts just to hammer that down and get that better. So I like the work we've been doing in between starts with that, but I'd like to start getting more swing and miss up there. Curveball, 2 strikes. That's a pitch I'm used to really getting it where I need to get it. And it's kind of been hit or miss lately. Like Marsh hit a curveball that just didn't quite get to where I wanted it to go. So that was a pretty good example. And I feel like it's one of those things too, just when you start struggling a little bit at this level, like other teams have all the same information and they start stacking lineups with lefties, and it wasn't a thing until it became a thing. And then now I'm facing 6 or 7 lefties every outing, and it's going to be that way until I punch back and show that I can consistently dominate lefties. So it's just up to me now to counter punch and find a way to get that done. So we're working on some things in between starts, and hopefully it starts getting better.
I love how he sounds. I love the self-awareness, and I'm rooting for him. I just wish he looked like he believed in what he was throwing.
It's the same thing with Kopech, where you hear him after a game and he knows what went wrong and what he needs to. And it's like, come on, man, take that next step.
Right. Act on it.
Something's up here. I think I cut it off. Take one of these pitches out if it's messing up your other stuff.
And we learned this with Hayden Wisniewski too.
A lot of guys have talked about it.
What his sweeper release point did for where he had to release his fastball. And there's no free lunch. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
So you got to figure out how to make sure the tunneling is still on point. Even though the arm action might make it look like you're like, oh, well, there you can identify it as a hitter. And you're saying, well, here comes the sweeper.
I would rather he throw something that evinces more confidence, even if Pitch Lab thinks it may be slightly less effective objectively.
Yeah, I mean, the question is to Tommy Hotovy, how confident are you in Jameson Tyone adding a sweeper that is not going to mess with the delivery and what he's showing left-hand batters on the other side?
Yeah, it may have messed with him. Now, here's what Carlos Pena of Marquee Network said to the Mully and Haugh show this morning about Tyone.
The trade deadline is coming around. What are the Cubs going to do? Are the Cubs going to go try to acquire somebody else? And this is my problem with that, because I was talking specifically about Tyone yesterday, and I'm thinking, okay, what are we going to do? Trade for another guy and come in and maybe do the job? I'm thinking to myself, no. This is a man that has great tools. Where's player development at? Where's the coaching at that we can help Tyone get back to where he needs to get back to? And can we stop looking for oh, we need to find the spin of the slider and the rise of the fastball. How about yesterday making the wrong choice of pitches to throw? Like, well, how come we're not talking about strategy?
He's saying what I'm saying about where you can chase everything in the lab, but when you bring it out into practical usage, you still have the human element, and that guy still has to trust what he's created in the lab, and things get real different out there real fast.
Oh, you mean like if a guy's three isn't falling, and then maybe he's got to bring it in a little bit?
No,
You're
shooting coach. No, now
keep shooting threes.
Peter Patton is here to fix all of that.
Damn right
Bulls
he
have a
is.
shooting coach.
Go Blue
He's going to
Demons.
teach them how to, when it leaves their hand, it's now going to go in the basket.
I didn't even bring up the Bulls.
I have a problem, and that's a me thing. And yes,
I've been keeping an eye on random people like Dante DiVincenzo, like not picking up the options.
That's a guy to keep an eye on.
Yeah. Okay. Since we're all in that safe place of confession.
Can I ask a larger question about what we just heard?
Yes.
Why is Carlos Pena not in somebody's front office?
Oh.
Because between the stuff that he was saying about Tyone and his clear love and knowledge of hitting, like if you ever heard that guy talk about the science of hitting, someone needs to hire that man and say, can you fix stuff? Like, I don't know. Like maybe if you were thinking, how could I improve on offense? And then you like brought someone in who has maybe some different ideas than what you've been doing. And then you could ask that person, hey, could you take a look at what's wrong with our hitting? And then could you give us some observations on the subject? And then maybe we'll act on those recommendations that you have.
And or you could be the kind of guy with enough playing experience and gravitas to be able to translate some of what we do to how players want to hear it.
Figuratively and literally, considering the makeup of some of the teams that are in Major League Baseball and the type of players that you have, where you have a lot of people who English isn't their first language. But hey, that's just me.
He's a really analytical mind.
Yep. Yes!
And every time
Always
we
has.
have him on, he's always great. And you know his dad is an engineer. Runs in the fam.
See? Just like this one.
And I think Tyone, I agree that I think he's salvageable. I don't think we look at this, they got this long contract. What did they do?
I'd still go get a starter if you
that
have
may be-
designs on winning this year, though.
But Tyone looks like he might need a reset. He might need to drop the sweeper, but he also might just need a hug. That sometimes, I know it sounds ridiculous, but sometimes you get these guys who lose confidence, who have, and we've talked about it with Ian. We talked about it with Chris Bryant. We talked about it with pitchers too, that maybe somebody just has to say, hey, man, you're a really good major league pitcher, and you've been a really good major league pitcher on a huge stage under bright lights. You're good. And he could be in charge of some of these plate appearances because the guy does have a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and he does have multiple breaking pitches that work. They've just got to put everything back together a little bit. He looks like he lacks confidence.
And when we talked to him at the Cubs social at Cubs convention, which is, useful for this type of thing, you get an idea of who a person is. His fiance's family is from here. Like, he wanted to make Chicago his home. That was something he was really excited about and dedicated about. So I could understand why we're seeing all of that come together in a way that's not quite working. Like the big contract, the dedication to being here, wanting to be here and stay here and be that person, building on what you had with the Yankees in a way that makes a lot of sense, appreciating the data that the Cubs provide you. And all I'm saying is, when in doubt, leave it out. We've seen entire careers change when pitchers will take out a pitch that they thought was very much helping them.
Giolito did it.
Maybe that's it. Maybe. I'm not saying that's the answer, but there's got to be a reason they're making him throw it too.
I'm not here to completely rebuild baseball infrastructures for every team, but I do wonder if there are franchises or in parts of franchises that have gotten lost so much in data. Like I'll take the way less extreme version of what Joe Madden has been talking about, where maybe there are kernels of truth in there that he just can't get to because he's still so mad about the way things are, where there is a disconnect between how you're conveying the data to the player. And you might need actual translators you might need someone like Carlos Pena or Carlos Correa to be like, okay, this is what they want you to do. Now let's talk about how you can actually do
what
it.
You're going to be comfortable and effective doing.
I mean, I wonder if
that's what we've been talking about.
If there are checks and balances inside of organizations, or if organizations get so caught up in whatever their mission statement is that they think that their way of doing things is infallible, and then they don't realize where they made the mistake until a post-mortem. Like, things didn't work. Now let's do a forensic accounting of why things didn't work when you could have been doing it in real time.
That's hard.
It's very hard.
Well,
very hard.
It also has to do with the practical application of data. Maybe they think they have to stick with something for a certain amount of time before they can safely say this isn't working for this person. But here's the problem with all of that. Your timeline, because your other starting pitchers are doing well and your division is bad, has just moved up. So we feel that clock ticking on what you're going to do or do not. At
They
the
do
trade
too.
deadline.
Rossi told us. He told us, yes, and we'll talk about it a little bit later on, but I keep thinking about the Luis Robert thing, and I'm bothered by it because it feels like Pedro wants to take credit for what Robert is doing when we know at least at one point, Robert was like, I'm going to do what I was doing before you guys showed up, and trying to figure out how much of this is him doing him versus what they're asking him to do. I'm not sure what to make of it. Like, not every solution that is given. I mean, look, we have all dealt with people who have come in from the outside and they've said, you know what works? You know what works in this market? You should do this. You should wear this. You should blah, 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 blah. And they have no idea what the hell is going on or why you work in a certain thing. I wish you could get like baseball people to be really honest about the stuff that they don't know. But they never tell you until things have gone so badly that everything has to be overhauled.
And then they say it's because of the ball that was out of their control anyway.
Yep.
Right? We have High Noon coming up next. The Orca issue is spreading geographically. This is becoming, you thought it was a thing before, it's a bigger thing now.
I have something that's so cool that I didn't believe it when I saw it this morning.
How do I put this? It looks appealing. You've all thought about it. But apparently it ends in death.
Hey, Chicago, this is Ian Happ.
Ian cracks one in the air. Deep center field. That ball is gone. He clobbered that ball over the wall.
But here's the thing, Danny. I thought your proclamation lacked style.
Thank you.
I thought it lacked panache.
Yeah.
And pomp and circumstance, frankly.
I should have thrown a party.
You should have. One option I thought was like, you should have had a bell be like the town crier and wear like a robe, something like that to make a big deal. Like if I was doing a proclamation, there would be crumpets and there would be strumpets.
Oh no, what do you
And
have
there would
here?
be trumpets.
Oh my God!
Really,
Jesus Christ.
you gotta go all out, and you don't know how to do that sometimes.
No,
You're
I
not,
don't.
Right, guys? He's not big with like ceremony and like
love this.
and like props and stuff.
Oh my God, we didn't
Like
know
if
this
you're
was
gonna
coming.
proclaim, you ready?
God!
You can do it again after
All
I do this.
right,
Ready?
yeah, sure.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hear ye, hear ye! The Cubs are going to win the National League Central.
Hear ye?
Hear ye, hear ye?
Yeah, hear ye. Yeah.
Yeah,
not
Louis
hear ye.
Armstrong
in here? What's going on?
That was actually really good.
That was very clean.
He's talented. He's a
That's-
talented musician.
That's how I would do a proclamation.
That's a proclamation.
That's what I'm
how you do it. All Danny did was name the roster.
All he did was run down the teams, steal my thoughts, and speak them without the eloquence that I bring to the table, and then get all the takes and the likes and the reaction and the shine.
670thescore.com, an Odyssey station.
I'll be back this way on Monday. We'll settle this then. Right there, out in the street, in front of the Palace Saloon.
Yeah, right. When? High noon?
It is high noon on a Wednesday. So that means it's the middle of your work week. Or at least ours. I don't know about yours. So for us, it's sort of all...
No, I work to Sunday.
Yeah, you don't ever stop working, and you never sleep. And you were up till 2 in the morning last night doing baseball
Stop
analysis.
texting us baseball stuff at 2 in the morning.
No, I'm never going to not slide in your DMs at 2 in the morning with baseball.
Normal people are trying to sleep at that
I
point.
wanted to sleep too, but my brain kept going and my house smelled like smoke. Thanks, Canada.
Smoke weed every day.
We talked White
I'd be
Sox.
asleep.
Ozzie Guillen was very, very vocal in the positioning of Tim Anderson in the current lineup.
Ozzie wore Yerminator jersey
Yes, he
on
did.
post-game last night.
We discussed Cornholio Kopak. Whoa. He's got to kind of chill out there, and everybody noticed it. Mike Florio had football thoughts. We actually, I think, concluded some things. Our Jameson Tyone analysis, we might have figured something out, whether we intended to or not.
A texter pointed me to a piece that was written about the Mets being over analytical and not understanding the data that they were compiling. So thank you, texter. I appreciate it. I'll read that.
Oh, it's Roth who wrote it.
And then I'll
wow.
And then I'll come back and tell you what I think.
One of the best writers writing anything anywhere right now.
Just sometimes the pitch you have isn't working for you that day, and you have to do something different. I don't think they had to do with Jameson Tyone's pitches. I think.
When I saw this story start to kind of cross around Twitter yesterday, I was like, I got to check bios and stuff because this doesn't seem real. This from Tennessee State University, which I believe is where Big Ant Heron holds his degree from. I believe he finished his work at Tennessee State. Maybe I think it's Tennessee State. Check this out, Dan, Layla.
Yes.
Tennessee State University, a historically black college university at HBCU, in partnership with the National Hockey League, National Hockey League Players Association, and the Nashville Predators, invites members of the media to a press conference at Bridgestone Arena to announce a significant milestone. TSU's groundbreaking initiative as the first historically black college university to introduce ice hockey at the collegiate level.
I love that story.
So Tennessee State is going to build a hockey team.
They're going to have some white dudes on their hockey team.
Of course they are, because there's white dudes on the baseball team and on the football team too. But I love this. This is super cool. I don't know how it's going to work.
That'd be great.
I don't know if they're going to hit me up.
HBCU hockey sweaters. How awesome would some of those be?
Right. So I hope that
rambling hockey.
I hope it starts a trend, and I look forward to donating money to their program.
Haven't you heard Marshall Harris talk about hockey when he lived in Birmingham and the importance of it to the city and like how he became like a hockey stan? It's a good story. He's told it on the air before, and I think he mentioned it in passing on your House of L podcast. But it's worth another discussion.
Well, yeah, and I'm sure that they're going to hit Big Ant up for some cash. Give him some cat. Well, I don't know. He might be cash strapped.
I was
going to
make a hockey
Big
stand
Ant has
joke
17 jobs.
He does. He's also got a child that's going to be larger than all of us.
Yeah, he might eat some food.
Yeah.
One.
Yep. So shout out to Tennessee State for becoming the first historically black college or university to build out a hockey program. And a guy like Jason Bernstein,
yeah, they need a goalie.
Maybe Bucknell isn't the school for him. Maybe he needs to go to an HBCU.
I don't know if he's they told him there's a spot for him. They told him that they do have a spot in hockey.
I bet they got a spot for him at Tennessee State.
He's deciding whether or not he wants to keep playing.
I mean, that's big for the community, too, because ice time, you guys know, is so ridiculously hard to find.
Oh,
There's
around
a
there,
lot
yeah.
of really great side effects that come from that's pretty awesome. So you've perused one of those Cheesecake Factory type places, or maybe you're at a resort and you're like, look at all these options on the menu for everything.
Mm-hmm.
If only I could have them all. Well, somebody did that and he died.
What?
Yeah. Man dies after attempting to drink all 21 cocktails on bar menu while vacationing in Jamaica.
That's different. That's
No,
not like the scene in Diner where the guy eats the entire left side of the menu. And he's walking out of the diner and he'd had absolutely...
He's wafer thin.
But he's drinking.
Why is that the second time I've made that reference
second Mr.
today?
Creosote reference.
A UK man died on vacation while in Jamaica because he tried to drink all 21 cocktails. He was only 53, and he was able to drink 12 of the menu's various cocktails before returning to his hotel room at the Royal Decameron Club Caribbean in St. Anne, where he later died due to acute Can you die of that?
Yes.
Gastroenteritis?
100%.
Related to alcohol consumption.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds miserable. He had been drinking brandy and beer in the morning before partaking in the exchange.
This sounds like...
Where's the bartender to cut this guy off?
This sounds like leaving Las Vegas.
And he decided
that bar's going to get sued.
And he decided to meet 2 Canadian women celebrating a birthday who were trying to complete the challenge before midnight.
Blame Canada.
Man, this is a little disturbingly full.
Canada's out here destroying lives, man.
Poor Canada. This stinks. He was, this is a quote that I don't know that I should be reading. He was on his back choking. I put him in the recovery position and screamed for an ambulance. One of his family members later told authorities he was making a gurgling sound. As soon as he was in the recovery position, he vomited. I was shouting his name with no response.
I heard he swallowed his vomit during a test.
Well, that's brutal. So just don't try. Don't even attempt. Also, the mix of brandy and beer sounds terrifying.
But he started earlier in the day. So this kind of was building up. It wasn't just the final coup de grace at the end where he's attacking everything on the menu. It sounds like this was a full day.
We are a sports talk radio station. And somewhere in there comes some dumb bit, and this is not the time. But I don't think that if he had even tried that sans previous alcohol, that he would have been able to make it.
I agree.
That sounds miserable.
We had Rock Mamola do the gallon of milk challenge.
That's stupid, too.
So stupid.
We in Philly
That guy
had...
runs a radio station now.
We in Philly had a guy who tried to drink a pitcher of Shirley Temples in a certain amount of time because Joel Embiid famously drank Shirley Temples by the pitcher. Didn't go well either.
You know well from this segment that orcas have been attacking ships off of Spain and Portugal, the Sea of Gibraltar, and they have done it now creatively and impressively and increasingly complicatedly, communicating with each other and not just ramming the ships, but knowing where the rudders are, removing the rudders, attacking the keel, etc., and then taunting the ships by showing them the pieces that they've bitten off. And that they are sharing this with other orcas. We know that they're spreading this, but here now it's up another level. Because an orca attacked a yacht between Scotland and Norway, 2,000 miles away from the Iberian orcas.
Oh.
They believe the behavior is spreading. This is from Smithsonian Magazine. June 19th, a Dutch sailor spotted an orca. He was fishing off the back of the boat, and then the orca rammed into his 7-ton yacht. The creature hit the vessel multiple times. It swam behind the boat, appeared to be searching for the keel or main structural supports. The orca, they said they could hear its loud breathing. He did make it home safely, but scientists are intrigued that this behavior now occurred so far away from the Iberian orcas. They believe it could have spread from the Spain and Portugal subpopulation transmitted by very mobile orcas. An independent researcher said it is possible this fad is leapfrogging through the various pods and communities. Uh-oh.
I always knew it would be over for us when the animals organized.
Well,
I always knew.
They are, and they're incredibly smart, powerful animals who are beginning to enjoy this, and now it's like Pokemon Go or Pogs or whatever the current thing is, or Taylor Swift. They're all enjoying whatever the new hot thing is, and I don't know if they're comparing notes on TikTok or how they're doing it or how they're sharing their exploits and say, hey, you should see we got a bigger ship than that. We pulled the rudder off. I mean,
Lori Lightfoot.
Well, some of these boats were Italian. That's high noon.
Hamburglar.
Can we talk about the Bears and the miscalculation and what is actually happening in this particular dynamic with what they're trying to do?
I need tax breaks, baby. I need some tax breaks. Let's go, baby.
Maybe you shouldn't have dedicated everything to
Give
the
me
one
whatever you
thing
want,
thing.
baby. I need these tax breaks.
You could have shopped around, but you decided to not do that.
Can I
Yeah,
have-
we can do that.
I have a bean pie.
And a final call, if you buy them.
Okay, yeah.
Need these tax breaks, baby. Kevin Warren out there on 47. I see you. I see you.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Then I talked to Mike Talkman, who I was excited to talk to Mike.
Well, JD, I think you nicknamed him the Palatine Pounder.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
Well, that's exciting. So then you talked to Mike Talkman,
Gotta
the
tell ya,
Palatine Pounder.
On the way into the interview, I'm thinking, man, I'm so psyched for this.
Yeah.
Palatine's own. I wonder if he was a scorehead. I wonder if he likes the Pounder. Interesting career.
Got a lot of things to talk about with him.
Yeah,
sure.
man.
Yeah, okay.
Some time in New York with the Yankees.
Does he think of Topgolf?
Exactly. Where should the Bears go? You know, who's your favorite score host and why isn't it me? Just like all kinds of stuff. I was
Quarter draft.
super excited.
I got Southport round 1.
Nice job.
Yep.
Nice value.
Then I made the decision to lead with the Pounder. Okay?
I would have done the same.
Right. Get the man's thought. He's got a nickname.
You gotta warm him up first, Speaks. Everyone knows that. You gotta just a little bit of rubbing
or
around,
break the ice.
Yeah, I like loosen him up first.
Yeah,
loosen him up.
Also, my guy Sean Sears is like, hustling thing about an open because we weren't sure we were going to get him. It's like, oh yeah, we got the Palatine Pounder. It's perfect.
Man, you never go in first with the Pounder.
Oh, so you played it for him? Did he hear it?
I think Tanny grabbed it.
Okay.
And Mike Talkman, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
Doing well. Thanks for having me.
You got it. Are you okay with the Palatine Pounder? Have you heard that? Are you all right with that as a possible nickname? That's from Jim DeShays.
I don't know. I don't know about that one. But,
I know. I mean, I don't know. You're not necessarily a pounder as a hitter, but it's alliteration, right? What I didn't know is if other people in Palatine would be okay with you being the official pounder of Palatine. Like there's probably somebody else who might.
Yeah. There's probably someone else that's heard that one before. It's not bad though.
Not bad.
Dude, that is not your fault.
That's he hated it.
That is not your fault.
You don't think so?
He did not come to play.
No.
At one point, I asked him what it was like playing in Japan last year. He played in Korea last year.
Wait. Can we just re-air this entire thing at 5 o'clock?
by Golf Mill Chevrolet.
We've had a stalemate and a lack of communication, and it sounds like it's a little bit more convoluted at this point in time than I thought it would be. Well, then we're in a position to start exploring other places and other opportunities.
Okay, that's Kevin Warren, who had a meeting with the powers that be in Arlington Heights. It was more of a public forum that he used as a grandstanding opportunity. So I followed up our discussion yesterday by reaching out to some people close to the Bears, who longtime Bears sources, who painted a picture that are some of the presumptions of the way Kevin Warren swooped in to do business here are true. And what I was told is that over the past few months, he has taken full charge. He is doing or saying anything he wants. And this idea of getting a bit confrontational, as this meeting did, maybe even some veiled threats, this is how it was said to me. Warren's very aggressive. Very aggressive. And that approach is what got him in trouble in his early days in the Big Ten. So everyone at Halas Hall believes that this issue with the Arlington Heights school districts will be resolved. But this most recent meeting didn't accomplish anything to get them closer to doing that. That this was a missed opportunity where Warren's aggressiveness is not particularly well received.
Okay. I agree that this was a little bit of a misstep, but isn't this exactly what people wanted the Bears to look like? Isn't what Kevin Warren brings to the table what the Bears as an organization were missing?
Yes, un-Bears, bad cop stuff.
Right?
Yep.
Like the guy that's going to come in and see where your trouble spots are and then offer solutions to fixing your trouble spots. So I always get a little uncomfortable when because we heard a lot of nonsense about him from people in the Big Ten that didn't like his aggressiveness. Mm-hmm. And what did it end up bearing? It ended up bearing the biggest television contract of all time.
And if he's going to ruffle some feathers,
that's why he's here.
With some long-standing relationships or expectations, that was the point. The disruption was the point.
I mean, we still going to get these jokes off about him begging for money and tax breaks. But the whole point was the Bears were operating like a mom and pop shop, that they were paying too much deference to a lot of different people and organizations and all of the things that are in place to be as barriers for them to do what they want to do. Kevin Warren is supposed to be the type of person that knocks those barriers down. And it might not be cute the way that he does it, but it's been damn effective wherever he's gone.
I mean, that's it to me. Did you expect this process to be pretty and simple and easy once you decided to hire a new team president after you already bought property and are on the record saying Arlington Heights is our sole focus, and then the taxes were levied as such? Like, did you expect that to go easily after that when you didn't like the number that you received in return? It's not going to be pretty. It's going to make people uncomfortable. I'm assuming, especially at Halas Hall, because that is not the way they've done business in the past.
Forever.
And that's why it's going to work out one way or another. They're not selling the land in Arlington Heights.
Yeah, they're going to make pickleball courts.
They're not opening mall space there, which now would have to be a pickleball court because that's the only thing that makes any money in mall space.
Cacophony is the word I think of when I think of 100 yards of pickleball.
But inside is fine. No, I've got no problem with it inside.
I had someone say to me a couple of weeks ago that it was my mom. My mom was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna get out today and I'm gonna go to the mall." And I was like, "What? What mall?" And I know she meant Orland because I think that's the only one left in the South Burbs. But like, what do you mean you're going to the mall? Like, what's a mall?
Well,
people walk there.
Walking. I know in the winter. I know my dad did a lot of like Northbrook Court Mall walking exercise stuff.
Yeah, but she's not going to drive 5 miles to go walking. She can just walk outside her house.
Not today.
Not today.
Well, no, I told her to stay in the house.
My problem, I did mall walking actually. You know when I did it? It was the day of the Score 30th. when we had to come back
I left.
later in the day. I left and I wanted to get my steps in, but it was crazy hot, if you remember.
I went and sat and had some.
You were at Uncle Julio's,
Yeah,
right?
I was Uncle Julio's.
So I was there, but I walked the entire length of Woodfield. Like
Dan was probably
It was
walking
not-
around me as I was sitting at the bar at Uncle Julio's.
It was not crazy hot. I was outside.
It was
in
crazy
pants.
hot.
It wasn't
was
sweaty.
It was gross out.
It was. I didn't like it.
And it was gross in too.
Don't
There was
like
a
it.
score of it. But it was. But my
There were some interesting
people, characters.
There's one guy who just kept taking pictures of me, and I'm like, I'm not doing anything different.
That was the guy that
than
was
I was,
following
like,
you to the bathroom.
Yeah,
that was
minutes ago.
uncomfortable.
That was weird. But
get out of here.
My problem with mall walking is if I can get by the food court, because there's always going to be something.
Cinnabon.
Orange Julius,
boardwalk fries, or just something that
Mrs. Fields cookies.
that doesn't do anything for me.
Cinnabon.
No, it's going to be.
What?
There
Who
was
am I working with here?
there was a
Studs?
place.
Anything?
There was a place in the.
I'm with you on Cinnabon.
In the
Yeah.
Northgate. Was it Northgate or South Square? South Square Mall in Durham. It was called Mr. Barbecue *N stuff.
Mr. Barbecue and stuff.
Mr. Barbecue stuff, and I was addicted to it. And they had great.
What was the stuff?
Well, all the fixins. They had great regular chopped pork barbecue with the ice cream scoop, the classic Carolina sauce, and it was just a stand. It was like one guy had this thing, Mr. Barbecue and stuff, and I don't know if he was Mr. Barbecue or if he was
Hi,
in stuff.
I'm Mr.
aspiring
Barbecue.
to be
The way
Mr.
you
This is
Barbecue.
in stuff.
But the stuff, they had giant fried chicken legs. Like oversized chicken drumsticks. So you get one of those for like $1.50. They had Brunswick stew. They had okra. They had black-eyed peas.
And Fergie.
They had all sorts of stuff. And all the barbecue and hush puppies.
I love hush puppies.
Whatever you wanted. So I would get a tray of like the barbecue and then the stuff and just nibble on it. And then I had it twice in a day.
What?
I had it for lunch. And
I'm not even mad. I'm impressed.
And then I went back and I had it for dinner.
That
Yeah.
sounds great.
You're so good.
Oh man, sometimes barbecue is just the best thing ever.
Well, when I go to Arizona and it's like hot, like where they have to put the oven mitts on doors and stuff, that's you do see the armies of the older people like getting their mall walk in.
Get that AC.
Do they have their hiking poles?
No, that's when you see people out like doing the lower like mountain ranges.
There's a term for those. I forgot what they're called.
I like those. I like those as both as a way to help you walk and in protection. You never know what might run up on you.
Trekking
out there.
poles. Trekking poles is
Go
what
out
they're
there
called.
Scorpions and snakes and stuff.
Yeah, and wolves and coyotes and what
Wolves.
stuff. Ozone action.
Rangers.
Is this part of the pitch that Kevin Warden is making into
Wolves.
cities? Do you guys have snakes? What about wolves?
Have you seen the foxes right down here in Daly Park?
Not yet.
There's a family of foxes down there. I have not seen them.
Yeah, NASCAR's moving their home.
Right?
The pictures of those foxes look adorable.
If NASCAR does anything to those foxes, I'm going to swear vengeance against NASCAR.
Foxes might also be in luck if they're near one of those like convenient, like the concession stands. Foxes might have themselves a day.
All they need are rats and voles and squirrels. They're fine.
Don't they eat eggs and stuff? I thought they
yes,
ate eggs.
they do sometimes. Sometimes they are opportunistic feeders.
Get the fox some Cinnabon.
Oh, Cinnabon. I love Cinnabon.
Yeah, Dan, you've got to get on board with the mall Cinnabon smell.
I don't do
I'm
mall
not telling you to
no,
eat the Cinnabon.
Mall
I'm just
sweets
saying,
do nothing for me.
the smell of the
Cinnabon or
Cinnabon
Auntie
at the
Anne's.
mall?
No,
You know there's one in the Pedway?
I know. I don't. But the smell of all that stuff and the
Cinnamon pretzel? Let's go.
The flavored
Auntie
popcorn.
Anne's?
No,
Auntie
right
Anne's?
down there. I walk. I'd rather get the Subway morning bread baking smell.
Okay, can we get an update on Subway and you?
What about it?
Well, you were eating it like every day, and then you were like, "Is it wrong that I'm eating this every day?" And I was like, "No, if you like it, and it's healthy, it's like the healthiest sandwich that you can buy."
I'm having it an average of probably 2.5 nights a week. But now I've stepped it up.
And it's just tuna, right? Like this.
It's a foot long tuna on Italian, lettuce, tomato, olive, banana pepper, and salt and pepper.
Olives? Black olives?
Yeah.
Push it.
Interesting.
It just works. I can't explain it. And for some reason, my Subway at Addison and Western, that sandwich is $9.40.
But
at the Subway on Lincoln and Damon, it's $11.40.
Whoa, a $2 difference.
Yes.
Different franchise owners.
But that's ridiculous.
No, it's not. That
I even
happens
said
all the
something.
time.
I said, why is it the one near me is $9.40? And she says, I don't know. We must charge more for it.
Yeah, they're different.
What a great answer.
Oh, no way.
Right.
Well, that's like the Burger King that I used to work at as a teenager. That was a franchise-owned Burger King, and I had something that not all Burger Kings had, a guy selling weed out of the back. So
I guarantee you that a lot
and
of
it was
Burger
more
Kings
than
have
that.
But yeah, like
That's really having it your way.
Those sweet smells in malls do nothing for me. But you give me something, like potatoes frying in peanut oil, or even like walking by an Arby's, like a mall Arby's.
They have the meats.
I know, but now they don't have potato cakes anymore.
Yeah, stop that. Stop it. Dragic, bring the potato cakes back.
Best ever.
And all day breakfast at McDonald's. Let's get it going.
All day breakfast at McDonald's was the best.
Best ever hangover meal. It was two
Or just meal.
2 Arby's
if you
beef
work
and
late
cheddars,
like me.
2 Arby's beef and cheddars, 2 orders of potato cakes, and a huge cherry Fanta.
Can we have a very serious conversation here? Like, I'm very serious. Super serious. If McDonald's went full-time breakfast and scrapped the other stuff,
what
would they survive? Because I think they would.
Because
the chicken nugget is too strong.
No McDonald's fries?
The chicken nugget is too powerful.
All right, let's save a couple of items. So what I'm saying is, if they flipped it and they said, we're going to focus on breakfast, but you're going to be able to get your Big Mac, your fries, and your chicken nuggets.
I don't want a Big Mac. I've never had a Big Mac.
A lot of people have the Big Mac. Yeah.
People like the Big Mac.
I know.
They do. People
like the nugs.
Yep.
It wouldn't be a good idea, because there are some weird people out here in this world that don't like breakfast food.
That's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
You know, those people are so wrong.
Erroneous on all counts.
McDonald's all day breakfast. They used to have this carrot cake muffin that was really good.
They did?
Yeah, and I used to buy the full-size fruit and yogurt parfait. It was an excellent deal.
What the hell is wrong with you?
They had grits for a while. That was exciting.
Dang it, McDonald's.
Were they good? They were all right. You know, grits is a very delicate process. And everyone likes theirs a little bit differently. I'm a butter and salt man, and I like my grits a little thick. Some people like it a little runny. I don't. I don't enjoy that at all. Some people put sugar in it, and I'm like, what are you doing?
Red eye gravy.
So it was not authentically made, but it was okay.
No, I don't know if it wasn't authentically made. I thought it was pretty good. Like, I was like, it was, if you didn't want something fried, like if you didn't want the hash brown with the rest of your meal, you go grits. And it was all right.
How do we feel about the quarter pounder?
I love that.
It used to be my favorite thing.
That's what I grew up on.
Now I'm a double cheeseburger.
Okay,
I
and
grew
then
up with a
also
quarter pounder, but now I do McDoubles.
The chicken sandwich. The chicken sandwich probably stays.
Have any of the 5 of us taken advantage of the fact that the corporate headquarters is here and the International McDonald's is like right down the street?
Randolph?
No, I want to go.
I've never gone.
I want to go.
And it has like all the crazy like international options.
I want to go.
Oh, like the Japanese.
Yes, they have like all of the stuff.
But do they have the Grimace shake?
I'm sure they got the Grimace shake.
I'm just kidding.
Not rambling, Grimace.
I haven't had McDonald's in like years. I just don't go. I just, it's not for me. I know a lot of people like it. It's not my judge.
What's in the
O'Hare
Grimace shake?
McDonald's? O'Hare
I
McDonald's
also
was
worked
like
at
a
McDonald's
special.
in college, and they kind of ruined the whole thing for me.
That'll do it. But like for me, I'd be like, oh, I'm at O'Hare. Yes, I got to get McDonald's. Because I'd always get McDonald's breakfast at O'Hare because I'd cheap and take the early flights.
Instead of Frontera or Wolfgang Puck or all the
There's just
the other
something
options,
about
or the grab-and-go
O'Hare
salad.
McDonald's that hits different. And I know people know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so are you the person who, the flight's about to leave, they let one last person on the flight, and it's the seat open next to me, and it's somebody with a huge bag of smelly food?
Hell no.
Okay.
I eat that beforehand, and I'm on the selected list. Do you think I'm trying anything sneaky?
Oh, that's right.
No.
Oh, that's right. That's right. They're going to pull
I'm
you out.
sorry, we just can't self-check you in for some reason. I know why you can't self-check me in. I know.
You seem to be of some Middle Eastern descent.
You know what? Actually, that was the reason I was on the selected list, was because of my
Of
name.
course.
Because I know this is hard for some people to believe, but there is more than one Layla Rahimi. And they get me mixed up with a bunch of different ones, but there's more than one.
You can get a Grimace at the international one. You could get the Grimace McNuggets package.
Grimace McNuggets?
Yeah,
Are
you
they
can get
purple?
the shake. No, you get the shake, but you get nuggets.
So do you have to do the TikTok video that is hot right now, where you take a sip of the Grimace shake, you're holding the nuggets, and then it flashes, and then the shake is spilled everywhere, and the nuggets are everywhere?
What is the Grimace shake?
No, I'm not going to be proud about spilling.
But what
food.
is
I
it?
do
What's
that on
purple
my
drink?
own.
Is that what it is?
Purple drink.
And it's a thing on TikTok where the
Well, I know the TikTok bit, but I just want to know what it is actually.
In the international
Maybe it's
McDonald's, you can
ube.
get a creme brulee mini donut.
What?
You
That
can
sounds
get
amazing.
a chocolate hazelnut McPop, and this is the one for the win. You can get onion rings. What?
I heard you can get mozzarella sticks at one of them.
Son of a bee sting.
All right, let's
But I
go.
don't need
There's a
that.
banana tart McFlurry.
Let's go storm the McDonald's headquarters and tell them we want to buy food from them.
I don't need exotic things from my McDonald's. If I want onion rings, I'll.
You don't need anything, Dan. You live off
This
of,
is just like
the air.
the fact that we are lucky because McDonald's was founded here, that we have access to stuff that's only kind of out there internationally. So, if you were walking, it was been easy. When I worked at Stadium, our studio was right there.
Oh, yeah.
We were right at the Rosie O'Donnell studios over there, and it was across the street.
Did you ever
But
get
when
one
I-
of those rubber balls that she used to throw out to the
No,
audience?
but she did have bulletproof windows.
When I worked at McClurg at Channel 2, for that summer.
Oh, I love that. That's a great
the
McDonald's.
McDonald's,
too.
yeah. So every morning, I would
McClurg
get
McDonald's?
either two McMuffins and hash browns, or I'd get the big breakfast with an orange juice.
What
and
was Walter
coffee.
Jacobson's order?
Oh, I don't think he ever deigned to go there. And then
What was Bill Curtis's
I would
order?
always get lunch there because morning I would buy the Sun Times and I would read Terry Boers. That was my favorite thing to do to start my day. I'd flip right to the back. I'd buy the Sun Times and I'd read Terry Boers' column.
What was Pam Zeckman's order?
They all went to when I had to do an order.
They were doing like big lunches at like restaurants,
free martinis,
yeah.
that kind of thing.
They
But
got that,
there was a
like,
lot of that, but
news money.
it was Linda McLennan. I had to get Linda McLennan's food sometimes, and it was always when Treasure Island was the joint. When that was like the new hotness. It was usually a special salad with the Parmesan peppercorn dressing at Treasure Island,
like a
Sounds
jiggered
nice.
salad.
No, the chicken salad's actually 3 Polish and cheese fries.
I'm gonna say a salad on the air.
It'd talk back. Guys, we're going over to Sammy's. What do you want? Hey, Greek salad with the house dressing. And then in the talk back, he'd be in the talk. I'd be in this. He was sitting on the other side. He'd be in the talk back. He's like, Jesse, make that 2 Polish with everything and cheese fries. Yeah.
It's so true.
The impression of Jigs
That he
is
would
my
worry
favorite.
like it's like my wife has to know I'm just getting a cardiologist thinks I'm getting a salad.
It's like Uncle Phil. We're gonna talk with Layla's podcast partner and our friend, James Naveau. He's gonna talk Big Ten, Cubs, and Blackhawks with us.
Pretty much anything.
Yeah, and Bradley Bourbonnais.
And he's also a Simpsons expert. Studs.
Perfect for this show. That's next here on The Score.
What happens when 2 shows meet? Score transition. First at 10 a.m., Mully and Haugh meet Bernstein and Holmes.
The problem is still not hitting.
Well, that's put him as shortstop, so it's a further throw, and he might re-aggravate his injury.
Logan Maddox from Jacksonville State. Logan, how are you doing, sir?
Oh, well, I'm doing better than I was last night in the 6th inning after realizing what I said on live air. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great.
We've been having a lot of fun with it, Logan. Not gonna lie.
You handled it perfectly.
Hey, I appreciate it. If there's one thing I've learned in this industry, you got to be able to laugh at yourself when you make a mistake, and that's what happens. So if nothing else, we beat the number 3 team in the nation last night. I wish that all the publicity was about that.
Stop.
And not about my flub.
No,
but
you
at
don't.
the same time, I'm happy that, maybe that brought some humor to people on a Tuesday night.
Logan, here's how I know you're lying. Because you retweeted the video that went viral.
I did. I was like, well, here's what's going to happen. I need to acknowledge that it happened and let people know Okay, yeah, I'm gonna own up to it, because if I don't, I'm afraid of what the response will be to me saying that.
Did you think at all about perhaps not saying that the next pitcher was bringing the gas? Did you think about maybe not?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Whoops. I didn't even realize I said that. God. Man. Goodness. Probably should have reworded that one. You got me there.
Yeah. It was just... Last thing, you can be honest. We're in the trust tree here, Logan. Are you a little disappointed that you're not getting more attention for it?
None whatsoever. Again,
the line cut out again
Oh,
at
it's
a
too
really,
bad.
really fortunate time.
beating up Ole Miss, the number 3 team in the nation. But, at the same time, it was funny, and I'm glad that I was able to bring some laughs to some people.
You're the best,
certainly
man.
did.
Yeah.
Thank you, Logan. Thank you, Logan Maddox.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
All right,
Got
you
it.
too.
Can you just give us another one, by the
Oh,
way?
my God.
What an artist.
on Sports Radio 670 The Score. In Odyssey.
What's the emotion like seeing guys like Devin and like Chase and all the others achieving their NFL dreams after playing with your program?
You know, James, it's twofold. Everybody wants to congratulate you and they're excited for you. I kind of take it the other way. Like, they're no longer here, man. Like, I got some work to do. But to see the fulfillment, I remember the first time as I laid eyes on Devin Witherspoon out there on our indoor practice facility, watching him do some skills and drills, and saw his athleticism, his rawness, his demeanor, his size, his frame, and have seen that literally grow into what now became the 5th pick in the draft. It's really see the manifestation of all that hard work, dedication, attitude.
Brett Bielema, Illinois head football coach, on the new NBC Sports podcast Big Ten Country with our next guest, James Neveau. The latest episode of Big Ten Country actually is out today, previewing the Iowa Hawkeyes. Kirk Ferentz, Score football analyst, former Hawkeyes defensive end Anthony Herron, a part of that. James Neveau is on Twitter at James Neveau, co-host of the Cubs Talk podcast and the Blackhawks Talk podcast as well. Here he is on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book, and on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670. The Score. Hey, James.
Hey, Dan, I got tired just listening to that intro. That's a lot of podcasts.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot to do.
It's a ton of podcasts, but we appreciate it. So before we get to the Big Ten stuff, let me ask you the Blackhawks stuff, because I know that you were intertwined in that too. Is this right? 9 out of the first 99 picks the Blackhawks have?
It's a crazy amount. They've got a lot of draft capital. They've been stocking it up over the last few seasons, and having that ability to kind of move around in the first couple of rounds is going to be key for them. The only issue is going to be finding a team willing to give up draft capital this season, because the class is so deep. You're probably looking at 40 to 45 guys who could realistically be first round quality picks. And a lot of teams just are not willing to give up assets to move down. So the Blackhawks have a little bit of a challenge there, but having that many bites at the apple, man, is that going to be huge for them.
James, long time no talk. It's your Cubs podcast partner as our new episode is out today. I do want to know what you think happens to that 19th pick that's in the first round. Do you think that's something that the Hawks might trade or try to, again, take advantage of the depth of this draft?
I think what I keep coming back to is I do think they can move up maybe a few spots. I don't think that they're going to be able to move up to, say, 10 or 11. I know there's been some speculation out there that perhaps they could move up into that range to grab a guy like a Zach Benson or a Nate Danielson. I just don't see them potentially being able to do that. So I think they're way more likely to move up to, stay like 16, 17. The Red Wings have multiple first-round picks. You could potentially make a deal with them. I think a guy like a Colby Barlow could be a really interesting pick in that spot. Samuel Hanzik could also be good in that range. And of course, if they do end up sticking at that 19th pick, I think there are several players they could look at. Calum Ritchie from Oshawa is a big center. And then I also am a really big fan of Andrew Crystal. And by the way, one of Conor Bedard's best friends, if they want to go in that direction.
Okay, so let's talk about this new venture and this new project. What made you say, hey, let's get together and start talking some Big Ten football?
It was a twofold thing, one completely selfish and one very business savvy, I guess I would say. The first is that I've always been a huge college football fan. When I first started writing about sports and goofing around on the internet, it was about college football. I used to write articles for Bleacher Report, and so I've always followed the sport, really been into collegiate athletics, and I felt like that was just a kind of a logical thing for me to kind of move forward with. And then the other part of it was NBC getting the broadcast rights for Big Ten games, both on their network and on Peacock. And it really seemed like this was an ideal opportunity to put something together to take a really good deep look, not just at football, but at the conference as a whole. And the reception's been really great so far. And I really can't wait to continue digging in on all of these different aspects of the Big Ten.
I also think it has a lot to do with what NBC is about to embark on with the Big Ten. This is something that pretty much originates here in Chicago with where the conference is based. NBC is part of the new TV deal coming up. How do you think this situates just being able to be that much closer to what's going on a bigger level with our home at the Peacock?
Well, I know that the Big Ten, of course, is becoming a national brand. They added teams like Rutgers and Nebraska a few years back to really kind of start to expand their footprint. But that's going to take on a whole new level when college football really begins to expand next season with new teams joining the SEC. And then, of course, USC and UCLA joining the Big Ten. And I think that we've always looked at the Big Ten as a very Midwestern conference, of course. I mean, most of the teams are based around here. There's a lot of affinity for the teams, especially in the Chicago area with the number of alumni from all of these different schools. But being able to couple that with the growing national brand of the Big Ten, I think was a huge motivating factor behind this podcast and something that I've really been intrigued by and looking to dig into.
Is the pitch then to get the listenership and attention from each school's fandom? Because there aren't many people who say, look, I don't know if there are conference fans out there.
Oh, there are.
Mm-hmm. But as much as there are, like
SEC Lawrence.
Good
chat.
No. Seriously,
I've always wondered about that. Like you could do this because you know that each nation is going to go seek out their stuff. But it's like a Michigan State fan going to be like, yeah, I want to hear what the Iowa people have to say.
Well, I think the ability of our podcast specifically is we're going to be able to get on a variety of different guests from these different schools and kind of give not necessarily like a buffet kind of thing where you would try to capture the interest of just a casual Big Ten fan. But I think that be able to cover it with enough breadth and enough depth to be able to cater to all of those different interests. We're doing preview episodes individually on each of the 14 schools. And I think that's a tremendous start. Where I think we're going to be able to shine is that we're going to be able to go with those in-depth looks at the different programs during this course of the season, whereas most of the national podcasts, most of the national media around college football is going to focus solely on Michigan and Ohio State and Penn State. Yeah, we're going to give those teams a good amount of credit and a good amount of publicity, but we're also extremely interested in what's going on, especially in the Big Ten West with a wide open race. We're going to have plenty of content for teams like Wisconsin and Minnesota and Iowa. We're going to give fans not only a look at the other teams in the conference, but a look at their teams as well. And I think that's going to be a critical distinction between what some of the other outlets are offering and what we're going to be able to offer at NBC.
Yeah, man, it manifests itself on Saturdays in the fall.
Yep.
Where you see there's a lot of pleasure that is taken in SEC teams losing. I go through this with my buddy Brandon Pope all the time. He's big Ohio State fan first, and then he's a Big Ten fan. Oh, he's an SEC hater next, and then he's a big Big Ten fan. So yeah, that's a thing. I don't know if that carries on with other conferences. I don't know if there's a lot of Pac-12 pride going on, but between the two conferences that most matter in college football, the Big Ten and the SEC, you damn right, that's a thing.
Wow, Big 12's just sitting over here listening to all of this. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
As a bunch of your members are getting ready to join the SEC.
But it's still that principle, and I think, James, you can speak to this. Fans of certain schools always want to check in on other schools. Like, they're nosy. You want to know what's going on.
You're talking about kind of the schadenfreude and kind of the willingness to watch other teams fail. I know Lawrence probably delights every Saturday watching Auburn flail about helplessly. Like, I'm sure Ohio State fans are going to feel the same way about Michigan State. And if Michigan were to falter, I think that there definitely is that element of it, but I think the overriding passion is just it's also about the tradition of the Big Ten too. I think the SEC, they don't have the monopoly on tradition. I think there's a lot of really deep rooted love of these Big Ten teams, and I'm talking to fans of all different stripes, and I think that there is that interest in what the rest of the conference is doing, and I think that we're going to help to kind of take advantage of that and help to present that information to fans who are interested in finding it.
I mean, Dan, think about it. Think about some of the text messages that were rolling in after Ohio State lost. And there were people like, they should fire Ryan Day. And you're like, what? He's lost 4 games. Like, what are we talking about here?
Oh, I know we're not dealing with a vast font of logical thought in a lot of the
purely emotion.
Yep.
That's the beautiful thing about James being able to kind of tie it all into a bow.
James, can I confess a jinx that I feel like is taking shape? That we talked about on the Cubs Talk podcast.
I was going to say, go for it, Layla.
Okay, so I am of the quite suspicious belief that the Cardinals think that they're not done because they spend so much money in the offseason and they know the ages of the players that they're depending on to take them to some sort of playoff run.
National League White Sox?
Kind of. And we almost deemed the Cardinals dead after I voiced a suspicion, and then they beat the Astros. So, James, I ask you, did we put the reverse Ziggy on them?
I refuse to take ownership of this. I think that a lot of Cub fans were feeling very optimistic, and they had good vibes going on Sunday in London, and everything seemed hunky-dory, and then Trey Mancini happened, and then Marcus Stroman's blister happened, and I refuse to take ownership of any of that. It is one game, it's 2 games. We talk about sample size all the time. This Cardinals team, I never rule them out, of course, until they are done, but I really just, I don't see I just don't see a scenario where they like have this massive second half run. They just don't have the horses. Yeah, they've got Arenado and Goldschmidt, but that Cardinal devil magic, so to speak, where they can just kind of seemingly find guys out of nowhere who then produce. It feels like it's going to run out at some point. It may have finally run out this season. They may have dug themselves too deep of a hole, both emotionally and from a standings perspective.
I don't know, man. They still beat the Astros yesterday. And I also kind of wonder, are they talking about the White Sox in St. Louis the way we talk about them here?
I'm sure they're going in on the what the Cardinals have not done this season. James, good luck with the new project, man. You're the perfect guy for this, and I'm looking forward to hearing more episodes. Thanks for being on the show. We truly appreciate it.
Really appreciate the time, guys. Thank you so much for all the support.
Thank you, James.
James Naveau.
James Naveau.
Yeah, Dan.
All-knowing James Naveau.
How dare you, sir? What? You of the house-divided Northwestern Rutgers flag. How dare you?
Not my house.
How dare you not understand the conference pride that goes on?
There's a house in Lincoln Square that has that flag. We're a house divided, Northwestern and Rutgers.
One of our favorite texters and listeners is also on Twitter, and he sent me one. It was like a bot, and it produced A&M and Toronto Maple Leafs.
Yes, there is a Twitter feed that produces incongruous house divided. It's like minor league teams and random Division III schools.
White Sox and LA Kings, a house divided.
We're going to talk with Score Cubs analyst Ron Coomer in studio next on The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Kyle Hendricks.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Hendricks has gone 6 innings, the Giants without a hit.
Right now, you're listening to the Bernstein and Holmes Show, 10-2 on 670 The Score.
This segment is brought to you by...
My favorite studs drop in of the day is when Dan was going to break. And you guys were, I assume, already late for break if your guys' clock is anything like ours. And then Studs goes, and another thing about koalas. Yes! If Stephen A. Smith would have said what you would have said, it would have had 2 million views on Instagram.
To me, koalas are preposterous.
There is no explanation for the koala having survived as long as they have. I'm looking right into the camera, and I'm saying to you, koala, you do not want to make an enemy out of me. It was unbelievable.
You eat nothing but eucalyptus, which is poison to you, and yet you eat it anyway and make yourself sick.
The koala makes no sense.
It was the best executed take of the day.
It was fantastic.
There was no doubt about it.
It was flawless. In a just world, it would be made as a promo that Russ would have running on an endless loop on the stream.
Were you talking about how chlamydia is taking out the koalas? Was that the story?
We learned that after.
Okay. Because chlamydia is apparently killing Australian koalas.
Good.
All over. Studs wishing chlamydia.
It's about time something caught up with them. That's all I'm saying.
It was a great take, Studs. Honestly, top notch. I have no notes.
Why are they evil?
For some reason, I thought you would appreciate
Oh, no.
It was
Get him
amazing.
started, Speaks.
Okay.
You've gotten him upset about a few things, but it was retroactive and things that happened to him, like the Ashton Kutcher incident.
Oh, well. I mean,
yeah.
that'll always be my favorite contribution that he's made to the Score airwaves.
Studs
But I feel like that left a mark, don't you? I feel like that damaged
He
Studs.
definitely likes me less because of it.
Well, I mean, get in line.
I know,
really.
but I just encourage to be played at all times.
Yeah, but I wonder if it's made him gun shy at all as a producer.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
Yeah, good.
But his
if the koala take is any
his
indication,
take was that they've cheated the evolutionary process.
oh,
That somehow they've slipped through the cracks because they have nothing that preys on them.
So
because they're always sick.
Right. They live a life where they eat something that poisons them, but nothing eats them because they've become poisonous, and yet they're always sick.
So they really shouldn't exist.
I gotcha.
And Bernsey, I could tell, didn't want to agree with the Studs take. And then he was like, he's boxed me in. And it was just...
I'm telling you, there's no way to argue against this point other than they're cute. It bugs me.
All right.
Hey, man, a lot of us...
A lot of things have gotten by on being cute.
That's right. Getting through life on charm is a real thing, even though you can't do it.
All right, Studs, is it your take? Or have you heard this from someone else? Be honest.
I developed this take because I read about koalas.
Random.
I read about their life cycle on some random post that came across my way like years ago.
All right,
and I just like think to myself, I'm like, so why do they exist?
All right, that's your take then. That's great. I'll remember it forever.
Danny wondering if it's his take is also
I can see
that's not a way to get him to like you
that's
more.
So inside baseball.
Like he took it from Bill Hicks.
I'm just curious if this was on
the take was so good. Danny had to know where it came
I wanted to know the source material of the take.
670thescore.com, an Odyssey station.
Here's the 2-0. This is hit in the air to right. Playable, though, for Castellanos. He makes the catch in right center for out number 3. And Philadelphia wins the opener of this 3-game set as the Phillies beat the Cubs 5-1.
That was last night, a game that personally I don't think should have been played in those conditions because that was really just not healthy for anybody involved. And tonight, the Cubs take on the Phillies at Wrigley Field. Pre-game begins 6:30, first pitch 7:05 on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs radio network. And did you know you can hear Cubs games on your smart speaker? Just tell your device to play 670 The Score. The analyst for Cubs baseball on the Score joins us live in studio. He is Ron Coomer. Hello, sir.
Hello, Danny. How is everybody doing today?
We're good, man. And we made mention. I was telling you and Zach this in the hallway when we saw you guys earlier. We had so much fun listening to you guys in London. And look, I was pushing people to listen to the local broadcast, considering some of the choices that were available to people to watch the Cubs and the Cardinals play this weekend. And people were delighted. I got to ask you, with Pat going into the Hall of Fame, the Ford Frick Award winner, I feel like there's a freedom in him that I don't know that I'd necessarily heard. I'm, as a listener, having so much fun because he's having so much fun.
There might be a point to that, Lawrence. I'm not 100% sure, but I do know one thing. We've been doing this now together for a while. This is our 10th year together, and Zach's been in our booth now, I think 5 or 6 years now. And there comes a time, as you guys all know, there's a partnership and a comfortable feeling of knowing the rhythms of what we do, right? Whether you're doing a show, you're doing a ball game, you're doing a podcast. The longer you do it together, there's definitely a rhythm. And I feel like, with the game dictates our rhythm, but there's something inside that allows the wacky, the fun, the sad, all these things that go in with this. And to me, I've always felt, even as a player, I love to have fun playing our game. I just did. Now, I also was the first guy to get as hot as you could get in a snap of a finger and be like fighting mad, right? I mean, that's part of being an athlete and playing. But, we don't have to get that way in a booth. We can have a lot more fun. And that's what I think, for both of us, we really have fun together doing what we do. And, I'll be honest with you, my goal day in and day out is to get Pat laughing so hard he can't talk on the air. And then, we're all holding cough buttons and, it makes my day. And that's just what I do.
What were your takeaways from London? Just the experience. And there was the side of you all painting a picture for us, but then there was also what was happening around you.
Well, there were a lot of good. There's always, when you do trips like that or games like that, there's some really good parts to it. There's some really poor, some things that, you would go, well, you get that laundry list of things that next year we're going to fix this, we're going to fix that. And then, so there were some of those moments. I think transportation was a real issue. Going through customs, coming home you need an extra day. Yesterday going into the ball game, I said before the game, Tanny, to your point, I'm like, if we don't play this game tonight, this is really good for us.
Well, that's what we were saying. I don't know why they didn't try harder to say, health reasons, and just hide behind all of that and bang it.
Couldn't agree more, but I don't think they were allowed to do that, is what I'm hearing, right?
There's also some weather coming in on Thursday, and there was a concern of getting all the games in.
Well, here's the other thing. We're playing 13 games in a row without an off day. So there's another issue. So with all that being said, I looked at yesterday's game, and I'm like, their pitcher's on a roll. Our guy I'm watching at customs at 4:00 in the morning, getting bags off a carousel, a day and a half before he's going to pitch. There's just a lot of things that go on. So London was great. They did a Major League Baseball. I'll say this, over the last 2 years of Field of Dreams game and now this, has done an incredible job at the stadium, with the field, with the fans, with the players, and taking care of them very well. Transportation was maybe the only real issue you have from our perspective, and then me kind of putting myself in the player's shoes a little bit. But fun time. It's just fun. You go there and you play these games, and 55,000 people at the game, and they're not all, Cubs or Cardinal fans. There's a lot of people coming up to our booth. What happened here, and why is that? And they had no idea about baseball. They were having a pint and having fun, right? And that's fun. Yeah.
This team has won 10 out of its last 14 games. We're seeing a really good version of the squad. A lot more slug has been in the lineup over the last couple of weeks. What are you seeing that's better with this Cubs team? Has put them back in contention for the National League Central?
Well, you have to pay attention to what's happening right on the field. And sometimes numbers can show exactly what's going on, and sometimes they can't. In this instance, there was a stat that came out, 3 weeks ago, post Anaheim series, as we're going to San Francisco. So this is a few weeks ago. The Cubs were so far behind everybody else in the league, hitting with an 0-0 count. And so me as the hitter, looking at our game, I look at it and go, that's because we're taking all the time and we're putting ourselves in bad counts to hit. And you want slug, you want all these things, you want balls flying out of the park. Well, that doesn't happen when you're hitting 1-2, 2-2, 0-2 time after time, because the other team has these numbers too. And they realize that strike one, strike two, and now I'm ahead. It's strike one, foul ball, and now you're in a bad count to hit.
Now you're setting up wipeout stuff at a time where every pitcher you face has got some nasty wipeout pitch.
And if you look at our numbers right after the Anaheim series, from Ian Happ, Suzuki, some of the guys that aren't swing first guys coming out of the on-deck circle, now I'd say, Horner, swing first guy. Swanson, swing first guy. He's not looking to walk. He's looking to swing. Everybody got a little aggressive swinging, and all of a sudden, Happ's taking off with RBIs and driving in runs, hitting with runners in scoring position. The guys are doing a much better job. You just got to pay attention to the game and what the opposing team is trying to do to you, and then have an answer for it. And I think the answer is be aggressive. Let's swing the bat. and it's worked out.
Something I wanted to ask you, and this is, I think my observation for of you as a broadcaster, for a hitting side guy, you've been able to put yourself in the mind of pitchers really well. And I had a longtime Cub fan friend say this to me. He said, if you listen to Ron Coomer, you now would think he pitched based on the way you talk about decisions that are made in that regard. And I agree with him. And I wanted to ask you about Jameson Taillon and what you see, because I'm much more comfortable looking at hard data.
Mm-hmm.
But I know a lack of conviction when I see it. And there's something about him lately where when the ball leaves his hand, I'm not convinced he's sure that pitch is going to work. And I don't know if it's a product of adding the sweeper, of changing his repertoire, but he just looks like someone who's fighting his conviction that I've got you on this one. I know if I throw this right, you can't hit it.
Well, there's definitely something to that. I would say this. He had a lot of success last year as a Yankee, right? 14 wins, way over 500 record, good ERA, a lot of positives. That's why the Cubs signed him. He came into camp. They've made some adjustments, changed some pitches, right? And now all of a sudden you get banged up to start the season. His last outing in spring training was phenomenal, last two. Then he gets banged up. He hurts his foot. He can't push off the mound the right way. Then it's a hip or something else. And now all of a sudden his stuff isn't quite the same. It's not quite as sharp. He's got a new pitch. It's getting hit. And now, to your point, the psychological part of that is, am I doing the right thing? Right? I've been there as a hitter. You can see it as a pitcher. And now all of a sudden he's pitching around the strike zone and not in the strike zone. And he is a guy, if he just pitched with his four-seam fastball and moved the ball around the zone, good luck. He's throwing 95 and he's 6'6", shooting the ball downhill. It's not an easy at bat. It's just not with one pitch. So I think we're going to see a little more of the aggressive guy. We didn't quite see it last night. He was falling off the mound. The mechanics were breaking down a little bit on him last night that I saw. And that's a hitter's perspective. That's what I saw. It's very nice of your friend to say that. What I do every day, Danny, and we've talked about this. Here's what I do. I look at film of the pitcher. I look at his tendencies. I look at pitches he throws and counts. And then I try to hit him from the booth. And what is he going to do to me? Because there's multiple things that go on as a hitting coach and for a hitter. The big key for me is, okay, the mechanics got to be right. Okay, now what's the next step? What are they going to do to you? How are they trying to get you out? That's what I try to bring to the broadcast.
Coom, if you had to construct this lineup, I'll just ask for 1 through 4. I'm not even going to ask for 5 through 9. What are you doing?
I would do a left fielder first. I would do a shortstop second. I would probably do a right fielder third, and I would do a second baseman fourth. The second and fourth spot could go back and forth. To me, your leading RBI guy, the guy that's hitting with runners in scoring position, whether you're an RB, the RBI stat is not a popular one now, but at the end of the day, someone's got to drive in the runs, right? The two things that matter the most to me, who knocks in the runs, and not in this order, and who steps on home plate. That's how you win or lose. We've got some guys that do both of those pretty well. You have to get guys on base. Ian Happ is a master at that, right? You guys talk to Ian, the way he thinks. He's great at it. He has changed his career because of it. But you also need guys that are leaving the on-deck circle going, I'm driving this run in right now, whether I shoot the ball the other way, I hit a 3-run homer, I'm driving the run in. So you got to have a mix of both of those, and that's the thing.
Coom, we appreciate your time. We know you've been doing a lot of stuff here today. Thank you for dropping in, and we love when we get a chance to talk to you.
Great to talk to you guys. Yeah, listen all the time. You're my trip to the ballpark every day. So it's great.
Yep. For a commute.
Yep. Great to talk to you guys. Yep.
Thanks, Ron.
That is Ron Coomer. You can hear him on Cubs broadcast, including the broadcast tonight of the Cubs game on The Score. We will have pregame with Zach starting at 6:30, and you'll be able to hear the game starting at 7:05, right? 7:05 on the Score on the Xfinity Cubs radio network. When we come back, we are going to keep talking about the Cubs and start talking about how do you build a winner for this division. That's next. It's Bernstein, Holmes, Rahimi here on the Score.
Take Parkins and Spiegel with you anywhere you go on the free Odyssey app.
I live to please you.
Afternoons, 2 to 6 on the Score. Can't listen on the radio?
That's the dumbest question I've ever heard in my life.
Well, then listen on your mobile device, smart speaker, or your desktop, all through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. Check it out, ladies. Well, Parkins and Spiegel is for everyone.
So the Score's been around forever, right? 30 plus years. I'm curious if you are from. How many times in your life have you been called Ryan Sandberg instead of Ryan?
100% until Harry gave me the nickname Rhino. That was huge. That was huge.
Okay, so I want to play for you, and I can't.
But not only that, my parents, I'd go to grade school, and finally 2 months into it or a month into it, they have Parents' Day, so they come to the school, they walk around, they go, "Where's your desk?" "Mine's over there." They go and look, and there's my name tag, RYAN. Oh, God. They'd go to the teacher, "Hey, that's not how they spell his name." And they say, "What do you mean? It's RYNE." And they would say, well, he didn't say anything.
They weren't Ryan Duran fans.
They
weren't Ryan Duran fans.
No, they weren't.
Well, I want to play you this iconic clip from the Score's history. A host who still is here, Dan Bernstein, when a caller could not figure out what your name was. I don't know if you know about this clip. He went insane.
First of all, it's not Ryan. It's Rhine. Rhine, not Ryan.
Lost his mind.
Did you ever get that mad?
No, but I've heard the clip.
You've heard the clip?
I've heard the clip, yeah. And you know what? It's really improved since '82 with Rhino as my nickname.
Yeah, okay,
now
good.
They kind of figured out because it's Ryan and then an O at the end of it. So that's worked very well.
Makes it easy for us Chicagoans to mispronounce every name.
That's awesome.
Listen to every game here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS with a K, the numeral 4, kids.
I always start by answering that the other baseball guys make the baseball decisions. But stepping back from that, I mean, the fact is that if we're playing as well as we know we can going into the trade deadline, I'm sure Jed will be parts to help us get to the next level. April was solid. May was a setback, but June has been good. Let's just hope we maintain this pace, and then we'll be looking out there, Jed, looking for the kind of things we need to get us all the way to the postseason.
That is Cubs chairman Tom Ricketts, who believes that at the moment they would be adding to this and trying to win this very, very winnable NL Central division, as they currently sit 2 games under 500 and 3 games out.
Picture this. Joe Kelly is a Chicago Cubs. No, I'm just kidding.
Ugh.
He's doing well this year. They need bullpen help.
I don't trust him.
Why not?
I don't know.
Trust it.
I just don't. It never looks trustworthy to me.
What about to me?
Since we're doing the crosstown thing, what about Jake Berger as the everyday third baseman for the Cubs?
Where do you put Chris Morrell? Where?
Well, they don't want to play him at
They
third.
won't play him at third.
Well, what you got to put him on the diamond. You need his pop. Where are you going to put him?
DH him, or put him in the outfield and let Belly play first base.
They need a first baseman.
Or
badly.
teach Morrell first base. It's incredibly hard. But figure out, thanks, Wash. Have him figure out how to do it.
Yeah, we went Meatball Cub on the Cubs Talk podcast, and I actually think it kind of extends to this, because here's my problem. This bad division is fool's gold. It has you thinking all crazy like. You don't know what to do. You're like, oh, this team has major holes in it, but could also be in the playoffs. So you're just in here.
Attack. Like, I don't think that the Cubs should be waiting for some sort of better opportunity. The good opportunity is here.
Trade for Otani right now.
Well, but the Angels are in the playoff hunt. Like, they're above 500, and they're going to continue to feast on the White Sox for a couple more days. They're above 500, so that to me is a non-starter.
Madrigal for Otani, of course.
Of course, because
Yes.
5 tool for 5 tools. I look at it as, and I was saying this to Dan on Monday, I want the Cubs to start acting like the Cubs. Like, you got the money, you've got an opportunity, and you've got a dead division. So why not take advantage of it? So we asked Rossi about this. We asked David Ross yesterday about the division and where he sees the Cubs' place in it.
When you get outside of spring training and you look at the talent on our team, you definitely look and identify, like, okay, we can be in the mix for this. I think before the season started, you would look at St. Louis and think that's probably the more talented team on paper. And they haven't played up to their caliber of baseball that I'm sure they expected. And I think we've went through some times where we haven't played our best baseball. But, what I think most of us continue to press and look at is that it is a long season, and you're going to go through those months where it's going to be a bad month. And we've had one of those, and we had a good month to start. And this is another 3-week stretch that we're playing really good baseball. And we were able to chase down, the Pirates had got off to such a great start, talking about the ebbs and flows of a season. But they hit a little skid there, and we were able to take advantage of our good play, playing against them in Baltimore. I thought was a really, really good team when they came in here. Really, ever since the San Francisco series, we've been playing some pretty solid baseball.
If you look at like the last 150 games of the Cubs, they are an above 500 team. Now, I know that they're still 3 games under, and I do think that they missed an opportunity on Sunday against the Cardinals. And I wonder if they'll regret missing that opportunity.
They will.
But don't let anyone else in this division take a hold of it. Cincinnati's really interesting because they got a shot in the arm. De La Cruz, you end up getting Joey Votto back.
I don't think they've got the pitching to sustain.
They've given up the second most runs in all of baseball.
But for the first time in ever, they can go, we don't have a high payroll. We can go and make some moves and bring in veterans that are going to help us in that regard. But no one should be able to absorb salary better than the Cubs. And so while the beast is wounded, while the Cardinals are not themselves, before they figure stuff out, like, adding Yachty to the coaching staff, like for real, or maybe making him manager, stuff like that, you have to strike. And your team's good enough. Your team's good enough to win this division. Then the variance of it. So to me, there's three things that I want for this Cubs team. I want them to find an everyday third baseman. You want to keep Madrigal as your 26th man? Fine. I want them to find another starter because I don't trust Jameson Taillon. If he gets right, cool. But if not, I need someone else that you can depend on. And you're joking about, like, as we joke about crosstown stuff, Lucas Giolito would be perfect for the middle of that rotation for the Cubs. And the other thing I want is another bullpen arm for them. Like you were saying, Layla, like you need an experienced guy that kind of knows what his role is. And since Cody Hoyer is not coming back like they had expected, he had a setback and had another surgery, they need to find people that they can trust. Because these games now, like, we're playing for real now. Like the second half of this Cubs season should be about them playing for real instead of just an exercise to get to the next part, to get to the next offseason. Well, then they'll make their big run at Otani or whomever. The National League Central is right there for them. Take advantage of it. Bully the hell out of the rest of this division because you can.
But for the same reason you say that, I say if you look at it like the Eastern Conference and Western Conference in the NBA, and you just seed it 1 through 8, you better address those gaping holes on your team because starting pitching, as much as we love it and as much as it gives you a feeling like your team could win, it does cover up a lot of sins. Like the fact that in modern baseball, you have to have a consistent offensive presence at first base. Have to. And they don't have that right now. They can't get a first base that is consistent. Secondly, there is the issue of outs above average when it comes to the defensive outfield. There's an issue there as well, trying to figure that piece of it out. You do need more bullpen help. I would also argue that you need a Swiss Army knife in the bullpen. I know that sounds crazy given that nobody really has a home, but you need somebody whose home is not a home, if you know what I mean.
You need Keegan Thompson back.
Third base is an issue. And then also, say you get all that. Say you give up prospects that still have a lot of upside. And I didn't think I would be the one prospect hoarding here today. But you still have to figure out how to beat a team like the Braves. Frankly, you need to figure out how to beat a team like the Phillies.
Yeah, but I can't worry about that until I get there.
I'm worried about it.
And baseball variants will take care of some of that stuff. And you're only going to have to probably play one of them. That's how I like whenever we start talking about like the Eastern Conference playoffs and stuff, you're like, oh, you got to go through this team. No, you don't. No, you don't. Because sometimes those teams don't get there. Hi, Miami Heat. You know what I'm saying?
Well, but basketball's so different because of who's going to have the ball the whole time, and you know what a team's weapons are. You're going to face their ace starter once, maybe.
But think about what Joe Sheehan said and how the balance schedule is affecting all data.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you explain why the Diamondbacks are still in first place in the NL West. It's how you explain why every other team except for Atlanta and Tampa is somewhere around 500 in a frustrating place. Like, that's where everybody is now. We're all in this stupid baseball limbo where I don't know what to believe.
But let me give you some of the statistical arguments for the Cubs should be in this to win it. Right now, in their division, they're the only team with a positive run differential. They are plus 28.
Yep.
The next closest team to them is St. Louis at minus 14. Okay? The expected win-loss record for them. Their record is 37-40. Their expected win-loss is 41-36. So there is clearly, from an analytical standpoint, a better baseball team than what we've seen. And now in the second half of the season, go fill some of the holes that you have and let some of your guys, like now that we're seeing them make an adjustment. What Kuhn was talking about in the last segment is super significant. That is recognition of a weakness by your team and addressing it by saying, okay, let's be more aggressive in even counts so that we can, if guys are trying to get me over breaking balls or maybe not their best fastball because we're not a swing first team, let's make them pay for it. And then you add in the business part of it. I saw the DraftKings Sportsbook open up over there at Wrigley. It looks amazing. Cash is flowing into that place. It's time. It's time to reinvest in the baseball operations aspect of this.
I was just going to say, I drive every day.
55.
Oh, I can't drive 55.
Oh.
But I can certainly less when I drive on Addison to get to Lakeshore Drive from home every day. And every time I pass that gleaming sports book, I think this is something your division rivals don't have.
You damn right.
Your division rivals might not even have a
right.
TV payment if they're
That's what I'm
Cincinnati
saying.
and Milwaukee.
Like you look around and I see Gallagher Way and I see that big brand spanking new sports book ready to come online. And I think you cannot tell your fans, no.
You're getting ready to offer direct to consumer streaming that is only going to put more money in your pockets. The money is there. More money is going to come in. Invest in the baseball operations now. Like you have. It's one thing if you're fighting for a wild card,
and then go get Shohei Otani in the offseason.
Absolutely. Like
Still think he's going to LA.
I'm not here to chase wild cards, even though baseball has variance. I agree with some of the stuff that Theo would say about win your division. All right? Like that's the best way to get into these things and then figure it all out. This is an opportunity to win a division. Yeah, the division is not great. It's interesting, but it's not great. You have more than the other teams in your division. And the team that's usually well run in your division is not being well run right now. That's not going to last forever. They're going to fix their problems. So step on them while you can and go win yourself the National League Central.
I also think there are some real variables when it comes to the decision making that is going to happen in this division specifically. And I mentioned the situation with Bally. I still think they're backstopped by the league. So at some point that's going to sort somehow itself out. And we see the direct-to-consumer step that was taken, announced on this station, actually over the weekend. But it's also things like the Brewers might trade Corbin Burns. Like that's not just, Dodgers fans clamoring for Tim Anderson. There's a lot of steam behind that discussion. We might want to ask Russ Dorsey about it next, actually, thinking out loud. But that's not just anybody they might be trading. And you can't say they won't do it because of what happened with Hader last year. You just don't know. So I feel like that's a variable you take into this. The Reds have given up the second most runs in baseball. You don't know if they're sustainable. But I just don't know once you get there, what's the goal next? It's obviously to win, but how? And how long do you think that can go?
The point being, if this is a game of guts poker where everybody, you grab a chip, either you have a chip in your hand or you don't, the Cubs declare in. When it comes to in or out right now, the right response is in. And if people want to react to that somehow and say, all right, Cubs, well now that you're in, what are you going to do? We'll try this. We'll try a little bit of this. Fix the spots you have to fix, tighten it up, and go.
Yep. And you might be ahead of schedule, but damn your schedule. The division is winnable. Go win the division.
No, all good winning teams are usually ahead of schedule.
Right.
They usually are prompted to make a move that they weren't expecting to make.
So go make it because you've spent a couple of off seasons kind of doing nothing. And then you made what I think are a couple of really shrewd moves. The move to get Bellinger, who clearly makes a difference in your offense. You got him on a 1-year deal. The Stroman deal that you made. Shrewd move. Getting Dansby Swanson and teaming him up with Nico Horner so you could have a strong up-the-middle defense. Now, show faith. Bolster up those guys that now have a chance to win. David Ross wasn't talking about a guy that was sitting here thinking about development. He was talking to us like a guy that wants to win right now, and there's no reason why they can't. Fans have been super patient. They saw their favorite players be moved away off of this team. You are getting some lightning in a bottle stuff from Kyle Hendricks right now. Take advantage of all of it. And it's not like I'm saying mortgage everything. I'm saying be smart in what you do, but take advantage of the fact that it's right there in front of you. Attack, attack, attack.
Russ Dorsey joins us next to give us a national perspective on all things baseball here on the Bernstein and Holmes Show and a Layla Rahimi Wednesday on The Score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
I don't see it like, well, he's still out there. He's still TA. That's our guy. That's the spark that he's going to do things that aren't being measured. He's not.
It honestly makes me sad. Like, I feel like I'm watching one of my favorite White Sox players of all time just deteriorate. I'm watching him deteriorate game after game. I'm like, why is Tim playing second?
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes.
That's an ace right there.
An ace, huh?
That's an ace, is what he is.
Well, he's certainly pitching like one.
Mm-hmm.
He leads the National League in ERA. He's 4th in baseball this season in ERA. And if you go back to last year's All-Star game, he's got the best ERA in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
It's 12 consecutive starts with 2 earned runs or less. That's unbelievable, man.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a really cool stat. Thanks for sharing that with me.
Yeah,
right.
You're welcome. But I gotta say, is he the most underrated player in baseball? Is it enough of a body of work where we can say he should be getting more national attention? We should see him on Intentional Talk. We should see him be the guy that's, get the dugout interview.
A few more starts. I think
a few more. I don't know. I don't know what the number is, but when the Cubs do the national TV game and someone's mic'd up or someone does the dugout interview, Hap seems to be the first guy that they go to. Player rep, veteran, all-star last year. I mean, this guy could. Obviously, it's incredibly early, but when you factor in the second half of last year, it feels a little bit more valid for the conversation.
Yep.
Feels like he could start an all-star game.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, it's certainly on the table.
I'm just saying where the numbers are going back a dozen plus starts.
Yeah, since last June, there's only a couple of pitchers with a better ERA than him who've started as much as he has. One of them is Verlander, who's still hurt.
Right, he's not pitching this year, right?
Another is Julio Urias. Another is Shohei Otani. This is where he is going back to just before the All-Star break last year. And if you listen to hitters, listen to the coaches, listen to Yan Gomes, everything is way filthier than it should be in terms of, the radar gun. Like, the fastball is super unique, and so that's why he can just throw that fastball half the time or less. And then the slider is insane.
Russell Dorsey, National MLB Insider for Bally Sports and Stadium.
Let's start with Dansby Swanson.
His ceiling might not be Carlos Correa hitting 40 homers, but if you have a guy that's consistently hitting 25 to 30 from the shortstop position, you're doing pretty well. Andrew Benintendi seemed like a perfect fit for the White Sox, being able to work and at bat, being able to walk and not be a free swinger.
Host of The Rally on Bally Sports and Inside Baseball on Stadium.
If you could ban something from sports for 10 years, what would it be?
I would say the wave. It's a bit too much.
Analyst for Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV+. Co-host of the Sports Adjacent podcast.
I don't let it get to that point where I have 1,000 unread emails.
I have 277 right now.
You have bodies in your house, bro.
Russell Dorsey.
What's up, Russ?
With Bernstein, Holmes, and Rahimi on 670 The Score.
Russ Dorsey is brought to you by Finishing Chicago. All great finishes start with finishingchicago.com. And Russell Dorsey, who is on Twitter at Russ_Dorsey1, joins us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book, and twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. What's up, Russ?
What's going on, guys? Missed you last week.
Yeah, we missed you too. Russ, I am bullish on the National League Central being winnable. And I am now like in a whole mind frame of I want the Cubs to act like the damn Cubs and go for it. I want them to attack the National League Central. Am I crazy for wanting that?
I was wondering if you were crazy if you were going to finish that sentence the way you wanted to. No, I don't think you're crazy at all, Lawrence. I get when you look at the NL Central and you look at a team in the Cincinnati Reds who have been a really fun story, leading the way right now. But for a team like the Cubs, who are the big money team in the division, they're the only team in the division that has a positive run differential. And you look at that starting pitching and you look at their ability to turn batted balls into outs. And you say, all right, if you add a little bit more offense and you add a little bit of help in the bullpen for Adbert Alzolay and Mark Leiter Jr., you might have enough to get it done in the NL Central. I don't think you're crazy, right? I think you just have to decide what, like you mentioned before the break, what are you willing to give up to make that happen? You have guys coming. You have PCA coming. You know, hopefully for their sake, Brennan Davis gets himself on track. But you don't want to give up some of that top-tier starting pitching that you've been able to draft in the last couple of years that you think is going to help you in Chicago in the not-too-distant future. So it's going to be a balancing act of trying to win in a winnable year, but also knowing that you want to sustain that success in the future.
Oh, yeah? Well, do you think that the Brewers end up trading Corbin Burnes or not?
Oh, it's a good question. And it's one of those things where you look at it and say, okay, even if they don't, is that a guy that you think the Brewers are going to retain, right, once he gets to free agency? And my gut would say no, just because that's a guy that is a Cy Young winner, is in the prime of his career and can get top dollar on the market. We talk about it all the time. Starting pitching is really expensive. And for a player of the caliber of Corbin Burnes, you want to be able to capitalize on that. And so do I think they trade him? No, because like Lawrence mentioned, the division is still winnable. And that's a big asset to try to win that division. However, you got to ask yourself, okay, if we think we're not going to keep him, you saw it with the Brewers where you trade Josh Hader in a season where you could still win the division. Like the division was right there, but you had a guy in Devin Williams that you could slide into that position. I don't necessarily know that they have anybody that can replace Corbin Burnes. So my gut tells me no on moving him.
We got a chance to see Shohei Otani up close, and White Sox fans are watching that and thinking, oh boy, that's pretty special. And even though he's playing against you, he, I think in my mind, has risen to a level of stardom and of this sort of unique level of something we all know we've never seen before. Even when he's beating your team, you have to appreciate him. The trajectory on the home runs, the fact that he's tunneling up a slider and a splitter and fastball the way he is, 2 home runs, 10 strikeouts, as if he's just going about his regular business. I'm almost out of things to say at this point.
Yeah, we're running out of superlatives, and I've always been you appreciate greatness when you could see it. He's turning himself into a White Sox killer, the likes of guys like Jason Kubel.
Oh my goodness, Jason Kubel level White Sox killer.
Yes. But I think when you look at Shohei and what he's been able to do, it's so great for the game of baseball. But as a baseball lover, like I am, like the three of you guys are, you look at Shohei, he's a better hitter this year than he was in the year that he won the MVP the first time in 2021. The strikeouts are way down. He was striking out almost nearly 30% of the time in his MVP season. They're about 21% right now. The walks are up by 1.5%. He's going to swipe 20 bags this year. He's on pace to hit over 50 home runs, have over 180 hits, and 8 triples. Oh, and then on the other side, he's going to strike out maybe 235, 240 hitters. It's insane what he's doing. I don't have an MVP vote in the American League this year, but if I did, you kind of know what it is. Like, there's nobody that can do what he's able to do. And if he's able to stay healthy, it's definitely going to be unanimous.
You kind of also know who the NL MVP is, don't you already? I think that's crazy, but yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's far and away Acuna.
1,000%, right? Like, I put up a video this morning of me breaking down Ronald Acuna Jr. on Friday Night Baseball a couple of weeks ago, and he reminds you of so many different guys. And yeah, you could say the all-time greats, the Willie Mays, etc. But two guys I thought about: young Hanley Ramirez, who was amazing for the Marlins, that was hitting homers. He was swiping bags. He had 342 in his second year in the big leagues. And then Eric Davis, right? A guy that doesn't necessarily get a ton of love, but one of the more dynamic players we've seen in the last 60 years or so. His, I think, third year in the big leagues, he hit 21 homers and swiped 80 bags. Then he also had a 37 homer, 50 bag season, which actually might be what Ronald Acuna Jr. does this year. He's actually on pace for 38 and 80 and 70 stolen bases. Those numbers don't even make sense. He's another guy that's walks have gone up, strikeouts have gone down. He's been one of the best right fielders defensively in all of baseball. And the Braves are 33 and 17 over their last 50. They've kind of continued what they did at the end of last season when they played 700 baseball. But he's been the engine for that team. And if he stays healthy, that's your MVP in the National League.
Russ, is Steve Cohen getting ready to fire everybody?
So we had a conversation about it in our production meeting over here at Stadium this morning. And I said, if that's what it was going to be, it probably leaked already. You know what I mean? Even with the whole, hey, you're going to hear it from me. If I were to get fired, I would want to know, not with the rest of the public. Tell me now, right? So I don't have to come into work that day. It could just be a troll where he's saying, hey, we want to announce this new partnership we have. But at the same time, the elephant in the room is that the Mets have been playing horrific baseball. And you're getting to a point in the season where you're not going to be able to dig yourself out of that hole. And with the money that they have invested in that roster, you need the guy that always wants to throw his wallet and his word on the table. There are going to be some tough questions asked to Steve Cohen later today when he meets with the media out in New York. So do I think he fires somebody? I don't think so, but you never know.
Don't you also think it's a good thing that he is speaking, given that he is the front runner or he's like the front man for the Mets. Like when you talk about the Mets now, you talk about like Steve Cohen and the Mets. It's nice that the owner is the one talking at this point and saying, okay, I need to also come out here and say a few things.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just Billy Epler, right? Like for a guy like Steve Cohen that has shown that he wants to be a vocal owner, right? From the likes of Mark Cuban in the NBA, etc. Yeah, like for somebody who's as active on social as Steve Cohen is, and somebody who's wanted to commit to winning and do things differently than some of his counterparts in ownership across baseball. Yeah, you want to hear from Steve Cohen because at the end of the day, that money that he put on the table, it's looking like it hasn't been spent well. And at the same time, you have guys on the field that were brought in because they've produced in their careers and they just haven't done that. So you can only fire so many managers. You can only fire so many GMs before you got to look inward and say, maybe we threw money at the wrong things. Maybe we didn't spend that money the right way.
Yeah, I hate it as a fan. I always root for the big spending teams to win because I want the example of the Padres and of the Mets. I know people enjoy, look at all this wasted money. I think oppositely. I want that to be rewarded. I want all owners to say, oh, that I can win by doing that. Watch this. I got money. I can go win too.
For sure. And I think this should be exception and not rule year for both the Mets and the Padres. I remember talking to Jake Cronenworth at the beginning of the season, talking about the Padres going out this offseason and seeing your ownership group and seeing your GM and executive say, you know what, this isn't enough. We're going to go get this guy. And then we're going to get this guy. And then we're going to get this guy. And we're going to extend Jake Cronenworth too as a part of that. And he said the pride that you have as a player, knowing that, oh man, like we have help coming in here and they want me to be a part of this as a player, it makes you want to tell other guys, dude, it's great over here in San Diego, or it's great over here in New York. So it's not just fans, players see that too. And they want to be in places where they feel like they're going to have an opportunity every year to compete for a World Series. Whereas you have other franchises like out in Oakland where you go to the ballpark and just you love playing the game and you want to do well for the other 25 guys that are competing with you. But you look around and say, we weren't put in the best position to succeed.
Out of the teams that people thought were going to be good, like the Padres, the Mets, the Cardinals, Seattle, which team do you think has the ability to make a run in the second half of the season?
Call me crazy.
You're crazy.
Well, okay. Thank you. Thank you, guys. But I actually look at the San Diego Padres, and I just don't believe that they're as bad as they played. And I think they have a good month in them to get themselves back in the race. Because in that division this year, the Dodgers, they're just not the team that we've seen over the last decade. I love the Arizona Diamondbacks, and I think they play fantastic baseball, but they're still young. And part of youth is sometimes you're going to hear footsteps, and you're going to know the big boys in San Diego are coming. So maybe they have a hot month of July and a really good start in August, and now you're looking at standings like, all right, how many games we need to do to clinch a playoff spot? So I think the Padres, and knowing that their ownership group and front office is going to make a move to try to fortify it. I don't know what that is at this point, but AJ Preller is working the phones. That's the team I look at. I also look at Seattle and say they had a slow start last year and made the playoffs. And so I look at it again and say, well, they're starting to swing the bats like we thought they would coming into the season. If they stay healthy, they're going to make some noise.
I mean, that's three highly competitive teams in the AL West. And then you have the absolute logjam that is the AL East. That is going to have to break in a way that's going to leave one team on the outside looking in, and I think some teams motivated to possibly make some deals to make sure they're in.
Yeah, I look at Toronto in the AL East, and I say that team is really built to win, right? You have Bo Bichette, that's an offensive juggernaut at the top. They haven't even gotten the best out of Vladdy Jr., and it hasn't mattered. Their starting rotation has been excellent, even though their ace, Alek Manoah, has been really bad and got demoted to their spring training complex.
Where he got absolutely lit.
Yeah. I hope that was like in spring training where you say, I'm just going to throw fastballs because I need to work on some location. I hope that wasn't him throwing the kitchen sink out there. But that's a concern for that team. But you have Kevin Gausman that you brought in to be a Cy Young candidate. He has pitched like that. Jose Berrios looks like the guy that he was in Minnesota when he was an all-star. Yusei Kikuchi, they've gotten the best out of him as well. So outside of Manoah, their rotation has been really good. I love the Baltimore Orioles. That's a team that has the lineup to make it to the postseason. I would want them to get a little bit of starting pitching at the deadline there. But I'm concerned about the Yankees because without Aaron Judge in that lineup, and I was in the Bronx over the weekend when Aaron Boone was like, hey, we're not going to rule him out for the season, but, the ligament's torn and we're just going to have to play without him. That wouldn't give me a lot of confidence because that guy is so good and that lineup needs him in there just because I think the other 8 guys in the lineup understand that that's the captain, that's the MVP, and just having him in the lineup helps a lot of people. And so without that confidence of knowing 99 is in the middle of that lineup hitting second or third, I think the Yankees are going to have some issues.
Russ, thanks as always, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
That is Russell Dorsey. I know when we come back, you have some things you want to commemorate and or celebrate.
Yeah, and I would also advise Russ to not take any more weeks off of his podcast because
why?
Because Caitlin Sharkey came in and hosted the podcast this week. She was great.
Really?
As executive producer of that podcast, I was like, perhaps.
Wow, you wait till he's off the air to say this?
Well, he's not listening.
Wow.
But
go Caitlin.
She was awesome. That even though like her last name is Sharky, so obviously her nickname would be Shark. The way that she played basketball coming up, her nickname was Butcher. Think about that. Shark is right there. And she was so wild with it that they called her the Butcher.
Really? What was she doing to people?
Butchering them.
Oh.
She used all her fouls.
It doesn't surprise me that she played basketball.
Well, she
used the height to the advantage.
Yeah, but I mean, she was apparently a menace in Wisconsin high school basketball.
That doesn't
They
surprise
called her
me
the
either.
Butcher, even though
Badass.
Shark is right there. They jumped over a very easy nickname because she was that much of a butcher.
Go off, Caitlin Sharkey.
Did they jump the shark?
That's enough from
No.
you. That is enough from you. When we come back, there is an anniversary that we do need to celebrate. By God! We'll do that next here on The Score.
Go to 670thescoreshop.com now to see the awesome selection of Score t-shirts, sweatshirts, and hoodies. Perfect for all the Score heads in your family. It's perfect for you. Come on, you deserve a Mully and Haugh hoodie for yourself. Go to 670thescoreshop.com.
This segment is brought to you by Grand Appliance.
I'm waking up. I'm hitting the Peloton at like 4:30 in the morning, Colorado time, and I've got people real mad at me in Chicago that how dare you? The crosser was open, and I'm like, bud, the crosser was not open when he hits the top of his drop, so he moves on to the cop route. But there's a radio guy up there, Mike North. He was real mad, and I tried to handle it gently. I tried to handle it gently because, listen, the first thing in his bio was he was born in 1952. And if my grandpappy's on Twitter roasting somebody, I hope they handle him gently. And I tried to. He got real mad about it.
Dan, I'm going to make this bigger than it is, but also I feel like it's completely accurate.
That is the universe harmonizing with itself.
What just happened was, I think, the evolution of this radio station. We're not the only show that has a tape guy because we have a better sense of all of the things that are connected to a quarterback's performance. And
the listener has a desire to go to that level now.
To now
really know why, what, how.
Yes. And so for those two things to meet on social media, where our tape guy
is getting screamed at on Twitter because
from the guy who used to host in this
he's
time
a running
slot.
back.
That,
and he called him Grandpappy too.
Yes.
Like that part of it.
Yes.
Like somebody give Papa his tea and tell him it's nap time.
That is someone isolate that part and send it to Terry. Because I would love to know I would love for him to react to that.
And the 708 texter who immediately snapped into action by saying, does Tim Jennings ever try eating jardinera off his shoes?
That was an amazing moment in Score history.
on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station.
So we didn't have time while Coom was on the air with us to discuss something that we were talking with him about off the air. We had no idea that Ron Coomer was friends with Mick Foley.
But of course he is, because Coom.
Oh, that's right. You guys didn't hear this either. Coom told us a story about hosting batting practice with Mick Foley.
What?
Yeah.
Mankind himself.
Yeah.
Wow.
And we thought all of that was incredibly relevant. Layla and I did. Dan doesn't care. Because it's the anniversary of Hell in a Cell. Let's get it, studs!
That's a lot of weight. There's 200-300 pounders up there. They're destroying the Hell in a Cell. And my God, don't get them over here where we are. What's going to happen here? Undertaker fighting back. He's fighting back. They're right above us, folks. And I don't like it a damn bit. Oh, my God. Look out. Oh, my God. God is my witness. He is broken in half.
Oh, keep it going. We haven't even gotten to the family yet.
By God, that man has a family.
And not some Chip Kelly family.
Family.
But like an actual Jim Ross family.
So yeah, Coom was talking to him about the landing on tacks and being set on fire. And
we should probably pull back the curtain for those who may not be familiar.
Please.
Hell in a Cell happened in 1998 on this day, June 28th. And it is considered a celebrated match by fans of, at the time, WWF, now WWE.
Seminal moment in wrestling history.
Between Mankind Mick Foley and The Undertaker, whose name I only know as Undertaker or Taker. I hear he had a kid who played high school football in the Austin area.
Dead Man also.
Yes, or Goth Dad.
American Badass.
He's that guy from The GIF who he's lying down and then he
Gets
sits
up out of the coffin because he's a dead man. He rises up one more time.
And this is at a time in my life when I thought no one, no deity, no outside power, force of nature, nothing could take down The Undertaker. But Mick Foley wasn't going to let that happen. He was going to put up a fight, even if it meant being on a cell that was how many feet high? Was it 25 or 30?
25 feet high. They threw him off the top of the cell, and he landed on the announcing table, and everyone thought he was dead.
And of course, the announcer is the great, often imitated, never duplicated, Jim Ross.
Friend of the show, Jim Ross.
Who also said the famous line in this match, by God, he's got a family.
I mean, when you watch it, you're like, oh my, what just happened here?
You know it's all scripted, right?
Shush! That is not the point.
That's really, it has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Well, yeah, she said she couldn't think that anybody could possibly beat The Undertaker. Well, they decided...
Nothing could take down The Undertaker. A hurricane outside couldn't take down The Undertaker. It probably wouldn't be up here anyway, but that's not my point.
But the guy, you can script it, but the guy flew off of 25 feet and landed on the table.
We haven't even talked about Paul Bearer. I don't even know what that guy did. He was just part of The Undertaker's powers.
Carry the urn.
See, this is like Tom Cruise movies, Dan. Everybody's doing their own stunts.
Okay.
You don't walk out of a Tom Cruise movie and say, hey, you know it's all fake, right?
I found the Mick Foley autobiography at Savers in Orange County when my hipster stepsister was shopping. And I gave it to Chris Kamke as a gift, and he appreciated it.
You know
because there are some things that are celebrated.
You know what else should be celebrated on June 28th?
Juneteenth?
What happened on June 28th, 1926?
Mel Brooks was born.
Indeed. Mel Brooks is 97 years young. The 2,000-year-old man is almost 100.
Is wafer thin.
He has made it this far. He may not make it to 2,000, but he's made it to 97. So mazel tov, congratulations. Have a nice glass cool mountain water and a stuffed cabbage.
It's still real to me, damn it.
Mel Brooks pretty much shaped all of our senses of humor, correct?
Damn right.
Yeah.
He did it for me from a very young age.
Yes.
I was exposed to this stuff before I could. It was some of the first words out of my mouth were probably stuff I heard off those albums.
Mel Brooks and like Monty Python, and The Simpsons. That's it for me.
Speaking of albums,
Dave Matthews Band, they have a lot of albums.
They do. Caller 6 to the Scores contest line. 312-540-0670 wins a pair of tickets to
Are we cool with Dave Matthews despite some stuff
To Dave
that happened
Matthews.
in Chicago?
Band on Friday, July 7th at the Huntington Bank Pavilion at Northerly Island in Chicago, Illinois. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. We end the show the way we started it, and we lead you right up to Parkins and Spiegel on the Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show. 5:30 till 10 a.m.
Ozzie Guillen on Michael Kopech.
Wow, it's kind of hard because I love this kid. I love his arm, but he's not a kid anymore.
These 26 players got here because of the will to win. The fact is that they never gave up on anything. And if they take that attitude each and every day, you can't erase an 8-game deficit. You can't erase 9-21 in one game. But you don't have to do that. All they have to do is win today. And to a man, they have to go out with the idea of winning today. If they can do that.
Did he just give us both TW and Wint? Let's go! White Sox! Yeah!
That was the moment that it all came together.
TW and Wint.
Yeah, let's bring that back. I got to make sure that we
Our
got
models win, and that is whatever is necessary today.
Today.
right now.
Wint.
Whatever is necessary today.
Our models win, and that is whatever is necessary today.
No, that'd be Wint. That's not win, Coach.
That may be one of my favorites. Like, of the oldies, that is my favorite goodie.
Let's
We are joined in studio by Illinois football coach Tim Beckman. What is an Illini fan? What is it fair to expect? Short term, long term?
You'll never say or ever get a number. I mean, this is the game of college football, and there's so much that's involved in each and every football game. But I want to see consistency. We were not that at all last year on the football field. Let's get better every game, and our models win, and that is whatever is necessary today. And we're taking one day at a time to get ourselves better.
How have you been received with the coaches? Yeah.
Win, W-I-N.
But the today
whatever
makes it
is
win.
necessary.
How have you been received by these coaches in Illinois?
I just love the fact that you called him out on it.
You're such a penis.
Well, and his boss is sitting next to him. Mike Thomas, the AD.
Wouldn't it be
was,
Wint?
Well, because
he was saying whatever is necessary
today.
But not whatever is necessary today.
But it didn't work for me.
Went none of the stuff that he did works for anybody. That's why he's not going to be here anymore.
is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! You say you're a little tired this morning, is that right?
I am tired.
Thanks to Layla Rahimi, of course, for being a part of this Wednesday show. Our guests were Mike Florio, James Naveau, Ron Coomer, and Russell Dorsey. Thanks to Ray Diaz, Adam Studzinski, Brandon Fryer, Kevin Lapka, Connor O'Donnell for doing all the stuff that they do. Parkins and Spiegel are here on a slightly less smoky Chicago day. What's up?
It's less smoky out there.
Yeah, they shouldn't have played last night.
Happy Chinooka.
They shouldn't have.
Probably not.
They shouldn't have played for multiple reasons last night.
Yeah, it would have been fine to punt on that game. I was saying on the show yesterday, I hate when they talk about like scheduling quirks as excuses. The White Sox were doing it a ton early last year.
Every year.
And often. Yeah. But like Ross with you guys, he was objectively correct. But you
don't want to hear it.
And you don't want the London trip to then turn into like that's when it all fell apart because we were jet lagged and then we were tired and then we had the tough stretch with the games at night and the daytime and the good teams and no days off. And you come out of London 3.5 back and go into the All-Star break 6.5 back. So I'm a little worried about the Cubs in this stretch right now. So yeah, not playing that game and having a doubleheader, I don't know.
Would have been better off.
I guess.
I think probably.
Your odds are better to, you're probably going to split a doubleheader.
Right. An extra day of rest to adjust on the way back from Europe.
Nobody wants to hear it. But the idea that you could all of a sudden be at like 6:30 and it feels like 12:30 and you're like, oh, yeah, I got to play a game. Oh, yeah, that's right.
You need that special pot of coffee.
Seriously. Where is the leaded pot of coffee? Did Coomer talk about it at all with you guys? Like needing to walk over and have some coffee at 6:30 before a ball game at 7?
He talked about how he knew it would affect him. And Ross yesterday explaining like they had talked to guys, and I guess Talkman, right? Talkman played in the game between the Yankees and the Red Sox. So he was explaining like it's going to be harder when you come back versus going over there to adjust.
Mitch said he went to bed at like 7:15 last night. I mean, Mitch
pretty normal for him.
He's usually around 9 o'clock.
I got to tell you,
he said it was like 2 hours earlier, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I got to go."
I was shocked to see him yesterday.
Mitch,
I was like, "What are you doing here?" He's like, "Oh, and then he's like, "I'm," leaving.
That's a pretty good impression.
I'm leaving at 2:00. I was like, "Okay, but."
Once the franchise is off the air, he can get out of here.
No, it's not us. It's not us. I mean, and he usually he's in here by 5, and then he usually is out of here by 3:30 or whatever. But I'm just like, you don't need to be here. Everything's fine.
It's the 8 shots of espresso that gets him through the day.
Yeah, but that'll be the thing that'll make you crash at the end of it.
Yes,
if you're fighting jet lag.
You're listening to Sports Radio 670, The Score, WSCR HD Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, an Odyssey station.
Almost as good as the one I played.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, almost. I noticed.
But Danny, you're right though. Like you don't want them to lose the Sunday game against the Cardinals like 5 times.
Exactly. And I don't want to be like a doomsday, prognosticator, but it felt like with the talk of it and coming back and everyone being tired, it was like, oh God.
It was too built in a crutch for after the fact.
I'm like, oh God, this is coming. My Cubs fatalism was coming out yesterday.
And then the Cardinals bombed the Astros last night.
Yeah, sure. And then all of a sudden you guys are like right back in the same spot. That'd be terrible.
Here's a sobering observation.
Oh, good. And it's been a minute since one of those.
I was looking at the AL Central.
We were having fun, but thanks a lot, Dan.
The under 500 AL Central.
As of right now, the Guardians have just moved into first place. And the Guardians are 38-40. The Twins are 40-42. So say what you want about the White Sox at the moment being 5.5 games back. They're 7 behind the Guardians in the loss column. So whomever this whole idea of having to leapfrog, well, just looking at games out is a fool's errand when you have to leapfrog multiple teams.
And when you look at their overall record and you realize their lowest point in the season was 14 games under 500, they are 13 games under 500 right now.
Right. Well, we were doing it yesterday. So yesterday was 27 games until the deadline. So now they're 0-1 in that stretch. What?
This is like AK with the trade deadline.
Well, right.
No, that was 28 games.
Yeah, that exactly.
Very different.
I don't know if he ever. I mean, I think there's probably more games that he needs to watch.
Oh,
to,
sure.
Yeah.
To evaluate.
Yeah.
He got one more. Or He got two more, actually.
Yeah, he got 30 games.
He did.
Mm-hmm.
Got
Yeah,
30.
He got 30. Yeah, that was
Probably still more, though.
This is before the deadline. That was after the deadline.
Because that's how that works.
That is how that works.
So how
Based
far
on
out?
calendars. But what do they have to do? What do they have to do in that stretch?
How far out do you need them to
22
be?
and 6.
No, it's to declare yourself a seller as opposed to a stand pat or a buyer. Like if they're 5 games out with a week to go.
Double digits and you are not anywhere close to 500.
Yeah, don't talk to me until you get to anywhere near 500.
I think
they're a game off their low water point for the year.
No, but
I'm saying for
Dan, that's
them.
as compared to like good teams. I'm talking about as
I'm saying for
compared to in your final year of a window is what it sure as hell feels like.
You're double digits back and you're not close to 500.
Well, so all right, so
that's what I think. Like they would look at it and be like, well, all right, you got us. We're not going to win the division.
if you're 4 or 5 games back in the final week before that deadline, what did you have, Danny? You had July 31. There's an off day after the 27 games.
Yeah, they play 4 games against Cleveland, then an off day before the trade deadline.
So you've just finished Cleveland, and you're right where you are because you're mediocre or bad. And at this point, bad. Well, there are 4 teams with worse records than you. So you're still like the 5th or 6th worst team in baseball, and yet you're 5 games back on the 31st. You selling?
Yes.
Are they selling?
No.
I don't think they are either.
They're going to say, all we need is for our guys to get healthy. We are still Dan.
I think they might even make a small buy. I wouldn't be surprised if they did
Jake
that.
Diekman?
Well, I think
seen his game log.
I think Jake's in a much better place now.
Well, because they're using him very specifically in matchups that make sense.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
But I can't imagine that they're gonna be clear sellers when they're that close with what they have to sell.
I think small buy is, I think you're being really generous. I think it's stand pat with them if they find themselves single digits back and maybe playing a little bit better. But the problem that the White Sox still have to address.
I don't think they'll be playing a little bit better.
And I asked Pedro this last week when I was at the ballpark because he was like, our offense is close. And I'm like, why do you think that? And then he kind of went into talking about the at-bats, and they can't score runs. And Pedro himself is making decisions that don't make sense when it comes to lineup construction. Tim Anderson is 2 out of his last 38 in his last 11 games with 10 strikeouts.
Yeah, that third strikeout with 2 men on when he's looking. Yeah, getting caught looking at that point.
He wasn't close last night.
Like I think we all understand that there's probably some underlying medical thing, but even if there is,
so move him down with that in mind.
Move him down, but I think that he's played so badly that you don't even have to even talk about any of that. Like that guy's not helping you right now. Period.
And it shouldn't be that hard to move him down. You can't be that scared to do it.
They are last in MLB and on base percentage by a mile. And this
is that good?
Just saying
this
about
whole
scoring
thing
runs.
of like a small buy or a standing pat. When is the last time the bottom of the barrel, 30th out of 30 teams, their on base percentage is .291? The Oakland A's are at 301. The Tigers are at 301. Kansas City's at 296.
Dan.
The Yankees are at 296.
You're assuming rational actors.
I'm just saying, like, you're saying, I'll put my money on the worst on-base percentage team in the game.
None of us in the room believe that's what they should do.
No, it's a matter of what they will do.
But the history of the White Sox leads us to believe that it's possible that they think they're still going to be in it.
Who's the boss? Who's the boss?
That's the quintessential question.
That's the White Sox question.
It's Kenny. It's still freaking Kenny.
I always thought it was Mona. I always felt she was the boss. It wasn't Angela and it wasn't Tony.
It's Kenny.
It was Mona.
You ask Rick and he'll tell you that Kenny's his boss. And the last time Kenny came out and muscled up awkwardly, who was it? Daryl Van Schouwen?
That was a great job by him.
Great job. What did he say? We're going to win the division. That's what he said. You think his mind's going to be different because it's 5 weeks of crappy baseball when there's still only 4 or 5 games out? The standings are their saving grace.
Yeah, but I also think that the general manager that he feels like he has something to prove.
He's
and that
toast and he knows it.
He hired this manager, and this manager is supposed to have this incredible hitting infrastructure and hitting philosophy.
So if anything, he's going to be saying, let's keep giving it a shot. I still think it's going to kick.
Right. And they're taking credit for something that I don't think they should be taking credit for, because the only guy that's really, really hitting for them said earlier in the season, I kind of went back to doing my own thing instead of the thing that they were telling me to do. But the White Sox Pedro has said it all, he's bought in and, he's doing all. Okay, sure. Then here's a question for you. What about the other guys? Why haven't you been able to get through to them? Why is it not working?
Wow.
Why do you think that the offense is going to get better when everything that you've seen for the first half of the season tells you no, you are incorrect in that assumption?
You have turned on Pedro.
Oh, yeah. I loved what I heard in spring training, exactly what they should have been doing. But now that you have evidence of him actually managing, not a fan.
There's not much tough love that we've seen. There's been little bits and pieces. I like what he did with Robert, was calling for that for a week or two before then.
I don't like what he's doing with Tim Anderson and what he's saying about him.
Nobody could possibly like it.
I don't understand it. The message it sends for accountability elsewhere throughout the team is damaging.
And let me just say that I in my feelings about Pedro, I also feel like he walked in and didn't really know what he was walking into. And then it's like, well, wait, you're not playing today?
My legs hurt.
Wait, what's wrong with you?
I'm tired.
My back hurts. Did you tell anybody? Yeah.
I told Elvis, and he said he was going to tell Charlie, who would then tell you.
Okay. So are we just going to take this hurt guy and play him for 2 more months?
His name.
You're just gonna play for 2 months hurt? Is that the only option that we have? Yep, it's the only option that we have.
Well, there was also that little throwaway notebook item in Bob Nightingale's thing from a couple of weeks ago, where it was like the players are okay with being traded, but they're not going to ask to be traded, but they'd be okay with being traded.
You're getting my modern pet peeve.
I hate
don't
it here.
bury your lead in your mailbag.
I feel like that is a trade request. Like, how do you know that they're okay with being traded and they've made it known that they're okay with being traded, but they're not asking to be traded? Like,
I hate it here.
Right.
Yeah,
he said it. I think he said it too.
Definitely said
of course
it.
he did.
And so now, they're just playing out the string. Like, they're not going to go on that 22-6 run.
They started the year at 7-21. They came out of the gate playing out the string.
and we're talking out the string. Isn't it?
Kinda.
It feels ridiculous.
It's interesting, though. Like, it's interesting to see if they will continue to do things the way that they have done things without success.
I'm exhausted by their brand of interesting.
I'm with you.
It's such a defeatist brand of interesting.
I know that tomorrow we'll have more time to do it, but one of the things that Dan and I are going to discuss on tomorrow's show is how radical would it, like, if you are in Selmo, let's say you just lose out, or you lose all win one of the remaining games before the All-Star break, which is possible with this team. How radical do you go in rebuilding? Who
runs it?
Who's
in charge?
We were talking about it a little bit yesterday. Like, that type of teardown at a deadline is really rare.
Agreed.
Because not everybody's a buyer.
But there's more buyers this year than there ever would be.
I know, but you normally want to do that in an off season when there isn't a super amount of urgency to make it. You could package guys together. Everybody in theory is like hope springs eternal and trying to be competitive. You know what I mean? Like, so I would be very surprised if they traded 10 dudes at the deadline.
I'm not even saying 10 dudes. I'm saying,
but Giolito, obviously, Kelly, obviously.
I'm saying go deeper than that. How badly do you think you need to try and overhaul this? Like, do you need to overhaul it so badly that you would go, if we were to trade Dylan Cease, that would bring us a lot back?
Right.
Yeah, that's possible, but I think you got to fire Getz and Hahn at a minimum.
Well, that's the other part of it. Would you? And that's why it's a sad, interesting story.
Bring somebody in who's got to hire everybody,
right? But you have to get it okay with the idea of
how long it takes to do that.
The guy that is going to have to jumpstart your rebuild probably isn't going to work here anymore.
See, last time they did it, they traded Chris Sale in December. So they made their decision. They traded Sale in December.
And the Eaton
deal. Eaton was right around then as well. And then the next summer at the deadline, or just a couple weeks before the deadline, is when they did Quintana. So it takes a little while if you're selling like that. But to your point, Danny,
Thanks,
I totally agree. Like if you're doing a full-on teardown, then there's got to be brand new people that you bring in from outside the organization. And we all know that's not going to happen.
Because we're at and I think I've described this, the end stage of the regime.
Right, of the entire thing.
Ownership.
Oh, absolutely.
Of all of it. So there's no energy. Like they're out of energy.
I'll tell you right now.
It's all wound down. There's no energy to enter into this when that's going to be the next ownership.
Haven't you thought about
maybe
that?
They move the team to another market.
Correct.
And the Nashville, whatever they are thinking about all these assets.
And people, relationships, strained relationships that some people have, some media have with certain members of that organization. I know that there are some media people going, I'm not even going to repair the relationship. Like, I'll just wait it out. And we'll deal with the next people.
Why bother?
Stop talking about all of us that way.
Right? But it has that. This is a very exhausting brand of interesting that's not going anywhere.
But I know it. Believe me,
until it all
believe me,
goes
that's
somewhere.
why behind the scenes there's this organized buyout of very impatient limited partners who haven't seen that won't and knew that is a condition of their partnership. They weren't going to get $1 on their investment until the sale. And there's already a lot of limited partners are dead, and they've already bequeathed their partnerships, their shares to their heirs who are thinking that I don't want to be owner of the White Sox, and this could be worth how much money? And there are factions behind the scenes saying, okay, well, we'll give you 60 cents on the dollar and buy you out because that's where the energy is right now. It has nothing to do with the on-field product.
Yeah, no, and it hasn't for a while. It got a burst of energy about 6 years ago, and then as that thing has now been in decay, I mean, you can see that all the excitement is about, well, we're just kind of waiting for the thing to turn over.
White Sox fans were so good. Like, I'm still amazed by it, honestly. I'm amazed by White Sox fans looking over at the Cubs and being like, oh, okay, cool. Like, that's what rebuilds look like.
Yeah, but the La Russa hire killed all of it.
I know, but the fact that you had White Sox fans being like, all right, there wasn't a dip in attendance the next year. They came out.
How about that?
There is this year.
There is big time this year. But like, then they were like, I'm totally interested in what's going on in Kannapolis and Birmingham, and look at all this cool stuff. And now to get to the end of it, and really you have like 1.5 guy work out. Like Robert is turned into the player that most people thought he could. Eloy, I think, is still the hitter that most people thought he would be. To see Tim go through a career arc of meteoric star to now guy that you need to contemplate benching. Moncada can't play because his back hurts, and who knows if they even know what's wrong with his back and when he might get. Kopech is tired and one of the worst starting pitchers in Major League Baseball. All of this stuff that White Sox fans were just sitting there going, well, 2.5 guys. Dylan Cease.
Well, I was just saying, are you going to do pitchers too? Because and Giolito has had very good stretches. The thing is that all 6 of those dudes, it is weird. They all should be and are in their athletic prime.
Yes.
And all have had great stretches of baseball.
And that's what has kept White Sox fans, like, you see some of the stuff that Moncada can do and you go, why isn't this guy better?
Yeah, but did you think when they signed them all, because I thought, well, that is going to give them the flexibility to do the other things that they will then need. And they did a couple But
Elvis Andrus is still an important player on this team. That's inexcusable.
But what I mean is, like, they signed that batch of dudes to those long deals.
Lawrence
and then,
used to call it Rick Hahn's superpower.
Yeah, right.
It is a superpower.
It was.
But
it
I
was.
mean, I was envious of it as a Cubs fan because of all the guys who left.
That's like being a quarterback on a rookie deal. The idea is that it's like, okay, now we
I'll
can
go
budget
pay
our
for my
resources
number one
differently.
wide receiver.
Right. Yeah.
I'll go pay for Machado, and they drew a freaking line in the sand at 250 to 3, and they didn't get
Or
him.
a right fielder, instead of saying, "Oh, we think Oscar Colas is ready." No, he's not, and no one else
or
did.
A second base. Well, that's not true. There were a lot of people that were prospect humping with Colas, who, by the way, has turned things around down in the minor leagues, and I think eventually is going to make his way back to the major
The
league
restrictions
squad.
that led to the big ticket items being freaking Keuchel and Grandal,
Yes.
and then Benintendi. Those are your 3 big ticket items.
That's right.
And that you brought in to augment the genius of your extensions. And those guys have sucked.
You guys are right about the idea of the money that you saved on the extension is supposed to manifest itself into other guys that are going to help bolster your team. The other part of that is, and where I think the White Sox really failed, is the guys that you signed, what are you doing to make sure that their development continues? Because development doesn't stop because you made it to the major leagues.
Here it does.
And that's what it's felt like.
Absolutely.
It's felt like that there have been walls that guys have hit, and the White Sox have kind of been like, we don't know what to do with this. We don't know what to do with Reynaldo Lopez. Like, we're not sure what to do with that guy. Is he a starter? Is he a reliever? What are we supposed to do with it? Then he shows you some really good stuff last year in the role that you had him in, and you can't figure out what to do next. Michael Kopech shows you some great stuff, but there's this kind of hump that he can't get over, and the White Sox have not been able to do it. Tim got better and then stopped, and they haven't been able to figure it out. And sometimes when there is evidence that is placed in front of them, and I haven't heard anyone from the White Sox be asked this question or answer this question. You had one of your players say he feels isolated in your clubhouse. What are you doing to not make him feel that way? That's a part of development.
Sure, of course it is.
Oh my God, of course it is.
Yeah.
All of this stuff, like all of these failures, like these kind of little things that the White Sox would say that we nitpick about. If you add all of the nitpicking that we're doing, the picking of nits that we are doing with the White Sox, it ends up with an organization that struggles at every facet.
Absolutely.
They struggle with drafting. They struggle with pro personnel decisions, the contracts that they've given out to the big money contracts that they've given out. They've struggled with development of talent. Like, even if you identified the talent, you weren't able to get the most out of the talent.
It's good stuff.
All of this stuff is stuff that they have failed at.
Danny, I used to watch General Hospital with my sisters, and every once in a while there'd be a crossover where, like, the people from One Life to Live or All My Children would cross over. This feels like a crossover episode of
As the Window Closes.
Exactly.
Our White Sox soap opera.
It's our daily White Sox soap opera. You guys have been a tremendous addition here.
I saw a really
very
crazy.
special
It's a very, very special
Sweet.
episode.
A crazy. I don't know if it would be a crossover. It's more of a callback, and I think it's Days of Our Lives, which is still on. So Jack A is one of the main characters on the show. She gets a knock at the door, right? She opens up the door. The number on the door is 227.
Oh, that's strong.
And the person at the door is Marla Gibbs. I was like, yeah! Yeah, this is what we wanted right here.
That's tremendous. As the Window Closes, brought to you by the Chicago Window Guys.
Yeah, Russ.
Call Russ Armstrong.
Regardless of the jingle you might hear during the actual baseball game.
Mention the score for 10%
Know that the
off.
window is closed. And then if you get windows from Russ, your windows will close and they will save you energy.
And let me tell you this, too, that having good windows amid some of this smoke was good, too.
Saving lives.
Fantastic.
Yeah, right?
Russ Armstrong, saving lives.
Yeah, making your family healthier.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
Boog Shambi at 3 o'clock. Kaylee Chelios at 4 o'clock. We'll play some categories today. Superstar appreciation with Shohei Otani and more. That's the show.
Have a great show, boys.
Thank you. Tanny's Open kicks us off. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. We all know rivalries are one of the best things about sports. Lakers, Celtics.
What the hell was that Sports Minute?
Wait, what do you mean?
We went to break. Okay, listen.
This is Sean Morash with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Has an NBA Finals game ever looked easier for a player than it did for Nikola Jokic last night? He became just the second player ever to record a triple-double in his NBA Finals debut, the other being Jason Kidd. In fact, Jokic's performance was so good, the game and his play was actually boring. If Sunday night is more of the same, it may be time to call the Baja Men and ask, who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
Oi. Doesn't someone listen to that and be like,
no.
Nope.
So
back in the room and spend another 30 seconds
I was
writing a
telling
thing.
Ray, how many radio stations did that just run on across the country?
Probably like 50.
I always look, my rule is simple. Just don't make people dumber.
You know, let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
But what does it have to do with brooms?
And then
you don't let brooms out.
And everybody barks when they sweep, right?
I don't get it.
And it's boring.
He said it's Friday. I'm getting out of here.
He sure did.
Yes, he did.
He sure did. He was like,
who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
He high-fived someone after that, too. I promise you that. He's in the WFAN studios, and he's like, I nailed it. High-five someone and left
it. Yeah.
We showed it to Brandon Fryer from Mully and Haugh show, and he said, he felt good about that.
He did.
He felt good about that.
Yep.
On a level of 0 to Feinstein, where does this rank? It's not quite fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice.
I'm John
Feinstein. Who's also a really nice
Fool
man.
me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I'm John Feinstein.
Who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
It's not an inadvertent self-own. It's just a total non sequitur. I love. Remember when Abaticola was doing the fake sports minutes?
Well, he did. What was it? Jim Beige?
That was McCaffrey.
Hold on. Can we do the fake, one of these fake sports minutes real quick?
It's one in the vault?
Yeah.
We got
Do
one
it.
from Brendan McCaffrey, it looks
This
like.
is
Okay,
the
this
Jim
might be.
Beige, I think.
Jim Beige is different. Okay.
Titletown tingles tonight as a trophy traverses the tundra back to Green Bay and its rightful owners, the Packers. 13 years before, a man named Brett, with an arm like a jet, brought home the bacon in Dairyland. But now the Packers win by Aaron out the football. The man he replaced probably watched the game in Louisiana so far, or rather so far away. I could see Joe Montana, John Elway, or Tom Brady asking Mr. Rogers, won't you be my neighbor? With a championship and Super Bowl MVP. Rogers' passes burst out of his hand in Dallas with the precision of an assassin. They tore through the Steelers' secondary like a bullet through a president's cranial cavity. Only we didn't need the Zapruder film to realize that this was no conspiracy. Rodgers took inspiration this week from a former Packers quarterback, but it's probably not the one you're all thinking about. No, Rodgers went back a few decades to a star, a Bart that didn't have a cow in Super Bowl I. 45 years of Super Bowl history wrapped up in 2 quarterbacks. The story comes full circle. Aaron Rodgers, the new leader of the pack.
Scoreboard update. It's too good. It was too
Who
good.
let the brooms out?
to you by Lakeside Bank. 57 years of financial security. It's about time.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. The Saudis do own golf.
They bought the whole sport.
They bought the whole damn thing.
And they want to buy more.
This is global. The word global is just everywhere.
I'm trying to free myself up to do a little global thinking.
Sure.
The whole thing is based on this idea. Global initiative. Global used several times. And NewCo. The company that they're forming is called NewCo.
NewCo.
And I thought you'd get a kick out of that.
What is it a combination of? New company?
New and company.
Global Chem is a monster, a beast, a cold, heartless, smelly behemoth, run by a greedy, fat-headed fatty pants. A fatso. Did we offend you? Good. Now we have your attention and we have to win you over. Just like you have to win consumers.
I freaking love that so much.
NewCo.
It tickles me.
You're an exec at Pennsylvania Solar Tech. That sounds fake. I told you, you're an exec at Stark Industries, a corporation you inherited from your father. Here's the story.
Screw these guys.
Yeah.
Has NewCo thought about playing at the Top Golf right off the 88 corridor?
They should.
Where Top Golf is, like that area where the 88 corridor is. Corridor of 88 and 59, like right there by the Top Golf.
I think they should stick with NewCo.
You think you just stick with NewCo?
I think they should stick with it.
The PGA Tour. It's the NewCo Open.
What exactly is it your company does again?
Oh, this industry moves so fast, it's really hard to tell. That's why I need a name that's cutting edge, like Cutco or Edgecom, Interslice. Come on, Marge, you're good at these. Help me out.
How about CompuGlobal Hyper Meganet?
Fine, it's not important.
1, 2, 3.
Here we go, Jack. Here we go. Here we go, Jack. We go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Take it from me. I love you.
Thanks for hanging out. It is Parkins and Spiegel on The Score. Passionate White Sox talk in transition. And is that where the passion ends? It's like for the negative. You know, because it's so hard to muster up hope and optimism.
Oh, my God, yeah.
You know, like...
That will pivot to the negative.
Yeah, it's just tough, man. Like, I don't know. I was staying up late last night to watch Shohei Otani.
Oh,
it was mesmerizing.
What a good choice you made.
It was unbelievable.
It's an opportunity to see that man do what he's doing, which is completely unprecedented, even by Babe Ruth. There is no precedent. There's nothing like this.
We're watching Babe Ruth. You being Babe Ruth.
Yeah, it was just so enjoyable, though. Like, it was like Steph had fallen asleep. I'm hanging out with my good friend Jason Benetti, watching something that no one's ever seen before in baseball. I'm like, I like this kind of party.
Yeah.
It was awesome. Like being able to remove yourself from rooting for the White Sox, you know what I mean, and just take that in. That was a fascinating sporting event.
Yeah,
last
you
night.
loved it though because it was happening to the White Sox.
I promise you,
I don't think that's the case.
I wasn't.
Danny loves greatness. We all do, don't we? Don't we all appreciate greatness?
Yeah,
Danny's got the market on that. He's the one that likes greatness.
And Kyle Hendricks.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm alone on this island of rare hot takes of liking Kyle Hendricks and greatness. Suckers.
And he's against cancer.
Yes, right, exactly. I thought that the benefit that you did for it was just very in poor taste.
I know,
frankly.
I know.
But I texted with Passon about this. He said he had the same thought. Hadn't had time to look it up. I did spend about 20 minutes on Shohei Otani's Baseball Reference page and Googling it and trying to find some articles. I think that's the single best game Shohei Otani has played since he's been in the majors.
It probably is. He goes 3 for 3.
3 for 3
with a walk,
2 home runs, 6 2/3, 10 Ks.
And if that's his best game, then it's probably the greatest game any baseball player has ever played.
Well, so like I don't know about that because I don't know like what would you say like value added for a 4 home run game?
No, he also pitched. He also pitched a lot of innings and struck out a lot of people and got the win.
I know, but when he hit the second home run, I was like, oh my God. because he's out of the game because he had left the game
with the fingernail issue
and the trainers, and you didn't know how serious the injury was going to be and if he was going to be able to continue to bat and all that. It was like, oh man, like serious injury. This is the thing. People are worried. Is he going to be hurt? Whatever.
Yeah.
And then his next at bat, he hits an opposite field home run.
It's outrageous. You know what I kept thinking about? Because, I mean, it's a legendary tweet. You remember the tweet from 2021 that really summarized what it has been for Otani's entire career? It was from a tweeter named Matt Tomic. And it was this, quote, every time I see an Angels highlight, it's like Mike Trout at 3 homers, raised his average to 528, while Shohei Otani did something that hasn't been done since Tungsten Arm O'Doyle of the 1921 Akron Groomsmen as the Tigers defeated the Angels 8-3.
Yes.
Because that's what it always has been, is like these guys are great, and they lost again. That's a win last night.
Yeah.
They're probably, hopefully, going to be a playoff team. Finally, that's what I kept thinking about was like, now he's doing the historical stuff with the crazy names and the not since 1890s stats.
Right.
And they're actually good. And that's fun.
That is fun. And maybe that's the small difference in our perspective of like, I didn't care really who won the game last night. I was fascinated by the individual greatness. Like, if he's the best baseball player in the world, which everybody agrees, and he's the biggest favorite for MVP at this point in a season in the history of gambling markets, like he has already won the American League MVP. It's ridiculous how big of a favorite he is. And then that's the best game he's ever seen. Normally, if that is a thing that is happening, and it's not a Cub, a White Sox, or a player against the Cubs or White Sox, the only way I'm consuming that is via Instagram highlights. You know what I mean? Or something on my Twitter timeline.
So this was an opportunity. This is the great opportunity of the baseball schedule to actually expose you to it over the course of a full game.
I just felt fortunate.
Yeah.
It was building.
I get it.
A couple of strikeouts in the first inning, then hits a homer his first time up. You're like, oh, damn.
Yeah.
He's locked in on the mound and at the plate.
I hear you.
This is kind of cool.
You know where I want him to be? I want him to be in the same kind of forced viewing is one way to think about it, right? Or the opportunity viewing. That's what the playoffs will be. Like,
right.
And that's what it is. I want 2 weeks of that. Maybe 3 weeks of that. Let's see what he can do. We saw it in the World Baseball Classic, man, when he comes out of the bullpen to close down that thing after being the best hitter on his team the entire way. He's the best hitter and the best pitcher on his team. We haven't seen anything like it. I love in the postseason when all the starters go out to the bullpen in Game 6 or Game 7 because everybody's available. How much would that guy be willing to be used in a contract year, in a postseason upcoming? I give me all that for the theater. So yeah, I'm hoping.
I get it.
But I love the appreciation of the opportunity you had last night.
Well, I was just thinking about like,
totally.
All right, so he's never had a 2-home run game in a game where he pitched, and then he had 6 2/3 with 10 strikeouts.
Yeah.
Like, all right, so that's got to be the best game that he's ever played. The guy has 4 home runs and 11 runs driven in his starts this year.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I feel like you could like play a game of just, all right, I'm in. That's my ante. My ante is he's got 4 home runs, 11 RBIs, and an OPS of 1100 in his starts this year. Can you beat me? And we could like go around the room and try to like check raise each other until we it wouldn't be a check raise, just a raise. Until we actually get to, all right, that's the coolest Shohei Otani stat.
Oh, I got it. So that was a good one from you. I have one. Maybe it's a collection of stats. So I don't.
Go ahead.
Right now, he leads Major League Baseball in home runs, RBIs, slugging percentage, OPS, total bases, and opponent batting average for pitchers and strikeouts per 9 for pitchers. He leads in 7 categories.
Insane.
Ridiculous.
You said batting average against, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because leading in batting average against and being 3rd in strikeouts in all of baseball is ridiculous. And he leads in home runs and RBIs.
And it reminds
that's a really cool stat. Thanks for sharing that with me.
You're welcome, Mr. Steele. And it reminds me, in the World Baseball Classic, he had the highest OPS as a hitter and the lowest OPS against as a pitcher.
It's insane.
It's ridiculous. Boys, you got some good ones?
You got a Shohei stat? Go ahead.
Yeah, so you mentioned the WBC earlier, Speaks, and you talk about best of the best, right, in the whole world. Even, White Sox players were good then in the WBC, so it was quite a field of competition. Of course, the big moment with Shohei and Trout at the end, we were all talking about it. How about this for Shohei in the WBC? He had the hardest hit and tied for the second hardest hit of batted balls in that tournament with 118.7 miles per hour off the bat and 115.4 miles per hour off the bat. That's hardest hit balls. He was first and second in the WBC.
Doesn't make any sense. Completely insane. You got one, Shane?
Yeah, mine is also WBC this year, where he slashed 435, 606, 739 with 4 doubles and a home run, and pitched to a 1.86 ERA with 11 strikeouts and 9 2/3 innings.
I mean, this
insane.
is completely insane. So when I was trying to find a game that he had that was better than last night, the thing that came up when I Googled it, like after I tried to check it through Baseball Reference myself, he had back-to-back games. He had a game where he had 8 RBI as a hitter, and then the next day he struck out 13 as a pitcher.
Right.
But when he struck out 13 as a pitcher, he didn't have a good offensive game. And when he had 8 RBI, that wasn't a day for him to start. But how about it just in back-to-back days, like a Tuesday and a Wednesday, 8 runs driven into the plate, 13 strikeouts on the mound the next day within 24 hours of each other. Doesn't make any sense.
No, I know. He's had 2 games this year with at least 10 strikeouts as a pitcher and 3 hits at the plate. That has happened 7 times since the year 1900. He's got 2 of them both this season.
Ridiculous.
My guy Sid Fernandez did it twice, 1989, 1985 of the New York Mets.
There was a baseball Twitter account that was that showed CC Sabathia hitting a home run because the tweet was Shohei Otani, first American League pitcher to have 10 strikeouts and a home run in a game since CC Sabathia in 2009. And I was like, not impressive. Otani hit 2. Sabathia only hit 1. And it's the first time an American League pitcher has done it since, I think it was Pedro Ramos in 1963.
And who was the last one? Was it Zach Greinke? Did they say it was the last one to do it?
Zach Greinke did it somewhat recently in the National League, which is insane.
That is insane.
But he did it. Greinke did it in 2019. Bumgarner did it in 17. Rick Wise in 1971. And Milt Pappas in 61.
Oh, that's good.
There's your list. 10 strikeouts and 2 bombs.
I think he's better than his peers in baseball to a greater degree than any athlete right now in any sport. And I want to talk about that with you because it might be historical context in that way, in terms of there's everybody who's great at this sport, and then there's that guy. And is it for sure that it's him in that conversation in any sport in the world right now? And how far back do we have to go to find a similar kind of comp?
All right, we'll do that coming up. Plus, big Bulls breaking news from Shams.
Really?
Yeah, just crossed. We'll tell you the contract details for an important Bull next on The Score.
Hey, Dan Bernstein here from Flashback.
KC Johnson.
The Bulls are about to acquire Nikola Vucevic from the
Wow!
Wendell Carter Jr. is gone. That I've got confirmed.
Whoa!
Otto Porter Jr.'s expiring deal is going to be shed. But yeah, the Bulls got an all-star center, Nikola Vucevic. So how about that?
Cool.
There's
Dang!
He's a stud.
New appreciation for Layla's dang.
Is it? Is that in the Alex Cora zone? Is it? I don't know. Like every time you listen to it, you hear something new that's your favorite. I don't think so because I still think he's a stud. It's just going to always win the poll of your favorite. But there are multiple great parts about the extended clip.
The long dang. The long
is very strong.
Dang.
Sham Sharania is reporting. Woj has the same thing and citing the agent, so they got the mass text, and Shams just beat Woj to Twitter. The Bulls and Nikola Vucevic are nearing a 3-year, $60 million contract extension. So, first thing that I'll say is, well, we don't have to fire AK today. Because if they would have lost him for nothing, that would have been I would have called for it. Because then you needed to trade him at the deadline. But he clearly knew correctly that he was in a great spot with Vooch, and Vooch wanted to be here and maybe was even able to take some sort of discount or anything like that. And they got it done. So good job on knowing your own player. I thought Vooch had a great year. I did not think Vooch was the problem for the Bulls last year.
I did not think he was the problem, but I don't think he was utilized to the best possibility. And I will continue to hope that they run things through him in the post a bit more often because I think he's a very good, willing passer from the post. And too often I've seen him be used as like the guy who gets the ball while he's running, and he ends up in this kind of awkward situation.
Yeah.
And I'd rather see them lose DeMar and have things more run through Vooch and Zach as a tandem. So I'll be hoping for that. But the way they're constructed, it doesn't feel like it's a great and wonderful thing to have this part of the core back together, but I'm still holding out hope that this is not the whole core coming back together.
I think that's reasonable. Like this thing had to be done. It had to be.
Yeah, you couldn't lose him for nothing.
You can't lose him for nothing.
And is the number freakishly high? No, it's not as low as maybe I might have hoped. Joe Cowley said maybe we'd get a hometown discount on this. Right?
Yeah, well, so it's weird. Like, so Cowley clearly is kind of tight with Vooch and talks to him in his camp, and he's like hometown discount. But then Ricky O'Donnell, who's a good NBA reporter, said they bid against no one but themselves. Vooch wasn't coming close to $20 million per year anywhere else, given the cap landscape.
See, that's my fear.
I don't know if that is accurate or not. I'll take him at his word on his reporting. He's a good reporter who, was based here and knows the Bulls closely and follows the money side of the league. But if you don't pay him, like if you said we'll give you 3 for 15. He's like, well, I can get 3 for 15 from a couple of other places. Don't disrespect me. Look at what I was top 10 in the league in minutes. I was a double-double machine. I was a good soldier, even though I wasn't getting touches in the fourth quarter because your ball-dominant guards. Like, it's not my fault that the team isn't built perfectly, I wonder how much that had to do with it, like rewarding your own and keeping him.
Sure. I don't know. And then there's the part about the salary cap that, there's certain slots for things like this number, whether it was 18 or 20, is not going to affect the 12 mil exception slot that they can use for a free agent. I don't know if this was 18 or 20. Does it affect their ability to match of the restricted free agents that are going to be both Kobe White and Ayo Dosunmu because AK already said he's going to do the qualifying offer,
which he did,
and you can just match those things, and so that doesn't necessarily affect it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, all signs are pointing to next year's Bulls team looking very much like this year's Bulls team, and we'll get much more of an idea about that starting Friday. Do they make offers to other people? How long? I mean, they've got 72 hours to match on restricted free agents, so it won't all play out immediately.
Yeah.
But we'll see what offer sheet, if any, Kobe White gets from another team. If some team tries to put like a poison pill in the contract and like front load it with a huge first year value or something to try to make it really tough for the Bulls to sign. Like they matched the Sacramento offer sheet for Zach pretty instantly because it was an easy one to do. So we still have some time here on this, but just in a vacuum, I think the Vooch move was, if I had to put one word on it, necessary. They had to do it. Now, if you wanted to come up with a sign and trade, different conversation. But I don't think that they look at him as the problem. And their defensive numbers, like if you trust the defensive metrics, even without Lonzo, they're a pretty good defensive team last year without having true rim protection and with DeMar being slow on the perimeter.
Yeah, there were times like in Vooch's couple of years here so far where I had moments. I remember coming in here once and talking to you like, there's a Vooch problem. They have a Vooch problem, but I'm not there anymore. And it was short-lived because I see the value in what he brings. And they've been able to be competent defensively, as you say, even with what some of his limitations are. And his attitude is great. His work ethic is great. His teammateship is great. His willingness, all of that is money.
Yeah, and I mean, they need a rebounder. Just like it's like they need someone to do it.
So now what's next, though? Now what's next? You scare me when you talk about it looking a hell of a lot like last year's team.
I think that it's just. Brace yourself, man.
Yeah.
Like if they brought back Vooch and they're probably not trading Zach because you assume that would have happened before the draft because you assume you would have been able to get a first round pick for Zach. I think trading Zach is a lot less likely after the draft comes and goes.
Yeah.
And then the last thing that would make it look radically different
is point guard.
Well, it would be trading DeMar. Would be trading DeMar.
Right.
And so maybe that happens.
Yeah.
But I'd be pretty surprised given that it's an expiring deal and that contract should hold value through the year as long as he's healthy.
On Sunday night, just before I established myself as the king of the dainty mid-five with Lou Canellis, they asked me who I thought was going to be the opening night starting point guard for the Chicago Bulls. I had to declare. You know how I hate to do that, Danny.
Yeah, no, I know. And you didn't have your trumpets, and I wasn't there. It was rough for
I had
you.
to proclaim all alone with no trumpet, no partner.
Proclaim on camera.
But I said Kobe White.
Yeah, I think that's the heavy favorite.
I said
now.
I dreamed of more, but if I had to pick, if I have to declare right now your opening night starting point guard, I said Kobe White. To your point of this team, boy, this team looks familiar.
Yeah. I mean, so like if their opening day starting lineup is Kobe White, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Patrick Williams, and Nikola Vucevic.
Championship!
That's with Alex Caruso as your first name off the bench.
Maybe Ayo Dosunmu?
No, see, I will say...
You got to change the shooting profile. He said he was going to do that.
I think that I will say that there will be a top 7 piece that is different. That is different. Whether it's Mo Bamba or whether it is a shooter, like a shooting...
Max Strus.
Yeah, right. So like Dante DiVincenzo.
I would take either Dante DiVincenzo or Max Strus instead of, sadly, Ayo. In terms of what your needs are, Ayo's been a great story, and I love it, but you need shooting. You desperately need shooting.
I will say that in their top 7, there is a piece who was not on the team last year. But in the starting 5... I would bet against it.
I got a name. I got a different free agent name I want to throw at you at some point.
All right, and we're going to force Cody Westerland to come in studio at some point. Curious what Boog Shambi thinks the craziest thing is about Shohei Otani. Where's he at with the Reds? He had an interesting conversation with Nico Horner about how he's playing. We'll talk to Boog next in The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, it's Dansby Swanson.
Swanson drives one in the air, left field, back.
The Bulls are about to acquire Nikola Vucevic from the
Whoa. That promo's been in heavy rotation, man.
The Bears got Jay Cutler. They got Cutler.
Whoa! I don't fault their excitement.
Chicago didn't get the Olympics.
Pat Manley's coming by at 5 o'clock with Aunt Judy's lasagna. That's true, by the way.
That's exciting.
Pat Manley's bringing his Aunt Judy's lasagna right here to the studio, all heated up and ready for action.
Whoa! Victor Oladipo's on the Miami Heat.
No,
sorry. That's too far.
You went too far. You went that
bad. Sorry.
Not everything gets that reaction.
Not everything gets the whoa. I gotta say, I
deserved a whoa.
It really did. I have no problem with the reaction. I probably would have done the exact same thing. And the Bulls are legitimately interesting, watchable, and dare I say, got a real shot at the real playoffs now?
I think they absolutely have a shot at the real playoffs.
free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Boog Shambi.
You know that era?
What are you trying to solve?
Cubs play-by-play man for the Marquee Network.
Now, Tim, I do have a question that has been funneled to me from one of our colleagues, Boog Shambi, who's the television play-by-play voice
That's
of
my
the
guy.
Cubs.
I love Boog.
He said to me, ask Tim, he's addicted to Diet Mountain Dew. Has he been able to find it in London?
No Diet Mountain Dews in the entire country.
Boog Shambi.
John Shambi, the birthday boy Rick Sutcliffe. By the way, they made you a cake. And of course, Sut, the first thing he says is 2 forks. Why do we need 2 forks? We don't need 2 forks.
Birthdays are good. I was talking about that with Pat Hughes on the way here. We've had about the same number of them.
Wait for it.
When's your birthday?
April.
Boog Shambi.
What happened to the boob person?
With Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
Big laughs on that birthday interaction while watching that Cubs game. That was spectacular. Boog Shambi with us on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. I felt for Rick Sutcliffe there, Boog. That was great.
I honestly didn't remember that being that funny, and I just roared laughing.
That's a long time.
Oh my gosh, the amount of texts that I got from people that were like, "Hey, is it Rick? Is it Rick Sutcliffe's birthday? I hadn't heard that." Oh my gosh. Yeah, we had fun. He's a good sport.
Yeah, it's a kind of a famous drop around here. Bob Brenly during a Cubs game once said, "It seems like someone's having a birthday every day."
Oh boy.
Yeah. Seems like every day.
Seems like
We've had quite a run of birthdays lately. It seems like every day somebody's celebrating.
He's right about that.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
They spread them out like that.
Funny how that works.
You and Sut have a thing. I love the backstory you told about whose home run was it one time? That it wasn't a home run. It was like just a pop fly, but you jumped out of your shoes at one point, and he gives you crap for it.
Corey Seager had 3 home runs in a Dodger game, and I'd never called a 4-homer game before. So he comes up, and we were with ESPN. We were doing it like a Tuesday, Wednesday. So the Tuesday night he comes up for the 4th time, and in my head I'm like, well, I mean, if the ball's in the air, I am just gonna come out of my shoes. And so he hits one, and it's like, smooth on, that's it. And the shortstop wanders out to the edge of the outfield grass to make the catch. And then, and he's howling, laughing, and beats me up for 5 minutes. And then the next day in the open, I say, well, Sut, Dodgers offense been driven by Corey Seager at 3 homers yesterday. And he looks at me and says, was it 3? Because I know there were some people that thought it was 4.
In the open. So
in the open.
So you got to wear it for the entire next game.
It's perfect.
That's correct.
What is the baseball play-by-play protocol of getting texts and sending texts during the game like you did to Michael Kay in that Sunday game?
I'm not sure what you're asking. I will get and send texts from time to time.
Is it distracting? Is it, you know what I mean? Like, because all of a sudden I'm like, oh, there's Boog getting name checked, and of course it would be valuable to hear from the voice of the Cubs while he's doing a national game. I would think that there would be like I don't know, like a group chat or someone would it would help you guys out. Like you're calling a national
play guys. They're just like us.
Yeah, you're
Danny.
doing a national game, and the local guy comes in with an anecdote for you.
I am on a group chat with Fleming, Casper, Benetti, Brian Anderson. I think that's it. Me, Fleming, Benetti, Brian Anderson, and Len Casper, and the thread is group of bleeps. So that's what we call that one.
Wow.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
And then but there's no practical usage there. That's for sure.
Did you enjoy your time off? Did you have London FOMO? How did you experience that trip?
I did not have London FOMO because I went in 19 when the Yankees played the Red Sox, and I called the games for ESPN Radio. I think if that had not been the case, I probably would have had some London FOMO. But I just I hung out in Chicago and chilled. The weather was spectacular. I watched the games. And, just watched baseball and read and got some sleep. It was great. It's look, I've only been here for 2 years, and when I first got here in March I moved to Chicago probably 2 weeks before the start of the season in 21. It was still kind of COVID-y, and so I still, it's nice weather and 4 or 5 days off is pretty unique. So I thoroughly I made the most of my time.
Good for you.
Outstanding. Boog Shambi with us here on Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
Love those guys.
Right, big fan.
They're all right.
Do you believe in the Cincinnati Reds? Because they have that feeling of super special in terms of the group of position players, but they need pitching. I think they might go out and buy them. Do you believe in them as the threat in this division as of right now?
I believe in them to a point, right? Like it's a funny one where you look at the league in general. Look, the Reds are a great story. They're uber talented. The run differential's -20. Like, no matter what you want to say, that's telling you something. Like, it just is. So I was on the phone yesterday with Dave Fleming, and they're in Toronto, the Giants are. And think about when the Cubs were in San Francisco. They win the first 2 games of that series, and you're looking at the Giants, and if you had stopped right there and said, you think the Giants are good? You'd be like, yeah, they're all right. And they won the finale, and now they're on this unbelievable roll. And so I said to him, like, he was asking me about the Cubs, and then I said to him, asking him about the Giants, and he's like, yeah, we're good. And I was like, are you?
Well, who's good in the National League, Boog? Who's...
The Braves? That's kind of it. But are you really? It's fun. It's going to end up being fun. That is what I think. But so, do I believe in the Reds? Kinda.
Well, a fun would be good. So, there's a bunch of teams that are pretty good. Is that what you're saying? And they could battle it out for good?
Yeah.
Okay.
You look at where the Cubs are right now, and the Reds aren't any better than the Cubs. You're sitting there. I was sitting there watching the Cubs and the Pirates, and sitting there, regardless, the Pirates aren't better than the Cubs. They're not.
Right, but when the Reds were here, though, Boog, they beat the crap out of the Cubs and looked decidedly better than the Cubs.
I get it, and Matty, the Cubs beat the Orioles 2 out of 3, and they beat the Rays 2 out of 3. Do you think the Cubs are better than those 2 teams?
I do not.
Thanks for playing.
This is what I deal with, Boog. He's very passionate. He's like, I saw them in person.
I did.
I saw them in person, and they were good. I'm like, I know. It's 162 games.
I get the other thing I would say is, I think that when you're looking at the Reds, their ERA is about 5, at least last check, and they're either 13th or 14th in ERA. I don't like my chances of making the postseason or winning when you're 14th out of 15 National League teams in pitching. I don't like my chances.
Yeah, I agree with you. We started the show, Boog, talking about Shohei Otani because of what he did against the White Sox last night. 10 strikeouts, 6 2/3, and 2 home runs. From my cursory research, I said, I think that's the I know.
That's what I deal with.
I know. Okay. All right. Well, I didn't. So
what we need to have, what the drop needs to be?
Go ahead.
The drop needs to be Parkins and Spiegel on the score. They're amazing. Are they?
Yeah, but are they? No, it's fair. We're the Reds of radio. Yeah, we're the Reds and Giants.
Spectacular. With a blowtorch on the score. Really? Not really.
Some people think
I
so.
love those guys. Kinda.
Yeah. No, that's totally
That
fair.
fits, yeah.
Yeah, guilty.
We're good. No, we're good. Are you really?
Yeah, it's fair.
Really?
No, keep going.
Shohei's good. You know
No,
Shohei's
let him
good.
forget it. He's rolling. Let him go. He's making promos for our next month.
Let him go.
No, but what I'm saying is I think that might have been Shohei Ohtani's best game since he's been in the majors.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. There's just no way to articulate. It would be like if Deion Sanders back in the day was the best cover corner and led the league in interceptions and was like third in receptions.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, like, there's no apples to apples. So, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's absurd. Like, how talented this guy is to be able to impact the game like that in both those spots. I certainly am not smart enough and lack the ability to articulate for the average person how special he is.
Oh, then you'd fit in on this show.
Hey, well, and it seems like I am, Danny.
Yes.
It really does.
Yes.
So, like, there was a period where Babe Ruth was hitting, 50 homers, and the next guy had 18. Right. There's a period where Pedro Martinez was dominating hitters in the steroid era when the next, with an ERA of 1.5, and the next guy was like 2.8, It feels like, and it's more difficult to quantify, but you can look at the WAR, his combined WAR as a hitter and a pitcher. You're talking about a guy who is miles ahead of everyone else in the sport in a pretty rare moment right now. Does it feel like that to you?
Yeah, and I still would say that it's one of the things that I love. I mean, at times I wrestle with it, and it's where Speeds and I are on a similar page, and Dan and I duke it out a little bit. But the biggest thing that I love about baseball is that there are more knowns. Like because of the statistical aspects and the ability to quantify individual performance, you can just know more about baseball than you can about the other sports. You just can. Your ability to say, here are the best players in baseball is better and more accurate than in any of the other sports. And so the conversation ends up being better. So, like, I sit there and look at what this guy has done, and even those numbers just blow me away. And you're going to have people that still will try to say, well, he can't win the MVP every year. Yeah, he can. And if you want to give it to the guy who deserves the MVP every year, yeah, he can. Yeah, he can. It makes it, as long as he's playing for the most part, it makes it less sexy, but he pretty much should win the MVP every year.
At the end of his career, they're going to give one to Karl Malone just because they feel bad.
Yeah, it'll be disrespectful.
Yeah,
it'll be like an honorary thing. That's an NBA joke for you, Boog.
No, I'm totally in on it. And then Carl's going to go and elbow Isaiah Thomas right across the face.
So you said, not smart enough to explain it to the average fan. Like, we were going around and giving our favorite Shohei Ohtani stats. Like,
right.
What is the craziest thing to you about him other than the obvious he does both?
I just don't I don't think that there's one stat that explains it. When I say I'm not, we use, adjectives and ways of describing things, and we use these big words so frequently that it starts to get kind of lost. Mm-hmm. And that's why I try to do less of it. I don't want to dole out great, spectacular too much, because then when really great and really spectacular come along, you start to get numbed out. But he's in his own category. So I don't think there's a stat that will make people just completely, wake up. I think that the best way you could do it would be, trying to comp him to a position player and another pitcher. And that's where, so like you'd sit there and say, when he's hitting, he's Aaron Judge or Mike Trout. And when he's pitching, he's, Clayton Kershaw-ish in his prime.
Mm-hmm. It's outrageous. Boog, you and JD had a great conversation about Nico Horner based on a conversation that you had with Nico about like, hey, are you playing with more emotion or more passion? And I thought JD,
Speed, you listen, dude. You're out of your mind. Like I feel like you hear every single thing that we say.
No, I got to give that one to Chris Tannehill. He heard it and pointed it out, and we share things in the room. So as a 4-pack, we listen. As a 4-pack, we listen.
It takes 4 of us.
I'm in.
But I thought JD got to the right place towards the end of the conversation. It's confidence and comfort, right? Nico looks like he owns his space more than he did a couple years ago.
The thing that was so cool about it, and I didn't even reveal this, was that I didn't even really get to the end of it, and JD's conclusion was exactly what Nico said to me. So, like, I said to him, hey, I know this is weird and probably going to make you uncomfortable, and he starts to sort of giggle a little bit, and I said, are you playing with more emotion this year? Are you playing with more, like, demonstrative expression? And he kind of, like, looked out far away, and he's like, you know what? Probably I am. He said, but that's the way it is, right? He's like, nothing in baseball comes quickly. It takes time. It evolves. And you get more confident and you get more comfortable. So it was just kind of cool that, like, I had this conversation with Nico Horner, and without having prepped JD about it at all, he basically gave me Nico's response. And that was, well, the first thing he said was, yes, I think so. Nico thought so. I, of course, am one of my terrible habits is I, at times, will ask a question that leads the witness. So I had already decided in my mind that he was playing with more emotion. I can hear you giggling.
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Because Parkins is trying not to let on that he knows that's my problem as well, Boog. I mean,
but that's the thing that's fun is that you do that to me and then I smash you.
I wasn't going to say anything, but Speak sees right through me.
It was a cool exchange, and it's just another example of what. I mean, honestly, what makes Nico fun to talk to because he's smart and thoughtful and introspective, and it's what makes my partner so great.
Yeah, that's a good point. You and JD get pretty deep, and we've loved talking to Nico every Tuesday at 2:30. He's only 26, Boog. Like it feels like there's a lot more for him to get out of his game. Like I asked him 2 or 3 weeks ago, like because he had I don't know, it was like 4 2-hit games since the last time we had talked to him. I was like, you feel like you're in the zone now, making plays in the field, bunch of multi-hit games? He's like, no, don't feel that way at all. Results have just been okay. Like he has a very high standard for himself, it seems.
Big time. No, there's no question. But he's also one of these guys, this is into the weeds, but one of the things I really like talking to him about is, between Dansby, Nico, and Ian Hack, they're really big on their process. But one of the things in talking to Nico about it is he understands the everydayness of playing and that your process, you have to be careful that it doesn't include too many things that are too physical and that will wear you down and ultimately not prepare you for the ball game. So he's just really smart when it comes to stuff like that.
Jared Young hopefully will maybe get in the game tonight, maybe even get a start against a righty. Nico loves him. We kind of walked into that yesterday talking to Nico. Nico said he's a very
his roommate.
Yeah, and a very special person to him. And then we've seen these stories. Are you excited to see him and maybe talk about him a little bit tonight?
Yeah, very, very, very much. Yeah. Well, what else did he say about him being special to him? I mean, I talked to him about being help me out on the broadcast for tonight. What else?
Oh, man, we should send you his answer.
It was great.
It honestly felt like he was reading his Wikipedia page or something from memory.
Oh, send it to me. Will you send it to me?
Yes.
Yeah, Tanny will send it to you in the next 10 minutes. I mean, it was, or
Tanny might be busy.
Maybe the next 20 minutes. I don't know. A couple commercial breaks. But I mean, it was just like Organization Player of the Year.
Tanny, have you sent it yet? Have you sent it?
Went to 3 different colleges, right? He
said, not on my phone yet. I don't have it yet. Go ahead.
All right. Well,
what are we talking about?
Listen. Just cite the damn interview by name, all right, when you talk about it on the broadcast, Sean.
God, that's Danny's currency.
Yeah, that is my currency. Plugs on television. Listen, great stuff, Boog, and glad you enjoyed the city and the great weather while they were in London, and we will talk to you soon, our friend, all right?
You guys are great.
But really?
Are you? Really?
See you, Boog. Boog shopping. In a good mood today.
Oh,
that was fun.
That sure was.
That was a lot of fun. Cody,
Tanny, did you send it yet?
Yeah. Can you get it?
Shane just told him, I'll have it to you in the next 30 seconds.
Perfect. Cody Westerland is in studio. He will join us to discuss Vooch's 3-year, $60 million reported contract extension that the Bulls have confirmed. They also just sent out quotes from the management, so we can get that update on it and where they go from here ahead of free agency opening on Friday. Parkins and Spiegel on the Score.
Premier voice of the White Sox and one of the top voices in baseball, Steve Stone, talks Sox 3 times a week on The Score.
Coming up today at 4 with Parkins and Spiegel.
They've got to score more runs. Maybe draw a walk or two. When you don't walk a lot, you need a lot of home runs. And sometimes you get 4 home runs and don't win the ball game because they're solo home runs because nobody walks ahead of them.
Don't miss Chicago baseball icon, Steve Stone, talking Sox 3 times a week.
DeMar DeRozan, I feel like Debo gets a bit of a pass sometimes because he's a great finisher and because he came with a certain level of expectation, frankly, that he's exceeded here in Chicago.
He just hasn't been the problem.
He has been a problem.
DeRozan?
Yes. What do you mean he hasn't been the problem? He is one of the problems that they have. He's not an exceptional defender. He goes ISO in situations where they shouldn't be going ISO. He is one of the problems that the Bulls possess. He's not the biggest problem.
No,
but he is definitely a problem.
Well, I mean, and in terms of, we were talking about like leadership and accountability. I mean, he's bringing Patrick Williams out to his place in LA in the offseason to do the 2-a-day workouts.
But execution matters too. I love
that.
And
I mean, he had 33 last night. I mean, he was like one of the only dudes who showed up. I hear what you're saying.
The 33 isn't the only way he's allowed to show up, Danny. Like when Zach LaVine scores 33, there's a bunch of other questions about what he did distributing the basketball, what he did on defense, how many turnovers he had. DeMar DeRozan gets to skate on that far more frequently than Zach does. And I'm not saying we shouldn't blame Zach for some of that, but DeMar DeRozan deserves blame too, but his expectations are different. DeMar DeRozan got signed here, and everybody assumed that DeMar DeRozan was on the back end of his career. We weren't going to get a whole lot of him, and he's definitely not going to be a max guy, so it doesn't really matter. And then he played for a stretch last season that's MVP level, and he shows up hard late in games. But DeMar DeRozan is a very imperfect basketball player, and he is the best player on the Bulls, the most consistently productive guy on the Bulls, but he is not blameless in this either. All those guys can share it, and Billy Donovan should share in that blame as well.
He's not a good defensive player.
I agree. He's not a good defensive player. Nikola Vucevic isn't a good defensive player. Zach LaVine isn't a good defensive player. Yes.
Yeah.
So AK shouldn't get off the hook for that.
He doesn't. He doesn't.
We focus on Zach LaVine at a far enhanced manner than we do everyone else, is my point. Like, Zach LaVine shouldn't get off the hook, but neither should DeRozan. The expectations are so different, where right now DeRozan has been the best player on the Bulls, but frankly, the best pure basketball player is probably Vooch.
If not Alex
nobody
Caruso.
else realizes it.
the Hall of Fame. Parkins and Spiegel to the rack. Count it in a foul.
We're gonna crank it up nonstop.
Cody Westerland, our Bulls reporter, is in studio. The Bulls have extended Nikola Vucevic on a 3-year, $60 million contract. Arturas Karnisovas releasing a statement. During his time in Chicago, Nikola has proven that he is a special player both on and off the court. He has produced at an elite level since we acquired him and will remain an integral part of our foundation moving forward. Nikola's willingness to do whatever is asked of him to help us win while also being an established veteran leader for our group makes him a valuable component of the culture of our organization. He is a consummate professional and tremendous teammate, which plays a big role in making us an attractive destination for other players. We are excited to have him continue to be part of our journey.
Woo!
What do you think, Cody?
About the statement or the contract? Because the statement was what we all strive, I think, to that sort of praise in life. You know, that AK just gave Vooch, but to the 3-year, $60 million contract, it feels like a little bit of an overpay. I know you're talking earlier, Danny, about a move the Bulls just needed to make. If you're not going to trade him at the trade deadline, you need to have him return. It's more difficult than people think, I think, to pull off sign and trades, right? Like, I think there's a lot of wisdom in paying your center a lot less money than $20 million a year, which I think is why it's somewhat of an overpay. But the Bulls have backed themselves into this corner with that Vooch trade a few years ago. Some of their other salary cap constraints and money obligations elsewhere. So to me, you had to go out there, and I know everyone's like, there's no way Vooch, I shouldn't say everyone. Some people are saying, Vooch couldn't have gotten over the mid-level exception. I think there were a few scenarios out there with other teams that had money to pay on short-term deals more than that if he took offense to the Bulls not paying him $20 million a year. So we don't know how that plays out, but something they needed to do. Helpful to have him return. I think one note that we need here, right? 3 years and $60 million has trickled out. Further details haven't trickled out. That could be non-guaranteed year 3 or a partial guarantee somehow. Not saying it is, but I'm saying some of those details trickle out later. So we'll see what year 3 looks like in the final details here in the coming days and weeks.
If it is a slight overpay, and that makes sense the way that you talk about it, does that affect their ability to match on Kobe White and or Io DeSumo if they want to do that?
It does not if they don't care about the luxury tax, right? So a lot of this depends on, are the Bulls willing to go over the $165 million luxury tax, which Karnisovas hinted that, yes, they will be if it's for top 4, top 6 in the East. Now, I think it's different from saying that and following through if you have the 6th seed in the East, right?
What was your read on that luxury tax bit from the press conference? Because they could go over the tax just in keeping their own guys, or they could go over the tax doing, demonstrative, bigger picture things.
I found it to be promising in the sense that at no point in time did I expect a team that's the 5 seed in the East to be on the radar for going over the luxury tax, right? So to me, it was a hint that they're more willing to do so than maybe they thought before. And another key component is you don't have to be above or below the luxury tax on the first day of the regular season, right? Like if the first 50 games go poorly, you can get underneath the luxury tax like the Bulls did one year by trading Luol Deng to the Cavaliers, obviously. So you could go over the start. So I found that to be promising. Now, it depends how much do they care about the luxury tax, because if it was $20 million for Vooch and they overpaid him by $3 or $4 million annually and they're like, we got to pull that away from Kobe, then that's a problem, right? Now, if it's not, maybe it's no big deal whatsoever at all.
So what do you think they're going to do in terms of external additions?
I think they're going to use their $12.2 million mid-level exception or a solid portion of that. Maybe not all $12 million. Obviously, they didn't use all $12 million last year when they split it up between a few players, or they could have made bigger additions than Drummond and Goran Dragic in free agency last year. But I think they'll use a good portion of that on, hopefully for the Bulls' sake, you'd want it to be a wing player of some sort who brings shooting ability to give yourself just a little bit more versatility as a team. I don't know what player that is exactly. Like Dante DiVincenzo is a guy who sounds like he's probably going to get a little more than the mid-level exception maybe if he gets enough interest, but that's a type of player. You look at guys on the Bulls also have the $4.5 million biannual exception to use, which can get a solid player, not someone that's good, but someone that could be at the end of your rotation, right? Like Torrey Craig, Javon Carter, guys like that. You could use that somehow. None of those names are sexy. No one's going to be celebrating in the streets over those names, but they can still add a few guys to the rotation. I think that would help.
Javon Carter's a tough SOB as a point guard, and has developed into a better shooter than I expected. I could see that being a name that AK slots in if he has to slot in somebody of the free agent point guards.
It's interesting to me. Like I like players like him, tough, like you said, durable, plays defense really well. But if you bring back Kobe and Io, and even though Lonzo's obviously out for the year, that's still a lot of money on the guards. Maybe you use that money on a bigger player, more of a forward wing type instead of that point guard type. But I think that's kind of the realm of possibility when you look at guys.
I mean, they have to do something at point guard, don't they? They have to add something, whether it's Derrick Rose for show or Javon Carter or something bigger. But they can't just bring back Kobe and Io, can they?
Yeah, it's difficult because like Alec Burks returning to the Pistons on a team option that they picked up would have been a good type of player to add at that point guard position. You've talked a lot about Fred VanVleet. That would be extremely difficult to pull off an assign and trade. I mean, this front office, I think they'd be willing to pull off something big if they found it to be on their terms of value, right? Like, we've seen the Bulls, they've already set a price on Zach LaVine that we hear that's too high. Kobe White has been on the trade block for years and is still here because they didn't get a deal they liked when there were probably deals out there. So that's going to be the interesting part to me.
Cody Westerland, our Bulls reporter, is in studio. There's just something that I can't shake of they were very aggressive once before. They came out there. You were there. We only heard it. I mean, I watched the stream or whatever, but it seemed like AK, when he said judge us after free agency and mentioned the luxury tax, it seemed like he had a trick up his sleeve. It sounded like he had something coming.
Yeah, and I get that read from you too. Like, everyone associated with the Bulls going into draft night was basically like, this isn't going to be much, guys.
Why are we here?
Don't expect much, right? By the way of moves or anything. So the second round move to trade in made sense a little bit from a low profile standpoint, but everything's been building up to the free agents because it's very simplistic. But when you go into the draft with no picks, you don't have any tools other than trading there. The Bulls at least go into free agency with the couple exceptions as tools, perhaps a willingness to go over the luxury tax, and they have already showcased a willingness to call teams and say, hey, what do you think of Zach LaVine? So there's a couple more tools there that they didn't have on draft night.
And you think DeMar then is on the team, but maybe traded at the deadline if the first 50 games go poorly to cut salary?
Yeah, I mean, right now, I would say my best guess is they bring back the same core three and add around the margins. But to me, it makes the most sense to move Vooch or DeMar, but now they can't move Vooch because they brought him back on the extension, not trade eligible for a while right now. Obviously, you sign someone like that, and it's not a sign and trade deal.
Right,
you're bringing him back to stay. So, there's more wisdom to me to move out of the DeMar business, but they love DeMar DeRozan. They do. They went and got him. They paid a first-round pick for him. They love his attitude. Billy Donovan has not clashed with DeMar DeRozan like he has Zach LaVine over playing time, for example, getting pulled late in the game. And those are just public things.
You could
that are
argue
out
that
there.
Billy should have, though.
You absolutely can, but the fact that it hasn't, it seems to me the organization has had more love for DeMar than Zach at all these steps. Otherwise, we probably would have heard more DeMar trade rumor smoke.
So, Cody Westerland, I felt you laughing at me in our text exchange when I asked you about Fred VanVleet and the possibility of Toronto being willing to go backwards. Because I think it's principally because I threw in the Lonzo deal in there. Is there any team in the NBA that could look at Lonzo not playing for $20 million this coming year and $21 million in 2024? Could look at that as an asset in terms of we're going to suck for a couple of years, so we need to reach a salary cap floor with this guy who's not even going to be here, and we'll give you something of, mild value in exchange.
Right now we have no one really in the West even declared as totally tanking, right? The Spurs haven't even declared, despite building around Wemby, that they're not chasing the number one pick again. I think they want a basic foundation. The Trailblazers, we don't know what they're doing yet. The Rockets want to spend $60 million in free agency on veterans to help them win now because they feel pressure from their owner. So we're looking at a small pool of candidates already, Speaks. Like the Pistons have cap space, the Pacers have cap space, the Magic have cap space, but these teams feel like they want to get a little better. So it's not impossible, Speaks. It's just extremely difficult. You'd have to have a first-round pick attached to it. I think you might have to have another young Bulls player or something attached for it if you're expecting to get anything in return, too, from their end that helps you. So extremely difficult.
I asked one person, they said the only team that's actively tanking right now is Washington.
Yeah, that makes sense.
In the whole league.
Yeah.
That's rare for the NBA, though.
That's very rare.
That's so.
I don't think that's going to be the case by the time we get to training
if
camp.
you want to spin it and it goes really poorly for the Bulls in 45 or 50 games to start next season, there could be opportunity to tank in the final 30 games. Like we saw the Blazers pull off a great tank job that got a lot of people offended, but it worked out and they got Scoot Henderson.
Cody Westerland, our Bulls reporter. Thanks for walking down the hallway.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you, as always. Kaylee Chelios moving to 5 o'clock. We're going to kind of poll the audience on something at 4 o'clock. I'm the host of Categories today at 4:40. But coming up next, Wani said something in passing that we might have to grill him and Tony Wise about tomorrow. Makes me absolutely giddy. Next on The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Cubs second baseman Nico Horner.
That All-Star break really is.
The right path to what? And so the stated goal of this season has moved again. It started out when he sat down with media before the season. It was improve on last year's performance. And that meant win a playoff series. And then it crept and it crept and it crept and it kept on creeping on until it ended up, well, the play-in is kind of like the playoffs, and we got into that. Did I hear the goal was to be a tough out? Like they're going to hang a banner? The 22-23 Chicago Bulls, the first game of the 23-24 season. They're going to stand there and they're going to pull that imaginary rope, and up's going to go that banner. And it's going to say, tough out. My ass. It should say, my ass.
Now that's a banner. That would be fun. You reminded me of when the Capitals, before they eventually broke through and won, had a President's Trophy banner that they raised one year. The goalposts often move.
I don't want to hear it. You put away those 6 trophies and get it off your letterhead. And I've said this multiple times for this team. If you want to have those gleaming Larry O'Brien trophies, act like they matter. And I know there's going to be all kinds of ways to be successful in the NBA. There's going to be in-season tournaments, and there's going to be, but at least for now, in the world in which we live, you owe it to us. Not the blandishments, not the platitudes, not how competitive you were after you went into the buyout market to get a 34-year-old guard who can't shoot. Show me what the plan is to be relevant. I turned on my TV this weekend and I saw kick-ass basketball.
Oh, dude.
I saw hellacious competition.
Are you kidding?
I saw star players being like, all right, this matters now.
Dude.
Watch this.
into Twitch.
Afternoons on the Score.
Shane, wake up. Tanny, we got to have another little taste because Spigs is here. Huh? It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
In this hour tomorrow, 3 o'clock hour, Dave Wanstead and Tony Wise will be in studio as Tony Wise is in town for Wani Summer Camp. Already was in with Mully and Haugh this week.
Hold on. When you say Wani Summer Camp, is Wani running a camp?
No.
It's just hanging out with Wani for the summer.
He just hangs out he comes in for like a week in the summer and just goes wherever Wani goes.
He's America's guest, Tony Wise. Goodness.
Wani's got a lot of elderly single friends between Tony and Whitey.
Yes. And
I'm sure there are more.
And if you were an elderly single guy and you were friends with Wani, wouldn't you want to hang out with him?
Oh, my God. I'm single and I want to hang out with Wani and Jan every day.
I am married and I want to hang out with Wani and Jan.
Yeah. But like, remember last year when Tony came in the summer, it's like, we're going to football practice and baseball camp, and
wherever Wani's going.
Just wherever Wani's going. He's like, we're hanging out with the grandkids.
Hey, Tony, I got to go to the hardware store.
It's like, all right, coach, let's go.
It's difficult to take a big. I got to be careful. I almost made that.
Don't,
I can't say that.
No, this is.
Understand, but anyway,
you'll get canceled.
Right.
They just have like an old married couple, like a grumpier old men thing.
Tony Wise is Lou Costello, and Wani is Bud Abbott.
Abbott and Costello. Yeah, they got the old bit going.
Yeah, they
can
do.
finish each other's sentences.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, all right, I like it.
And if Bud Abbott is not right for Wani, I think we can all agree Lou Costello is pretty spot on for Tony Wise. Feel good about that.
You're not getting any pushback here. But so he's on with Mully and Haugh, and almost in passing, it's like Dave had a revelation about his life coaching football.
What do you guys think about how the running back position itself has been devalued across the National Football League? You look at Dalvin Cook is an ex-Viking because he became too expensive for them to keep. You look in New York and Saquon Barkley is in the midst of this stalemate with the New York Giants because of his value. All around the league, there are examples of teams unwilling to pay running backs. And as a result, there are very qualified running backs still on the street right now.
There are. And I don't know. We come from a school where the running back was, the major part of our offense, maybe to a fault, to be very honest with you. But
Whoa. I heard that.
Yeah.
To be very honest with you. Where's that where's that when you're hanging out with us?
Dave, it's what I've been trying to tell you for years. Let's go 5 wide, shotgun, throw the damn ball down the field, and stop talking to me about Sage Rosenfels and Eric Kramer. Man's never had a quarterback.
Oh, God.
Let's
go. We come from a school where the running back was, the major part of our offense, maybe to a fault, to be very honest with you. But,
yeah, that's big.
And then he just kept talking.
He just kept going.
And he just kept going.
Those guys didn't stop him.
I was like, stop the tape.
Stop
the fight.
They have more respect for Dave than you do.
Oh, I'm going to just spike the ball for an hour tomorrow. I'm just going to badger the witness.
Oh, God.
Dave, maybe to a fault. Yeah, you think?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
The Bears were middle of the pack running the ball in 1997 and 1996. 96 was the good year, right? 96 was the Vikings playoff game year.
That was January 95, I believe.
Okay. All right. So I got to go back.
94 season.
Okay. So I got to go back. Let's see. 94 season when Eric Kramer was pretty good.
Where he got his neck broke. Remember, if Eric Kramer didn't get his neck broke the next year.
Yeah.
The Bears 15th in rushing in terms of rushing yards that year. So,
and listen, he would say, but I mean, it's also about quantity of them. It's about what he valued.
It's about rushing attempts.
Yeah, it's about rushing attempts. Exactly. And listen, some of the times Dave if he had Ricky Williams and Jay Fiedler, I'd probably feature Ricky Williams a little bit more than him too.
We got to get to the bottom of what that admission was all about.
I don't know. We come from a school where the running back was, the major part of our offense. Maybe to a fault, to be very honest with you. But
oh boy.
the Titans. I mean, with Derrick Henry, when I think of the Titans and.
See, that's it. He immediately goes to a team. He goes to a team that he wish he coached.
Yeah, exactly.
I wish I had
I know how to coach this team. they got Tannehill. He can hand the ball off to Henry.
Or maybe he just realized that he just gave up the bit that he's been living for the last 30 years. He's like, I just let that pass the filter.
Yeah. So I got to go to the best running back.
Maybe to a fault.
Yeah.
And again, when he's recruiting running backs at USC. Or he's, paying Shady McCoy to come to Pitt. Or he's got Ricky Williams. Yeah, of course. But, I don't know. Maybe to a fault.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, Dave.
Well, we'll find out tomorrow.
I've been trying to tell you.
Texter says more like Jack Lemmon and Walter Matthau, odd couple, without the living together. These guys. No, the visual of Tony as Lou Costello. I'm standing by that.
I think it's very strong. You
gonna watch The Searchers tonight or what?
I finished The Bear last night. As I deflect from your question, I'm gonna. Do you think that there is a Cliff's Notes version somewhere on the internet?
Or a Cliff's Notes virgin?
Yeah. Is there someone who has seen The Searchers who will send me a DM?
Somebody said Cliff's Notes virgin. Was it our boy?
I almost just said it again. If someone will send me,
remember that first night with Cliff's Notes in high school?
We were so nervous. Freshman year of college for me.
It went so quick.
Yeah,
it really did.
Yeah,
it felt so condensed.
Kind of the point.
Yeah.
So you hear that, audience? Danny is refusing to do something for the betterment of the show. By the way,
I have to watch a Western from the 50s for a 3-minute conversation with Tony Wise.
That's the only thing Tony Wise watches. You don't want to be on the same level with Tony Wise for 40 minutes?
I'm telling you, if you enjoy John Wayne, if you enjoy Italians playing indigenous people, this is the movie for you. The Searchers is for you.
Hey,
we need a lot more often.
We need some people who are just a little bit dark. We got any Italians around here?
I enjoyed it, and I found out later it's based on a true story. So
they were looking for someone, right?
They were
searching.
Yeah. The search is about someone who's taken captive by the Native American tribe of the region, and they go out to find this woman. So John Wayne John Wayne leads the search party to find her.
They said John Wayne and not Clint Eastwood? Or not Clint Eastwood, damn it.
No, he had a movie like that too, I believe.
Yeah. Probably a little later than the 50s.
No, I was thinking about Liam Neeson. The other Gravelly White.
Gravelly White was a really good second baseman for the Milwaukee Braves briefly before Eddie Matthews took over.
All right.
Could have stopped stepping on rocks.
Tanny, just say one or two more things about The Searchers, and then those will be my takes tomorrow.
So the only reason why I watched it, that's usually not up my alley, but you hear Quentin Tarantino reference movies like The Searchers and movies that inspired them to make movies. So that's the lens that I look at it through. Like, all right, this inspired people that came after that. So, take it with a grain of salt.
It's a good lens.
Yeah, so.
It's a helpful lens. It makes things a lot more watchable and palatable when you have a little empathy for the times and you think about the possible impact on the future.
And it's in color.
All right.
Does that work? Are you going to pretend you watched it now?
Yes.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll still pretend. Yeah, trust me.
No.
I'm gonna come in so prepared to have this conversation with Tony Wise, and then you guys can be the judge of if I actually watched it or not. But don't tell Tony Wise that I didn't do it, and we'll see if I can get.
I want to be partied.
If I can get one past him. All right, we're gonna open up the phone lines. We're going to have an honest conversation about an existential content crisis facing all of us. Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
This is the official radio home of the Chicago Cubs.
They said Cubs win. The Cubs win the ball game.
Tune in 35 minutes before first pitch of every Cubs game on The Score for the Cubs Radio pregame show, driven by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Buick and GMC dealers.
And I don't know if this is good or not, but hustling Justin Fields, I don't know. And maybe, but great party. Bears.
Yeah, good save.
Nice save there at the end.
Good save, Mike.
People are bringing nickname opportunities for the party.
When people start drowning at the end of their calls, it's just like, Bears.
Such a sausage party. Where are the women?
Hey, man, invite some.
Debbie, you're in
Yes.
Yeah! We need some estrogen at this party. What's up, Debbie?
God.
I got lots of estrogen for you guys.
Oh, good. Pass some out. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to our QB1 party. How are we celebrating Justin Fields' arrival?
Oh, my God. I was there. I flew down there for the Texans game. And to see the improvement over the last few weeks, it's just been amazing. And it's so amazing not to be last in every single statistic on the TV. It's just so uplifting that we have a potentially great quarterback. And I'm looking forward to Green Bay and beating that Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah! Oh, we dumped Debbie?
Oh, we can't say that on the air.
Sure you can.
Leave it.
Good job, Debbie.
The one woman who shows up at the party, at least the first woman, is the one who has to get dumped.
on Twitch. We've been told there's some on Twitch.
Oh,
Becky's
man.
on Twitch.
That's tremendous.
Yeah, Debbie.
Yeah, I love the Bears.
Thank you, Simmons.
Toilet mouth Debbie. Come on.
It's amazing. What a great party. People are starting to feel, a little lubed up. They're cursing a little bit, getting comfortable, got a nice bass down. This is fantastic.
Where's the Wani bourbon? Might have to dip into the Wani bourbon on a Monday afternoon.
Oh, my God. What a party.
Free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by EOC Audio, Chicagoland's leader in audio, video, networking, and home automation, EOCaudio.com.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
I don't know what's going on with any of it.
Afternoons on The Score.
right, so this is public polling, sampling. We're going to just be really honest and pull back the curtain here.
We're going to read the room by asking the room to read itself.
Sure.
Something like that.
Yeah, I mean, and listen, it's one segment. Who knows who's all listening right now, whatever, but text line is open, phone lines are open. The White Sox are going to, or the White Sox, the Blackhawks are going to draft Conor Bedard tonight.
That's that subconscious speaking, man. Wait, listeners. Wait until you hear what his question is to you, and you'll understand why he said White Sox.
Do you really want us to talk about the White Sox? I mean, the Blackhawks. No, yeah. What is the appetite for conversation about hockey at the beginning of a build? Right, that's basically what we're trying to figure out here.
Yeah. I mean, I think you could. The beginning of the rebuild was a little while ago, and then the trades, and we did some about Taves and Kane. But yeah, here at the dawn of this new era, starting with Conor Bedard being drafted at about 6:10, 6:15 tonight.
Yeah.
You're wondering, and the show as a collective is wondering what the appetite is for Blackhawks content.
So I'll go first. I'll just speak for myself. I love going to hockey games. Two of my best friends to this day were on our hockey team in high school, and we used to go to the games all the time. Like, I went to Blackhawks games at the old Chicago Stadium with my dad, and when Eddie Belfour was on the team. I like going to hockey games, and that's where it stops for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't follow the league. Basketball is kind of my pro-winter sport. I'd rather watch an out-of-town NBA game than an in-season regular hockey game. But I was also, the whole time the Hawks were good and relevant, was the only time in my life where I didn't live in Chicago.
Uh-huh.
So I got into it through my friends from afar, only watching the playoff games that were on national TV.
Right. So you don't have a lasting connection from that era.
Not at all.
Yeah.
It was. I mean, I had a lot of fun when I was in town.
Sure. But in terms of living it and talking it and diving into it,
I wasn't watching regular season Kane and Taves games.
I got you.
I wasn't. I was living in New York. I was living in Kansas City.
Yeah.
I was covering the Royals and the Chiefs and the Jayhawks. Like, you know what I mean? It was just a different time in my life.
Right.
So I didn't have that day-to-day connection. I always parachuted in with the Blackhawks. And so I am curious if this is going to capture me.
And that's honest. I like that.
I don't know, because I wasn't on the ground floor of that thing.
Okay.
I really wasn't.
Let me just say, for anyone who doesn't know, just the flip side perspective, I was here, started June 15th, 2009 with Dan McNeil. Blackhawks were really good, and he was Big Chief Mac Hawk.
Right.
That's what we called him. And we did way more hockey than anybody as a show on the Danny Mac Show and then on Mac and Spiegs. And oh, by the way, then they got really, really good. So we had lots of guests. We did lots of conversation. I learned hockey like crazy. I'd always known it a little, but then I learned it. And I would talk to Barry Rosner and try to learn. And I felt like I had a pretty good understanding of it throughout those cup runs. And I was very close to it. Was on the ice after they won in Philly, was there when Kane's goal went in, was on the ice in Boston after 17 seconds, very close to it. And they're at the parades, kind of doing live radio outside on Michigan Avenue for the first one. And then in Soldier Field for the third one, I think it was, whatever it was. So anyway, I really enjoyed learning it, talking it, and living it. So I do have the lasting muscle memory of that decade. So that's our different perspectives. Let me ask you this, though. This is why I think you're going to get hooked.
Okay.
I happen to believe it's going to capture you. Because this might be, and probably is, an all-timer generational talent that has fallen in the lap of a local team. And now you get to see him assume the role and be great or not, and you get to see an organization surround greatness in the same way you might consider a franchise quarterback or something like that. But he might even be above that because they're talking about him as compared to literally Crosby, Gretzky, Lemieux, etc. So that greatness, I think, will transcend hockey fatigue to you. That's my gut instinct, honestly.
I hope so. I'm always here for greatness, in anything, superstardom. But I'm not watching a lot of Connor McDavid.
No, but if he's 2.5 miles away, and we talk to him a little bit, and you develop an understanding of him as a person. I know you as a sports observer.
Yeah. I will certainly more.
But sports observers from other states aren't going to watch Conor Bedard if they're not hockey fans. So it's okay that you don't watch Connor McDavid.
Right. But that's key thing, because Danny talks a lot about the regionalism of baseball. This will be an entry as a regionalism of hockey for him, and I think for a lot of other people, that they'll be like, oh, wow, there's this guy. Let's check it out. And they're going to be people who don't watch Nathan McKinnon or Connor McDavid.
Casual sports fans not watching Sidney Crosby. That's okay.
Yeah. Sure.
That's all right.
You're aware of Sidney Crosby, but you haven't watched a Sidney Crosby game except when the Penguins have played against the Blackhawks in a big game.
Because if the Hawks have the best player in the sport and they become awesome, I would like to be in on it on the ground floor, so to speak, and build with it. The other thing that I've found sometimes, and again, as someone who does know the rules of hockey and goes to games and enjoys it, and when we moved here, one of the first things we did was the third weekend that Steph moved to town, we went to a Hawks game because she had never been to one. I do genuinely enjoy the sport, like I said, in person. I do find hockey fans, in my experience, are sometimes like soccer fans, where it's their number one. It's they're obsessed. It's their number one thing.
Yeah.
And it can be a little bit of an exclusive club.
Well,
it's not the most welcoming to the casuals.
Let me tell you about the dynamic that was going on as the cups were being won and the build was happening, and then the greatness and all of that. There was a lot of hardcore hockey fans out there begging for hockey coverage. Why aren't you guys talking about the Hawks? And again, me and Mac did, and then me and Jason did some, did less, but still did some. Bors and Bernstein in this time slot did not do much, but then all of a sudden they did because there was greatness. And so they did some. So I remember the dynamic for them and for a lot of shows was that fan base that you're talking about going, talk more hockey. And then you'd start to talk hockey and they'd be like, you're an idiot. Talk less hockey. And it got to
be. Well, that sounds fun.
Yeah, but I think those people have taken a step back, or they're just not as vocal about it anymore, because I think the fan base has matured, because the fan base had gotten a little bit bigger. When you're winning Stanley Cups, that'll happen. So the group becomes much bigger, and those voices become a little bit more muffled, and maybe they realize, you know what, more people enjoying our product is probably best. So let's sit this one out and not get on the people who just don't watch hockey every day.
I think that's a really good point, that maybe those voices are more muffled, or maybe they should be more easily ignored by us and by others, because there is this massive batch of hockey fans who just became hockey fans through the Blackhawks last decade. And now they're thinking, oh, I might get this again.
I remember flying home. I don't remember which time it was, but it was like overnight, O'Hare became Hawks gear everywhere, Hawks billboards everywhere. Mm-hmm. My friends were going out to bars to watch Hawks games. I was like, what happened? And I felt so out of touch with it. It was like, oh yeah, this is the cool thing to be. And the cute girls at the bar are now not wearing their Cubs gear. They're wearing their Hawks gear. And it became this unbelievable fun. I was like, wait, really? Unbelievable. Couldn't wrap my mind around it. That's awesome. If it's the party and people are here for it and all of that,
yeah,
that to me is great. Here for the fun, want to be along for the ride, even if I'm not going to be the start to finish all 82 game, no more than you win a hockey trivia contest guy. I can be here for the holy cow, that was a sick play from Conor Bedard. This thing is fun and it's building.
So that takes me to another dynamic that, and Mac was really good about figuring this out, and then we would chase it down. We'd call it hockey, non-hockey. So something that was hockey adjacent, or Blackhawks, it was Blackhawks, but it was easily understood and enjoyed and appreciated as conversation by people who didn't watch the game the night before. Like, I mean, I don't want to be spending a lot of time on the schematics of the game,
right,
or the analytics of the game. Although I appreciate that Corsi exists and Corsi Plus and all these different things. I don't think that we should be a place for a lot of that,
right?
But what kind of teammates does Conor Bedard need? What are the pluses and minuses? How do you build around him? Those kind of things. And like, what is he doing as a person to be a leader or not? Like, so hockey, non-hockey, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to learn. I've never done a sports talk radio show in a market where you're doing hockey with any degree of regularity. And then since we've been here, because like we've been here together, you and me, for times when the Hawks have been okay. Like,
right.
You know what I mean? Like,
but that was the tail end of a thing, and everybody kind of knew it was dying when you and I have been together, where everybody kind of knew it was dying, and there was growing distaste, which we haven't even addressed yet, and which is now big-time backdrop for some as well.
But we did not know about the Kyle Beach controversy tragedy.
True.
For more accurate, the Kyle Beach tragedy and the controversy surrounding the cover-up.
Right.
For years, when you and I were together, and they were either bad or middling or first-round exit, but it's not like they were a playoff team. I mean, we were together for 17, 18, 19.
They were a fringe playoff team, and one of the years they missed it too, right?
Yeah, right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, Kane was here, Taves was here, Seabrook was here, like Corey Crawford.
Yep.
And there was not a ton of that. Now, you could say that was inertia, and that was just like what the score had become or whatever. But it was, so it's interesting to me. Like, man.
Yeah, they didn't make the playoffs in 18 or 19.
Yeah, they were 2 years removed from their last cup when you guys did the first show together. So
it was dying, and everybody knew it. It was the end of a dynasty.
Taves not being a part of it. Really. A lot of those guys just were not on the ice as much, and the team just started to wither away, get old.
It was Taves' concussions. There was Taves' car accident. There was Taves' veganism.
It was Crawford concussions, quote unquote. Stuff too. Do you want the early results on the Twitter poll?
Yeah. Well, how did you frame the Twitter poll?
I said, lay it on us Blackhawks fans. Now that your team is drafting Conor Bedard, do you want us to talk hockey on the show? Options were talk more hockey, and stop talking hockey. 75% is talk more hockey.
75%.
Great.
That's only with 83 votes in so far.
Sure, you just put it up.
Sure. The texters are all over the place, but there's a lot of stuff in there that's worthwhile.
I'm sure there is, and we'll bring on informed guests. And listen, I do get what they did to cover up the sexual abuse of Kyle Beach in the name of protecting the brand and win at all costs, and how disgusting and abhorrent and criminal that all was. I get, of course, why people would be done with the Hawks forever. Of course I do.
Yeah.
Of course.
It's
like I have no interest. Like, that to me makes all the sense in the world.
But it's not. That's not boilerplate across the board how people feel.
Well, that's not how the majority of sports fans or consumers of art, entertainment, life. It's not how it works. You know what I mean? It's just for the majority. Like, that's a very morally pure, principled, all or nothing stance, and it's admirable. But what are the Hawks supposed to do? Basically, everyone that was a part of that is gone. You can't force the family to sell the team. Do you really expect the average Joe fan who's been a Hawks fan for 3 generations to quit watching hockey forever? Do you expect them to not draft Conor Bedard? Like, they're going to keep playing hockey. They're going to keep fielding a team. Yeah. It's still going to exist out there. Like, it's just, that's the reality. The Cubs had Aroldis Chapman. You know what I mean? Like it is. We can do this for every organization in this town. The White Sox had Tony La Russa. Like you can do this for every organization in town.
You know, it's interesting because these two texts are right next to each other. Speaking to it, here's one. I was so happy, even thrilled with the Hawks' resurgence, and I was and I was living out east for a few years in hockey land, but it's all been spoiled by the sexual abuse cover-up. One superstar, even a generational one, can't pull me back in.
I get it.
I am still thoroughly disgusted and resentful. I get it. I agree. Here's another right next to it. I'm a survivor of abuse, so the fallout of Kyle Beach's sexual assault made it impossible to cheer for Kane and Taves or any of them. Bedard and all of these picks tonight could be a fresh start. So I'm in a wait and see. That's fascinating. It could, because he's not saying he's right back in. He's in wait and see. He's going to deal with it. For that fan who texted in, if Bedard's good and some of these picks are good and they're fresh faces and you don't have any moral assignments to them specifically, he's going to find his way back in rather quickly.
If you love hockey and you love the Blackhawks, it's just it's tough to quit those things.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's bigger than really. I mean, honestly, like that still Seinfeld bit. You root for laundry. You know, if rooting for the Blackhawks is in your Chicago sports fan DNA, a controversy and a scandal, no matter how bad the controversy and the scandal, the vast majority of people are still going to be there.
Texter says, I'm not kidding. I enjoy the talking about hockey more than the talking about hockey. That's funny. Because some people aren't gonna be in. Look, it's a matter of how we do it, as we're discussing.
Yeah.
You know, and then also just how much we do it. I think a couple of really good guests that become regulars with us, and we kind of
they get the show. It can be fun. It can be sure.
Yeah, and we have some of those already, and we're looking forward to talking to Kaylee Chelios at 5:00.
Yeah, absolutely.
So and our guy Jay Zawoski, of
real
course.
Talk, Jay was a big part of that, of bringing people in.
Sure was.
And there's been like this whole group of White Sox or with Blackhawks podcasters, bloggers who have taken coverage to the next level and made it more inclusive and more relatable. And Jay has been on the forefront of that. And it did not hurt that you had Eddie Olczyk there all those years explaining the game as you have these new fans coming along for the ride as well.
That's going to be a big loss. Edzo is going to be a big loss. And obviously Jay can still come on, and we're hoping to have him on tomorrow, but he's doing great work for CHGO, and we're thrilled for him.
Yeah, I mean, Darren Pang is really, really good and fun and affable and known as the voice of many a video game as well. So that's a real good, well-timed hire by the Blackhawks.
Yeah, so no, I'm going into this with an open mind, and I hope that people I'm not going to be afraid to admit what I don't know and what I don't personally care about. But someone's like, "Well, just spend 2 less segments a week on the repetitive Justin Fields conversation." Hey, if we're being honest and pulling back the curtain here, the Bears are the only thing that everybody in the city, for the most part, cares about.
It's the unifier. It's the great unifier.
Not everyone cares about the Bulls, the Cubs, or the White Sox.
Right. But then it's like, so if there is a worthwhile Fields conversation or Bears conversation, it will be had, and it will almost always take precedence.
Yeah.
If it's worthwhile.
Yeah, right. No, and there will be a debate if it's worthwhile. But I'm just saying, like, there's going to be this, like, kind of struggle as we get back into it. And why I brought up the 17, 18, 19 era of us doing shows together, that was just interesting to me, because the terrible scandal hadn't become public yet.
Yeah.
Was like,
I mean, the Hawks were big as you're coming to town, and you were thinking maybe it was going to continue.
Right. And there wasn't a ton of, like, we got to be doing more of this. And so part of me, as someone who wants to do this at the highest level and get the most ratings and have the most people listen and make the most money and all that stuff, is like, did people just care because they were awesome?
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
No, because that's sports.
But no, like, the Cubs fan base is big enough that even when they're rebuilding, there is some interest in the rebuild. Is it possible that the Hawks fan base is crazy passionate, but because of hockey, it is a small passionate fan base, and it becomes mass appeal only when they're making cup runs? Like, is it possible that it's like tonight, tomorrow, get to know Conor Bedard, and then wake me when the Hawks are a 50-win team?
Well, that can be part of the backdrop of us getting to know Conor Bedard and entering into this era.
Yeah. And I don't have an answer to that part of the question. But I'm genuinely curious if it becomes a real like crossover talk topic once they're awesome.
Well, I'll tell you this. I've got a Conor Bedard related topic thing.
Love it.
That you and I have kicked around a little bit, and we'll do it tomorrow after he is drafted. If they draft him tonight. I mean, are we sure?
There's a little bit of suspense, but you can't gamble on it anymore. It's off the board.
And the Blackhawks have announced that they'll have Conor Bedard sweaters available.
Well, they said they'll have sweaters available of the pick.
Oh, really?
They didn't say it was of Conor Bedard.
Oh.
They
said blank on the back. It's blank.
Yeah, they said they will be selling Bedard. They said they will be selling
draft pick sweaters.
They will be selling sweaters of who they pick tonight at the draft party.
Just comes with a real stick Sharpie.
At Salt Shed, yeah.
It is draft day. See, that's the thing. The sweaters versus jerseys thing that I caught myself for, because I didn't want the pushback. There's some things like that. You're going to step in it a whole bunch of times with little things like that.
Fine.
People are going to be like, yeah!
I can handle it. That's fine.
I know you can.
That's fine.
But sometime tomorrow, we'll do the Conor Bedard related topic. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, we'll get into it. Kaylee Chelios at 5 o'clock. I'm taking over the categories hosting role today.
I get to be a contestant on categories. I'm so excited.
In just under 20 minutes, but one of the best, probably the best analyst in the city right now was especially strong. You'll hear it next on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
He is compared as one notch below Connor McDavid. And I believe Connor McDavid, when it's all said and done, may be the greatest to ever play hockey. He's in the conversation. Top 3 all time, top 4, top 5 all time. So if Conor Bedard's a notch below that, okay, that's better than Patrick Kane. That's better than Jonathan Taves. The comparison that I keep hearing about Conor Bedard is Patrick Kane's skill and savvy with Austin Matthews' shot, which is terrifying if you're a goalie or defenseman.
Okay.
Wow.
Sounds good.
Yeah, this is.
I would draft him.
Just numbers wise, fellas. In the Western Hockey League, he played 57 games with Regina with an R, 71 goals, 72 assists, 143 points in 57 games.
That's crazy.
Okay. So you want to turn up your nose and say, well, I mean, come on, it's the Western Hockey League. These guys are going to be future plumbers someday.
Yeah, it's just
let's turn our attention to the World Junior Championships, where the best and brightest from around the world get together for the annual tournament. In 7 games for Team Canada, with all the spotlight on him, Conor Bedard had 9 goals and 14 assists, 23 points in 7 games in the world's most competitive junior tournament. That is more than 3 points per game for 17-year-old Conor Bedard. At age 15, his first year with Regina, 15 games, 28 points.
At 15.
That'll play.
At 15 years old. I mean, he is doing things that are otherworldly. The other thing is we had a chance to talk last month with 3 of the Hawks' top prospects. They all played together for the Seattle Thunderbirds junior hockey. And all of them got to play with him at the World Juniors and just talked about how great of a dude he is. Like, he's not all up in the clouds. He doesn't, maybe he believes the hype about himself, but he certainly doesn't show it. Supposed to be a great teammate, a future captain type. So, I mean, the Hawks, I know they literally won the lottery by winning the lottery, but they won the lottery. You know what I mean? Like, exclamation point, all caps.
Angels somehow, some way, get out of it.
White Sox gave a furious comeback right there. You thought it might end differently. Unfortunately, that 0-2 pitch, just trying to put it in play, and it goes right to the shortstop. 6-4-3, ball game over. White Sox showed some good fight at the end there, but Shohei Otani was too much for the White Sox tonight.
A historic game from Shohei Otani, who's leading, pardon the interruption right now, by the way, top story in sports. Unbelievable. 10 strikeouts, 2 home runs against the White Sox. But as the window closes, Spiegs, Ozzie Guillen was on Mully and Haugh this morning with Haugh and Gabe Ramirez in for Mully.
Mm-hmm.
He's so damn good.
Ozzie Guillen or Gabe Ramirez?
Well, both.
Okay.
But I was talking about Ozzie in this particular.
Ozzie is unfiltered and on fire these days. Absolutely.
And I feel like he has been for years. It's just very compelling to hear Ozzie Guillen, who wanted to be the manager, talk about the White Sox manager. And so here he is on Pedro Grifol.
A lot of different people handle different way, but I think those guys take advantage in Pedro. You know, be nice is one thing, and be too nice is another thing. And I think Pedro's being too nice with those guys. I know that's the way managers are right now. Like, make those guys happy, okay, but it doesn't work. Only in Chicago, we think Tim Anderson is a real deal. Only in Chicago. He can be a great player. It's no doubt in my mind. This kid can be a great player. Can he help another team? The most they play the same way he's playing right now. It's emotional. You can see his body language, all this stuff. Nobody would sign a guy like that. That's nothing that can help him. But I always say, if TA change scenario, go to a team, contending team, go there, it will help because he put everything behind. I think the best thing for him is Ozzie Guillen's opinion. I think change scenarios and go from there. That's it. You know what I mean? Because in the end of the day, I think this kid can still be a great player, but I don't think batting second and all the problem he has. Let me tell you one thing. That happened to me with Carl Everett. You guys remember Carl Everett?
Oh, yeah.
Okay? He's always had problems with different managers in his career. Okay? I put him down 7. Carl Everett don't like it. Obviously nobody like it. I said, then the media come to me and say, Carl Everett's not too happy because he's batting 7th. And my response was, well, if you guys think I want to hit him 7th, or Buck Club is better when he's 3rd. But check the numbers, check what he's doing. And Carl Everett, start hitting, he's going to be my bench coach. He ain't playing. That's it. That's why they're so scared about making move and do stuff, drastic stuff to make things happen. You know what I mean? I don't get it.
Yeah, you gotta be making drastic moves if need be. And you know how I feel about punitive coaching. Tim Anderson should not be anywhere near the top of the order right now. If he's gonna play and he's gonna hit, he's gonna be in your lineup, move him down. Does it piss him off? Good. Then show up and respond to it. It's past time for that.
He's a negative WAR player. He's got a 270 OBP. He's got an OPS of 540. He still has 0 homers. He has single-digit extra base hits on the year. He has single-digit stolen bases on the year. He's hurt and sulking and bad and the second hitter on this team.
Yeah,
it's getting ugly.
As we referenced in our Book Shambi conversation, Jared Young, major league debut tonight in the 8th spot as a DH. Cody Bellinger at first base. Jared Young, the first baseman, will be the DH, hitting 8th tonight for the Cubs against the Phillies and Taijuan Walker.
So great stuff with Mully and Haugh with Ozzie Guillen today. All right, you ready for categories?
Oh, I'm so ready. I'm nervous.
Can you beat Shane, please? He's getting a little confident.
He's kind of dominant. There. He's dominant with categories.
But he didn't even try to trick me with his joke. He didn't ask me.
Yeah. Usually,
I forgot to do it.
When I walk in, I'm like, all right, I have categories already. And he goes, what are the categories?
And I feel like sometimes you almost tell him.
I do.
you just want to yes and him.
I do.
I didn't tell anybody the categories today.
Yeah, I don't know what they are.
But ahead of Kaylee Chelios at 5 o'clock, we play categories next.
What are they?
What happens when two shows meet? Score transition. First at 10 a.m., Mully and Haugh meet Bernstein and Holmes.
The problem is still not hitting.
Well, that's put him as shortstop, so it's a further throw, and he might re-aggravate his injury.
Correct. See, now you're thinking like a white X.
The Rivers read now says, add some personal flair.
Oh, yeah,
and
no.
I almost added flair to it. I was like, oh, God, don't read this.
Mully came
personal.
running out of the studio yesterday.
That was mine.
You did that one.
Yes.
Please make this personal. Yeah, an Uber ad.
There it is.
Yeah.
Please. Play it again, Tanny. That's glorious.
Fantastic.
Oh.
Please make this personal. Yes.
That's what it says on
I
the
will.
copy.
Parkins told me to make it personal, and I'm going to. I'm much more likely to use this product or service.
Oh, God.
I'm going to make it personal when I head on over to Polish Fest. It's going to be a great weekend.
Well, there's a read for the wrestling
Please
thing.
make this personal and talk about what's going on when you're getting in there and you're going out and you're catching an Uber.
Did I save?
I tried.
You worked through it.
So Albert Pujols last night becomes the fourth man in the history of baseball.
Hey, if you and your partner want to step it up in the bathroom, we were just talking about bathrooms. That's a place that you could use Blue Chew.
You want to step it up in the bathroom?
God knows I do.
It was a Metamucil spot, wasn't it?
If only.
That's my bad. I started talking sports.
No, yeah. Get that out of here.
.com.
That's the greatest.
Yeah.
Well, the
my
exchange is the greatest because
Yes.
if you actually hear Russ say,
He's very kind.
Hey, Dave, I think that might be a period.
All right, I'll just say .com then.
Okay, then it's just dot.
.com. Do I have to say .com ?
They have another dot on there?
I might just say .com, huh? Or is this .com ?
Yeah, no.
I think I should say,
I think they just got a period
Yeah,
on there.
okay.
So, yeah, just .com.
Coach Wanstead here.
He's so kind.
I know.
Russ.
That's the best. I think they might just kind of just have a period there.
Strange twists and turns with the guys over there on the Parkins and Spiegel show.
Afternoons on the Score.
We're having a little fun.
So, I think it's time to play the game.
We're playing the game?
Yes, we're playing the game.
Do we have to play the game?
What's the game?
The game is categories. Matt Spiegel's creation, continuation, initial reaction, whatever you called it growing up.
Yeah, exactly. Things that have perhaps come up on the show or triggered the mind of the quiz master. Categories are announced, and then we have to go around, three of us, and, see who's left.
You play along, and in your car at home as you're listening, and we see how you do. I have 3 categories.
Oh, my God. Danny's the quiz master. It's happening.
I'm the first-time quiz, which means I cannot lose and presumably embarrass myself, though we'll see how you guys judge the categories that I've selected.
Do you have an overall record?
I
don't know.
But you definitely are winning.
Yeah.
Now, you can't lose, Danny, but you can't win. Are you okay with still participating if you want to be the winner?
I'm not thrilled about it.
Why can I win categories? Because you're hosting.
Okay.
I have a chance to embarrass myself, or not. I'm frightened.
All right. Shohei Otani had a great game last night. Speaks will go first. Speaks first, then Tanny, then Shane, then we'll just go in order here.
Whatever, Quizmaster. I thought you'd have more control than
All
this.
right, Speaks goes first.
Do this with some authority, would you?
Speaks goes first.
This is why you're not hosting Wheel of Fortune, because you'd be asking the contestants. All right, so who's spinning? Who goes
We
first?
got to say this first. Speaks goes first. I hate you both. All of you. There's more than 2 of you here. All right.
This is going great.
Shohei Otani leads Major League Baseball in home runs. 21st century, single season home run leaders. So not who led their league in home runs, the home run king for the season.
For all of baseball.
All of baseball. So if you give me the guy who led the National League, but someone in the AL had more, that would not be correct.
So each individual season in this century
has one guy. So
Gotcha.
from 2000 to 2022, the single season home run king, Matt Spiegel, you are first.
Giancarlo Stanton.
In 2017, he led with 59. That is correct.
Aaron Judge.
Last year with 62. And obviously some of these guys would have multiple years. But yeah, Judge is correct.
Barry Bonds.
Barry Bonds, 2001. Correct. Speaks.
Pete Alonso.
Pete Alonso in 2019 with 53. Correct. Tanny.
Albert Bell? No, not Albert Bell.
Albert Bell is incorrect. Albert Bell is incorrect.
I feel like Babe Ruth probably had to lead the league in home runs.
No,
21st century.
21st century.
I'm sorry.
21st century.
That's where I missed.
2000 and now. 2000 and now.
What about that massive year for Jose Bautista?
Jose Bautista led Major League Baseball in home runs twice, 2010 and 2011, 54 and 43, back-to-back years. Good job. Speaks.
Oh, my God. I'm nervous. It's got me quaking.
The nerves are a thing.
Yeah, the
nerves are a thing.
Nerves are a real thing. How about David Ortiz?
Incorrect.
Ah!
David Ortiz never led baseball in home runs.
So only because of an Office episode. He was in an Office episode when Jim starts his sports agency in Philadelphia. Ryan Howard.
Ryan Howard.
Of course.
48 home runs in 2008. A-Rod did it 3 times.
Oh, my God, I'm an idiot.
Sammy Sosa in 2000.
Oh, God.
Would have been an acceptable answer. Jim Thome actually tied A-Rod 1 year. Adrian Beltre, Andrew Jones, Albert Pujols, 2 different Chris Davises.
Oh, right.
Miguel Cabrera, Nelson Cruz.
Nelson Cruz, I was going to guess. Damn it.
Mark Trumbo, Luke Voigt, Vlad Jr.,
Trumbo!
and Salvador Perez.
Yeah, that's a very good category by you and a horrific showing by me.
Okay.
Shane wins that category?
Shane wins that category.
That's disgusting.
Bad job by you.
Yeah.
All right, Tanny starts first here.
Bad job by me, Jerry.
You're the baseball guy, dude.
I
often say I don't even like sports on this show.
It's like when I called my shot in the middle of the NBA Finals MVP category and then missed one. That was horrifying. I was like, I could go forever here.
Well, now I get to live in that space.
Yeah, it's a terrible feeling.
Yeah.
All right, this is a slightly different kind of category, but I think you guys will enjoy it. Over the weekend, the Cubs played in London. London is in the United Kingdom. The United Nations counts 44 different countries in the continent of Europe. The UK is one of the 44. I'm looking for the other 43 countries in Europe. Tanny, you're first.
Ireland.
Ireland is, of course, correct.
Okay, we don't need this. We don't need you going through the list. We're like, let's see. Is this a country where we all know it's a country?
I just have to find
I thought maybe it was part of the United Kingdom for a minute.
I just need
but
to
it's not.
I just need to find it on
Somewhat
my list.
famously, it's not.
Yeah, it's
right?
not.
It was. I don't know. It was a whole big thing over there.
Yeah. All right. Ireland is a country. I just have to find it on the list. That was the only stall. Go ahead.
Russia.
Russia. Excellent job. The largest country in Europe.
I'll go with France.
Correct.
Thank you.
Germany.
Correct.
Sweden.
Is obviously correct. I just need to find it. Yep, correct.
Okay, I'll go Norway.
Is correct.
Spain.
Spain. Good job. Correct.
Germany.
Already said. You're out.
Wait, who said Germany?
Chris Tannehill.
Tannehill said it second. Russia, Germany, the UK, France, Spain, Sweden, Norway, and Ireland have been selected. We're looking for 43 countries in Europe. The Cubs played in one of them last week. Speegs, can I have a country in Europe?
I'll go Finland.
You will go Finland. Absolutely. Tanny.
Portugal.
Portugal is correct.
I'll go Switzerland.
That is correct.
The Netherlands.
That is correct.
I'll say the Czech Republic.
That is correct.
Shout out to Shep and Jay Zawaski, Poland.
There we go.
And Joe Ostrowski.
Well done. Well done.
How about Lithuania?
How about Lithuania? Yeah, go ahead. Have to go to the back of the page. The 31st biggest country in Europe.
I was nervous.
Go ahead.
Ukraine.
There you go.
That's
Current
very nice.
events. Good job, Tanny.
How about Austria?
How about Austria? Good job, Speegs. You guys are crushing it. You guys know your geography. You and Michael Jordan.
I know what things are. Italy.
There we go. I was waiting for Italy to come off the board.
Italy. That's
Italy.
A good call. I'll go Greece as long as we're hanging out down there.
There we go.
Well,
Beautiful spots. You guys are-
as we're hanging out down there, shout out to Rosemary. Go farm, Croatia.
There we go.
Uh-huh.
Look at you.
How about Serbia?
How about Serbia? I am very impressed with your geographic knowledge. You guys are doing a great job.
Thanks, buddy.
No problem.
Nice category. It's good fun.
Tanny?
Good, clean fun. European style.
Thinking about all the kids in grade school I knew, their parents.
You already said Poland.
Hungary.
Oh, Hungary's good.
Hungary.
Is it still a thing?
Hungary is, of course, still a thing. I was on the wrong page. Yep, Hungary, the 16th largest country.
I don't know. Like
I, for one, support the Hungarians.
Yeah.
I like speech.
Yeah, exactly.
I knew he wouldn't say that one.
You know I wouldn't say that.
Should have saved that one for last.
That's stubbornness.
Yeah.
Matt Nagy's Hungarian stubbornness has made me hate that country.
Yeah, good job.
Oh, God, I'm
You're
stalling.
stalling.
I really am.
You're stalling.
How about Latvia?
How about Latvia? Absolutely. The 34th Speaks is going small countries here. Good job.
yeah.
Very impressive.
Tanny?
Nothing in pop culture. Latvia.
You just said.
That's what I just said.
All right.
Did you?
Yeah, he just said Latvia.
Literally just now.
The last one off the board.
Yeah, what an idiot to say one that's already been said.
All right.
How about Luxembourg
There you go.
and Liechtenstein?
Speegs is our winner. Liechtenstein. Very good. Also,
now
off
I'm
the
just
board.
showing off with Liechtenstein.
Yeah, no, you're
Go
doing
for it. Go off, King. Keep going.
Yeah, I mean, can I interest you in a Romania?
Sure.
A Belgium?
Uh-huh.
A Belarus?
A Belgium.
A Bulgaria? A Denmark? A Slovakia?
Denmark. Oh, yeah. I could have kept going.
Albania? Slovenia? Montenegro? Iceland?
All right.
All right. Excellent job.
Good category, sir.
All right.
So I've got one. Shane's got one.
All right. Shane goes first here. Excited for you guys and your performance in this category. You might have heard that there's an event in Chicago this weekend that people are concerned is going to destroy traffic around our great city. I have the field of every driver who is participating in the NASCAR race in Chicago this weekend. I'm looking for names of drivers that are going to be driving their cars in Chicago this weekend.
Oh, my God.
It's going to take me a while to find these names on the list if you guys actually give me any names because I don't know any of them. That's why it's good to be the host. Shane.
Just because he's driving the White Sox car, Ty Dillon.
Ty Dillon, good job. Number 77 of Spire Motorsports.
Oh, wait, my turn?
It's my turn.
It's Spieg's turn.
Is Dale Earnhardt Jr. driving a car?
Dale Earnhardt Jr. is absolutely not driving a car this weekend. Danny, can you name one?
I can, because he's coming on the midday show tomorrow, I believe, or Friday. Who cares? It doesn't really matter. He's not Bubby Wallace. It's Bubba Wallace.
Oh, Bubba Wallace.
Bubba Wallace absolutely is going to be driving.
I didn't know he was going on middays. That's pretty cool.
Sometime this week. Shane, you remember?
I think it's tomorrow.
The number 23 car for Bubba Wallace. Absolutely.
So I know 2 more NASCAR drivers. That's it.
And you win.
Is Kyle Busch racing?
Kyle Busch is racing. Of course. He sure is. Tanny, can you can you pull a name? Can you pull a name?
No.
No.
Do I have to hit one more?
No, you've already got 2 to his
Can
one.
I just say it? Because this stupid ass virgin that I went to high school with used to wear his like NASCAR jacket all the time. Kevin Harvick.
Kevin Harvick is absolutely driving this
It'd be
weekend.
85 in August. This kid be rolling up in that puffy like canvas jacket that they all wear. Have less sex.
There was a kid in high school who wore the DuPont jacket all.
Jeff Gordon.
Yes.
Yeah. He's not racing.
Jeff Gordon, now a horse racing commentator, by the way.
Is he really?
Nice. Oh, no, wait. That's the other one. That's Dale Earnhardt Jr.
yeah, it was already mentioned. He's
I
also
was
not
thinking
racing.
Jeff Gordon.
The other white NASCAR driver.
I was thinking Tony.
There's only one other one.
What's the guy named Tony?
Wise.
Tony Stewart. He killed
Tony
a guy.
Stewart. He killed a guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Martin Truex Jr.
Oh, sure.
Stop.
Denny Hamlin.
Great to be here, Wrigley Stadium.
There's a lot of guys named Austin Cindric, Austin Dillon.
Austin Harvest, is he driving?
No, not driving.
I think Austin Dillon is Ty Dillon's brother.
Oh.
Okay.
I think they're both of their middle names are Reed.
And who's it? Really?
I think so.
You know an alarming amount about
Well,
NASCAR.
I've been trying to track down Ty Dillon for the show.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, how'd I do?
You did great. Way to go, Quizmaster.
All right.
Outstanding work.
Thank you. So Shane wins again.
Speaks never asked how he did though, so it's kind of part of it. You just kind of move on and.
No, I know, but it's his game. I just wanted to be sure that I upheld his standards.
I felt it. I always felt it. Like, how'd I do?
You want the
How'd I do?
positive reinforcement?
100%. I just don't ask for it overtly sometimes.
I need it.
Danny's a little more aggressive about asking for the validation.
Did you guys
We both
like
don't ask, don't get. So
yeah, it's true.
Exactly.
Squeaky wheel. Over there.
Exactly.
It's confirmed, by the way. Ty Dillon and Austin Dillon are brothers, both with the same middle name.
Boy, I'm
Reed.
so glad you hooked us up with that bit of information.
Goes with Kevin Dillon, yes. Also,
Maybe.
And Matt Dillon, Matt Dillon and Kevin Dillon, both related.
You gonna be watching anybody this weekend?
Dude, probably not.
Yeah, no, me neither.
Not on TV. Like my cousin's got a rooftop. Like maybe I'll go there and just like experience the noise of it.
I mean, I'm in town. I'm here.
noisy.
So I think I'll walk by and smell it, and get as close as I can and listen to it. Absolutely, I'd like to.
maybe I'll go on my roof. Think I could see it? On the northwest side. I got a rooftop up
Just
there.
forest fire.
They say you can't see it from our 11th floor deck
no, you
here.
can't.
That's what they say.
I know. I still might try. It'll still be a decent spot.
For the noise.
Yeah, but like I have hit and run on Sunday morning, so I have to be downtown. Everybody's like, I'm staying far away from downtown. I'm like, well, I'm here. I've got hit and run on Sunday morning.
That's why they're staying away.
And then Tributosaurus is playing at the American Music Festival at Fitzgerald's, which is an incredible event all weekend long. We're playing there at Sunday afternoon at about 4:00, becoming the band. Thrilled about that. So I have to
Are you going to
drive.
do the wait?
Absolutely.
You think you're going to do that one?
Absolutely.
That's good.
Everybody gets a verse.
One of their hits.
Pass that one around. But so I'll be downtown and then driving away from downtown. Good luck, everybody, on Sunday. We'll see
Have
how
fun.
it all goes. Yeah,
You can know how Tanny and I live, just sitting in traffic all the
I
time.
get a lot of reading done.
yeah. You should catch up on some TV. Finish The Bear while you're driving.
That's a good idea.
It's pretty safe. Historic night for the Blackhawks. Kaylee Chelios helps us get to know the skill set of Conor Bedard. She's joining us from Salt Shed, right? From the pre-draft party. So she'll set the scene next on The Score.
If you love America's pastime, check out Matt Spiegel's podcast, The PBP Voices of Baseball, featuring former and current voices of Major League Baseball.
What a pleasure to be joined by Marty Brenneman. Griffey was
Americans are playing at any time and any place they can. From driveways to airports. From parking lots to home garages. There are pickleball songs.
Yeah, let me introduce you to this thing called pickleball, where you use these paddles and then oversized pickleball.
And pickleball weddings. and a whole following of folks who say this game has changed their lives.
What was your life like before pickleball?
It was black and white before pickleball, and it was living color after pickleball.
I bet it was.
Pickleball is dividing people all over the country.
Dan, you got bad allies. You have got the worst collection of allies. Mary Carrillo, like, I can't concentrate because this pickleballing is too. A former, like, world-class tennis player is out here like, I can't concentrate with all this pickleballing going on. Come on, fam.
That's the worst part of it. No. No. That has to be burned.
No, these are your allies.
No, not
these are
all
the people.
of them.
These are the people that you are in bed with, sir.
I will be happy to align myself with people who don't like the noise of it, because the noise it's objectively bad. It sounds bad. It's sort of like it's Radiohead. You're like, oh, Radiohead. No, that sounds worse than pickleball. That's worse. That's worse.
Yeah,
no.
boy.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Keeps getting worse.
I traveled through enough neighborhoods where there are other sounds that are going on that are a lot more disturbing than having
that was
white
texted
people
yesterday.
play in pickleball.
That was texted yesterday. It said pickleball sounds are white people gunfire.
I'm told by Adam Sunzinski, who frequently is a producer on Bulls Radio, that Chuck Swirsky and Bill Wennington are big pickleball fans.
I'm not surprised by that. I don't, Mike. I don't even have to turn around. I can see you reaching for the drops.
Let's play some pickleball in Beantown.
Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studio. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! This hour brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. The Saudis do own golf.
They bought the whole sport.
They bought the whole damn thing. And
they want to buy more.
This is global. The word global is just everywhere.
I'm trying to free myself up to do a little global thinking.
Sure.
The whole thing is based on this idea. Global initiative. Global used several times. And NewCo. The company that they're forming is called NewCo.
NewCo.
And I thought you'd get a kick out of that.
What is it a combination of? New company?
New and company.
Global Chem is a monster, a beast, a cold, heartless, smelly behemoth, run by a greedy, fat-headed fatty pants. A fatso. Did we offend you? Good. Now we have your attention and we have to win you over. Just like you have to win consumers.
I freaking love that so much.
NewCo.
It tickles me.
You're an exec at Pennsylvania Solar Tech. That sounds fake. I told you, you're an exec at Stark Industries, a corporation you inherited from your father. Here's the story.
Screw these guys.
Yeah.
Has NewCo thought about playing at the Top Golf right off the 88 corridor?
They should.
Where Top Golf is, like that area where the 88 corridor is.
Corridor of 88 and 59, like right there by the Top Golf.
I think they should stick with NewCo.
You think you just stick with NewCo?
I think they should stick with it.
The PGA Tour. It's the NewCo Open.
What exactly is it your company does again?
Oh, this industry moves so fast, it's really hard to tell. That's why I need a name that's cutting edge, like Cutco or EdgeCom, Interslice. Come on, Marge, you're good at these. Help me out.
How about CompuGlobal Hyper MegaNet?
Fine, it's not important.
1, 2, 3. Here we go, Ted. Here we go. Here we go, Ted. We go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Take it from me. I love you.
Thanks for hanging out. Parkins and Spiegel on The Score. You can text and Twitch some questions in. For one last thing, Kaylee Chelios needed to move to about 5:30 or so. So we're going to accommodate her and talk to her in about half an hour from the Hawks pre-draft party, which will help set the scene for a historic moment for the Blackhawks tonight of drafting Conor Bedard.
Big
night.
In
About 30 minutes.
Yeah, big night for her day job over there at NBC Sports Chicago. Looking forward to talking to her. And I've never been to the Salt Shed, man, not even for a concert. So it's crazy that I haven't been there yet. I've heard such great things.
Yeah, people say it's a cool venue.
And that's where the party is. And that's where they're selling sweaters of the draft pick, whoever it may be.
Right. So we'll have her break that news to us.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she can have an exclusive report coming up in about 25 minutes. But the other big story that was leading the ESPN Talking Head shows was what Shohei Otani did against the White Sox last night. I think it was the best game that he's had since he's been in the big leagues. He's had more strikeouts. He's had more runs driven in.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a game against the Tigers where he went 8 innings, only allowed 1 run, had a bunch of strikeouts, had a couple of RBI. And he's had incredible games. Obviously, he's the best player in the sport. He's the odds-on favorite he's runaway favorite to be American League MVP. But you had brought up an interesting question right before the Vooch news broke, and for anyone who doesn't know, 3 years, $60 million contract extension for Vooch, which was, if Otani is head and shoulders above the rest in baseball, is the gap between Otani and whoever you would say is 2 in baseball basically bigger than the gap between 1 and 2 in any of the other sports?
That's exactly the way I was thinking about it. And because I saw the numbers that when you combine his WAR, his wins above replacement, as a hitter and a pitcher, it towers above Ronald Acuna as a hitter and Zach Gallen as a pitcher. It's absurd. And as we all look for ways to kind of quantify that talent, obviously to you and to many, maybe the all-time example of this is Well, one of the all-time examples. There was a 9-year period where Tiger Woods won 13 majors out of 35 majors played. And there was an 11-year period where I think he won like 6 tournaments a year. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, the Tiger stuff was incomprehensible.
He was so far and away the most dominant athlete in his own sport.
Yeah, and for a while, I mean, remember it was like, who's going to be the challenger, right? Who's going to be the Arnold Palmer to his Jack Nicklaus? That was what golf media was for almost a decade.
Yeah.
And eventually it ended up being Phil, but Phil was never really close. He never challenged him in his peak for number one. But, Vijay Singh, Ernie Els, David Duval, Phil Mickelson, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sergio Garcia. Like there were so many people that golf tried to make like, oh, this is the heir apparent. This is the next thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it was not even close. So, yeah, I mean, Tiger to number 2 was, I would say, as big, but it's obviously it's tough to make the cross-sport comparison, but that is certainly the first name that I think of.
Right. I mean, Babe Ruth had led the league in homers with 11 in 1918. Then the next year he hit 29. And then the next year he hit 54. And nobody else was outside of the teens, I believe, when he hit 54. Like, it was ridiculous and preposterous. So, and not to say that Otani has reached those kind of levels, but in terms of right now, as compared to his peers, I mean, who else is there? There was a period where LeBron was undeniably the best player in basketball, but I don't think you'd even say it's him anymore.
Well, no, I mean, the best player in basketball now, like I would say, is Jokic, but you could
argue it's still Giannis.
Yeah, you could make a Giannis argument. Better defensive player if he hadn't been hurt. We'd like to see those two go against each other at the peak of their powers. Maybe we'll get it this upcoming year.
Is Patrick Mahomes definitively the best player in the NFL?
Yes.
I think so.
Yes.
Is there a gap between him and Jalen Hurts? Or
I think the gap. Yeah.
There's a gap.
Yeah. I
God, I've missed him.
I think Burrow. It's amazing that he's here in the offseason. He just had his charity tournament in Hawaii, and he just flew right back here for the show.
I wanted to get in on categories, and nobody went to me. I had NASCAR drivers locked down.
we figured you would.
Also, we have the best ketchup. We just do.
Yeah,
right here in this studio.
So, I would say Burrow is 2. And I would say that the gap between Mahomes and Burrow is smaller than the gap between Otani and Acuna.
Because Acuna doesn't pitch.
Right. But it would be to what Boog was saying when we were talking to him about it at 3 o'clock, like, what if Pat Mahomes had 14 sacks?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's what, right, exactly.
What if Pat Mahomes was Nick Bosa?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I mean? Like that's also kind of what Otani is.
Even simpler though, real quick, I'm sorry.
You're good.
Pat Mahomes, a baseball player at Texas Tech, what if Pat Mahomes had 15 homers?
Yeah.
Something as achievable for an athlete like that.
Right.
That's why Bo Jackson comes to mind.
Right.
That's why Deion Sanders comes to mind, and you try to extrapolate it out that way. In terms of right now, is Lionel Messi? I mean, he's more famous and more dynamic, and as a scorer, it's pretty remarkable. But is he that much better than Mbappe or better than the next soccer guy?
Ronaldo?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll throw my hands up on that. I don't know the answer to that. They're all crazy rich and crazy famous and crazy good, and it's really hard for me without watching the EPL every weekend to give you an honest assessment of that. But
yeah, answer might be Novak Djokovic right now, although he is older and hanging on, and it's not Nadal and some of these other, in tennis.
I feel like, yeah, I mean,
in hockey, it's Connor McDavid.
In hockey, it's Connor McDavid very clearly.
He just won his 2nd straight Hart Trophy, his 3rd overall. And maybe you'd say Nathan McKinnon is just behind him. Austin Matthews or Conor Bedard, baby.
Maybe.
We'll see.
Maybe. That seems a little premature.
I think so. But in terms of right now, I think it probably is Otani. Yeah, I'm sure there's somebody out there in an Olympic sport. It was Usain Bolt for a while. That was pretty amazing. When Usain Bolt was the fastest man in the world by a mile.
We've seen it in the Olympics. Like, Michael Phelps, right? You do sometimes see it in the Olympics where the prodigy is, but sometimes it's like they were 0.2 of a second faster than the next
Yeah.
person. And they're like, yeah, that's the largest margin of victory we've seen in the 100 meters in 100 years.
I remember when Sergei Bubka was the pole vault king,
Right.
and nobody was like within half a foot or 8 inches in terms of the height of Sergei Bubka and the pole vault. Yeah, so it happens sometimes where the Olympian is just like an absurd level better than the peers.
And I know
Simone Biles.
Who?
Simone Biles.
Simone
gymnast, who we just
Biles.
learned is coming back for the next Olympics.
Yeah. But I mean, also with the Olympic thing, it's such a shooting star. It's so hard for it to, you know what I mean? Every 4 years, and then by the time the next Olympics comes around,
right.
Simone Biles was the biggest story for that. Like, often something either happens to them or other people catch up and use them as inspiration.
Yeah.
Whereas Otani, it's been 100 years since someone has been a pitching and hitting force like this, and maybe there's a phenom somewhere in Japan or Florida or wherever that is doing this now and has dreams of being the next Shohei Otani in 8 years. But as of now, it's not like the Mets are like, we got a guy in AA who's going to be the next Otani.
Michael Jordan had a period there where he was clearly the greatest player in the sport, and everybody just had to admit it. There was a while there. But I don't know that the gap was this big because the multifacetedness was not quite there. Although maybe it was because he made all defensive team sometimes.
Oh, he was the best two-way player in the sport for sure. But like,
I remember he was once asked, "Congratulations, you made the all-interview team. Well, how do you feel about that?" And he said, "No comment," which is a great answer by him.
Okay, so like in 1993, is the gap between Jordan and Barkley bigger than the gap between Otani and Acuna?
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Right? That's such a hard question to answer.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of texters are saying Gretzky. I think that is undeniably correct.
Yeah, I mean, and Gretzky's up there with Babe Ruth as one of the all-time examples of this kind of thing.
Right. You take away all their goals, they still lead in points career with the assists.
Outrageous. And those years where he was scoring, incredible high double-digit numbers of goals and nobody else was above 50, pretty much. It's just absurd in that way.
In fighting, you do see it for stretches. Like in the UFC, Bones Jones at the beginning for sure. No, he never got hurt. He I think he went like 9 fights without being taken down. It was sometimes like, but a newer sport. Like that's the thing about it's like, wait a minute. Otani's doing something that hasn't been done in 100 years. Yeah. There's been a lot of guys who, so a guy who dominates a sport that's brand new is less impressive.
Sure.
And then that's why also the title belts turn over a lot more frequently in the UFC nowadays because it's been going on for a long, so there's a lot more talent in the field.
And there's been boxers every once in a while who are
that hold the belt for a long time.
Clearly the best fighter pound for pound for a long time. Roy Jones was for a long time. Mayweather was for a long time. Tyson as a heavyweight until Buster Douglas was like, well, nobody's going to touch him.
Yeah.
And we'll see how long it goes on. I mean, things like that. But it's rare air where Otani is, and it's fun. It's fun to try and think about it. And everybody around the entire country is doing it, really around the entire world. All these different TV shows, radio shows, trying to sort of wrap our heads around what we're actually seeing.
You know what we should do? We should spend some time with Nico on it on Tuesday, because I've heard from a few people. But like also sometimes it's as an aside, like Theo in an interview when he was talking about the new the rules. I think it was on that Ryan Russillo podcast that we both listened to.
Yeah,
he said he's a hero to those of us in the game. Like Stroman today was tweeting about it, and it was like those of us in the game know that we're watching the GOAT, and it's not even close. I feel like the people that they did this when they were 12.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I bet Marcus Stroman, when he was 12, hit bombs.
Right, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
But, so the idea that he could then do it here, they must all just marvel at. I wonder if Nico Horner was an awesome pitcher when he was 11.
Yeah.
And so I bet that type of thing, like the universal respect of the peers, is interesting.
Do you think LeBron had a stretch there where everybody knew that he was miles ahead?
Yes.
Everybody in the game was like, well, there's just that guy, and that's that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like because there were some haters, it was always a little clouded because Jordan came up in the era that was perfect to come up in because your games were on national TV and being on covers of magazines mattered for your relevance and in commercials. But LeBron came up in the era where everything was parsed on the internet and social media and 24/7 sports talk on radio and TV.
Yeah.
So there was always contrarianism with LeBron, whereas there wasn't with Jordan in the 90s. But yeah, I mean, I would say 2008, 9, when he brought that Cavs team to the finals in 2007 with nobody on the team.
Nobody.
And then Kobe wins it. And then it's like Lakers and Celtics for that 2008 to 2010 run.
Yeah. And the only conversation was he going to win? Because it was so obvious that he was the best.
Yeah. But so I would say like maybe some people were still holding on to the Kobe thing in that run, but I'd say 2009 to 2017.
Yeah.
I think probably that 8-year run, it was undeniable that he was the best.
Just a couple other quick references, just because I love that people are thinking about this stuff. Earl Anthony in bowling, Danny. Okay, just go with it. Annika Sorenstam on the ladies' golf tour and the LPGA. She had a long run. And then... well,
there's a couple other good ones from more sports like that, for sure.
Yeah. There's
Serena.
Serena.
No question.
A dominant run in women's tennis. Martina Navratilova at one point, a similarly dominant run in women's tennis.
And Shane said someone on Twitch said Joey Chestnut, if you count it.
That's a great call.
Yeah, the gap between Joey Chestnut and the second best competitive eater is probably bigger than the gap between Otani and Ronald Acuna.
Yeah.
Probably is.
If you count it.
If you count it.
Yeah. I personally don't count it.
I know you said it as an aside because we're talking about Conor Bedard.
Yeah.
With Kaylee Chellis. I want to spend a little bit more time about this for tomorrow, but I just want you're going to see, even if you don't care at all about hockey, okay? This maybe is hockey, non-hockey, what you were talking about earlier. But even if you loathe hockey conversation, you will see it tonight on the nightly news. You will hear about it on Sports Talk Radio. You will read about it. You will see it on your social media feeds or whatever. This guy is considered a great generational prospect who is going to be a savior for a franchise that clearly matters, an Original Six franchise in one of the great international cities in the world. He is 17 years old. Those types of things, I don't care if you don't care about hockey at all and you've never seen it. Imagine you at 17 and you have to be the savior for Tower Records. You know what I mean? You have, for whatever billionaire company in the industry or hobby that you thought you were pretty good at 17, you have to save the pot industry. You have to save skateboarding. You have to, whatever it was that you were doing at 17.
I was probably the thing I was doing the most or the best was acting in school plays. So I've got to go to Hollywood and save the film industry.
Right. Exactly. Universal Studios is relying on 17-year-old Matt Spiegel to carry its next franchise.
We need this picture to be a huge hit. And our next 10 to 15 years depends on the establishment of this.
Right, the human side of the pressure that he is facing is daunting for some. Think about Ruben in 6 years. Being tasked with being the savior.
You must save Minecraft. Minecraft is in trouble.
It is so insane.
He'd probably rise up. My boy would rise up.
I'm sure he would.
Roblox is in trouble, young man.
But he is this guy.
You must win every Fortnite battle, and then I don't care what skin you have to use. Doesn't matter.
He cannot drink. He cannot rent a car. He cannot vote.
Ruben, thank God.
Conor Bedard. Conor Bedard can't vote, and he is responsible for saving the Chicago Blackhawks. That's wild.
Wait a minute.
What?
Can he ever vote in this country?
No, we're never letting him vote.
He's Canadian.
Or drinking.
Right? Can he vote?
Yeah. All right. He might become a citizen.
Textures. Internet porn may be taken away forever.
Yeah.
You step up and do what you do best.
Exactly.
At 17.
Yeah. 17-year-old goes save Pornhub. It's ridiculous.
You're our only chance.
It's completely ridiculous. So I don't care if you don't care about this kid or hockey at all. Just think about, all right, I don't know if you know the history of the Blackhawks, Connor, but we've had a rough few years.
We kind of need you.
We need you to make everyone forget.
Everyone says the kid is up to it. Danny,
I know, but
that he could save any of the industries we've discussed. Any one of them.
And one writer says, doesn't think so. He's not up to it.
Yeah. Who's that?
No.
Somebody read it? Somebody's gonna.
No one wrote that.
Hey, pump the brakes on Conor Bedard.
It would be funny, though, if they did.
That column's coming.
Didn't Lazarus kind of have that column?
Yeah, he'd be the one.
I think he did. I think he was like,
Can we pump the brakes?
I think the hype's getting. No, it was the day. It was the day of the lottery before the Hawks got the pick. He was like, the hype is a little too ridiculous, and then they got the pick, and it became like the most read column on the Athletic for a while. Like, yeah, it's funny.
And then the Athletic fired him.
No.
With everyone else.
Yeah,
it's sad.
It's sad because it's possibly true.
Thanks for bringing us down.
We got a beat guy for a hockey team, but we can't have a beat guy for the White Sox?
Two of them. They got two of them for the hockey team.
Jesus Christ.
How's that make the White Sox?
How the hell?
How the hell do you get Kelly Chelios to the salt shed? It's even more interesting than that.
How the hell do you get her to answer her phone from Salt Shed?
Good luck, everybody.
We'll see.
Third time's a charm.
Gailey Chelios paints the picture from the Hawks draft party. Next on The Score.
Take Parkins and Spiegel with you anywhere you go on the free Odyssey app.
I live to please you.
Afternoons, 2 to 6 on The Score.
Afternoons on the Score.
Can I ask you what you think of Conor Bedard?
Yeah, great player, great person. I think everyone's seen how he's handled himself in the lead up to this draft. Obviously, a lot of attention, and thought he's shown a maturity beyond his year, 17 years old, but you'd never know it based on how he's handled things.
Me and Danielson were talking about, I don't think we're going to sleep at all tonight. We'll probably be pretty wound up, but no, I mean, it's just super exciting that, how close it is, and, just kind of be here with friends and family, and, I don't know, it's hard to kind of have words for it, so we'll see kind of what happens tomorrow, but it's a very exciting kind of week.
Kyle Davidson, the general manager of the Blackhawks. Conor Bedard, the soon-to-be first overall pick of the Chicago Blackhawks, 17-year-old kid. Expect to be the savior of the franchise, face of the franchise, and not the next Kane and Taves. Maybe even better than Kane and Taves.
Maybe as good as Mario Lemieux or Wayne Gretzky or Connor McDavid or any Sidney Crosby, like crazy, crazy company that he is getting linked to at this point.
Pretty insane, man. Pretty insane pressure. A lot of you guys coming in with very funny texts on the text line of what you were doing at 17 and expectations to be the savior in that field. And it's just even if you don't care about it, you were once 17. And you could imagine the pressure of what this kid must be feeling.
You brought up skateboarding as kind of a joke.
Yeah.
And the truth is that Tony Hawk, when he was 17, did exactly that.
Sure.
Completely transformed the sport and built an absolute monolith of a career that has lasted for decades and decades. And, I guess maybe Shaun White is doing the same thing in snowboarding, or at least did, and is trying to have some kind of Tony Hawk effect.
Yeah, I mean, but those things are different, though, because the pressure is for yourself because they are individual sports, Yes, you have unbelievable talent, and you might be in the X Games and the Olympics and pressure and all of that. And, of course, that is an insane amount of pressure, but there's not a city and a franchise. It's just different when you're talking about pressures and expectations. So I don't look at it as the same. We are not going to have Kaylee Chelios on the show today, so that is unfortunate. But oh
no,
yeah, we're not going to have her on. So we will soldier on. But hopefully everybody at Salt Shed is having a very good time and is excited for everything that will be coming tonight at the draft. There are people that have made the trip down to Nashville.
Yeah, so our buddy Jay Zawoski's down there. A whole bunch of other people are down there for the draft that is tonight. And as always, when a draft is happening, Danny, people start to get wacky and try to find a way to make their coverage unique.
Well, it is draft day.
It sure is.
Yeah, well, this is awesome. This is the type of thing that, when Jay Leno would do jaywalking, or when Jimmy Kimmel goes out in front of the Hollywood Theater,
yes,
and talks to tourists on the street. Man on the street stuff, you dream of this level of gold. So the hockey podcast Penalty Box Radio was on the streets in Nashville, basically trying to ask Nashville people some hockey questions. Probably parlaying off of the Titans schedule release video.
Sure.
Remember that when they were like, hey, what logo is this team? Who does it represent and all that?
Yeah, which is funny.
Hilarious, and it went viral.
Absolutely. You find some non-sports fans to talk about the sports, and it can be very entertaining.
Ask them obvious questions and whatever. So Blackhawks general manager Kyle Davidson, who no one here, we could walk by him on Michigan Avenue and we would not know that is Blackhawks general manager Kyle Davidson. So that certainly was the case for the guys of Penalty Box Radio down in Nashville.
Wearing a red logoless T-shirt and a hat backwards.
He gets stopped by this hockey podcast in Nashville. He's asked some questions. The first one, hey, Kyle on the streets of Nashville, how would you describe your hockey fandom?
Oh, what's your name and where are you from? Kyle from Chicago. From Chicago? Yeah. You just visiting? Yeah. Have you ever been to Nashville before? A couple times, yeah. For a Blackhawks game? Yeah. All right, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being not a lot and 10 being a whole lot, how much would you say you know about hockey?
Probably I didn't play professionally or anything, so probably a 4.
Oh, wow, okay. So
fan of the sport. I don't know. Some people say I don't know that much, so okay.
Oh, that's phenomenal.
It's a great answer.
Tongue is in cheek, firmly.
Some people say I don't know that much.
Figures this will eventually get out, or maybe he'll eventually tell them, or something like that, maybe. So
he's playing the long game.
He's having some fun.
And as we were talking earlier about how we're going to talk about this going forward,
yeah.
Can we make a note that Kyle Davidson likes bits? Let's put him down as a bit guy. I like Kyle Davidson a lot more after this clip. So again, this is Kyle on the streets in Nashville, happens to be Blackhawks general manager Kyle Davidson. Then is asked to name as many hockey players. Hey, they play pick a player with him. How many hockey players can you name?
Wayne Gretzky, Mario Lemieux, Jonathan Taves, Patrick Kane, Duncan Keith, Brett Seabrook, Corey Crawford, Nicholas Hjalmarsson, Johnny Oduya, Michael Roosevelt, Brian Bickle, Dave Boland, Nick Foligno, Taylor Hall, Andreas Athanasiou, Connor Murphy, Seth Jones.
Anytime. That was great. There were some good names in there. Brian Bickle and what was that? Roosevelt, was that in there?
Yeah, big Hawks fan.
Yeah.
yeah, pretty big Hawks fan.
Think about the genius of that rollout. It starts with Lemieux and Gretzky.
Right, so the guys that anybody could get.
Yeah. Then throws in Taves and Kane.
Yep.
And then proceeds to go as deep as anybody would ever want to go onto those Blackhawks title rosters. Michael Roosevelt is the one that broke me. That's the one.
That's Johnny Oduya. That's a good one.
Johnny Oduya, that pass off the glass in Minnesota is amazing. Oduya jumping off the glass in Minnesota. That's what it was.
Well, there were a couple of very obscure pronunciations in there that he's nailing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And he mentions Taylor Hall and Nick Foligno, who they just traded for yesterday.
Andreas Athanasiou. Whoever that guy is, that he absolutely nailed the pronunciation of.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because I saw the guy who was hosting the podcast went back and forth with John Greenberg from The Athletic, because Greenberg asked him, like, hey, when did you know that you had him? And he's like, when he pronounced Andreas Athanasiou correctly. It's like, yep.
Most of the 2010 or 2013 Chicago Blackhawks, were you watching that team?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely.
What is one change you would make to the NHL right now?
I don't know. I think it's pretty awesome. I don't really have a specific change. I love the game, love where it's at, love the players that are in the game, and it's all good to me.
An honest question. Do you think that the league rigged the draft in favor of the Chicago Blackhawks?
No.
Are you confident?
I'm very confident.
Okay. All right. There we go. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
I'm very confident. Is that when he gives the look to the camera?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And very smart, like, because if he says, oh, yeah, they totally did, now you're in trouble for some sort of thing with the league. Hey, guy played that bit to absolute perfection.
Absolute perfection.
Yeah, it's very impressive.
Seek out the video. The little glimpse to the camera is like as good as John Krasinski in The Office. Like, it's like yeah, I know this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I know it's going to get out, and here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know this is absurd. Michael's an idiot, and so but you and I are not. We have a thing.
We are in on the joke.
Exactly.
At this person's expense. Internet, do your thing.
Very strong.
Do you think it would have been a shot to his ego if it would have gotten out and no one would have noticed? Like, if that goes viral, he follows that guy on Twitter after, hey, where's this going to be? He's like, oh, it's on the Hockey Talk podcast. He's like, oh, okay. He follows it from his burner account. He sees the video goes out. He searches the replies, and everyone's like, oh, they found a guy in Nashville.
The Hockey Talk podcast.
Whatever it was. I don't know.
It's Penalty Box.
Penalty Box Radio. Sorry.
Yeah.
Penalty Box Radio.
There probably is a Hockey Talk.
Yeah, it's got
really doing a lot for those hockey fans who are tuning in today after we asked if they want us to talk more hockey.
Well, that's the deal.
This is what are we
doing here? Wait,
what's wrong with that?
Hey, there's nothing wrong.
I forgot the name of the podcast.
You should
I'm
know
sorry.
his name.
Oh,
Hey, man.
my God.
He's got to be himself. Danny, this is the whole thing. We're asking Blackhawks fans and hockey fans to accept us as we are, as we accept them.
We're also asking Haugh to accept us as we are.
We're asking Haugh Harrelson.
Dude, just come on.
You know what he said?
We are who we are.
He said, yes.
Yes.
All right.
What would Haugh have said to a Blackhawks player if he was up there in the booth with him?
Haugh wore a Blackhawks hat all the time. Golfing. Like that was his go-to hat for golfing. Like he had different colored ones.
So he probably was more prepared for that than when he had Scottie Pippen up there and he had to talk some NBA playoffs, is what you're saying?
Probably, yeah. Yeah.
Might have had a thought on
Playoffs are starting.
The NHL
What's
playoffs.
going on with that?
What's going on with them? In your opinion.
Ridiculous.
The system messed up there.
Oh, look at you. Trying to give Tanny some cover.
I was trying.
Look at you.
That's all right.
Sometimes this wide orbit system set up by management here it just doesn't work very
point
well.
the finger at the man.
That's right.
Man got him.
Actually, I was in management when we set up this wide orbit system.
Oh, no.
so
You were. That
I was the transition
that
team.
explains a lot, actually.
Point the thumb.
Explains a lot.
Whoops. I'll blame current management.
Yeah, that's when you were his suit.
Perfect.
We were just talking, and you're watching the playoffs. What, in your opinion, what's going on with it?
What's going on with him?
Scotty, you watching basketball. What's going on with the playoffs?
Hey, how's it going? You from Chicago?
No.
You a football fan?
Yes.
Do you know who this is?
No.
That was what we tried to do. Do you know who Matt Eberflus is for the man on the street? We
Those
did not.
they can be torture.
Yeah, we
Those
did.
on the street
Those
segment.
bits.
So props to this. What is it? Hockey Talk
Hockey-
podcast.
Yeah. Penalty box radio.
Penalty box radio, baby.
Yeah.
Props to them, man.
Actually,
Hey,
I
how's
do-
it going? You from Chicago?
No.
You a football fan?
Yes.
Do you know who this is?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean that's quite a clip.
Tanny refuses to pull when Nico says, "Good job, Chris." He won't pull it and play it. And he told me, "Oh, I'm running out of room in the system. I can't just put everything in there."
Oh,
That's
my
ridiculous.
God.
He can put everything in there.
Yeah.
No, I can't.
He can and he
Yeah.
does.
All right, as the transitionary team of Audio Vault to Wide Orbit, you can.
I actually respect Penalty Box Radio because it is a hockey podcast, but they still include radio in the title. A lot of
Posers.
respect. Yeah, a lot of respect
You couldn't do this.
for the medium.
Live?
It's impossible.
Imagine the confidence you get to have when you get to edit everything.
I know.
You ever said something you regret on the radio?
Nope.
Can't relate to that.
No idea. No idea what you're talking about.
You should hear the F-bombs flying on 1ST and pod.
Wow.
Really?
You guys dropped the F word?
I dropped one. I dropped one today on the PvP. It's
On the
fun.
PvP?
We have
What
options.
could possibly have brought that on?
That's fun.
Yeah, that is fun.
Good for you. Yeah, man. God, be yourself. It's the joy of podcasting.
It is.
Be yourself. We'll answer some questions for one last thing. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
Get him in.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is the score. Afternoons on the Score.
Just one more thing, please. I thought you had a clock to punch. I do. I'm leaving right now.
It's time for One Last Thing.
Let's let someone else ask a couple questions.
I just want to ask you.
And then we'll come back to you.
One question.
How about that? Let's let everybody else and we'll come back to you.
Ask any question.
I just want to ask you.
For anyone on the show.
Then I can figure out who I want to answer to. I don't need your help with that.
I just want to ask you. One question.
Does anyone else have another question first? I got a question. All right.
I just want to ask you.
Thank you.
One question.
One Last Thing with Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
We like to end the show with your questions. You text them and twitch them in. Shane gathers them and asks them. We all answer. What do you got?
From the 815, who is one living person you would most want to smoke weed with?
Oh, God.
Seth Rogen.
It's a good answer. Yeah, it's a good answer.
Dave Chappelle.
Trey Anastasio from Fish.
Yeah.
I'll talk to that guy.
So he can just tell you how complicated his music is?
Talk about
Listen to me,
growing
it's
up.
so much harder to play.
My mom was his music teacher, man. I want to hang out. Talk about get his impressions.
That'd be a good one. What about you guys?
Well, I don't burn the fern myself, but if I did, Wani and Tony Wise, no doubt.
Yeah.
3 o'clock hour tomorrow.
3 o'clock hour tomorrow, yeah.
Doug Benson, maybe.
Adam,
I heard no.
Yeah,
I heard
he's-
big time no on that one.
Oh, did you?
He's a weirdo.
Is he?
Yeah.
How funny would Donald Trump be on weed?
Oh, God.
How funny would that guy be on weed?
Imagine what he'd say.
I don't know if I like that line, but there is a little truth to it.
Yeah, I think probably Trump.
Adam McKay.
That's going to come off the wrong way, though.
Yeah. Adam McKay, our 4 o'clock guest tomorrow. Would be fun.
Would be really fun.
That'd be a good one.
Yeah.
From Sean and Charlotte, what's your go-to thing to stay awake when driving 12 plus hours straight? Like Wani and Tony with the smelling salts. That's a good callback.
That is a good callback. Well, I don't really drink soda anymore, and I don't drink coffee, so I don't use caffeine. I know. I would open.
How would you do that?
I would open the windows.
Danny's go-to tip for driving 12 hours straight is have Steph drive.
Yeah.
And then hire a chauffeur.
Yeah, I would.
Father!
I'd open the window.
Yeah.
Get it loud in there, the wind in your face, change the temperature, that sort of thing.
I think about that all the time. Like when we were kids, we would drive to Disney World and we wouldn't stop overnight. So my dad would drive like 19 straight hours. And I don't know how he did it. A lot of Red Bull, a lot of coffee, but he would drive 19, 20 straight hours to Disney World. We'd leave at like 3 o'clock in the morning.
It's
insane, right?
Hero dad stuff.
Elite level dad.
Yeah. He was
crazy.
And I never once feared for my life.
Let me guess, minimal stops too?
Oh, maybe 3 times total.
Yeah. We go to the bathroom when this car needs gas.
Yeah.
Getting it done.
We are eating at the gas station, which is where the bathroom is.
I used to go for Jolt Cola. I'd go and seek out the Jolt Cola, and then it was the no-dose if needed. But really now it's just caffeine, a lot of caffeine. I have a friend who used to line up all the cigarettes. Like he'd get a whole pack and just line them up and just go one after another, after another, after another.
That's gross.
From the 815, who nailed what they did/will do with their number 1 pick, the Hawks or the Bears? Who will be better in 5 years?
Ooh.
Conor Bedard will be better than Darnell Wright.
I'm thinking this person's probably saying
Fields.
team. What
which
team will be
team?
better in 5 years because of how they handled their number 1 pick?
It's not a good comp, though, because Justin Fields wasn't even first quarterback taken, right?
I mean, the odds say it's the Hawks.
Without a doubt. Hockey number 1 overalls. Look at the list sometime. It is the greatest players in the history of the sport, which is a big part of the point of this thing in this moment. Hockey players show themselves by the time the draft comes. They just do.
Yeah. So, I mean, I obviously hope it's the Bears, and it certainly could be. They're in a very good position, but I think the odds are it's the Hawks right now. I think this one's interesting. If you could steal a regular guest from a different show, who would you get?
Brad Biggs.
I mean, it's not a bad answer.
I think it's a good answer. I think I feel good about that answer.
Man,
it's not a bad answer.
I like that question.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's got to be Ozzie. Ozzie would be so good. Especially come in studio. You don't have to wake up early in the morning. He was on the golf course this morning, by the way.
Oh, during that call?
Tanny,
yeah.
you're right. Like, hey, you're going to NBC Sports. It's just around the corner.
Stop by on the way. Yeah.
Stop by on the way.
He would do that on occasion. Like, he'd stop by, visit with Dan and Terry, like on his way out doing things downtown here. So that was always awesome.
Man, I'd take Wani twice a week. Take him away from the morning show.
Yeah.
He has more fun here anyway.
I mean, it'd be cool. I mean, David Ross is in a position of power.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right.
It's only twice a month, right? It's every other week, but
you guys wouldn't call him Rossi.
I mean, I don't know him like that. Yeah.
Of course they would eventually.
I would really enjoy that. Loved having Madden for a weekly when we had him then.
Yeah, I mean, if it's the time slot, right? I mean, that's when it.
That's when it facilitates.
Remember Madden had like 4 straight years with 4 different midday shows.
Very flexible.
Yeah,
that way.
Well, because he was always at noon, but we always had a different combination of 2 people. Right? It was you and Jason, then you and me, then Lawrence, then someone else. Was it Lawrence and Dan? Did Lawrence and Dan get Joe for a year?
I think they did.
I think Lawrence solo, right?
Right, that's what I said.
Said
Lawrence Solo, and then
we were brainstorming more guests to steal back here.
Yeah, you got some more good ones? Any other good ones?
I'd take Jason Leisure.
There you go.
From the midday show.
And not
start feeding him questions. Like, I'd take Jason Leisure with his combative attitude in press conferences and say, hey, you want to do this? We'll double whatever your weekly rate is, but you have to ask this question.
Yeah, he's from like the Levitard school, right? Like he would incorporate a show bid.
100%.
But he's also very serious, journalistic integrity, but also he understands a good bit.
I love Coombe so much as a dude. I was jealous that Coombe went in with middays today. And he usually does mornings. We don't get to talk to him very much.
Coombe.
I know.
I
know.
He belongs to all.
I know.
Coombe dogs for all of us.
Everybody wants a piece around Coombe.
Fun Coombe moment today when Tanny and I are walking down to go to Mariano's. As we're coming down, Mitch and Coombe are also going down, right? And the security guard looks at Coombe and just says, hey, you were a former baseball player, right? And Coombe's like, yeah. Yeah. And then the guy's like, who are you again? He said, Ron Coomer.
That's great.
Who were you again?
Something.
Who were you again?
Yeah.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, that was fun.
That's how you do it.
I respect that security guard.
Yeah.
No shame. Hey, I'm here 8 hours a day.
You got to be careful, though.
You're someone.
Didn't you used to be somebody? You got to be careful.
I still
how you
am,
phrase
sir.
it. Yes.
Oh, but he picked the right target.
Yeah, he did.
Coombe's going to be nice in any situation.
He's a 10.
He's a 10. Well, who did we have on the show today?
Boog Shambi.
Boog Shambi.
God, that was a really fun Boog hit, everybody. Go check it out.
Yeah, he was. And we sent him the Nico Horner answer.
At 3:25, I believe.
Yeah, let's see if he shouts out the conversation.
You asking overtly for that.
He's got to do it.
No, he doesn't.
Maybe I shouldn't have done that at the end. I don't know. We were playing
it certainly wasn't going to happen without you doing that.
That's what I'm saying. A little bit of peer pressure. Not the worst thing in the world. We love Boog. Thank you to Kevin Lapka handling the Twitch chat and video stream. Thank you, sir. Mark Grody comes up after us. No, he doesn't?
Yeah, he does.
Okay, he's just here. Give me the big wave in the background.
He's just messing with us successfully. That's phenomenal.
Yeah, what a jackass.
NASCAR driver in the White Sox car, Ty Dillon, tomorrow, as well as Jay Zawoski to react to the Conor Bedard pick.
Dave Wanstead and Tony Wise and Adam McKay.
Yeah,
that's a show, people.
Full show.
Wait, Jay Zawoski's going to be in the car also?
With Adam McKay, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Everybody using smelling salts.
Yeah.
Shane Reardon's our executive producer. Thank you, sir. Chris Tannehill makes us sound better than we are each and every day. Thank you, sir. For Matt Spiegel, I'm Danny Parkins. We are Parkins and Spiegel. This is The Score.
Hey, everybody. I used a poor choice of words earlier in the broadcast. I want to apologize for that. And, let's get back to the game and let's finish this game